In the vast, boundless, and enigmatic depths of the universe, countless extraordinary worlds exist. Among them, the Cangyuan Realm has endured the passage of countless ages, and under the guardianship of formidable beings such as Meng Chuan, it has finally ushered in an era of peace and prosperity. The realm of humanity stands independent from the relentless flow of time, heralding a new epoch. However, at the intersection of time and space, an unforeseen event is quietly brewing. Lin Yu, a diligent medical student in modern society, finds herself engrossed in the study of ancient medical texts. As she meticulously turns the pages of an ancient tome, a mysterious radiance suddenly emanates from it, enveloping her in an instant. Lin Yu feels as though the world is spinning around her, and as her consciousness begins to fade, she finds herself in a completely unfamiliar location upon regaining clarity. Surrounded by buildings of antiquated charm, she observes people clad in traditional attire bustling through the streets. Overwhelmed with astonishment and confusion, Lin Yu learns, after some inquiries, that she has inexplicably traversed to the Tang Dynasty. As a medical student, she possesses the potential to excel in this era, armed with her modern medical knowledge and principles. Yet, as a newcomer in this foreign land, she faces a myriad of uncertainties and challenges. In her moment of bewilderment, Lin Yu fortuitously comes to the aid of an injured young gentleman on the street. This young man, exuding an air of nobility and distinction, is captivated and impressed by Lin Yu's medical skills and her unique approach to healing. In their interactions, Lin Yu gradually finds herself drawn to his elegance and intellect. The destinies of the two, once parallel, now intertwine in this serendipitous moment. Yet unbeknownst to them, beneath the seemingly prosperous facade of the Tang Dynasty, currents of intrigue swirl menacingly. A conspiracy stealthily approaches, with Lin Yu's unique identity from the modern era potentially placing her at the very heart of this tempest. In this era brimming with both opportunities and perils, how will they unite to confront the myriad challenges of the future? What indelible love story will they weave? Let us embark together on this extraordinary journey across the annals of time. Chapter 1. Meng Chuan and Yun Qingping. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, Wu Prefecture, Dongning Prefecture. At the entrance of the Mirror Lake Academy, one of the 8 avenues of Dongning Prefecture, a youth adorned with a sword at his waist emerged from the academy. Senior Brother Meng. Greetings, Senior Brother Meng. I have come to pay my respects to Senior Brother Meng. The other disciples surrounding him greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. The young Meng Chuan nodded slightly to these junior disciples, many of whom were actually older than he. However, the academy's rule favored the accomplished, and he had entered the Shanshui Tower of the Mirror Lake Academy 2 years prior. The 22 disciples of Shanshui Tower were the most formidable within the academy, admired and revered by numerous junior disciples. Among them, Senior Brother Meng was particularly esteemed, as he occasionally offered guidance, unlike his peers who preferred to reserve their time for themselves. Young master, a familiar voice suddenly called out from his side. A girl dressed in green dashed forth, and upon seeing her, Meng Chuan smiled. Green bamboo, what brings you here? My young lady wishes to invite you to enjoy a trip to Dongshan. The recent heavy snowfall has rendered Dongshan exceedingly beautiful, remarked the girl in green with a smile. She continued, my family, the Yun clan, possesses a villa in Dongshan where we could stay overnight. Well, the girl in green hesitated. Meng Chuan shook his head slightly. He found himself somewhat troubled by the engagement with Yun Qingping that had been arranged since childhood. The Jinghu Dao Academy is situated on the eastern bank of Mirror Lake, while numerous estates, including the Meng residence, can be found on the western shore. Young master greeted the 2 guards at the entrance with a respectful demeanor upon seeing Meng Chuan. Is my father in the residence? Meng Chuan inquired. Just now, someone was dispatched from the ancestral home, and the master departed immediately, replied one of the guards. Meng Chuan nodded pensively and proceeded into the estate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the faint sound of arrows could be heard, leading Meng Chuan to the training ground. At the training ground, a young girl clad in red was drawing her bow, sending arrow after arrow soaring through the air to strike the target, each subsequent arrow embedding itself within the shaft of the previous one. Meng Chuan observed her practice from the sidelines. Her name was Liu Qiyue, the sole daughter of his father's sworn brother, Liu Qiyue. When he was 8 years old, Liu Qiyue had brought his daughter to the Meng residence, where they took up residence. Qiyue, much like himself, had lost her mother at a tender age. Since childhood, she had trained alongside him, and their bond deepened over the years of shared practice. Very well, I shall serve as your target, Meng Chuan declared with a smile as he stepped into the center of the training ground. The girl in red exchanged her quiver, the arrows lacking any tips. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Meng Chuan. Ah Chuan, you better be cautious, I wouldn't want you to end up a bruised face again. You should be wary as well this time. I am determined to break your 7-star convergence arrows. Meng Chuan focused intently. The girl in red chuckled, her fingers moving like a phantom as she swiftly drew her bow and released an arrow, seemingly without the need for aim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One arrow after another was unleashed. Each time, she drew arrows from her quiver and shot again with such fluidity that it resembled the natural act of BR. Eating. Each arrow flew with astonishing speed and formidable power. Puff, puff, puff. Meng Chuan had already unsheathed the blade at his waist. The blade traced an arc, creating a faint domain before him that would intercept any incoming arrows. Ah Chuan, your swordsmanship has indeed grown more formidable. You still need to execute the 7-star convergence arrows, the girl in red remarked cheerfully as she continued to hoot, clearly relishing the ease of her archery. Whoosh! Just as her words fell, a newly released arrow tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Here it comes. Meng Chuan grew increasingly serious. Puff! Puff! Meng Chuan's blade moved in arcs, blocking the arrows like a sphere. However, the 7-star convergence arrows consumed a vast amount of true energy, causing their speed to escalate. Dramatically, by the 6th arrow, Meng Chuan's blade barely managed to intercept it, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to stagger involuntarily. Surely, a bruise would form there. I still couldn't block it, Meng Chuan lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The 5 ultimate techniques I have mastered, you have already managed to counter 4 of them only. The 7 stars converging arrow remains. The girl in red remarked with a smile. That is quite impressive. During my time at the Dao Academy, no one at the cleansing marrow stage could withstand my triple phantom arrow. Yet you did. I have been countering your arrows since childhood, so naturally, my skills surpass those at your Dao Academy, Meng Chuan replied, shaking his head. This is still without arrowheads. If you added them, the speed of the arrows would increase significantly. As for your 5 ultimate techniques, I fear I would not be able to withstand the majority of them. Ah Chuan, have you not heard? In the same realm, no one can withstand the frenzied onslaught of a divine archer, the girl in red boasted proudly. July. In a true life-and-death battle, I would have rushed to your side immediately, Meng Chuan huffed. Divine archers always have protectors, the girl in red retorted with a pout. My protector would fend you off, and you would become my target. Who knows, perhaps in the future, you will be my protector. Meng Chuan chuckled. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of divine archers in any faction. Their status was exceedingly elevated, and they were well guarded. His sister, July, possessed remarkable talent with the bow. Ah Chuan, did your principal summon you regarding the demon-slaying grand assembly at Jade Sun Palace? Liu Qiyue inquired. Indeed, your fierce son Dao Academy has mentioned it as well, Meng Chuan responded. Absolutely. Among the top 10 disciples of the cleansing marrow stage at my fierce son Dao Academy, I am the sole divine archer. The principal has directly allocated a spot for me, Liu Qiyue had declared. When it comes to dealing with demons at the Jade Sun Palace, divine archers are most adept. Meng Chuan chuckled. In our Mirror Lake Dao Academy, there are a total of 3 slots for the cleansing marrow realm. Although I am one of the top 10 disciples in this realm, I still need to vie for a spot. If I fail to secure a position, I shall not be qualified to attend. Then take your time to compete, Liu Qiyue replied with a mischievous grin. Do not be careless that the demon-slaying grand assembly of the Yuyang Palace. When confronting the monsters, ensure you do not let them close in on you, Meng Chuan cautioned. Let's practice first. With that, Meng Chuan suddenly lunged forward. Catch me if you can. Liu Qiyue swiftly dodged and even turned back to shoot an arrow. In another location, at the Yun family, one of the 5 great demonic clans of Dongning Prefecture, Yin Qingping was preparing tea for her father, Yin Fuan. Zhu could only obediently comply. How did it go? What did Meng Chuan say? Yin Qingping inquired eagerly. Young Master Meng mentioned that the demon-slaying Grand Assembly will be held in a little over a month, and he intends to devote himself to his training and preparation. Thus he can not accompany you on your excursion to Dongshan. Zhu replied softly. Not going again? Yin Qingping felt a surge of irritation. All he ever thinks about is training. Young Master Meng also asked me to tell you to spend more time cultivating and not to always be preoccupied with outings. Zhu added. Does he think he can dictate to me? Yin Qingping's frustration deepened. I believe Meng Chuan is quite right. Yin Fuan, who was enjoying his tea, remarked. You, my dear, should focus on your cultivation and refrain from being overly playful. Father, Meng Chuan is as unyielding as a piece of wood. Yin Qingping remarked, unable to contain herself as she gazed at Yin Fuan. When I was but a month old, you and mother arranged a betrothal between Meng Chuan and me. Yet, our temperaments are entirely disparate. I revel in merriment, relishing the company of numerous friends, while he is inclined towards cultivation and artistry, preferring solitude. Even our conversations seem to lack harmony. The mere thought of marrying him drives me to the brink of madness. You are simply too boisterous. It is fortuitous that there is someone who can temper you. Yin Fuan replied with a chuckle. Yin Qingping sidled up to her father, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. Father, I beseech you, speak with the Meng family, consult Uncle Meng, and seek to annul the engagement. T.D. O not even entertain such thoughts. Yin Fuan declared, dismissing her plea as he sipped his tea. Father, Yin Qingping retorted in frustration. Why must you insist on forcing me to marry him? Back when I was merely a month old, I understood nothing, yet you arranged this engagement. How could you possibly know what Meng Chuan would become? You have no idea, yet you compel me to wed him. You have never considered my feelings in this matter. Do you not find this exceedingly unreasonable? Meng Chuan is quite commendable, Yin Fuan stated. Among the younger generation of the 5 great demonic families of Dongning Prefecture, he stands out as one of the finest. What does it matter how commendable he is? I do not like him, Yin Qingping retorted vehemently. I refuse to marry a so-called genius with whom I cannot even hold conversation. Yin Fuan gently set his teacup down, raising an eyebrow and casting a cold glance at his daughter. Yin Qingping felt a tremor in her heart, yet her pride compelled her to hold her head high, defiantly staring at her father. In the past 6 months, you have mentioned breaking off the engagement with me 6 times, Yin Fuan said coldly. It seems that your father has indulged you too much, so today I shall speak plainly. Yin Qingping stared at her father. Yin Fuan continued, your marriage to Meng Chuan is not merely a matter between the two of you. It concerns both our Yun family and the Meng family. Although our Yun family is one of the 5 great demon families, we have only settled in Dongning for a few decades, and our CLA and consists of merely a few dozen members. Our foundation remains shallow. In contrast, the Meng family has been rooted in Dongning for over 1,000 years, boasting a lineage of over 10,000. Meng Chuan's father, Meng Dajiang, will be the next head of the Meng family. As the only girl of the 3rd generation in our Yun family, your union with Meng Chuan would significantly strengthen the ties between our 2 families, greatly benefiting our Yun. Wu's grandfather has already attained the status of a deity, Yin Qingping retorted. With him around, no one can shake the foundations of our Yun family. If that is the case, why can I not lead a more carefree life? Carefree? Is a carefree life defined by the freedom to marry whomever you choose? Yin Fuan replied icily. Why not? Yin Qingping raised her head defiantly. Must I sacrifice myself for the sake of the family? Father, do you not feel any shame? Silence. Yin Fuan rose in anger, pointing furiously at his daughter, exclaiming, Yin Qingping, you wish to indulge in leisure, surrounded by guards and attendants in droves. In this bitter winter, you desire to feast on fire dragon fish, and there are those who would risk their lives to procure it for you. You lack diligence in your cultivation, yet ample treasures have been bestowed upon you, enabling you to ascend to the marrow-washing realm this year. I have sought experts to mentor you unknown, but your abilities remain feeble. I have enlisted 3 transcendent guards to protect you in secrecy, and they demand 500 taels of silver per month, alongside various other treasures bestowed upon you to you comprehend the immense sacrifices our family has made for your so-called freedom? Yin Fuan fixed his gaze upon his daughter. Yin Qingping was taken aback. She was no fool. After a brief calculation, she grasped the staggering cost of maintaining such a lifestyle, the tremendous expenditure her family had incurred on her behalf. You have reveled in the manifold benefits bestowed by our family, yet you must also bear your responsibilities. Yin Fuan thundered. To indulge in privileges without contributing anything in return? How naive. Furthermore, I am aware of a certain young man from your academy, named Zhang Chong, who has been quite attentive to you of late. Yin Fuan sneered. He, a mere offshoot of the Zhang family, dares to aspire to wed the daughter of Yin Fuan? He ought to take a good look in the mirror and recognize his own insignificance. Father, I assure you, there is nothing between Zhang Shixiang and me. Yin Qingping attempted to explain. Should I discover even the slightest breach of propriety, tarnishing the reputation of the Yun and Meng families, not only shall he meet his end, but so shall you. I will not hesitate to sever ties. Yin Fuan's icy gaze bore down on his daughter, who appeared somewhat frightened. At that moment, do not blame your father for his ruthlessness. Yin Qingping felt a chill deep within her heart. She had never witnessed such a cold demeanor from her father. She was merely 15 years of age. My daughter, Yin Fuan's expression softened. Family alliances are such regardless of his appearance or capabilities. You must marry him. Your father was similarly bound when I wed your mother, a decision made by your grandfather, leaving no room for choice. Moreover, it must be noted that Meng Chuan possesses commendable character. You ought to consider yourself fortunate. With that, Yin Fuan cast a glance at the trembling maidservant, Zhu, standing behind his daughter, instructing Zhu, keep a close watch on your young mistress, ensure she do. That's not air. Understood, Zhu promptly replied. Yin Fuan then turned and departed. Yin Qingping stood there, staring blankly at her father's receding figure. The words, even you, I shall not hesitate to cast aside. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness when the time comes, resonating painfully within her. She felt that the world was vastly different from how she had envisioned it over the years. Chapter 2. Learning from the elite, yet grasping only a portion. Morning. In the training grounds of the Meng residence by Mirror Lake, Liu Qiyue practiced archery, while Meng Chuan honed his swordsmanship in a corner. Whoosh! His blade danced with an elusive grace, almost impossible to capture. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. This was the pinnacle of martial techniques available to the ordinary, known as the falling leaves blade. At the tender age of 6, he had undergone familial trials, which confirmed his extraordinary aptitude for swift blades, and he relished training in this art for one simple reason. It was simply exhilarating. After 2 years of practicing basic sword techniques at home, at the tender age of 8, his father, Meng Dajiang, enrolled him in the Jinghu Academy on of the prestigious 8 great academies of Dongning Prefecture. The academy's head, Qiyue, though of mediocre character, was renowned as the swiftest swordsman throughout Dongning. Prefecture. By the age of 9, Meng Chuan had perfected his foundational sword techniques, establishing a solid base that allowed him to be taught the advanced swordplay, chasing windblade. At 11, he mastered chasing windblade, and the headmaster personally imparted to him his most adept skill, the elite technique known as Fallen Leaves Blade. By 13, he had achieved great mastery over Fallen Leaves Blade, earning a place among the distinguished disciples of the Shanshui building within the Jinghu Academy. Shanshui building was a sanctuary for the most exceptional talents among the thousands of disciples at Jinghu Academy. Even today, it houses only 22 disciples. Now, at the age of 15, he mused, alas, my fallen leaf blade remains merely at the stage of great mastery, yet to reach perfection. Meng Chuan paused, gazing at the sword in his hand with a slight frown. What must I comprehend to unlock the secrets of the fallen leaves technique and attain the first grand realm of swordsmanship, the unity realm, swordplay, spear techniques, and all manner of martial arts? The first grand realm is termed the unity realm, signifying the harmonious integration of body, mind, and skill, enabling the wielder to unleash unfathomable power. The second grand realm is referred to as momentum. The cosmos possesses great momentum. Mountains have their own momentum, as do rivers. The art of swordsmanship should embody the essence of nature. Mountains, waters, and the elemental forces there should be swordmom. Such would be an even higher grand realm. Yet this final step is the most arduous. Even within the entirety of Dongning Prefecture, Those who can attain the realm of unity in swordsmanship and martial arts are exceeding rare. R. Meng Chuan was acutely aware of this fact. Only by reaching the realm of unity can one be considered a true master, otherwise one is merely a mediocre practitioner. These mediocre individuals, no matter how robust their vital energy, are merely targets with greater strength and swifter speed. In the presence of genuine masters, they can be vanquished with a single encounter. There are no elaborate descriptions, nor any records of the techniques employed. The notion that one would naturally grasp secret techniques seems overly mystical. Despite having perfected his falling leaves blade technique for 2 years and diligently practicing every day, why has he yet to naturally comprehend any secret techniques? Meng Chuan began his foundational training at the tender age of 6. He entered the internal refinement stage at 9 and reached the bone cleansing stage by 12. According to his estimations, by June of this year, he should be able to achieve full mastery of the bone cleansing stage and step into the transcendent stage. This pace is considered standard among the core offspring of the divine and demonic clans. Individuals like Yun Qingping, who are lax in their cultivation, have only managed to reach the bone cleansing stage by the age of 15 despite consuming numerous elixirs and tray. Asurs, which is rather behind. The mundane path of cultivation consists of 5 major realms: foundation establishment, internal refinement, bone cleansing, transcendence, and non-leakage. Beyond this lies the realm of the divine and demonic. The leap from non-leakage to divine and demonic is akin to crossing a chasm. Achieving the status of divine or demonic is exceedingly arduous within the Dongning Prefecture. Only a handful have attained this distinction over the past 100 years. I vowed before my mother's grave that in this life I shall become a deity or a demon, vanquishing monsters to Avon. Her. Meng Chuan paused his sword practice, gazing at the blade in his hand. In his youth, he had little comprehension of such aspirations. Now he understood the immense difficulty. Why becoming a deity or demon? Yet, no matter how arduous the path, he would not relent. I must swiftly master the first significant realm of swordsmanship, unity, and eventually grasp the second significant realm, momentum. Only then may I harbor a glimmer of hope to ascend to divinity. Suddenly, a plump figure entered the training courtyard. Meng Chuan called the jovial middle-aged man his father, Meng Dajiang, the proprietor of the most esteemed tavern in Dongning Prefecture and the appointed next clan leader of the Meng family. Meng Dajiang was an extraordinary figure, among the strongest beneath the gods and demons, a practitioner of swordsmanship and a master of sword momentum. Yet at the age of 47, his hopes of becoming a deity or demon grew increasingly dim. Uncle Meng greeted Liu Qiyue as she approached. The 3rd day of the 3rd month marks the demon-slaying festival at Yuyang Palace, does it not? Qiyue, as an archer, the Liang Dao Palace will surely grant you a spot, Meng Dajiang remarked, to which Liu Qiyue nodded with delight. He then turned to his son. Chuaner, what about you? The Jinghu Dao Academy has only 3 quotas for disciples in the cleansing vein realm. Do you feel confident about your chances? I lack confidence, Meng Chuan acknowledged with self-awareness. Among the top 10 disciples of the Shisui realm at our Jinghu Dao Academy, the differences between us are negligible. I harbor some hope of competing, yet I may very well fail. If only I could comprehend the secret technique of the falling leaves blade, then I would undoubtedly possess assurance. Alas, I have been unable to grasp it. Father, do you have any special insights into cultivating secret techniques? Ha! Your academy's head is the fastest blade in Dongning Prefecture. He will impart to you all that he knows, Meng Dajiang replied with a chuckle. As for secret techniques, I believe that practice is paramount. The more one trains, the greater the possibility of enlightenment. Meng Chuan felt a tinge of helplessness. There was no shortcut to be found. Do not overthink it among the younger generation in Dongning Prefecture's Shisui realm. None have managed to comprehend a secret technique, Meng Dajiang laughed. As for me, I am the most accomplished of the Meng family in this generation, and it wasn't until I was 19 that I grasped a secret technique. But the Zhang family's ancestor is said to have mastered a secret technique at the age of 13, achieving unity in swordsmanship, Meng Chuan lamented. The Zhang family's ancestor is the only individual in Dongning Prefecture in over a century to have attained admission to the Yuanshu Mountain, which elevated the Zhang family to the pinnacle among the 5 great demon families of our region, Meng Dajiang recounted. Do not be anxious. The Meng family's Yushan ancestor from 500 years ago comprehended his secret technique at the age of 18, and by 80, he too became a demigod. Greatness can emerge late, yet it still leads to divinity. Meng Chuan was well aware of this. In his youth, his mother would recount numerous tales of the growth of demigods, and he would often implore his parents for more stories. Apart from painting, listening to stories was his greatest delight during childhood. Both of my parents have acquired numerous biographies of renowned historical figures and deities, which they read aloud for their own enjoyment. Mother, one day, I too shall become a deity, Meng Chuan silently vowed. That afternoon, Meng Chuan arrived at the Mirror Lake Dao Academy for a swordsmanship lesson, personally instructed by the dean. As the head of the academy, he only offered lessons once every 5 days. After an hour of swordsmanship class concluded, Meng Chuan murmured, "I still cannot break through. I truly wonder when my swordsmanship will reach the state of unity." As he strolled through the academy, he reflected on the falling leaf sword technique, which he had tirelessly pondered over the past 2 years, nearly driving himself to madness. While passing an open area, he overheard a voice raised in anger. Curious, Meng Chuan turned to look. The academy's instructor, Ma, was vehemently chastising a group of youths. "Look, that is Meng Chuan from the Meng family. He mastered the falling leaf sword at the age of 13 and entered our Mirror Lake Dao Academy. The dean himself teaches him. Mastery of swordsmanship does not come from shortcuts, only diligent study. I have heard that Meng Chuan practices for several hours each day at home. And what about you? Just look at yourselves. To learn from the best is to gain insight. The one you should emulate is Meng Chuan. Do you understand?" Under Ma's thunderous reprimands, the group of youths dared not even breathe audibly. While shouting, Instructor Ma cast a smile towards Meng Chuan, who returned the gesture with a nod, though his eyes sparkled with determination as he quickened his pace towards home. Upon returning to his residence, Meng Chuan immediately headed to his study. To study the pinnacle is to grasp merely the essence. To delve into the essence is to descend into mediocrity. If one aspires to learn, one must learn from the finest. Meng Chuan murmured, his eyes sparkling with increasing fervor. To learn, one must study alongside the mightiest deities and demons. To learn from the most formidable forces in history is to truly study the pinnacle. Those invincible beings who have etched their names into the annals of history may have long since returned to dust, yet their biographies endure, transcending the sands of time for millennia. Their biographies contain their chronicles. Meng Chuan lifted his gaze to the tomes before him. My parents, during my childhood, regaled me with countless tales of deities and demons. They procured numerous books. As he spoke, he casually selected one. Opening it, he discovered the account of a deity demon named Deng Feng, who reigned supreme during an era. The biography narrated that Deng Feng had lived in seclusion in the mountains, bereft of any esteemed mentor. His only kin had imparted to him a single technique, the blade drawing style, before passing away. Alone in the depths of the mountains, he practiced this solitary technique, dedicating 4 hours each day to drawing his blade a myriad of times, without ever learning another swordplay. Yet, in his solitude, he persisted for 20 years, drawing his blade countless times each day. When he finally emerged from the mountains, somewhat bewildered by the world, he wielded the prowess of the washing marrow realm and, with a single stroke of the blade drawing style, vanquished a formidable opponent of the no-leak realm, his mastery having reached an astonishing level. The news spread rapidly, and he was soon sought after by the legendary Yuan Shu Mountain, becoming a disciple and embarking on the path of deities and demons. The tome was lengthy, chronicling Deng Feng's many deeds after he ascended to the status of a deity demon, earning the admiration of posterity. There is little discourse on the art of cultivation, with only the phrase, for hours a day, drawing the sword 10,000 times for 20 years. For Meng Chuan, this book holds its significance in that singular statement. A true master, even if they execute their sword technique at a slower pace, can draw their sword 10,000 times within a single hour, Meng Chuan remarked, his brow furrowing. The fact that he dedicates 4 hours daily indicates that each stroke is infused with intent and deliberation, followed by a singular, decisive cut. Each cut builds upon the last, culminating in a veritable explosion of technique. Thus, it takes 4 hours to achieve such a multitude. Intent. practicing the same move? In immense frequency. Meng Chuan, seated at his desk, grasped a brush to inscribe his thoughts before perusing another tome of divine and demonic legends. He sought to extract the powerful commonalities shared by these formidable beings from the chronicles he examined. To learn from the surface is to glean, but a fraction to delve deeper is to descend further still. If one is to learn, let it be from the mightiest, to study those who were invincible throughout history. Uncle Qian, Meng Chuan suddenly called out. Young master, came the response from outside. Very well, I shall proceed at once, Uncle Qian replied promptly. Chapter 3. Artisans and masters. Meng Chuan meticulously perused various biographical accounts, some of which were established by prominent families to honor their esteemed ancestors, extolling the virtues of their forebears. Others were genuine narratives, spontaneously penned by the populace, celebrating the renowned figures of folklore. Indeed, even the most illustrious deities and demons boasted multiple versions of their life stories. Additionally, certain sects took it upon themselves to compose biographies for these celestial beings. While the most extravagant accounts were authored by the very deities and demons themselves, intent on ensuring their legacies endured in the memories of future generations. These biographical tales primarily served to narrate stories, and though they occasionally contained nuggets of wisdom beneficial to my cultivation, there were times when a mere few sentences sufficed. In fact, I found entire volumes devoid of any discernible merit. Moreover, the credibility of these accounts varied greatly, necessitating careful categorization. As a scion of a divine lineage and having received systematic education from the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, Meng Chuan possessed a solid foundation. He had honed his swordsmanship to an advanced level, nearing the threshold of Unity Realm. With such a background, he was better equipped to discern the valuable lessons hidden within these narratives. To wield a sword without intention renders one a mere servant of the blade. To practice with purpose transforms one into the master of the sword. Meng Chuan recalled a poignant remark made by the Northern Sword Emperor to his disciples. The latter, a formidable figure at the no-leakage realm, had achieved at least the Unity Realm in swordsmanship. His routine practice could be deemed earnest. Yet, the Northern Sword Emperor remarked further, implying that even the skills of a no-leakage realm master were, in his eyes, still insufficiently committed. Thus, Meng Chuan continued to delve into the myriad accounts of deities and demons. Occasionally, fragments of dialogue or even certain deeds left behind by deities and demons may provoke some contemplations in Meng Chuan. To ordinary individuals, these are merely tales. However, to the discerning, they reveal the profound reasons behind the might of these celestial beings. Mastery of a singular technique can conquer all. The ability to vanquish foes with a single strike suffices, provided one cultivates the utmost excellence in that singular skill. This sentiment echoes in the conversations recorded in the biographical accounts of the formidable demon, Demon Blade Wei Feng, from 3 millennia ago. In the markets of Dongning Prefecture, a total of 15 versions of the biography of Demon Blade Wei Feng have been discovered, all reiterating the notion that one technique suffices to triumph over adversaries. Meng Chuan meticulously documented these sentiments as well. In addition to these biographical tales, he also placed significant importance on the renowned family teachings passed down through illustrious clans of deities and demons. Such teachings are bequeathed to descendants and typically encompass matters deemed critically important by these celestial beings. The more he recorded, the more he felt a sense of trepidation. To learn from the illustrious is to grasp but a fragment. To study the essence is to descend into mediocrity. There is truth in studying under the most powerful deities and demons throughout history. Yet, the biographical stories often provide only glimpses. Without a sufficiently solid foundation, one is prone to err. Meng Chuan recognized this truth, as he noted that many family teachings emphasize the importance of fundamental cultivation. They unequivocally mandated that the family disciples must enter the Dao Academy for comprehensive and systematic training. This Dao Academy is an establishment of the ancient sect, Yuan Chu Mountain, founded in every major city of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With its educational framework devised by Yuan Chu Mountain itself, only through diligent practice at the Dao Academy can one acquire a sufficiently solid foundation. Of course, it merely imparts the basics. Meng Chuan was but a step away from achieving the realm of unity in his swordsmanship. The 7 years of cultivation at the academy had equipped him with all that was necessary. What he required now was to explore further on his own. My foundation is robust. What I seek now is the final breakthrough. Throughout the day, I meticulously recorded insights, many of which proved enlightening. However, there is no rush. I shall peruse these texts briefly before synthesizing and amalgamating them. The principles of cultivation, at least articulated by 3 divine beings, are indeed worthy of trust. Days turned into weeks. The more Meng Chuan gathered and integrated, the deeper his understanding became. Coupling this knowledge with the iron laws of cultivation from the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, established by the Yuan Chushan, further illuminated his path. The blending of these 2 aspects deepened Meng Chuan's comprehension. As evening descended, he gazed upon his notes with a smile. The past 5 days had proven more significant than 5 years of cultivation. Excitement coursed through him as he beheld his records. His understanding of cultivation had crystallized. The first principle, a solid foundation, is of utmost importance, akin to the very roots of a house. Engaging in comprehensive training at the Dao Academy is the optimal choice. The second principle, repetition, holds great significance. No amount of idle thoughts can rival the merit of practicing a technique 10,000 times. Drawing his sword a myriad of times each day, mastering the blood shadow thrust countless times, such sentiments have been echoed by no fewer than 12 divine beings. The third principle, a single stroke can conquer all. Similar to the second, when it comes to combat, mastering one technique to perfection is far more advantageous than wielding 10 formidable moves. The fourth principle emphasizes that the path of cultivation is indeed arduous. Enduring hardship merely to train renders one a mere craftsman. Only by genuinely reveling in the process, becoming utterly enamored, and meticulously contemplating the intricacies of each technique can one achieve mastery. Meng Chuan has come to grasp the profound meaning behind the Northern Sword Emperor's words. To practice swordsmanship without heart renders one a mere servant of the sword. True engagement in swordsmanship transforms one into its sovereign. While ordinary practitioners may appear to diligently toil in their training, such effort may not genuinely reflect heartfelt dedication. True devotion manifests as an ecstatic immersion in the art of the sword, discarding all external distractions and losing oneself completely in its depths. Only then can one attain great accomplishments and become a master. Otherwise, one remains merely a craftsman. The fifth principle states that one should progress daily, evolve monthly, and ultimately achieve success. The sixth principle, among a total of 9, has been echoed by at least 3 deities, and Meng Chuan, with his insights, finds them exceedingly reasonable. Each day, he dedicates several hours to practicing with his blade, enduring profound fatigue, yet he perseveres through sheer grit. Previously, he believed he was earnest in his efforts, yet it has become clear that he was not sufficiently devoted. He ought to enjoy the art of the blade, immerse himself in it, and thoughtfully explore each move. Meng Chuan recognizes this as his most significant flaw. Cultivation is inherently exhausting. Normally, he indulges in painting for an hour each afternoon, a rare indulgence stemming from a childhood passion. In the act of painting, the weariness of training fades away, and his spirit finds tranquility. This is how he has persisted year after year. However, it now appears that his mindset was misguided. His previous diligence, though seemingly commendable, ultimately relegated him to the status of a mere craftsman. Unable to contain himself, Meng Chuan set aside his notes and stepped into the courtyard. In the courtyard, he began to cultivate the supreme sword technique known as the Fallen Leaves Blade. Unlike before, this time, with the first form drawing the blade, Meng Chuan cast aside all distractions, immersing his mind entirely in the art of the sword, as if the only entity in existence was the blade in his hand. And then, he drew the sword. He felt the silent emergence of the blade from its sheath, the sensation of the sword slicing through the wind. The technique remained unchanged, yet his mindset had transformed, and thus what he saw had also shifted. Choosing the swift blade in his youth stemmed from a genuine passion within Meng Chuan. However, through the relentless practice day after day, that fervor had dwindled, leaving him weary. Yet today, as he altered his mindset and fully engaged with the sword technique once more, that love rekindled. The blade emerged silently from its sheath. The trajectory of the sword resembled the delicate strokes of a painting, strikingly beautiful. He endeavored to make this trajectory even more exquisite, to cleave through the wind with greater speed. Truly formidable swordsmanship possesses an aesthetic quality, and Meng Chuan's technique was approaching this level. He repeatedly practiced the same move, striving to draw the blade faster and more silently, aiming to slice through the wind with increasing swiftness. After 50 repetitions, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of cultivation. Filled with excitement, Meng Chuan then executed the second form spinning moon. On the following day, as Meng Chuan consolidated his training notes, In an underground grand hall belonging to the Yun family, a purple flame surged in the center of the hall. An elderly man with black hair sat cross-legged within the flames, completely unharmed. "Father, did you summon me?" Yun Fuan approached the hall respectfully, but dared not come too close. Even from a distance, he felt the scorching waves of heat, the air shimmering with distortion. Yun Fuan was struck with profound astonishment. "Father, are you referring to that Meng Xinggu?" "Indeed, it is she," replied the elder with ebony hair, nodding slightly. Could there be a mistake? Yun Fuan struggled to comprehend. Recalling that Meng Xinggu was renowned for her exceptional ability to detect any movement within a 10-mile radius, never needing to charge into the fray. How could she have suddenly sustained such grave injuries? "At most, it has only been 7 or 8 years, he murmured. Without Meng Xinggu, the Meng family would be doomed. The 5 great demonic families of Dongning will soon dwindle to 4. The elder nodded in agreement. A family thrives through its supernatural beings. Conversely, in their absence, the family becomes ordinary. The Meng family no longer deserves to hold such a prominent position in Dongning or to reap its many benefits. The ebony-haired elder stated coldly. "By the way, regarding the engagement between Qingping and that boy Meng Chuan from the Meng family, you shall visit them and demand the dissolution of the betrothal contract. Tear it up on the spot. The current Meng family is unworthy of an alliance with us." "Understood," Yun Fuan replied respectfully. "However, it would be prudent not to act too harshly while the old matriarch is still alive." With that, the ebony-haired elder closed his eyes, and Yun Fuan quietly took his leave. "What? Annul the engagement?" Yun Qingping gazed incredulously at her father. "Wasn't it previously agreed upon?" "I am merely informing you." Yun Fuan smiled. "I shall go to the Meng family today to assist you in breaking off the engagement. Will the Meng family willingly hand over the marriage contract?" Yun Qingping couldn't help but inquire. "They will indeed comply." Yun Fuan confidently stated that his father had received information from a close friend, indicating that the Meng family was undoubtedly already aware of their ancestral matters. Such prominent families possess a keen self-awareness. To resist would only bring humiliation upon themselves. Yun Qingping interjected. "Father, I wish to annul the engagement, yet I do not desire to sever ties or disrupt the harmony between our families. Perhaps we could invite Uncle Meng to discuss this matter." "There's no need for such complications," Yun Fuan replied with a smile. "Rest assured, I will handle this. You need only await good news at home." Chapter 4. A fortunate turn in the study of the Meng residence by the Mirror Lake. Meng Chuan had been practicing his swordplay all day. Though his spirit was exhilarated, he felt the fatigue of his expended energy and knew he must take a break. He then began his daily ritual of painting. A paperweight secured his canvas while a splendid palette filled with exquisite pigments lay beside him. Meng Chuan was deeply engrossed in his artwork. From a young age, Meng Chuan had cherished the art of painting, perhaps inspired by his mother's talent, who had imparted her skills to him. This passion had become his greatest joy. As a child of 3 or 4, he would immerse himself in painting for hours on end, neglecting meals, completely absorbed in his craft, his clothes splattered with colors, yet his heart brimming with happiness. His mother had often remarked on his exceptional talent, predicting he would become one of the greatest painters in the world, with each of his artworks worth a fortune. Born into the Ming family, loved and cherished by his parents, he initially led a carefree life. However, everything changed when tragedy struck at the age of 6. That catastrophic event claimed the lives of over 10,000, including his mother. Now, at 15, after years of painting and studying under various masters, he had surpassed his teachers, truly embodying the phrase "the student surpasses the master." Mother is indeed correct. His talent is undeniably exceptional, at least surpassing his aptitude for swordsmanship. Yet, what is the use of such ability? No matter how skilled an artist may be, can they vanquish a monster? Knock, knock, knock. An urgent rapping resounded from outside the study. Setting down his paintbrush, he opened the door to find his father, Meng Dajiang, standing there. Typically, he wore a cheerful demeanor, but today his expression bore a certain gravity. "Chuaner, come swiftly with me to the ancestral home," Meng Dajiang instructed. "All right." Without hesitation, Meng Chuan followed his father outside. "Father, why have you been visiting the ancestral home so often these past few days?" "Nothing of importance," Meng Dajiang replied tersely. "Then is there a reason for our visit today?" Meng Chuan inquired, knowing that as a younger generation, he visited the ancestral home merely 3 to 5 times a year. Meng Dajiang cast a glance at his son before continuing. "It concerns your engagement to Yun Qingping. The Yun family and the Meng family have conferred and decided to dissolve the engagement." "Dissolve the engagement?" Meng Chuan exclaimed in disbelief. "Father, why the sudden change? Do you feel reluctant?" Meng Dajiang asked, studying his son. "Not at all." Meng Chuan quickly shook his head. "I see in Qingping only once every few months. And our temperaments do not align. Thus, the dissolution is, in fact, a blessing for me. At merely 15 years of age." Meng Chuan was yet unfamiliar with the concept of love. To him, Yin Qingping was merely a somewhat familiar, capricious little sister, nothing more. "Think as you will. Both the Yun family and our Meng family have consented to the dissolution of the engagement," Meng Dajiang stated. "Once we arrive at the ancestral home, you need only listen and refrain from speaking excessively." "Understood," Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. The ancestral residence of the Meng family is located in the western part of Dongning City, encompassing an expansive area that houses over 2,000 clan members. Extending a full mile along the central axis from south to north, the Meng family's roots lie in the countryside, where, in the face of threats from the demon clan, the rural populace has formed fortified strongholds for self-preservation. Each stronghold typically accommodates thousands of individuals, and it is common for members of the same clan to gather within a single stronghold. Through millennia of proliferation, the Meng family has established 3 large strongholds, collectively housing over 10,000 clan members. In Dongning Prefecture, there are several large families, but what sets the Meng family apart is the presence of divine beings. This distinction has swiftly elevated them to one of the 5 most esteemed families of gods and demons in Dongning Prefecture. Within the ancestral home, order prevails. Some patrolling clan members, upon seeing Meng Dajiang and his son, respectfully greet him as elder. Meng Dajiang ranks among the top 3 in the family's hierarchy, still relatively young. With a glimmer of hope to ascend to the status of a divine being, he has been designated as the next clan leader. Meng Chuan follows his father into the reception hall, where numerous individuals are already seated on both sides, one side occupied by the Meng family and the other by the Yun family. However, the atmosphere is palpably tense. At a glance, Meng Chuan can discern that the expressions of the elders from his family are far from pleasant. "Brother Dajiang has arrived," Yun Fuan remarks with a smile. "You have brought the marriage contract, I presume?" "Indeed, I have," Meng Dajiang replies with a slight nod. Yun Fuan continues with a smile. "The other elders have no objections to dissolving the engagement. Brother Dajiang, you would not oppose it either, would you?" Standing there, Meng Dajiang cheerfully responds. "If both families hold intentions to unite, it is indeed a good thing. Since there is no such intent, it is best to dissolve the engagement promptly. This is the marriage certificate." As he spoke, he took a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Yun Fuan. Upon receiving it, Yun Fuan carefully unfurled the document, observing the names and handwriting, and nodded slightly. Indeed, it was the original marriage certificate. The handwriting of the 2 ancestors is impossible to imitate. "Yun Fuan, I implore you to tear this up right here," spoke an elderly, bald, and emaciated man from the Meng family. With that, Yun Fuan promptly tore the marriage certificate in his hands. "I have torn the marriage certificate. You all can see it clearly now. Are you at ease?" Yun Fuan smiled, casting a sweeping glance at the elders of the Meng family. "I shall take my leave then." He began to walk out, followed closely by other members of the Yun family. As he reached Meng Chuan's side, Yun Fuan paused and gazed at him with a smile. "Meng Xinzi, do remember, from this day forth, you and my daughter Qingping shall have no further ties." "Indeed, no further ties," Meng Chuan replied. Only then did Yun Fuan nod and lead the others away. Meng Chuan glanced at the elders before obediently departing. With a thunderous sound, the palace doors closed, and the hall remained bright under the glow of thick candles. "This is sheer audacity. This is sheer audacity," exclaimed the bald, emaciated elder, striking his cane against the ground, the sound piercing to the ears. "They claim to be negotiating with us, yet in reality, we had no choice at all. Are they truly so brazen as to seek a union?" remarked a dark-skinned elder with a cold laugh. To cause a ruckus at the Yun family would surely invite retribution from their ancestors. Breaking off the engagement is indeed a blessing. Do we genuinely believe that we can coerce the Yun family into marrying off these 2 young ones? It would only breed resentment from the Yun family. The union is intended to foster mutual support. If it breeds animosity, it becomes unnecessary. In truth, for my Meng family, this marriage contract is a mere triviality. The injury of my 3rd sister is the true matter that undermines the very foundation of our clan. An erudite elder cast his gaze toward the corpulent patriarch at the helm, inquiring whether there truly exists no remedy for my sister's ailment. Meng Dajiang, listening intently from the side, wore a furrowed brow. The pillar of the Meng family teetered precariously, and the elders were deeply troubled. The Meng family had chosen to keep this matter confidential, known only to the elders. After all, should the news spread, the tens of thousands of clan members would be engulfed in anxiety, leading to unnecessary turmoil. Presently, the senior members of the other 4 great divine families were largely aware of the situation, yet they too refrained from disclosing it, fearing that some rash descendant might provoke the Meng family. After all, Meng Xianggu is still alive. Even if Meng Xianggu were to perish, she possesses several formidable allies among the divine beings. However, as long as no egregious actions are taken, those allies are unlikely to intervene. For without the divine beings, the Meng family would be unable to shoulder many significant responsibilities. Without the capacity to bear such burdens, one cannot partake in the attendant privileges. Responsibility and authority are intrinsically linked. In this world, from the mundane to the divine, no one can evade their duties. Thus, the divine beings shine with resplendent nobility, and their families bask in prosperity. Conversely, should a divine being fall and be unable to fulfill their obligations, their family will inevitably retreat from positions of prominence. Meng Chuan snapped back to reality and casually remarked that the Yun family and the Meng family have conferred and decided to dissolve the betrothal between myself and Yun Qingping. Dissolve the betrothal? Liu Qiyue's eyes lit up. Yes, just moments ago, the marriage contract was torn asunder on the spot, replied Meng Chuan, nodding in affirmation. Liu Qiyue observed Meng Chuan intently and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you saddened by the dissolution of the engagement? You seem lost, even while sipping your kanji." "Not at all," Meng Chuan replied, shaking his head. "You are well aware that my temperament does not align with Yun Qingping's. The dissolution of our engagement brings her joy, and it lightens my heart as well. This is advantageous for both her and me. How could I possibly feel sorrow? Then why do you appear so pensive?" Liu Qiyue pressed. "I find something amiss." Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. "The engagement was solemnly established by our 2 venerable ancestors. Even if we were to formally annul it, the Yun family should at least send their 3 heroes as a sign of respect towards the Meng clan. Yet this time, only the 5th-ranked and least significant member, Yun Fuan, has come alone. This seems rather dismissive of the Meng family, which is my first point of concern. Secondly, during the assembly in the Grand Hall, the clan leader and the elders bore grim expressions, yet they maintained their composure throughout. When have they ever been so tolerant? Thirdly, Yun Fuan typically adopts a sycophantic demeanor in front of my father and the others, but today he has displayed considerable audacity. What has emboldened him to behave so? Crucially, the dissolution of an engagement must stem from some underlying reason. What could possibly compel the annulment of an agreement established by our 2 ancestors? Meng Chuan gazed at Liu Qiyue. "I suspect it could be that the Yun family has secured a formidable ally. Or perhaps it is due to circumstances surrounding the Meng clan." Liu Qiyue listened with a hint of astonishment. "Ah Chuan, I never realized you could contemplate so deeply. It's merely conjecture. If my father has chosen not to disclose the reasons to me, there must be a rationale behind it." Meng Chuan smiled. The one who was released from her engagement still managed to smile. "Hurry and eat your flatbread," Liu Qiyue urged with a laugh. "Eat. Eat." Meng Chuan immediately began to devour the flatbread. Chapter 5. The ancestor returns on the 9th day of the 2nd month in a desolate expanse outside Dongning City. The sky was overcast. Suddenly, a melodious bird call echoed through the air, revealing a colossal avian creature descending from the clouds, enveloped in thunder. Upon its back sat 2 figures in a meditative posture. With a resounding boom, as the creature approached the ground, its enormous wings unleashed a shockwave of thunder that reverberated across the barren landscape, sending arcs of electricity dancing wildly before dissipating into the ether. Only then did the 2 figures descend from the creature's back. One was a middle-aged woman, while the other was an elderly lady leaning on a cane. Meng's sister. The middle-aged woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her Meng's sister had not appeared so aged before. The recent injury had laid bare the signs of time. Yet one could still discern the beauty she once possessed in her youth. "Meng's sister, if there is anything you require of me, a letter will suffice. I, Huang Xiangning, shall exert every effort to assist you," the middle-aged woman stated earnestly. She scrutinized the elderly woman closely before leaping onto the back of the avian creature. In an instant, the creature flapped its wings, and a cascade of thunder enveloped the void. With a rush, the creature soared skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon. The elderly woman gently tapped her cane upon the ground, eliciting ripples in the air that spread outward, enveloping a radius of 100 feet. Cloaked by the waves, she began her journey toward Dongning City, each step covering an impressive distance. Even as she passed by various merchant caravans along the official road, The people seemed oblivious to the presence of the elderly woman, continuing their jovial conversations. Moments later, she arrived at the entrance of Dongning City, leaning on her cane. The woman gazed at the majestic city before her, her hometown, the place of her youth. With a smile, she proceeded through the city gates. Unnoticed by the throngs of people and the guards stationed there, it was as if she were a specter, slipping into the city and wandering the streets until she reached the ancestral home of the Meng family. Upon entering the ancestral residence, she found numerous clan members patrolling. Yet they too could not perceive her presence. In one of the small courtyards, a portly elder was indulging in some clandestine drinking. "Pipping, are you secretly drinking?" A voice echoed in the courtyard. The stout elder jumped in surprise, glancing around nervously, and exclaimed, "Third sister, is that you?" Before him, the figure of an elderly woman, leaning on her cane, materialized, smiling at him. Third sister. The elder's eyes welled with tears. He was the sole younger brother of Meng Chuan. Although other elders in the family also referred to her as third sister, it was due to the vastness of their lineage, which spanned over 1,000 years, with many descendants separated by several generations. The elder, named Meng Yanping, was the current patriarch of the Meng clan, nearly 20 years younger than Meng Chuan. In his childhood, she had been both sister and mother to him. In his heart, she had always remained youthful, beautiful, and omnipotent, yet now she appeared so aged. Why cry? Am I not doing well? The old woman chuckled. Sister, is your injury truly beyond remedy? The stout elder inquired. The Yun family has annulled the engagement with my Meng family, specifically the engagement with young Meng Chuan, the stout elder stated. As for the others, the 4 great divine demon clans are merely making insignificant moves. They do not dare to genuinely provoke my Meng family. Indeed, when the engagement was initially established, Yunwan I sought to leverage the influence of my Meng family. Now that I am gravely injured, it is only natural for him to dissolve the engagement of the younger generation, the old woman instructed. By the way, Ping, sister, I am already 90 years old and still the patriarch of the Meng family. Can you not address me by my given name? The stout elder couldn't help but remark. Oh, very well. I shall give you due respect. The old woman replied with a smile. Meng Ping, go summon the elders of the clan to the Hall of Blazing Fire. I wish to meet with them. Meng Ping? My name is Meng Yanping, the stout elder mumbled, yet hastened to gather the clan's elders. His sister had played both mother and sister, raising him and protecting him, leading him to this day. Hearing his sister call him Ping, Patriarch Meng Yanping felt invigorated. In the ancestral home of the Meng family, the Hall of Blazing Fire stood as a place reserved for the most significant matters. Today, the surroundings of the hall were heavily guarded. Inside the hall, Meng Xingu leaned on her cane, gazing up at the plaque inscribed with the characters Blazing Fire. The patriarch and the esteemed elders stood respectfully, none daring to utter a word. In terms of age, Meng Xiangyu was 112 years old, the eldest in the family. In terms of strength, Meng Xinggu achieved the status of a divine being at the age of 35, safeguarding the Meng family for nearly 80 years, during which the family flourished and its prestige remained unquestionable. With a mere command, it is feared that many clan members would unhesitatingly march towards death. After gazing at the plaque inscribed with the words Blazing Fire for a considerable time, Meng Xinggu finally turned, her gaze sweeping across the assembled elders, each of whom bowed slightly, exhibiting signs of tension. Is there any talented youth among the younger generation of the Meng family who holds the potential to become a divine being? Meng Xinggu inquired. Although the Meng family has been rooted in Dongning Prefecture for over a millennium, it has only produced 2 divine beings, the revered ancestor Yushan 5 centuries ago and Meng Xinggu herself. During their reigns, the Meng family reached its pinnacle. Meng Xinggu's greatest aspiration is to cultivate the family's 3rd divine being in history. Initially, she could patiently search for suitable heirs to nurture, but time is of the essence, leaving her with no choice but to make a hasty selection. Dejiang possesses considerable talent. At 19, he comprehended the secret techniques of swordsmanship, and by 30, he grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Now at 47, he still holds a glimmer of hope for achieving divinity, remarked a frail, bald elder. Dejiang? Meng Xianggu turned her attention to the stout Meng Dejiang standing beside her. And, he said, bowing slightly, have you attained the condensation of Dan? Meng Xianggu inquired. Meng Dejiang shook his head. A frown creased Meng Xianggu's brow. At 47, not having achieved the condensation of Dan renders the prospect of attaining divinity exceedingly bleak. What about the younger generation? She pressed further. There are 3 promising candidates among the youth, replied clan leader Meng Yanping. Meng Zhu, this lad, is 23 this year. At the Unleaked Realm, currently serving in the military at Qinyang Pass. He comprehended the secret techniques at 19. There is also the girl Meng Wanning, who is 16 years old and mastered her exceptional swordsmanship at the tender age of 12. Then there is Meng Chuan, the son of Dejiang, who is 15 and achieved mastery in knife techniques at 13. Despite their youth, neither Meng Wanning nor Meng Chuan has comprehended the secret techniques. Meng Xingdu fell silent. Meng Zhu, who attained enlightenment of the secret techniques at the age of 19, is indeed quite late in the eyes of those aspiring to become divine demons. It is uncertain which year he grasped the concept of momentum. Thus, the path to becoming a divine demon appears ever more distant. With Meng Wanning at 16 and Meng Chuan at 15, time is of the essence, especially considering their lack of mastery over the secret techniques. She wished to select from the younger generation, yet found herself at a loss. Clearly, none stood out with exceptional talent, compelling her to cast a wide net, hoping that some prodigy might emerge among the younger children aged 8, 9, or 11, 12. Indeed, the clan leader and the elders all responded in unison. This matter pertains to the rise and fall of the clan and allows for no negligence. Should anyone engage in self-serving acts, they shall face immediate disciplinary actions according to clan law. After stating this, Meng Xinggu leaned on her cane and exited. Chapter 6. Diligent cultivation. The Meng family ancestral residence bustled with activity as members queued to receive elixirs and treasures. The quantity was astonishing. Why distribute so many elixirs? The clan members collecting their resources were taken aback. A woman, holding her 7-year-old daughter's hand, was equally astonished as she received the month's training resources for her daughter. Previously, my daughter only received 3 taels of silver and a single qi blood pill each month. Now she is granted 30 taels of silver and 10 qi blood pills. She can consume 1 pill every 3 days. Her daughter, being just 7, had shown little diligence in her cultivation and was among the most basic resource recipients in the clan. Yet now, the provisions had surged to such an extent. Ladies and gentlemen, the clan leader has personally announced that, starting this month, all clan members under the age of 20 will receive a monthly allocation of medicinal pills and silver, now increased tenfold from the previous amount. The individuals responsible for distributing these resources elaborated, causing a ripple of excitement among the numerous members of the Meng family residing in the ancestral home. The younger generation is categorized into 5 distinct tiers based on their progress in cultivation. Individuals such as Meng Wanning and Meng Chuan belong to the elite tier, having been prioritized for nurturing. Following them are the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Currently, the most ordinary young members receive 30 taels of silver and 10 qi blood pills each month. The clan leader oversees more than 2,000 family members aged between 6 and 20. Can the clan sustain such distributions? An elderly servant expressed his concerns. Clan leader Meng Yinping, observing the excited members from a distance, calmly reassured him. Rest assured, the clan's years of accumulation can sustain this for a decade. The servant remained somewhat apprehensive. The income of a divine and demonic family is indeed remarkable, yet the expenses are equally substantial. The clan is fervently committed to cultivating this generation, sparing no effort in their development over the next decade, hoping to unearth a promising talent worthy of becoming a divine demon. In the Jinghu Ming residence, the master and the servants displayed profound respect. "Where's the young master?" inquired Meng Dajiang. "The young master is at the training grounds," the servants replied respectfully. Meng Dajiang frowned and glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting in the west, indicating the hour of shun. Is he still practicing the sword at this hour? He wondered aloud, leading the others toward the training grounds, where the sound of whistling blades could be faintly heard. He raised his hand and quietly instructed, "You all wait here." After speaking, he quietly approached, peering through the hole in the training grounds wall. Inside, he caught a glimpse of a youthful figure, shrouded in the glimmer of blades, diligently practicing the falling leaves sword technique. Qian Fong, the aged servant attending to Meng Chuan, waved to a middle-aged man not far away. "How long has the young master been practicing today?" Meng Dajiang inquired in a hushed tone. "Master, the young master has been training with the sword since dawn, and apart from brief meals and rest, he has not ceased." Qian Fong promptly replied. "So long." Meng Dajiang furrowed his brow. Even after soaking in the medicinal bath at night, the young master practices for an additional hour in his courtyard. Qian Fong could not help but add, "In recent days, apart from eating, sleeping, painting, taking medicinal baths, and cleansing his marrow, he has been devoted solely to sword training, practicing for 6 or 7 hours each day." "Recent days?" Meng Dajiang murmured softly. What could drive my son to train so fervently? Is it the dissolution of the engagement? Moments later, in the training ground, Meng Chuan was immersed in the art of the falling leaves sword. Chuaner, Meng Dajiang's voice resonated. Father, Meng Chuan halted, noticing Meng Dajiang accompanied by over 10 individuals entering. Meng Dajiang smiled and said, Chuaner, the clan has decided to invest greater effort in nurturing you. Henceforth, these 8 individuals of the marrow-cleansing realm and 3 of the shedding realm will serve as your sparring partners. Do I not already have my guards to practice with? Meng Chuan expressed some surprise. He was already accompanied by 8 guards of the marrow-cleansing realm and 2 of the shedding realm, who occasionally trained with him. Those are merely your guards. These individuals are specifically designated as your training partners. For instance, among these 8 cultivators at the washing marrow realm, some excel in archery while others are adept at concealed weapons. Their assistance in your cultivation will prove far more beneficial, Meng Dajiang remarked. Moreover, your guards, being in their position, cannot be expected to accompany you for training on a regular basis. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. The guards were compensated for their services. And while occasional training was acceptable, prolonged participation would likely lead to discontent. The support from these 3 individuals at the Transcendence Realm is self-evident in this one. Meng Dajiang gestured towards a slender man with a distinctive mustache, his brother Wang Chong, known for his phantom sword technique, a veteran of the No-Leak realm. Senior Wang, Meng Chuan said respectfully. Bowing low, a practitioner of the No-Leak realm held considerable status in Dongning City, and Wang Chang served as the deputy chief of a local escort agency. There is no need for formalities, young Master Meng, Wang Chang replied with a warm smile. Starting today, 6 practitioners of the No-Leak realm will come to train with you each month, dedicating 5 days to your development, with each session lasting an hour. Meng Dajiang stated earnestly, to secure the presence of 6 No-Leak realm experts for your training, our family has made a significant investment, and you must treat this opportunity with the utmost seriousness. Indeed, Meng Chuan said, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Practitioners of the No-Leak realm were prominent figures in Dongning Prefecture, and their time was precious. It was improbable they would accompany him daily. The fact that they were willing to commit to 5 consecutive days for an hour each was already remarkable. The family had indeed exerted considerable effort to ensure that Meng Chuan had a No-Leak realm mentor every day. Son, a true man aspires to greatness. Why should he lament the absence of a wife? Focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint the family's expectations, Meng Dajiang concluded before making his way outside. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Why lament the absence of a wife? What does my father mean by this? Father, what is the worry of being without a wife? Meng Chuan exclaimed. It simply means you should not indulge in wild thoughts, Meng Dajiang remarked as he exited the training arena. What am I thinking? Meng Chuan muttered, then turned his gaze towards the numerous sparring partners around him, his eyes igniting with fervor. The art of swordsmanship is inherently meant for combat. Having sparring partners significantly enhances the effectiveness of training. In the past, while there were sparring partners, they could not compare to those he has now. From the washing marrow realm to the transcendence realm, even to the unleaked realm, he had sparring partners aplenty. Thus, from that day forward, Meng Chuan practiced his sword from the early hours of dawn, training with partners throughout the morning. In the afternoons and evenings, however, he found himself alone, reflecting on the morning's combat experiences. As he immersed himself in the falling leaves sword technique, his mindset transformed, allowing him to appreciate the unique allure of each of the 81 forms. He soon discovered how to cultivate the secret technique 3 autumn leaves. By practicing the 81 forms in succession, he gradually realized that their inherent beauty could be seamlessly intertwined. For instance, the first form is the drawn sword technique, a strike that is exceedingly fierce. It then transitions into the second form, spinning moon, characterized by its elusive and deceptive movements, leading into the third form, clouds parting, which shifts from the whimsical to a sudden, lethal strike. Flowing into the fourth form, one move after another, akin to a boulder cascading down a mountainside, accelerating ever more rapidly. Each technique follows in a torrent, like a surging wave, growing increasingly tumultuous and unstoppable. If the 81 forms could indeed be harmonized, their might would reach its zenith, enabling me to naturally execute the secret technique as described in the manual. Understanding this, Meng Chuan fervently practiced his swordsmanship. If the aesthetic of the 81 forms could be seamlessly unified, then the trajectory of the blade slicing through the wind could connect each move into a flawless tapestry. The beauty of each sword technique, intertwined, would create a magnificent painting. Having caught a glimpse of this profound realm, Meng Chuan's yearning intensified. Day after day, The elegance of his swordplay became increasingly perfect, with flaws dwindling. The trajectory of his blade grew ever more exquisite. He could feel his progress, sensing that he was gradually approaching that elusive state. The trees and flowers surrounding the training ground began to turn greener as March drew near. Meng Chuan remained steadfast in his practice, inching ever closer to that realm. With a deep breath, Meng Chuan immersed himself once more in training. Suddenly, the aesthetic he had long pursued integrated into his very flesh and spirit. When he wielded his sword, he naturally attained a harmonious state of mind, body, and technique. He felt an unmistakable clarity as the blade cleaved through the resistance of the wind. His body and sword became one, racing forward with terrifying speed. In an instant, as he executed his technique, another Meng Chuan appeared 10 paces away. Two Meng Chuans existed simultaneously, with a faint curve of blade light lingering in the air. The first Meng Chuan then faded from view. Did I comprehend it? Meng Chuan stood there, momentarily entranced. Chapter 7. The final selection of the Mirror Lake Academy. Meng Chuan could not help but attempt once more. In an instant, his mind, body, and technique harmonized as he advanced through the air, accompanied by the glimmer of his blade. The training ground was filled with fleeting shadows and dazzling arcs of light. Swift, ethereal, such were the hallmarks of the secret technique, 3 autumn leaves. His movements were both rapid and elusive, as was his swordplay. After executing this technique over a dozen times, Meng Chuan finally paused, unable to contain his exhilaration. 3 autumn leaves, a single leaf falls to signify 3 autumns. I have finally comprehended it. I have finally grasped it. I have reached the first grand realm of swordsmanship, unity. Meng Chuan was truly ecstatic. At the age of 11, he had begun his training with the falling leaf sword. For years had elapsed, yet this was never his ultimate goal. He aspired to become a god or a demon. His diligence and relentless pursuit were driven by a singular ambition, to attain divinity. He could not forget the moment at 6 years old when he was bound to his father's back, witnessing his father's desperate resistance against the demon clan while fleeing. In a perilous moment, his mother had bravely charged forward, buying them precious time to escape. All of this was for the sake of her son's survival. Training must commence as early as possible. A mortal body peaks at 20 years of age, thereafter gradually declining. Meng Chuan reflected on the current prodigy of Dongning Prefecture, Mei Yuanji, who had comprehended a secret technique at the age of 15. Merely a month ago, he had realized ice force at the age of 20 and was even allowed to reside and cultivate within the esteemed Jade Yang Palace. Mei Yuanji hailed from an ordinary family in Dongning Prefecture. His mother was a maid, and his father was merely a practitioner of the Transcendence Realm. At the tender age of 15, Mei Yuanji discerned a profound technique that astounded the Dao Academy, prompting the institution to invest heavily in his cultivation. The eminent families of gods and demons sought to bestow their cherished daughters upon him. However, Mei Yuanji remained resolutely devoted to his training, impervious to their temptations. Ultimately, on the 12th day of the first month this year, he comprehended the essence of ice force, narrowly achieving this enlightenment by the age of 20. This year, he naturally harbored hopes of striving for a chance to enter the ancient realm of cultivation known as Yuan Chushan. According to the regulations of Yuan Chushan, candidates for the entrance examination must not exceed the age of 20. Should one fail to grasp the essence by this age, they would be ineligible to partake in the entrance assessment. I must reach the stage of unity, for that is merely the first step. There are still numerous thresholds such as blade force and congealed dan that require unwavering diligence. Meng Chuan mused, glancing around the training ground, which was enveloped in stillness, with only himself present, while the trees and flowers had blossomed into vibrant greenery. How fortuitous! Meng Chuan realized that today was the 27th of February, and he had unexpectedly made a breakthrough on the eve of the Dao Academy's selection for candidates. Such is the way of the world, often delightfully serendipitous. The following morning, Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue were having breakfast. The entire Meng family was fervently nurturing their younger generation, even enlisting an expert of the Wuzhou realm to spar with Meng Chuan. The adept who had comprehended blade force, Meng Dajiang, was now residing at the ancestral home, imparting knowledge to numerous young descendants. As for Meng Chuan, he had received ample guidance from his father, becoming thoroughly acquainted with his father's methods. In contrast, Liu Qiyue's father, Liu Yabai, remained shrouded in mystery, spending most of the year away from home. Chuan, today we are selecting candidates for the Dao Academy, and you are as well, I presume. Liu Qiyue declared with pride, I have already secured my spot. I am confident I will obtain mine this year too, Meng Chuan replied with a smile. Such certainty? Liu Qiyue chuckled, You have yet to perfect your cleansing marrow realm, and you believe you can secure a top 3 position in the Dao Academy? What if I win? Meng Chuan inquired. Liu Qiyue scrutinized Meng Chuan before mischievously grinning. If you emerge victorious, I shall prepare dinner for you for an entire month. However, should you fail to secure a spot, you must relinquish your galloping horse painting to me. Do you dare to wager? Meng Chuan laughed. His artistic prowess had far surpassed that of the finest painters he had encountered in Dongning Prefecture, though this was partly due to the scarcity of talented artists. The galloping horse painting represented his pinnacle achievement, a lengthy scroll depicting 100 horses, each with a distinct expression, which he had meticulously crafted over the span of more than a year. Liu Qiyue had been coveting it ever since she laid eyes on it. Even Lian Yunqingping, after one glance, had offered 3,000 taels along with 2 pieces of jade in exchange, yet Meng Chuan was reluctant to part with it. Is it not somewhat unfair? If I lose, I must forfeit my galloping horse painting, yet if I win, you merely prepare dinner for a month. Meng Chuan hesitated. A month indeed. Do you dare to accept? Liu Qiyue fixed her gaze on him. It is often a challenge to persuade you to cook even once. Very well. Let us wager this time. Meng Chuan gritted his teeth. If I lose, do not regret it afterward. Rest assured. Meng Chuan leisurely sipped his congee. Considering the delightful prospect of having Liu Qiyue cook for him for an entire month, how could he refuse? After indulging for a considerable time, he wiped the corners of his mouth and ambled toward the Dao Academy. Mirror Lake Dao Academy. Upon arriving at the Dao Academy, Meng Chuan noticed a bustling crowd of disciples gathered around the arena. Senior brother Meng will undoubtedly triumph, exclaimed numerous junior disciples, brimming with excitement. You will surely secure a place among the top 3. Many of them were aware that today marked the selection of the elite candidates, and the academy intended for them to witness the competition among the more experienced disciples from the Mountain Water Pavilion. A number of junior disciples were quite supportive of Meng Chuan, as he occasionally offered guidance to them. However, I must confess that while I too wish for senior brother Meng's victory, it is rather evident that he lacks an advantage in the previous competitions among the top 10 disciples of the bone-washing realm. The prospects of him securing a place among the top 3 seem rather bleak. Senior brothers Wan Meng and Bai Guan have consistently emerged as the front-runners in recent competitions among the top 10. It is certain that they will claim their places. The junior disciples engaged in lively discussions. Some offered blind support while others provided more discerning analysis. Yet, they all shared a common anticipation for the commencement of the battle. A 10-zhang radius around the arena was cordoned off, preventing spectators from encroaching. As Meng Chuan and the others arrived, they awaited the proceedings, while instructors inspected their weapons to ensure they were all unsharpened. A diminutive man, reeking of alcohol and clutching a wine jar, approached. Director. All the disciples greeted him with utmost respect, including the 22 disciples from the Mountain Water Pavilion, who also bowed in reverence. This individual was none other than Guyu, the director of the Jinghu Dao Academy, whose reputation was rather unsavory, known for his avarice and fondness for drink, often conducting himself with reckless abandon. Very well, everyone is present, Guyu announced, his face flushed and reeking of liquor, yet all disciples maintained their composure, and the instructors and assistants dared not murmur a word. The first blade of Dongning Prefecture was forged through genuine bloodshed. There are a total of 6 disciples in the Transcendence Realm, making the selection swift. Guyu stated, You 6 should compete among yourselves to determine the top 3. Respectfully, Director, a young man bowed and replied, Zhang and I have only recently entered the Transcendence Realm and are still in its early stages. We consider ourselves lacking in strength and will forego this competition. Respectfully, Director. I have already challenged last night and lost all 3 battles, said a robust, dark-skinned youth. Oh, Guyu nodded, well aware of the disciples' abilities. Very well. Since that is the case, for the upcoming demon-slaying event at the Yuan Palace, it shall be Wu Qi and the Wei brothers. Understood. Wu Qi and the other 2 disciples in the Transcendence Realm answered respectfully. Wu Qi has reached the peak of the Transcendence Realm, while the Wei brothers are in the late stages, indeed possessing a significant advantage. There are a total of 16 disciples in the Cleansing Marrow Realm. Guyu turned to Meng Chuan and the others, saying, Each of you may compete for a chance. I will outline the rules. Those who are confident may directly ascend the stage and face challenges from fellow disciples. If you achieve 5 consecutive victories, you will secure a place. Furthermore, once you lose twice, you can no longer participate in the competition. Now, let us begin, Guyu declared. Taking a large gulp from a wine jar, the 16 disciples of the Cleansing Marrow Realm fell silent, ascending the stage and securing 5 victories to earn a place. the first to step up would bear the brunt of the challenge. If two places are determined early on, the competition becomes less daunting without the two strongest opponents. Who will be the first to step up? The disciples of the Shanshui Tower, immersed in the realm of cleansing marrow, predominantly focus their attention on two individuals, the robust and jovial Wan Meng and the exceedingly stern Bai Guan. Typically, the contests among the top 10 disciples culminated in a showdown between these two. Are you going to compete? Wan Meng inquired with a cheerful demeanor, casting a glance at Bai Guan. If you wish to participate, you may do so, Bai Guan replied coldly. At that moment, a figure stepped forth onto the stage, Meng Chuan. He surveyed his somewhat astonished peers below and declared, "The first spot shall be mine." Chapter 8. The Secret Technique 3 Autumn leaves Meng Chuan's audacious move indeed left the other disciples of the Shanshui Tower in a state of bewilderment. Within the tower, Meng Chuan was not particularly conspicuous, being one of the younger disciples, although his father was to be the next clan leader of the Meng family. Meng Chuan exhibited no arrogance. His fellow disciples generally held him in favorable regard. Yet his decision to seize the first opportunity for the contest was perceived as a blatant disregard for their presence. Senior brother Meng has taken the stage? Why did he go up first? It would have been better to wait until the two spots were determined, murmured the onlookers, a mix of junior disciples, who were equally astonished. Even the wine-loving Dean, Guyu, expressed surprise. He had garnered significant benefits from Meng Dajiang, the owner of the finest tavern in Dongning Prefecture, and held a certain fondness for Meng Chuan's son, not only due to the absence of entitlement stemming from family connections, but also because of the considerable favors received. Hurry. Who wishes to challenge Meng Chuan? Step forward, Guyu urged. I shall. With a stern expression, Bai Guani leaped onto the stage, casting a frosty gaze towards Meng Chuan. If you wish to claim the first spot, you must first seek my permission, he sneered. Bai Guani had triumphed as the top disciple in the cleansing marrow realm numerous times, having only been bested once by Wan Meng. Among the disciples of the Mountain and Water Pavilion, only the inherently powerful Wan Meng commanded his respect. He regarded all other peers with disdain. As Meng Chuan stepped forward, Bai Guani could have merely observed. However, upon hearing Meng Chuan declare, "The first spot belongs to me," Bai Guani felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Please. Meng Chuan stated plainly, exhibiting his decisiveness. Bai Guani unsheathed two long swords that he had carried on his back, both blades unsharpened, as per the customs of friendly duels among peers. Gripping one sword in each hand, he fixed his gaze on Meng Chuan and remarked, "You and I have sparred 7 times, and you have yet to withstand even 10 moves from me." Indeed, the technique of dual swords was formidable. Meng Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Guani's prowess was such that even the naturally strong Wan Meng had only managed to win once by sheer luck. A testament to the effectiveness of the dual sword technique. A true master of dual swords must possess the ability to divide their focus, as if two skilled fighters were seamlessly coordinating their strikes. Battling such a swordsman felt akin to facing the relentless assault of two perfectly synchronized opponents. All other disciples in the cleansing marrow realm of the Mountain and Water Pavilion had met with defeat. I admire your courage for stepping forward first, Bai Guani declared. Thus, I shall employ my lethal move, Heartbreak, ensuring your defeat is both comprehensive and undeniable. With unwavering confidence, Bai Guani boldly proclaimed the technique he intended to unleash. Determined to crush Meng Chuan with his ultimate skill, Meng Chuan was not in a hurry, having comprehended the secret technique to reach another level of mastery. There was no need for him to act prematurely. He preferred to allow his opponent the opportunity to execute his complete set of moves. With a swift motion, Bai Guan sprang into action. Armed with twin swords, he moved with remarkable speed. Even with confidence in his abilities, he exerted himself fully, charging directly towards Meng Chuan. His movements were enigmatic, shifting from left to right in a manner that rendered it nearly impossible to ascertain his true position. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Meng Chuan on the opposite side of the arena. Kill. Bai Guan grinned at Meng Chuan, unleashing his lethal strike, Heartbreak. In his estimation, even without the sharp edge, this attack would inflict injury upon Meng Chuan. 2 beams of sword light sliced through the air from opposing directions, aiming to cleave through Meng Chuan's form. However, Bai Guan's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had struck nothing but air. A chilling sensation enveloped his throat. He turned to see Meng Chuan standing behind him, blade poised against his neck. How could this be? How could he move so swiftly? Bai Guan was incredulous. He had scarcely perceived the transition. It was evident that the act of killing him was as effortless as dispatching a mere chicken. The previously relaxed Dean Guyu, who had been leisurely sipping from a wine jar, was now taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, causing the jar to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground, spilling wine everywhere. Yet, Ding Gu paid no heed to the mess. His gaze was wholly fixated on Meng Chuan. Secret technique, 3 autumn leaves. Secret technique, 3 autumn leaves. I, Guyu, have produced such a disciple? He murmured to himself. In his 15 years as dean, he had yet to nurture a talent with the potential to rival the gods and demons. The instructors and teaching assistants were equally astonished, their keen eyes immediately discerning the technique Meng Chuan had employed, understanding its profound implications. It was the secret skill, 3 autumn leaves. The fact that a disciple from the Mirror Lake Academy had grasped such a technique was astonishing. Meng Chuan was merely 15 years old. To master a secret skill at such a tender age was truly remarkable. Our Mirror Lake Academy has produced a disciple who comprehends a secret skill at just 15. Huzzah! The instructors, who had devoted their lives to the academy, were overwhelmed with excitement. This was their moment of utmost glory. Throughout the academy's efforts in nurturing countless disciples, the ultimate goal had always been to cultivate genuine geniuses capable of ascending to the realms of divinity and demonic prowess. Now, with the emergence of such a prodigy from Mirror Lake Academy, how could the instructors contain their exhilaration? How could they remain composed? If the headmaster and instructors were elated, the thousands of watching disciples had completely lost their composure. My heavens, am I seeing this correctly? There are 2 senior brothers Meng, one before and one behind senior brother Bai. The secret skill, 3 autumn leaves. This is indeed the secret skill of the falling leaves blade. The headmaster had demonstrated it during our lectures. It is the secret skill, 3 autumn leaves. A cacophony of discussions erupted. Even the disciples from the Mountain Water Pavilion were left in stunned silence. In that moment, from the headmaster to the most ordinary of disciples, everyone was animatedly discussing the significance of a 15-year-old comprehending a secret skill. Suddenly, amidst the throng of curious disciples, one individual dashed out, racing towards the exit. Rejoicing and bestowing gifts of joy is indeed customary, especially in light of such monumental news. Swift as the wind, the disciples of the Meng family dashed forth with an agility reminiscent of martial prowess. Have you grasped the secret technique? Bai Guan inquired, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded Meng Chuan. After 2 years of being ensnared at a bottleneck, he had finally attained enlightenment. Meng Chuan nodded in affirmation. Bai Guan felt a tumult of envy and admiration. He too was ensnared in a similar predicament. Although he possessed the ability to wield dual swords with remarkable skill, surpassing his peers in combat, he remained trapped at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He yearned to uncover the secret technique as well. It is no wonder you were the first to approach. Indeed, you are now wholly different from us, Bai Guan remarked with a self-deprecating smile before descending from the stage. At that moment, no one paid heed to Bai Guan. The collective gaze was fixated on the seemingly youthful 15-year-old boy, Meng Chuan. The disciples of the Mountain and Water Pavilion exhibited expressions of shock and envy, including the 6 disciples of the Transcendence Realm, who equally felt the pangs of jealousy, for they had not comprehended the secret technique. In truth, the vast majority of those in the Transcendence Realm fail to grasp such techniques, remaining confined to this realm for their entire lives. Only by understanding the secret technique can one ascend to the realm of no leakage. The jovial Ding Guyu, drenched in spirits, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "When I first taught you the falling leaves blade, I knew I had made the right choice." Wu Qi, he bellowed. Wu Qi, momentarily taken aback, responded with utmost respect, "Disciple is here." He was undoubtedly the strongest among the 6 disciples of the Transcendence Realm at Jinghu Dao Academy. Being 19 years old and at the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm, step forth and engage Meng Chuan in battle. Guyu commanded, his eyes glinting with excitement. The stage was set for a confrontation as Meng Chuan turned to face Wu Qi, the most formidable disciple of the Jinghu Dao Academy, the contemporary elder brother. Chapter 9. The Divine Demon Body Come On. Meng Chuan gazed down at the arena, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Wu Qi, taken aback by the dean's command, gradually felt his eyes brighten as he beheld Meng Chuan on the stage. A smile crept across his face. "All right, let us have a match." Whoosh. In a swift motion, he leaped onto the platform, far quicker than Bai Guan had been before him. Clang. He grasped the shield that had been slung across his back and drew a hefty broadsword from within it, the blade a deep black, faintly glimmering with a crimson hue. With the shield in one hand and the formidable broadsword in the other, Wu Qi stood resolute, resembling an unyielding mountain. an invisible aura emanating from him that sent tremors through the hearts of the onlooking disciples in the distance. The divine demon body that Brother Wu Qi has cultivated must be the dark cloud demon body, Meng Chuan mused, recognizing the overwhelming presence that clearly signified the divine demon body. Indeed, it is the dark cloud demon body, Wu Qi declared, and in an instant, he surged forward towards Meng Chuan, his solitary charge akin to a battalion advancing upon the enemy. There were no feints, merely a raw collision of speed and strength. Boom! Wu Qi closed in rapidly, like a fleeting shadow, and thrust his shield towards Meng Chuan with the force that could flatten a house. Yet, with a deft movement, Meng Chuan sidestepped the shield strike and positioned himself beside Wu Qi, his blade shimmering as it swung toward Wu Qi. Kill. At the very moment Wu Qi's shield missed its target, he expertly countered with a swing of his broadsword, the two blades colliding with a resounding crash. Bang! The impact sent sparks flying. Wu Qi took a step back to steady himself, while Meng Chuan was propelled several paces backward from the force of the clash. Unleashing a secret technique, could one truly manifest such formidable power? Wu Qi's pupils constricted. The mundane path of cultivation consists of foundational stages: foundation establishment, internal refinement, marrow cleansing, rebirth, and imperviousness. The first three stages of cultivation are relatively ordinary, capable of cultivating true energy and progressively strengthening the mortal body, with only minor differences among practitioners. However, the fourth stage, rebirth, signifies the shedding of the mortal coil. It is at this level that one begins to cultivate a divine and demonic physique, endowing mortals with fragments of celestial power, an enhancement that is nothing short of astonishing. Wu Qi practiced the dark cloud demon body and had attained the pinnacle of the rebirth stage. His strength and speed were incredibly terrifying, far surpassing that of a perfected marrow cleansing practitioner. In a direct confrontation against a typical marrow cleansing adept wielding dual blades, he could fell them with a single strike. Even if a marrow cleansing practitioner were to wield a shield, they would still be sent reeling and spitting blood from a single blow. The disparity in strength was simply too great. The power he had just unleashed was nearly 70% of my own, equivalent to my strength at the later stages of rebirth. Wu Qi was astonished. Was this the true might of a secret technique? He had long been aware of the terror that secret techniques could invoke. Indeed, his chances of victory in this battle seemed slim. Yet, I still held a glimmer of hope for triumph. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qi charged once more, his demeanor as fierce as a cavalryman, charging with relentless momentum. My own power, augmented by the secret technique, was still somewhat lesser. The three autumn leaves, after all, leaned towards swiftness. Meng Chuan mused, his form shifting to manifest another Meng Chuan a dozen yards away. Here, Wu Qi, having cultivated the dark cloud demon body, excelled at sensing his surroundings and could perceive the silhouette that had approached. In contrast to Bai Guan, who had no means of defense, Wu Qi was able to detect even the speed at which the secret technique three autumn leaves excelled and could respond accordingly. With a resounding thud, his hefty broadsword swung down. Clang! He struck only air, yet the shield in his grasp effectively intercepted Meng Chuan's elusive strike. How swift! I have missed my target. Wu Qi felt a tightening in his chest. Fortunately, his caution had led him to raise his shield to protect his surroundings. With a shield in one hand and a broadsword in the other, he executed the renowned technique of the Mirror Lake Academy, the two-form shield and sword art. This exceptional skill greatly enhances the odds of survival on the battlefield. Thus, Wu Qi opted for the dark cloud demon body, which harmonizes perfectly with the two-form shield and sword art. When defending, he was impenetrable, and when attacking, he was ferocious. It was this very prowess that earned him the title of the foremost disciple among the Transcendence Realm practitioners of the Mirror Lake Academy. The two forms shield and sword art, embodying both yin and yang, is indeed formidable. Yet, I wonder how many of my strikes it can withstand. Meng Chuan's voice echoed as he lunged forward. Futile, you cannot injure me. Wu Qi stood firm, seamlessly combining his sword and shield to parry Meng Chuan's erratic strike. Thud, thud, whoosh. Meng Chuan's movements were extraordinarily swift, unleashing a flurry of blade lights, executing the falling leaves sword technique. Initially, Wu Qi felt confident in his defense. But as Meng Chuan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, Wu Qi found it increasingly arduous to withstand the onslaught. Each time he blocked a blow, his defense would deform. And through this continuous assault, Meng Chuan exploited the growing vulnerabilities in his guard. After merely 6 strikes, Wu Qi staggered, barely managing to fend off the attack. Then came a lightning-fast thrust. Wu Qi had no time to raise his shield. The blade's tip was already pressed against his throat. This. Wu Qi gazed at the knife poised at his neck, staring into the eyes of Meng Chuan before him. This was his first encounter with a master of the secret technique, and he suffered a crushing defeat. I lost, Wu Qi said somberly. The secret technique is even more formidable than I had imagined. It not only unleashes terrifying power and speed, but also boasts an exquisite mastery of swordsmanship. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the secret technique embodies the harmonious integration of body, mind, and skill, enabling one to unleash overwhelming power and velocity. Ancient sages once proclaimed that the potential of the human body is immense. Even an untrained mortal struggles to lift 100 pounds. Yet, if one could perfectly harness that potential, mobilizing every bone and muscle, they could exert a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. Of course, this is a mere idealization of the flawless activation of potential. In reality, the higher one's mastery of techniques like swordplay, the more astonishing the potential one can summon. The Unity Realm represents the first significant milestone in swordsmanship. The secret technique, 3 autumn leaves, amplifies both strength and speed to astonishing levels. It enables Meng Chuan to reach approximately 70% of Wu Qi's, who had achieved the perfect stage of transformation, strength, while his speed utterly surpassed that of Wu Qi. Furthermore, his control over the sword was remarkably precise, with each strike seamlessly complementing the others. In just 7 consecutive strikes, he shattered Wu Qi's formidable defense, which relied on the 2 instruments shield-sword technique. From this day forth, you shall be the strongest among the thousands of disciples of the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, Wu Qi declared, gazing at Meng Chuan. You are now the contemporary senior brother of the Mirror Lake Dao Academy. In the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, the most revered is the senior brother, the strongest among all disciples. After defeating Wu Qi, Meng Chuan naturally ascended to the position of senior brother. With that, Wu Qi stepped down from the arena. Senior brother Meng Chuan. Suddenly, shouts erupted among the throng of eager junior disciples. Master brother! Master brother! Master brother! One must also consider the matter of reputation. The previous master brothers of the Mirror Lake Dao Academy lacked significant authority as their prowess was not particularly formidable, and they failed to comprehend the secret techniques. With minimal disparity in skills, it was entirely possible for them to be outperformed by their junior brothers and sisters in competitions. However, Meng Chuan is different. He has grasped the secret technique and defeated Wu Qi, who had attained the complete transformation stage, while still in the cleansing marrow stage. Furthermore, Meng Chuan will soon ascend to the transformation stage, at which point the gap between him and his peers will become even more pronounced. Not even the transformation stage can withstand a single strike from him. An absolutely invincible master brother is what it takes to earn the unwavering respect of all junior disciples. Haha. Now, come down. Dean Qiyue chuckled cheerfully, unusually amiable, allowing the other cleansing marrow junior disciples to compete for the remaining 2 spots. Yes. Meng Chuan promptly descended. Greetings, Master Brother Meng, Wan Meng said, cupping his hands and smiling in salute. Greetings, Master Brother Meng. The surrounding disciples of the Mountain Water Pavilion greeted him with smiles, some displaying a hint of ingratiation. Fully aware that Meng Chuan was entirely different from them, a peerless genius renowned throughout Dongning Prefecture, destined to become a divine or demonic figure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the Meng family disciples executed their lightness skills, dashing toward the ancestral home. You little rascals, why are you running so fast? The main entrance of the Meng family ancestral home was grand, naturally guarded by clan members who recognized these younger generations. Meng Chuan has grasped the secret technique. The first young man from the Meng family dashed in, shouting loudly, leaving the guards at the entrance momentarily stunned. As they grappled with their surprise, the boy rushed into the ancestral home, continuing to exclaim, Meng Chuan has comprehended a secret technique. Other members of the Meng family followed suit, each one echoing the proclamation. Meng Chuan has comprehended a secret technique. Senior brother Meng has understood the secret skill. Meng Chuan has unveiled a secret technique at the Mirror Lake Academy. The excitement was palpable as these Meng family youths rushed in, their voices ringing out with fervor. They swiftly captured the attention of numerous family members within the ancestral home, who stood in astonishment, absorbing the news. What? Did I hear that correctly? Meng Chuan has comprehended a secret technique? Uncle, it's brother Meng Chuan. One young boy, nearly 13 years of age, beamed with delight. Today marks the selection day at Mirror Lake Academy. Brother Meng Chuan took to the stage and exhibited the falling leaves blade technique, 3 autumn leaves. Even the principal and instructors were quite exhilarated. The falling leaves blade technique, 3 autumn leaves? The eyes of a burly family member widened in disbelief. Isn't Meng Chuan only 15 this year? At such a young age, he has grasped a secret technique? Throughout the ancestral home, family members gathered around the youths, eagerly inquiring and buzzing with excitement. A gaunt, bald elder squinted from the side, listening intently as the young ones animatedly recounted the events. His eyes sparkled with hope as he murmured softly, "Heaven bless us. Heaven bless the Meng family." The third elder. What a tremendous blessing. Meng Chuan has comprehended a secret technique. A family member rushed to inform him. "I see," replied the bald elder, maintaining a stoic expression as he turned to depart. He is the most austere among the elders of the Meng family, a gaunt old man with a shaved head, whose lips curve slightly upwards as he turns away. The ancestral home of the Meng family spans a vast area, housing over 2,000 clan members. Within one of the training grounds of the ancestral residence, a group of young boys are practicing with various weapons such as swords, axes, and spears, while the plump Meng Dajiang observes from the sidelines. Why is it so noisy outside? Meng Dajiang furrows his brow slightly as the clamor grows closer. Even with his formidable strength, he can discern phrases like Meng Chuan and has comprehended the secret technique amidst the chaos. A shiver runs through Meng Dajiang. As if he has been doused with a bucket of cold water in the depths of winter, his mind feels somewhat foggy. Did I mishear? A sense of unease grips him, yet he cannot help but rise and head towards the entrance of the training ground. Dajiang! Dajiang! An elegant elder approaches, accompanied by a throng of clan members, his face flushed with excitement. Fifth uncle, Meng Dajiang greets him. What's the matter? A joyous occasion, a joyous occasion. The refined elder exclaims, brimming with enthusiasm. Meng Dajiang, both anxious and exhilarated, harbors a suspicion but yearns to grasp the full story. Has Chuaner displayed the secret technique, 3 autumn leaves? He feels a rush of warmth flood his head, his heart ablaze. That is his son. Dajiang, your son is remarkable. The Meng family shall flourish even more. We may be on the verge of producing a dual divine demon. The clan members voice their excitement, unaware of the grave injury sustained by Meng Xiangu, save for the clan leader and the elders. 2 elders, Xiangu request your presence. A clan member conveys the message. We shall come at once. Meng Dajiang, a refined elder, felt as if he were floating while walking. Meng Xiangu and the clan leader, Meng Yanping, had been engaged in a game of chess, which they now paused as 8 elders gathered in the courtyard, each brimming with excitement. Some elders were absent from the ancestral home and remained unaware of this momentous news. The younger generation dashed about energetically. An elderly man, bald and slender, was particularly exhilarated, discussing Meng Chuan's demonstration of the secret technique, 3 autumn leaves. How remarkable it was for someone so young to comprehend such a skill at merely 15. This talent was indeed comparable to that of Mei Yuanji. Dajiang, you have raised a remarkable son. Your guidance has borne fruit, the elders exclaimed, their voices laced with enthusiasm. Dajiang beamed with joy, feeling that this was the happiest day he had experienced in recent years. Knowing this news, he felt he could depart from this world with peace. Heaven blessed the Meng family. The elders had long harbored fears of the family's decline. Although many of them were nearing the end of their lifespans, they still hoped for the prosperity of their clan. A thriving family meant a better life for their brothers, kin, children, and grandchildren. Over the long years, they had become one with their lineage. Look at you all, Meng Xiangu smiled and remarked. It is indeed a joyful occasion that Meng Chuan has grasped a secret technique. But you were celebrating too soon. The elders were momentarily taken aback. Meng Xiangu continued, Meng Chuan has merely taken his first step. He is still far from attaining divinity or demonhood. He must yet comprehend the blade's intent, condense his elixir, and ultimately face the trials of life and death. These are 3 formidable thresholds. Do not elevate him too high, lest he become complacent. What he needs is to engage in more earnest cultivation. It would be ideal for him to comprehend the essence of the blade before he reaches the age of 20. If he achieves this, there remains a glimmer of hope for him to enter the Yuanshu Mountain. Should he succeed in doing so, he will undoubtedly attain the status of a deity or demon. Yuanshu Mountain. The eyes of the clan leader, Meng Yanping, and the elders gleamed with excitement. It is the most ancient place of cultivation in the entire realm, shrouded in mystery and power. In the past century, only the ancestral figure of the Zhang family has managed to enter Yuanshu Mountain, elevating the Zhang family to the pinnacle among the 5 great demon families of Dongning Prefecture. If Meng Chuan fails to enter Yuanshu Mountain, his path of cultivation will be fraught with difficulty. Meng Xiangu remarked, at the age of 16, I grasped the secret technique, and it was only at 22 that I understood the essence. Without entry into Yuanshu Mountain, I was merely an outer disciple. I endured numerous life-threatening challenges before I fortuitously became a deity or demon. Among my original team, whose talents were comparable to mine, only I achieved this status. The others perished. Meng Chuan faces not only the three formidable thresholds of the blade essence, the condensation of elixirs, and the life and death tribulation, but he must also grasp the blade essence before the age of 20, which serves as another critical milestone in his cultivation. Meng Xinggu stated solemnly. The elders present gradually regained their composure. Attaining the status of a deity or demon is indeed an arduous endeavor. At this moment, Meng Chuan can only be regarded as a promising seedling, instilling hope within the clan. Dajiang, go to the Mirror Lake Dao Academy to fetch Meng Chuan and prepare diligently for the Jadeyang Palace's demon-slaying grand event. After the event, he should have calmed down. And then bring him to see me. Understood, Meng Dajiang replied respectfully. You may all withdraw now. Meng Xiangu instructed, remember, do not overly praise Meng Chuan, lest he become arrogant. That would lead to his ruin. Indeed, the elders responded solemnly in unison. Whoever dares to harm Meng Chuan shall become the sworn enemy of the entire Meng family. Soon, the elders departed, leaving only Meng Xinggu and the clan leader siblings in the courtyard. Third sister, you nearly frightened them away, the clan leader Meng Yinping remarked with a smile. I know you are quite pleased. Of course, I am elated, Meng Xinggu sighed. I have spent nearly 80 years cultivating my powers in Yuansha Mountain, accumulating considerable merit and forming many friendships. If the family lacks a promising heir, all my efforts would be in vain. Now that Meng Chuan possesses remarkable talent, with my full support, he will undoubtedly have a far smoother path than I did. Indeed, he will surely become a deity or demon, Meng Yinping asserted. Certainly. Meng Xiangu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At Jinghu Dao Academy, Meng Chuan was making his way outside when he was greeted enthusiastically by fellow disciples. Brother Meng. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a group waiting outside, led by the portly Meng Dajiang, accompanied by a gaunt, bald elder and several other refined family elders. Father, elders. Meng Chuan approached them. You rascal, Meng Dajiang chuckled as he ruffled Meng Chuan's hair. You truly startled your father. As his father playfully tousled his hair, Meng Chuan could only endure it, appearing somewhat pitiable, yet in reality, he felt exceptionally joyful. Haha, even we were taken aback. Meng Chuan, well done. Several elders of the family chuckled and conversed, evidently in high spirits. Chapter 11. A visit to the Lord of Yuyang in the third-floor private room of a tavern in Dongning Prefecture. This was the only room of its kind on this level. Yun Fuan leisurely sipped his drink while enjoying the gentle melodies. Beside him, a young woman in a green attire delicately plucked the strings of a guqin, softly singing along. This scene utterly captivated Yun Fuan, who nodded and swayed in delight. As the song concluded, he remarked, Xiangyin, your performance has become increasingly enchanting. Your voice nearly melts my heart. With a modest smile, the young woman replied, You flatter me. Yindigo, I still have much to learn from my teacher. Ah, but there is a distinction, Yun Fuan countered. Your teacher possesses remarkable skills, yet his age has dulled his voice. It is your innate talent that shines through. Your singing is simply exquisite, regardless of the piece. Then allow me to sing another song for you. Yindigo, the young woman giggled, covering her mouth as she resumed playing the strings. Clearly, she was intent on charming Yun Fuan. The venerable ancestor of the Yun family had 5 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest 3 endured great hardships alongside their father, facing adversities that ultimately honed them into adept practitioners of the no-leak realm. 2 of them grasped the concept of force and wielded formidable skills, earning the title of the 3 heroes of the Yun family. In contrast, the younger 2 sons and the youngest daughter experienced far less strife. Yun Fuan, for instance, lived a carefree life in his childhood, as his father had become a figure of divine power. During that period, the family patriarch had just achieved a breakthrough and was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, neglecting the education of his children. Consequently, the latter 3 siblings grew up somewhat unrefined. Yun Fuan possesses a unique distinction as the youngest son, having navigated the company of numerous young gentlemen since his early years, thus becoming quite astute. Consequently, he wields substantial power, overseeing many affairs of the family. With a mere utterance, he can erase a prominent figure from existence, or elevate a woman to the heights of fame. As he listened to the melody, he softly hummed along. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the tavern below. The noise quite loud, prompting Yun Fuan to frown slightly. The private room was already soundproof, and being situated on the 3rd floor, it was typically serene. However, the clamor had grown rather excessive. Yes, my lord, A servant outside promptly descended. With a gesture, Yun Fuan commanded the young woman in green attire to cease her playing. She understood the gravity of the situation and knew better than to disturb him during serious matters. Let them in, Yun Fuan instructed. The servant entered, speaking in hushed tones. Not only this tavern, but it seems the entire Dongning Prefecture is abuzz, all due to young Master Meng Chuan. What has he done? Yun Fuan inquired, his brows furrowing, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. He held the Meng family in low regard, especially as his own Yun family flourished while the Meng family faced decline. At the Mirror Lake Academy, Meng Chuan had demonstrated the secret technique of the falling leaves blade, autumn leaves, even defeating Wu Qi, the Academy's original master brother at the perfected transcendent stage, thus becoming the current master brother. The servant continued, he was able to execute the secret technique and, at the level of the cleansing marrow stage, defeat someone at the perfected transcendent stage. He has evidently comprehended the essence of the blade technique, my lord. Get out. Yun Fuan's expression darkened completely as he barked the command. The servant, immediately silenced by the weight of the moment, obediently exited, shutting the door behind him. Yun Fuan sat in silence for a moment before rising to approach the window. As he opened it, the cacophony from the street surged into the room. With murmurings of Meng Chuan and secret techniques faintly discernible, it was evident that this matter had captivated the entire Dongning Prefecture. Had that boy truly broken through? Yun Fuan's expression darkened, scoffing at the thought. So what if he had grasped a secret technique? The path to becoming a divine being remained a distant dream. With a decisive clatter, he closed the window. Meanwhile, the other three great families of divine beings in Dongning also found the situation intriguing. Not long ago, the Yun family had just annulled their engagement, which had been between Yun Qingping and Meng Chuan. If they were to learn that Meng Chuan had mastered a secret technique at the tender age of 15, the Yun family would certainly have reconsidered their decision. However, the emergence of an unparalleled genius seemed a mere flicker of possibility. The Yun family could not afford to linger. Typically, engagements are set with the expectation of marriage by 18, as military service beckons at 20. Thus, the Yun family hastened to dissolve the engagement. Believing that having just grasped a secret technique, Meng Chuan was still far from achieving divinity. They could only console themselves with this notion. In the Jinghu Ming residence, Liu Qiyue fixed her gaze on Meng Chuan, demanding, "Tell me the truth. Did you break through while we were gambling? You are quite astute." Meng Chuan replied with a smile, "Though I have only recently made my breakthrough." What do I say now?" Liu Qiyue stammered, at a loss for words. "I told you I would secure the position, yet you remained skeptical and insisted on wagering with me. Who can you blame?" Meng Chuan chuckled. "What? Do you intend to back out now?" Liu Qiyue raised her head defiantly, declaring, "Once I, Liu Qiyue, have spoken, even the mightiest horses cannot turn back." "I hold deep admiration for Sister Qiyue," Meng Chuan complimented. "I shall eagerly await the sumptuous dinners prepared by Sister Qiyue for an entire month. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your newfound mastery." Liu Qiyue, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "I never imagined you could be so cunning, a Chuan." Distantly, a voice called out, "Chuaner, come here." My father beckoned, and I must take my leave. With that, Meng Chuan dashed away. Liu Qiyue huffed, "What a great deceiver. Truly skilled at manipulation. Yet, I must admit, he has indeed reached the realm of knife techniques and unity." In the martial arts arena, Meng Chuan stood before his father. "I am delighted to witness your breakthrough in knife techniques," Meng Dajiang expressed. "However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You still face three formidable thresholds: momentum, condensed essence, and life and death. Each step is exceedingly challenging. If you can assist you, the majority of this journey lies upon your shoulders." "I understand, father." Meng Chuan replied earnestly. "You have diligently practiced since childhood, and I shall refrain from further admonitions. Focus on your endeavors, and strive to attain the heights of divine and demonic mastery," Meng Dajiang encouraged. "Indeed," Meng Chuan nodded. "It has been quite some time since we last sparred. Come, let us engage in a friendly contest." Meng Dajiang chuckled. "Very well," Meng Chuan responded, brimming with determination. Naturally, his father, a master of the unerring knife technique, was among the most formidable in Dongning Prefecture, capable of overwhelming his son at will. As evening fell, Meng Chuan immersed himself in his study, meticulously crafting a long scroll painting. He had recently attained enlightenment regarding the autumn leaves and began his artwork yesterday, having only completed a portion of it at that time. Above, there exists a scene of a martial arts training ground where one diligently practices. alongside a depiction of the arena contest in the Dao Academy where one triumphs over Wu Qi. There is also a moment captured upon leaving the academy, where the father and esteemed elders extend their warm welcome, with the father affectionately ruffling his son's hair, while beside him, the astonished figure of Liu Qiyue is portrayed with wide eyes. Meng Chuan smiles as he paints, completely immersed in his thoughts, allowing the emotions within him to flow through the brush. As he pours his heart into the artwork, the sentiments intensify, and he becomes increasingly enamored. After a considerable time, upon completing the painting, Meng Chuan lifts his gaze to find the sky outside is darkened. He inscribes 3 characters in the upper left corner of the scroll, 3 autumn leaves. Gazing at the finished piece, Meng Chuan feels an overwhelming sense of tranquility. In the bustling Dongning Prefecture, a youth clad in white strolls down the street accompanied by an elderly servant. The vibrancy of Dongning is palpable. The young man remarks, his expression devoid of emotion. This is a city of over 1 million inhabitants, naturally lively. The old servant replies with a chuckle, "Young master, shall we reside in Dongning for the next few years? Or perhaps we should head to the prefectural city. This is my mother's hometown, and I feel at home here." The white-clad youth retorts coldly, "No." The servant, resigned, reflects on the young master's temperament, which no one can seem to manage. Suddenly, they overhear passers-by discussing how remarkable young master Meng Chuan is, having comprehended a secret technique at such a tender age of merely 15. Indeed, just 15. I dare say young master Meng Chuan is destined to become a formidable figure. They speculate. Listening to such accolades, the old servant cannot help but chuckle softly. I did not expect Dongning to harbor such a talent. He is of the same age as you, young master. Meng Chuan, the white-clad youth, murmurs quietly to himself. Young master, if we proceed this way, we shall soon arrive at Yuyang Palace. The old servant remarked, we must first pay a visit to the master of Yuyang Palace. The youth clad in white nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. The Demon-Slaying Festival on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. 2 spacious carriages came to a halt outside the gates of Yuyang Palace. The head of the Jinghu Dao Institute, Guyu, alighted from the first carriage, while 6 individuals, including Meng Chuan, Wu Qi, and Wan Meng, emerged from the second. The interior of the carriage was quite ample, allowing the 6 to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. As they gazed upward at the magnificent palace, Meng Chuan and his companions were struck by its grandeur. Yuyang Palace stood as the sanctum of the entire Dongning Prefecture, with its master being the most formidable presence in the region. It was said that within each prefecture of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a Yuyang Palace was erected at the foot of the fabled Yuan Chushan, where a disciple was appointed to oversee it. The master of Yuyang Palace represented the greatest power safeguarding a prefecture. Over the past century, the most powerful deities and demons of Dongning Prefecture, including the venerable ancestor of the Zhang family, had also pledged allegiance to Yuan Chushan, currently stationed in a different locale. Follow me inside, Guyu instructed, leading the way as Meng Chuan and the other 5 followed closely behind through the palace gates. At that moment, several more luxurious carriages arrived, and individuals began to disembark. Meng Chuan glanced back to see Yun Qingping and Yun Fuan, the latter accompanied by his wife. The demon-slaying festival at Yuyang Palace was indeed a rare occasion in Dongning Prefecture, with representatives from the court and the 5 great demon families permitted to attend. Guyu casually mentioned that each family was limited to sending a maximum of 10 participants. It was Meng Chuan. Yun Qingping, amidst her kin, spotted him, and a wave of complex emotions surged within her. After all, she was merely beginning to understand the world when she was told that this person would be her partner for life. Although she successfully annulled the engagement, her heart would forever remain distinct from others. Moreover, it was not long after the dissolution of the engagement that Meng Chuan soared to new heights, mastering secret techniques and becoming the most brilliant genius in the entire Dongning Prefecture. Even her relatives and friends murmured about it, which inevitably caused some turmoil within her heart. Yet, Yun Qingping was resolute. She had no regrets, for no matter how formidable Meng Chuan became, he was not the one she desired. Yes, father, uncle, responded Yun Qingping and the 6 other young men and women obediently. Yun Fuqing, the eldest of the Yun family and the most outstanding among the 3 heroes, had distinguished himself during his service at Qinyang Pass, where he not only grasped the essence of combat but also succeeded in refining his essence into a Dan. However, during a fierce battle against monsters, he had overextended himself with forbidden techniques, injuring his foundation and dooming him to never reach the realm of divinity or demonhood. Eldest brother, let us hurry inside. We mustn't linger at the palace gates, Yun Fuan remarked with a smile, always presenting a cheerful demeanor in front of his elder brother. Whenever his brother reprimanded him, he would obediently endure it. After all, within the ranks of the army at Qingyang Pass and before the court, his elder brother Yun Fuqing was far more esteemed. Indeed, let us enter. Yun Fuqing nodded. The two brothers, accompanied by their wives and 6 young members of their family, proceeded into the Jade Sun Palace. Inside the expansive courtyard of the palace, a grand arena stood, surrounded by numerous seating arrangements. The 8 great academies, 5 prominent families, and court officials all occupied their designated spaces. Naturally, Meng Chuan sat within the ranks of the Mirror Lake Academy. Chuaner called out the clan leader Meng Yimping, leading the 8 younger members of the Meng family to broaden their horizons. Meng Dajiang even winked at Meng Chuan. "My old man," Meng Chuan muttered. Numerous younger members from prominent families have gathered. Meng Chuan quickly observed that within the 5 great families, typically 2 or 3 high-ranking leaders accompanied by a group of juniors were present, primarily to broaden the horizons of the younger generation. However, the Yun family stood out, as both the patriarch and Yun Fuan had brought their wives along. Indeed, there were only these 6 juniors from the Yun family aged between 6 and 20. The Yun family's lineage is rather sparse. The patriarch is the first generation, the second consists of 5 sons and 1 daughter, while the third generation comprises Yun Qingping and her contemporaries. In total, the Yun family numbers only in the dozens. During the grand demon-slaying event at Yuyang Palace, all suitable juniors attended, and they were even permitted to bring their spouses. Meanwhile, the juniors from the other 4 families engaged in fierce internal competition to witness the event. The master of Yuyang Palace has arrived. At once, everyone present rose to their feet, including the local governor from the court, who proactively approached to greet him. The master of Yuyang Palace? Meng Chuan gazed from afar. He was a tall and robust young man, seemingly sculpted from jade. Each step he took radiated an aura that made him the most striking presence in the realm. His eyes sparkled brilliantly, causing anyone who met his gaze to instinctively lower their heads, hesitant to hold his gaze. He is the most formidable entity in Dongning Prefecture, the guardian deity of the region, and a being who emerged from Yuanshu Mountain. The master of Yuyang Palace took his seat at the head of the table, and even while seated, an invisible aura of authority enveloped the surroundings. Even the most unruly Dean Guyu maintained a cautious demeanor in the presence of the master of Yuyang Palace. At this moment, Meng Chuan and the others noticed a frail young man and a white-clad youth standing on either side of the master of Yuyang Palace. The slender youth was Mei Yuanji. But who was the white-clad boy? Meng Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. "Brother Meng, do you know who that white-clad youth is?" Wan Meng inquired softly. "I do not know," Meng Chuan replied, shaking his head. It was one thing for Mei Yuanji to stand behind the master of Yuyang Palace. But who was the white-clad youth? Others were also murmuring quietly, evidently intrigued by the presence of the white-clad boy. At this juncture, the governor stepped forward, surveying the crowd before proclaiming in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the demon-slaying Grand Assembly of Yuyang Palace occurs once every 3 years, as decreed by the Yuanshu Mountain. Its purpose is to cultivate the young heroes of each province, allowing them to engage with demons before stepping onto the battlefield, thereby gaining a true understanding of the demon's ferocity. In doing so, they enhance their chances of survival when they eventually face the enemy. You must appreciate the governor's noble intentions behind this initiative. You are all well aware of the rules of the demon-slaying Grand Assembly," he continued. "During the contest, should you find yourselves unable to withstand the onslaught, you may simply leap from the stage to preserve your lives. There is no need for concern regarding unforeseen accidents, for the master is present to ensure your safety." The governor smiled at the master of Yuyang Palace as he spoke. Of course, outside interference is strictly prohibited during the contests, and even in the event of death. No grievances shall be expressed. This is the rule of the demon-slaying Grand Assembly, which no one may contravene, the governor stated coldly. "I can inform you that historically, there have been casualties on this stage, with limbs severed in the heat of battle. If you fear for your safety, you may choose to forego this opportunity. No one would ever concede defeat. Serving in the military, the battlefield is far more perilous than it is now. Should one relinquish this opportunity, they would be the subject of mockery and disdain throughout the entire Dongning Prefecture." A prison cart approached slowly, within which was confined a swine demon in an upright posture. Standing approximately 12 feet tall, its body a mass of fat and coarse black fur. Its eyes were fixed on the multitude outside the cage, brimming with malice and murderous intent. "Behave yourself," remarked a one-armed man who was pulling the cart. At the sound of his voice, the pig demon trembled slightly, a flicker of fear igniting in its gaze. If you win on the arena, you shall feast to your heart's content. Should you slay a human boy, you may indulge in 10 days of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. The one-armed man continued. However, you must not step off the arena. Daring to do so will result in a gruesome death. I understand, the pig demon replied in a low, human-like voice. The cart halted beside the arena, and the door swung open. Go on, the one-armed man commanded coldly. The pig demon stepped forward, leaping onto the arena, the heavy chains on its wrists and ankles clanking as it landed. Meng Chuan observed intently, sensing the tremendous power residing within the creature. The resilience of its dark fur was akin to that of heavy armor. The pig demon, filled with bloodlust, surveyed its surroundings, perceiving every human present as an adversary. Its frenzied expression, coupled with the intense hatred and murderous intent in its eyes, sent shivers down the spines of several young human spectators. Among them, the youngest boy of the Yun family, merely 8 years of age, turned pale with fear, clinging tightly to his mother. Release your grip. Yun Fuan scolded his son, casting a cold glare at his wife. A doting mother only spoils her child. At this moment, the court officials perused the roster and proclaimed in a resonant voice. Disciples of the Washing Marrow stage, step forward for the arena. The first contender is Zhang Rusheng from the Sunfire Academy. Chapter 13, The Human Race and the Demon Race. Meng Chuan and his fellow disciples, along with the youths from prominent families, observed intently. They were all destined for military service, an unavoidable fate. A pig demon. A robust youth wielding a shield in his left hand and a hefty axe in his right, leaped onto the stage, fixating his gaze on the pig demon across from him. The pig demon returned the stare, baring its sharp teeth and emitting a low, guttural growl before suddenly charging forward. Boom! The pig demon barreled forward with astonishing speed, rivaling that of the transcendent stage. The texts had not misled. Even the most ordinary minor demon possessed a physique comparable to that of a transcendence cultivator. The numerous disciples and attendants felt a tightening in their chests, realizing this was merely the most common of minor demons. Yet, the youth, Zhang Rusheng, had already sidestepped just as the collision was imminent. With his left hand braced on the shield, he swung his axe fiercely at the pig demon's lower body. The pig demon charged too swiftly, unable to adjust its course. But it raised its right arm, grazing the shield with its elbow. Zhang Rusheng felt an overwhelming force impact him, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, his axe striking only air. The texts indicated that while the demon's physique was formidable, its combat skills were inferior to ours, and this was indeed true. Zhang Rusheng mused silently, yet they are also more ferocious. I must not err. I must seek the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow and vanquish it. The pig demon's gaze grew increasingly frenzied as it charged forward with ferocity. Upon the arena, the pig demon exhibited extreme arrogance, possessing immense strength and remarkable speed. Even a mere brush from its attack sent the human youth staggering backwards. Nevertheless, the human youth demonstrated remarkable resilience, his footwork exquisite, avoiding direct confrontation, and expertly dissipating the force of the blows with his shield. He completely thwarted the pig demon's relentless assaults, clearly displaying agility and finesse. The Zhang family's junior exhibits commendable skill in shield usage, one remarked, as the youth successfully denied the pig demon any opportunity to strike. It remained uncertain whether the pig demon harbored any hidden abilities. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the 5 great families were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the pig demon swung its claws with a surge of speed, catching the young Zhang Ruchang off guard. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively recoiled, retreating behind his shield. With a resounding crash, the claw struck the shield. Although the angle of impact caused some discomfort to the pig demon, the force still sent the shield flying, propelling Zhang Ruchang out of the arena's bounds. As he landed outside, he coughed up blood, his face paling. What treachery! It concealed its true power. Zhang Ruchang glared at the pig demon in the arena, thinking, "You escaped swiftly." The pig demon muttered something low under its breath. What? It truly has hidden capabilities? The revelation struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers, particularly since the cautious and defensive Zhang Ruchang had been the first to step into the fray. Had another disciple from the academy taken his place, they might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the pig demon had concealed its strength well. The esteemed members of the 5 prominent families engaged in light-hearted conversation, their camaraderie underscored by shared experiences of battle and encounters with ferocious creatures. They were acutely aware of the savagery exhibited by these monsters. Thus, the scene unfolding before them felt rather gentle in comparison. The court official, glancing at the roster, chuckled heartily, remarking that these creatures had awakened their intelligence and were capable of cunning, warranting caution. Next up, the Spring Rain Academy's Xiahou Song, he announced. On the arena, the pig demon remained steadfast, conversing in a low tone with a one-armed man beside him, declaring, "I won the first match." The pig demon nodded, its eyes glinting with malice, harboring a desire to slay the youthful human competitor. This was not merely about extinguishing a life. It was the promise of feasting and revelry for 10 days. The deep-seated resentment brewed within it, stemming from its capture by humans, had sealed its fate to a life of misery. If revenge were possible, it yearned for it to be swift and brutal. The next contender, a young lad named Xiahou Song, wielded a blade with remarkable finesse. His movements were enigmatic, rendering the pig demon unable to land a single blow. At last, an opportunity presented itself. With a swift motion, he struck, the blade cleaving through the pig demon's thick fur. However, upon breaching the coarse exterior, his weapon became ensnared within the creature's sinewy flesh, causing Xiahou Song's expression to shift to one of alarm. Realizing the peril, he instinctively relinquished his blade and retreated with great haste. Yet the pig demon seized the moment, launching a brutal strike that sent Xiahou Song hurtling through the air, blood spilling into the atmosphere. The disciples of the academy gasped in unison, while the high-ranking members of the 5 families, along with the governor, maintained their composure. To them, this was merely a trifling spectacle. Xiahou Song was cast off the arena, blood painting the sky. Fortunately, Xiahou Song, clad in the ancestral protective armor, sustained only severe injuries and did not lose his life. After several months of recuperation, he will fully recover, which is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Next, we turn our attention to the Fengyang Dao Academy and the renowned archer, Ruanmi. The presence of this exceptional marksman instantly captivated the attention of many in attendance. For each archer holds immense significance. Meng Chuan observed intently, as his sister, born in July, is also an archer. Ruanmi's confrontation with the demon possesses considerable reference value. Ruanmi has garnered a modicum of fame among the younger generation in Dongning Prefecture. Hailing from an ordinary family, his ascent to becoming an archer has distinguished him as a prominent figure among the disciples of the Fengyang Dao Academy. With long arms, he leapt onto the arena, and without a moment's hesitation, drew his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with astonishing speed. A truly committed archer is a fearsome adversary. The pig demon, upon sensing the threat, bellowed and charged forward, swatting away the first arrow with its claws while protecting its head with the other, a vital target. However, the second arrow swiftly pierced through its thigh, becoming lodged within the flesh. Typically, the might of blades wielded by cultivators in the bone refinement realm diminishes upon breaking through the pig demon's coarse hide. Yet this arrow completely penetrated its thigh, disrupting the creature's stride. The youthful archer, Ruanmi, maintained a stoic demeanor as he maneuvered, unleashing a third and fourth arrow. Thwack! Thwack! Both arrows struck the demon's legs, embedding themselves within its sinews and muscles, leaving only a trickle of blood. Nonetheless, the demon's speed was reduced by half. The young man, Ruanmi, felt a sense of ease as he swiftly maneuvered along the edge of the arena, his movements remarkably agile, while he released arrow after arrow. Die? Just die? The pig demon sensed the imminent approach of death and became increasingly frantic, striving to draw closer to the human archer. Yet its legs faltered, and the seemingly short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to bridge. The pig demon was struck by a total of 12 arrows, its anguished cries echoing as it dashed about. Only with the 12th arrow did it finally have the opportunity to pierce the vital point of the pig demon's skull. With a resounding thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and could rise no more. The vitality of demons is truly remarkable, Ruanmi murmured. Well done. Splendid. The crowd erupted in applause, particularly the disciples of the Fengyang Dao Academy, who cheered with the most exuberance. Drag it away, commanded the one-armed man beside the arena, instructing his soldiers. 2 soldiers promptly ascended the stage, removing the pig demon's lifeless body, leaving only a trail of blood behind. No one cared about the demise of a mere pig demon. The demons were the aggressors, slaughtering indiscriminately, while humanity fought merely to defend their homeland. Nevertheless, countless humans still perished. Among those who served in the military, half met their end in battle, while many of the survivors bore lasting disabilities. This starkly illustrates the immense toll humanity has endured. The number of slaughtered human civilians is incalculable. prompting the establishment of the Jade Sun Palace in every provincial capital along Yuan-Chushan, dispatching divine beings to guard and protect the ordinary populace. These divine beings patrolled the realms, eradicating any demons daring to infiltrate human territory. Only through such measures could the situation for humanity stabilize, as their hatred for demons was so profound that not even the waters of the vast seas could cleanse it. Chapter 14. The arrival of Meng Chuan as another prison cart was brought forth. It contained a towering wolf demon. The wolf demon hunched slightly, its head nearly touching the top of the cart, its claws gripping the iron bars as it gazed at the multitude of human spectators. I understood. The wolf demon growled hoarsely, stepping onto the arena, its eyes immediately drawn to the blood, thick with demonic energy. It belonged to that foolish pig. Though demons at the lower rungs often fought amongst themselves, it now felt a sense of shared sorrow for the fallen, aware that it too could meet its demise on this stage. However, the reality was that this wolf demon triumphed in 3 consecutive battles, inflicting grievous injuries upon one human youth and tearing the arm off another, rendering any hope of healing futile. After the wolf demon withdrew, another beast took its place, and the brutal clashes continued. Both human youths and demons yearned to vanquish one another. The disciples of the 8 great Dao academies were immensely solemn, some visibly anxious, for each was destined to take the stage. This was not merely a friendly spar among peers, it was a genuine battle for survival, where demons would show no mercy. Liu Qiyue also made her appearance, successfully shooting down a cat demon, yet when faced with a more ferocious leopard demon, she was compelled to leap from the arena. 23 disciples of the Dao Academy had already engaged in combat. The clan leader, Meng Yinping, murmured, "Dajiang, it is almost Meng Chuan's turn." "Indeed," Meng Dajiang replied, casting a distant glance towards Meng Chuan in the Mirror Lake Academy's ranks. "Yes, it is Meng Chuan's turn." As the sole disciple among the 8 great Dao academies at the cleansing marrow stage to comprehend a secret technique, he was naturally placed to enter the arena last. "Brother Meng, please exercise caution." Wan Mong bore the marks of binding straps across his chest, stained with blood, for the creatures were exceedingly cunning. Meng Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 23 disciples from the Dao Institute who had previously appeared, the majority exhibited great caution. In fact, only 6 had sustained serious injuries, all of which were treatable. However, there was one unfortunate soul who had his arm torn asunder by a wolf demon. This disciple, known as Bai Fengqi, hailed from the illustrious Bai family, one of the 5 great demon clans. Ever since he descended from the arena, he had been weeping inconsolably, although he raged and admonished. His grandfather's eyes were tinged with a hint of red, for this was his grandson, a source of his lifelong pride. The other disciples regarded Bai Fengqi with considerable sympathy, for he was a mere 16 years old and had lost an arm. Yet, the heads of the academies, the court officials, and the elite of the 5 great families maintained a calm demeanor. They had witnessed far more brutalities. The demon-slaying festival was designed by Yuan Shushan to ensure that some of humanity's elite did not perish upon first stepping onto the battlefield. Thus, in their youth, they were subjected to trials to broaden their horizons and fortify their resolve for future training, ensuring they would approach battle with greater caution. Among the human participants, 6 had sustained grave injuries, and 1 was left disabled. Meanwhile, 12 demons had entered the fray, with 5 meeting their demise. Meng Chuan remained composed, devoid of any anxiety or fear, for at the tender age of 6, he had witnessed the horrific might of these demons firsthand. That day, over 10,000 souls were slaughtered. Were it not for the timely arrival of a deity, scarcely a soul would have survived within a radius of several dozen miles. The toll on humanity would have been doubled. It was that divine being who single-handedly caused the demons to crumble and flee in terror, allowing the scattered remnants of humanity the fortune to endure. Meng Chuan's survival was attributed not only to the desperate efforts of his parents, but also to the intervention of that deity in the aftermath. Having experienced such encounters, in this one-on-one confrontation, the monsters are restricted to the arena, and as long as the youth of the human race steps off the stage, he can preserve his life. This is indeed quite gentle. Next, from the Mirror Lake Academy, Meng Chuan. The voice of the court official rose a few notches. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Meng Chuan. He has recently become the focal point of discussions in Dongning Prefecture. Everyone is aware that another genius has emerged, one with the potential to become a divine being. "Be cautious," the academy head, Guyu, urged. "Yes, headmaster." Meng Chuan rose and made his way toward the arena. "Chuan, it's your turn now." Over at the Liyang Academy, Liu Qiyue also waved her fists eagerly. Watch me. Meng Chuan smiled. Among the spectators from the Yun family, Yin Fuqing gazed from afar and remarked with a smile, Fuan, this Meng Chuan appears to possess a commendable disposition. Yet it seems he is fated to be unrelated to Qingping. Indeed, he is without fate. Yun Fuan chuckled, though his gaze toward Meng Chuan grew 3 degrees colder. The more exceptional Meng Chuan became, the less pleased he felt. Conversely, Yun Qingping was nervously observing, as today's events were quite overwhelming for her. It was her first encounter with the legendary monsters. The monsters were indeed as grotesque and ferocious as rumored. At the main seat, the Lord of Yuyang Palace sat, his attention also on Meng Chuan. He smiled and said to his companion, Yuan Ji, this Meng Chuan has also comprehended secret techniques at the tender age of 15. He can be considered the foremost among the younger generation of Dongning Prefecture, with Meng Chuan being the second. Moreover, hailing from the Meng family, Meng Xinggu is certain to nurture him diligently. His path may well be smoother than yours. The journey of cultivation relies more on oneself. I will enter the Yuan Chushan this year. The frail youth, Mei Yuanji, spoke. Moreover, in recent days, the palace master has offered me guidance on several occasions. It is merely simple instruction, yet I must remind you that you are regarded as the foremost genius only in Dongning Prefecture. Your chances of entering the Yuan-Chu mountain are merely 2 or 3 in 10. The palace master of Yuyang smiled and added, if there are more geniuses this year, your prospects of entering Yuan-Chu mountain will dwindle even further. Yuanji, you must prepare yourself. What will you do if you fail? There is no need to contemplate now. We shall address it when the time comes, replied Mei Yuanji. The palace master of Yuyang chose not to elaborate further, instead watching the arena with keen interest. His desire to guide Mei Yuanji stemmed from a wish to bolster the strength of the human race with another formidable figure. It was evident that Meng Chuan held potential in his eyes as well. Meng Chuan had stepped onto the arena, facing a towering sheep demon. The creature was robust. With muscular arms and long, sharp horns, its eyes glimmering with a greenish light fixed on Meng Chuan. Human, if you are afraid, you should step down immediately. My previous 2 opponents, including that sharpshooter, were frightened enough to leap off the arena, the sheep demon growled. Among the 12 demons that had already appeared, the sheep demon was indeed among the most formidable, intentionally placed at the end to confront Meng Chuan. Afraid? Just you? Meng Chuan's gaze shifted, now imbued with a fierce killing intent. Far away, Meng Dajiang felt a jolt as he observed his son, usually amiable. Meng Chuan had never exuded such a potent aura of menace. Ha ha ha, not fleeing? I admire the courage of this little human, the sheep demon exclaimed, charging forward with astonishing speed, creating numerous afterimages in its wake. Meng Chuan merely gazed at him, yet his spirit was more profoundly engaged than ever before. He was enveloped in an unquenchable thirst for annihilation against these fiends. Death. The sheep demon approached with a menacing growl, its claws slicing through the air like shadows. In that moment, an epiphany struck Meng Chuan. In an instant, his body and mind harmonized. The intense desire to kill, born from a deep-seated loathing for demons, propelled him to an unparalleled unity of self, unleashing a strength far beyond his usual capacity. The ancient deities had proclaimed the vast potential of humanity. In critical moments, one could unleash unfathomable power. As Meng Chuan engaged in combat with the demon, the ferocity of his power surged, eclipsing that of his usual training and even surpassing the trials at the Mirror Lake Academy. With a swift flash of the blade, a brilliant arc of light emerged, executed with remarkable speed and fervor, a strike imbued with lethal intent. The sheep demon's eyes widened in terror, instinctively sensing the approach of death. It desperately raised its arms to defend, yet it could not touch the radiant blade. The trajectory of the strike was not a straight line but a fleeting curve, effortlessly bypassing its futile defenses and gliding past its neck. With a final gasp, the sheep demon stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing onto the ground, its head rolling aside, blood staining the earth. With but a single stroke, the sheep demon met its demise. Gasps of astonishment erupted, for the demon's prowess had been well witnessed. Its combat skills were remarkably refined, and even a formidable transcendent realm warrior would struggle to defeat it. It had previously triumphed with ease in 2 consecutive bouts. Yet before Meng Chuan, it was vanquished with a mere stroke of his blade. Meng Chuan surveyed the lifeless body of the sheep demon and softly murmured, "You are the first demon I have slain." Chapter 15. The hidden bloodline of the demon king Meng Chuan stood serenely on the arena as 2 soldiers dragged away the corpse of the sheep demon, while others hastily wiped the surface of the platform. According to the rules of the demon-slaying convention, Disciples of the Dao Academy could remain on the stage to engage in combat with new demons, provided they demonstrated sufficient prowess. The Yuyang Palace would arrange for them to face even more formidable foes if they proved their capabilities. At that moment, another prison cart was brought forth. Meng Chuan's pupils constricted. Within the cart resided a remarkably thin demon, yet its skeletal structure was imposing, even while seated in its cage. It appeared to possess a grand physique. Its dark yellow eyes scanned the surroundings, and its withered fur bore black and yellow patches. A tiger demon? Meng Chuan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was a tiger demon. The disciples of the Dao Academy erupted in exclamations. Among the various demons, such as pig demons and wolf demons, their numbers were abundant and largely unremarkable, with only occasional appearances by exceptionally powerful beings. However, tiger demons were rare. Even the weakest among them belonged to the ranks of great demons. At this juncture, officials of the court laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, this is the first great demon to emerge in this demon-slaying convention, and it happens to be a tiger demon. Admittedly, it has suffered from prolonged hunger, rendering it significantly weakened and its sinews deteriorated. It now only possesses 30% of its peak strength. It shall serve as an opponent for Meng Chuan, as well as for the disciples of the Transcendence Realm. Be cautious, for despite its diminished power, it remains a formidable adversary." With a clang, the tiger demon slowly bent its body and sauntered out of the cage, surveying its surroundings. The spectators surrounding the arena could sense a palpable aura of terror emanating from over a dozen formidable figures, including the heads of the 8 great academies, masters from the 5 prominent clans, experts from the court, and the renowned Mei Yuanji from the Jade Yang Palace, along with the one-armed man, among others, totaling 18 individuals. Even at its peak, these terrifying beings of the human race could easily dispatch it with a mere glance. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that more than half of the power brokers in the entire Dongning Prefecture were present today. Undoubtedly, the most formidable among them sat in the principal position. The master of the Jade Yang Palace radiated an aura that felt akin to a blazing sun in its perception. Even a slight release of power could potentially annihilate it. Is this little fellow my first opponent? The tiger demon gazed at Meng Chuan on the opposite side of the arena, finding him rather feeble. The tiger demon. Meng Chuan's spirit was heightened to its utmost, his eyes brimming with restrained brilliance, while his killing intent surged ever more fiercely. Yet, he remained rooted in place at the edge of the arena, fully aware that should the tiger demon charge at him, it must tread carefully. Once a monster fell off the stage, its fate was sealed. He resolved to investigate the tiger demon's capabilities before formulating a combat strategy. With a powerful leap, the tiger demon surged forward, a gust of blood-chilling wind preceding it, reaching Meng Chuan in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Meng Chuan evaded, retreating while simultaneously delivering a swift slash, only for it to be thwarted by the tiger's claw, which sent him stumbling back several steps upon landing. My greatest strength lies in speed, yet it matches me in this regard. Meng Chuan marveled in surprise. Its strength was at least double his own. Was this the extent of its power at 30% of its peak? Fortunately, although its combat skills were refined, it had yet to reach the level of unity. By leveraging my strengths against its weaknesses, I have a chance to vanquish it. Meng Chuan made an instantaneous decision. It is common for disciples of the ordinary Taoist academy to feel anxious during their first encounter with a demon, often managing to exert only 70% of their full strength. However, Meng Chuan was different. The flames of suppressed emotion within him erupted upon confronting the demon, invigorating him further. His focus intensified, and the harmonious union of body and mind allowed him to unleash an even greater power. This was the state of being in battle, a splendid condition, leading to extraordinary performance. Did he actually evade? Quite intriguing. The tiger demon growled lowly before launching another assault. Yet, Meng Chuan boldly met it head-on, his speed rivaling that of the tiger demon. Unlike the tiger demon's brutish charge, his movements were ethereal, akin to a gust of wind. As they passed each other in a fleeting moment, Meng Chuan silently executed a strike, employing the deceptive blade technique from the technique known as falling leaves, which thrived on surprise. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the tiger demon's abdomen, cutting through fur and flesh with force. "You wounded me?" The halted tiger demon touched its abdomen, its expression growing more ferocious. Yet Meng Chuan merely fixed his gaze upon it, softly commanding, "Kill." He surged forward once more. Whoosh whoosh. They intertwined again. Meng Chuan did not engage the tiger demon in close combat. Instead, relying on his elusive movements, he ensured each encounter was but a fleeting brush. He understood well that if a true struggle ensued, the powerful and robust tiger demon could retaliate with equal force. While the tiger demon sustained only a minor injury from his blade, a single claw from the demon could inflict severe harm, or even death. On the arena, the tiger demon, propelled by a bloody wind, relentlessly pursued Meng Chuan, who deftly evaded each assault. With every 3 or 5 exchanges, the tiger demon bore a new wound. Clearly, Meng Chuan's swordsmanship surpassed that of his adversary. As the wounds multiplied, the injuries sustained by the tiger demon grew increasingly severe. A sudden thrust, aimed at the previous gash on its lower abdomen, exacerbated the wound threefold, causing blood to splatter and making the tiger demon stagger. Its eyes, now tinged with crimson, fixated on the young human. Yet, Meng Chuan remained icily resolute, unfazed even by the tiger demon's grievous state. There was an unsettling realization that Meng Chuan, unlike a novice who had merely grasped the essence of unity, seemed to unleash a far more formidable power. His calm demeanor afforded no opportunity for the tiger demon to retaliate. The high-ranking members of the 5 great families, the heads of the Dao Academy, and the court's elite exchanged approving glances and whispered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chuan and Liu Qiyue were engulfed in anxiety. Each clash between Meng Chuan and the tiger demon sent waves of tension through her, for it was a formidable beast. Was this truly Meng Chuan's ambition? Yun Qingping watched, her thoughts adrift. The Meng Chuan, whom she had perceived as a simpleton, fixated solely on cultivation with an overly gentle disposition, was not to her liking. Yet today, on the arena, he exuded a terrifying aura, having slain the goat demon with a single strike. Now, engaged in a relentless struggle with the tiger demon. The latent ferocity within Meng Chuan became even more chilling. Could this be the true Meng Chuan? She felt as though she had misjudged him all along. The ordinary demeanor he exhibited amidst the trivialities of life belied a more fearsome essence that emerged amidst the chaos of bloodshed. Perhaps, marrying him would not be such a poor choice after all. Yet, the decisions made by her family left no room for regret. The tiger demon's abdominal wound ran deep, but its muscles quickly knit together, staunching the flow of blood. However, it had slowed by a third. Glaring at Meng Chuan with a malevolent intensity, its aura thick with menace. However, Meng Chuan completely disregarded its malevolent aura, resembling the most composed hunter, poised to claim its life at any moment. With a swift motion, Meng Chuan lunged once more. As the 2 adversaries drew near, the tiger demon let out a ferocious roar while launching its attack. The sound reverberated, sending distorted black ripples radiating in all directions. The tiger demon's black and red fur gleamed brilliantly, and its eyes glimmered with a hint of golden light, enhancing the ferocity of its claws. What? It possesses the bloodline of a demon king? After being imprisoned for over a year, this had gone unnoticed, well concealed indeed. The master of Yuyang Palace, seated in the main position, was taken aback, as an invisible force enveloped every corner of the distant arena, ready to intervene at any moment. The unexpected strength of the summit demon was indeed a miscalculation on the part of Yuyang Palace. The roar struck Meng Chuan like a tidal wave, filling his ears with a deafening din that echoed in his mind. Yet, at this critical juncture, he focused his spirit, maintaining clarity amid the chaos. Faced with the escalating ferocity of the claws, he swiftly transitioned from offense to defense. Over the years, he had nearly daily resisted the arrows of his sister, July, honing his swordsmanship to exceptional levels. Boom. As Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming and terrifying force transmitted through his sword technique, his body involuntarily flew backward. In the process of being propelled away, he used a swift step on the arena to retreat even faster. The tiger demon lunged closely behind, perilously close, yet failed to catch Meng Chuan. He was thrust out of the arena, landing on the ground, staggering and barely managing to steady himself with a blade to prevent a fall. Coughing, Meng Chuan could not suppress a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling, and blood seeped from his ears, the result of the earlier roar. He had managed to escape? The tiger demon fixated on Meng Chuan below, its heart brimming with astonishment. Confronted with death, it was compelled to unveil its concealed demon king lineage. At the crucial moment, its tiger roar typically possessed the power to disorient foes, allowing it to seize the opportunity to vanquish them. Yet, this young human, despite blood streaming from his ears due to the roar, flawlessly countered its assault. As he was propelled backwards from the impact, he unhesitatingly marked the arena, retreating with remarkable speed. Consequently, its second strike proved futile. Meng Dajiang had already dashed forward, while Liu Qiyue also expressed concern, rushing after him. This Meng Chuan, the master of Yuyang Palace, observed with rapt attention. Many formidable warriors, Though appearing to possess lofty realms and executing powerful techniques during training, often only manage to unleash 60 to 70% of their potential in life and death struggles. Yet, some could transcend their limits. The extent of one's performance in battle is intricately tied to various factors, including combat intelligence, willpower, and state of mind. Those skilled in warfare, even when their realms are comparable, could indeed eliminate 3 or 4 adversaries of equal strength. This was likely Meng Chuan's first encounter with a demon. The master of Yuyang Palace felt a sense of satisfaction, hoping he could truly ascend to the realm of gods and demons. Meng Chuan sensed his hearing gradually returning, while Meng Dajiang, examining him with true energy, remarked, "Chuaner, your ears are merely bruised. It's nothing serious. You'll fully recover in a few days." "Indeed." Meng Chuan nodded. "Your swift retreat from the arena was exceedingly wise. This tiger demon concealed a lineage of a demon king," Meng Dajiang stated solemnly. "Now that it has revealed itself, even if it survives this encounter, it will be dispatched to the state city." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "The next challenger." Meng Chuan turned his gaze to the court official holding the list, who spoke with a bright smile. "Yuyang Palace, Yanjin." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. Wasn't he a disciple of the 8 great Dao academies? Following Meng Chuan, he should have been a disciple of the Dao Academy at the Transcendence Realm. Why was he from Yuyang Palace? Our Yuyang Palace also has a junior eager to test his mettle, the master of Yuyang Palace remarked, nodding slightly at the white-clad youth behind him. The youth rose and strode toward the arena. What? He's also at the Cleansing Marrow Realm? The powerful figures present, aware of the situation, quickly discerned the aura of the white-clad youth, clearly noting that he had yet to cultivate the divine demon body and remained at the Cleansing Marrow Realm. The Cleansing Marrow Realm? To confront a tiger demon? A sense of astonishment enveloped the crowd. Even Meng Chuan felt a twinge of surprise, fully aware of the tiger demon's formidable prowess. Chapter 16. Yanjin and Mei Yuanji under the watchful eyes of the 5 great families of Dongning Prefecture and the 8 great Dao academies. The white-clad youth calmly ascended the arena, a sword slung across his back. He grasped the hilt behind him, revealing 2 swords within the sheath. With one sword in each hand, he pointed them diagonally toward the ground, coldly fixing his gaze upon the tiger demon. Another young contender. The tiger demon's face contorted, revealing a wound, and its body bore numerous injuries, the most significant of which was a large gash on its lower abdomen. It was determined to kill. Without hesitation, it lunged forward. The white-clad youth gripped his swords firmly, charging directly into confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger demon and the white-clad youth, Yanjin, collided head-on. Although the tiger demon appeared more formidable, with greater strength and speed, its advantage seemed quite limited. The young man clad in white wielded 2 long swords, one embodying the essence of yin and the other of yang. One of the swords was suppressed, yet its power was redirected and accumulated, culminating in an explosive release through the other blade. The greater the oppression he endured, the more formidable his counterattack became, engaging in an unyielding clash. His swordsmanship had evidently reached a state of unity, showcasing remarkable skill, as he occasionally inflicted wounds upon the tiger demon. The mastery of his swordplay had attained a level of unity, rivaling that of Meng Chuan. Furthermore, he must possess innate divine strength, otherwise, he could not possibly contend with the tiger demon. The sight of such a youthful figure endowed with innate divine power astonished all. Meng Chuan was equally taken aback. In a larger populace, one might encounter individuals of extraordinary abilities, born with exceptional strength or remarkable speed. For instance, his fellow disciple, Wan Mang, possessed innate divine strength, allowing him to match those in the transformative realm even while in the marrow cleansing stage. However, those endowed with innate divine power typically exhibited a robust physique. The slender form of this enigmatic youth, Yanjin, possessing such strength was indeed a rarity. Harnessing the state of unity, the young man integrated his body and techniques, unleashing a force equivalent to 80% of the tiger demon's might, with speed reaching 70 to 80% of its own. With his dual sword technique, he was not at all inferior to his adversary, inflicting increasing injuries upon the tiger demon in their direct confrontation. The enraged tiger demon let out a ferocious roar, its dark red fur shimmering, and its claws swelling with newfound ferocity as it unleashed the bloodline of the Demon King. A tremendous boom echoed. The young man in white simultaneously defended with both swords, being thrust backwards several steps, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, he steadfastly maintained his ground, coldly fixating on the tiger demon. Did he dare to confront it head-on? Meng Chuan was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the Tiger Demon. Unleashing the bloodline of a demon king possessed a power that could utterly overwhelm him. However, in the face of Yin Jin, the strength of the Tiger Demon was not as formidable. Moreover, Yin Jin's swordsmanship evidently excelled in neutralizing force. The Tiger Demon, incredulous, prepared to leap forward and continue its frenzied assault. Yet, with a sudden gasp, the immense wound in its lower abdomen, unable to be contained during this full-force eruption, split further, blood gushing forth. Even other injuries began to ooze crimson. The young man in white, witnessing this, charged without hesitation, his twin swords launching a relentless onslaught. Damn it, damn it. If it weren't for that earlier blow from that brat, the Tiger Demon seethed with rage. The other wounds were merely superficial. But this particular injury was grievous and deep. In the throes of its bloodline's full force, the wound ultimately proved insurmountable. Had it been in prime condition, the Tiger Demon would have preferred to engage the young man in white, although the latter boasted greater physical strength and ferocity in close combat. The Tiger Demon was not intimidated by ferocity. Rather, it was that previous adversary wielding a blade, so slippery, so swift, and so elusive that it had suffered such severe harm. Puff, puff, puff. The injuries were too severe. It could no longer unleash the power of the Demon King's bloodline. The Tiger Demon could only struggle to defend itself, its strength and speed evidently waning, completely overpowered and battered by the young man in white, with wounds multiplying on its body. The moment it was captured by the human deity, it had foreshadowed this day. As the final thrust of the young man's sword approached, the Tiger Demon ceased to resist. Puff! The sword pierced through the Tiger Demon's brow, completely penetrating its skull. The Tiger Demon met its demise. He failed to engage in 10 battles, perishing instead after merely 2 encounters, and met his demise at the hands of 2 youths in the Marquis-level realm. The atmosphere below fell into an abrupt silence. The youth in white unsheathed his sword and descended from the arena. Yuan Palace's Yin Jin. Are you not continuing? Inquired a court official, for it was customary to remain on the stage as long as victory was achieved, with Yuan Palace promising even more formidable adversaries. The youth in white remained silent, making his way back to his position. The court official, resigned, recognized that by stepping down from the arena, he had forfeited his chance. He awaited the soldiers of Yuan Palace to clear away the remains of the Tiger Demon and usher in a new opponent. Meng Chuan, seated nearby, observed as the youth in white halted in the vicinity of the Mirror Lake Academy. Turning to Meng Chuan, the youth spoke coldly. Had it not been for your inflicting severe injuries, its speed could have been enhanced by an additional 30%, allowing it to sustain the eruption of its Demon King bloodline for a longer duration. I would have been left with no choice but to flee. With that, he resumed his stride toward his position. His tone was somewhat frigid, and throughout his utterance, the Academy's headmaster and 6 disciples remained silent. This individual, known as Yin Jin, had spoken but a single sentence, directed solely at senior brother Meng. Wan Meng marveled at this. Meng Chuan's curiosity was piqued as he regarded the white-clad youth. This Yin Jin appears rather youthful, perhaps even younger than Meng Chuan himself, murmured the clan leader, Meng Yinping. He seems to be of a tender age, remarked Meng Dajiang. With such exceptional talent yet still at the washing marrow stage, he is likely no older than 14 or 15. Such high potential, even without the backing of a prominent family, would surely attract the Academy's earnest cultivation efforts, ensuring a swift progression in his training, concluded clan leader Meng Yinping. The next battle has commenced, he announced, as yet another demon ascended to the arena. This is indeed a formidable demon, albeit merely a bovine one. It appears that the master of Yuan Palace has specifically prepared this Tiger Demon for Chuan and the esteemed young friend Yin Jin. Meng Dajiang remarked with a smile, noting that Tiger Demons are exceedingly rare and possess a comprehensive array of strengths, almost devoid of weaknesses, were it not for their prolonged hunger diminishing their power. Both Meng Chuan and Yin Jin would find themselves ill-equipped to contend with such a high-tier demon. The disciples of the 8 great academies, having attained the transcendent stage, took turns ascending the platform to engage in combat. Generally, these disciples are somewhat older, with the youngest being merely 16 and the oldest reaching the age of 20. Beyond this age, one can no longer remain within the academy and must also fulfill military obligations. According to the academy's regulations, those in the cleansing pulse stage may train within the academy until the age of 18, while those in the transcendent stage may remain until the age of 20. As for the no-leak stage, once one achieves that level, departure from the academy is mandatory, as there is nothing further to impart. The battles continued, and before long, it was afternoon. The Transcendence disciples concluded their skirmishes. Overall, the 24 Transcendence disciples exhibited a significant increase in strength, with 3 having comprehended secret techniques. These 3, bolstered by their foundation in the Transcendence stage, surpassed even Meng Chuan and Yin Jin in prowess, making their battles all the more exhilarating. However, in terms of potential, those 3 disciples who had grasped secret techniques could not compare to Meng Chuan and Yin Jin. Among them, 2 attained this understanding at the age of 18, while 1 did so at 19, rendering their hopes of becoming divine beings far less promising than those of Meng Chuan and his peers. Meng Chuan's father, Meng Dajiang, and another member of the Meng family, named Meng Zhu, both comprehended secret techniques at 19, sharing similarly dim prospects of achieving divinity. Presently, in Dongning Prefecture, the most gifted of the younger generation is undoubtedly Mei Yuanji, who has grasped the concept of momentum. Secondly, there is Meng Chuan. Following him are the 3 individuals who have comprehended the secret techniques of the Transcendence Realm. Undoubtedly, the youth clad in white, Yin Jin, is likely on par with Meng Chuan, if not even more exceptional. However, it is presumed that he hails from a foreign land. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that the 5 great demon families possess no knowledge of him. The battle among the disciples of the 8 great academies has concluded. An official of the court proclaimed in a resonant voice, echoing throughout the surroundings, that today marks the final battle against the demons. The revelation of a final battle astonished all present, and Meng Chuan listened intently, having thought that the event was drawing to a close. The official continued with a smile, announcing that the last contest would feature Mei Yuanji pitted against a centipede demon that has refined its demon core. Mei Yuanji? It surprised Meng Chuan to learn that he too would take action today, his eyes lighting up with interest. Chapter 17. The conclusion of the demon-slaying assembly. The Yuanyang Palace has indeed treated Mei Yuanji well, specifically providing him with a formidable demon possessing a refined demon core for a grand battle. Yun Fucheng chuckled softly, suggesting that they likely hope this confrontation will allow Mei Yuanji to make significant progress, thereby enhancing his chances of entering the Yuan Chushan. Brother, do you believe Mei Yuanji can enter Yuan Chushan? Yun Fuan inquired. If he succeeds, he may overshadow our Yun family. In the entirety of Dongning Prefecture, only the Zhang family's ancestor has attained the status of a deity in Yuan Chushan. What if another were to join, entering Yuan Chushan? Do you think it is that simple? Yun Fucheng replied quietly. Among the 23 provinces of the Great Zhou Dynasty, there are only 20 available spots. Moreover, the offspring of some powerful deities from the capital and provincial cities are also vying for entry. A genius born of common origins aspires to enter the Yuan Chushan, a feat far more arduous than that faced by the formidable offspring of divine beings. What of Meng Chuan? Yunfu cannot help but inquire. For Ming Xianggu is certain to lend her unwavering support to him. Yet, what is Ming Xianggu in this context? Yunfu Cheng gently shakes his head. The essence of true energy subtly enveloping the surroundings to muffle sound. He has not even managed to step foot into Yuan Chushan. Our father, too, harbors the grand ambition of entering Yuan Chushan. Yunfu nods in agreement. The ability to access Yuan Chushan has become a defining line demarcating the strengths of divine beings and demons. Only those of sufficient power receive an invitation to enter. As for Mei Yuanji, having comprehended the ice will too late, his chances of entering Yuan Chushan are but 2 or 3 in 10. Yun Fuqing continues. And I am well aware of his temperament. He is exceedingly proud, and even if he were to become a divine being at Yuan Chushan, he would be loath to remain in Dongning Prefecture. In this world, aside from those bound by great family ties, truly unencumbered commoners, if endowed with extraordinary talent, would much prefer to establish their roots in the state capital or even relocate their entire family to the vicinity of Yuan Chushan. Discussions abound regarding Mei Yuanji. Many believe his prospects of entering Yuan Chushan are dim, yet all acknowledge that he still possesses a glimmer of hope. That alone is remarkable. Be cautious. The Lord of Yuanyang Palace advises. Indeed, the slender Mei Yuanji rises and strides toward the arena. Upon reaching the stage, he confronts a creature adorned in black armor, possessing a feminine visage, with 6 arms encased in the same dark shell, and a particularly striking, sharp black tail. It bore an enigmatic smile as it gazed at Mei Yuanji, its voice imbued with an unusual gentleness. Such a youthful lad, I can sense your vibrant vitality. Mei Yuanji unsheathed his sword, a chilling aura coalescing around him, transforming him into a seemingly eternal iceberg, his formidable presence escalating with each passing moment. The emanating chill began to frost the arena's surface. The centipede demon chuckled softly, Ah, it appears you have only recently grasped the concept of ice power. Kill. A glint of cold light flickered in Mei Yuanji's eyes. In that instant, his form split into 7, each shadow manifesting in various directions, surrounding the centipede demon, each unleashing a blade of light. 7 streaks of sword light surged towards the demon at the center. Is this the extent of your power? Scattered? The centipede demon remained unmoving, its 6 arms striking out in rapid succession, shattering each blade with a resounding impact. Then, Mei Yuanji's true self suddenly appeared before the centipede demon, a single sword light piercing towards its head. This strike was not only swift but even more terrifying than the previous 7. The centipede demon, taken aback, swiftly brought 2 of its hands together, forcefully clamping down on the sword. It fixed its gaze upon Mei Yuanji, a grin spreading across its face, so those 7 strikes were merely a diversion. And this is your true lethal move? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Mei Yuanji commanded the sword to shatter, the remnants of the blade, imbued with true energy, scattered violently, some fragments striking the centipede demon's face, eliciting a piercing wail from it. Mei Yuanji's palms were enveloped in a layer of frost as he struck forcefully against the chest of the centipede demoness. With a resounding thud, she was sent hurtling backward. This was indeed a decisive blow. A chill glimmered in his eyes, for he was acutely aware that he was at a disadvantage against the centipede demoness, who had cultivated her demon core to perfection. Thus, he unleashed his full strength from the outset, while the world recognized his prowess in swordsmanship. What he had truly comprehended was the essence of ice. Utilizing his sword techniques to manifest this icy power was not fundamentally different from employing his fists. The sword merely served as a guise to mislead onlookers. The centipede demoness bore the marks of injury, blood marring her visage, and her chest was caved in. As she flew backward, an enraged howl escaped her lips. Indeed, you treacherous human, prepare to meet your demise. Enraged, her aura surged violently, and her demon core shattered, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy. Die! With fury, her 6 arms struck out simultaneously, targeting 2 nearby sects, namely the Liang and Fengyang sections. In a swift motion, hundreds of black beams erupted from her hands, hurtling toward the positions of the 2 sections. Simultaneously, her tail elongated and sharpened, darting toward the startled Mei Yuanji. Alarm bells rang out. Panic rippled through the ranks. The leaders of the Liang and Fengyang sects were taken aback, their expressions a blend of shock and fury, while the 12 disciples trembled in fear. There was no way to withstand the onslaught. The 2 leaders, preoccupied with their own survival, could scarcely hope to protect even a few of their disciples. Rescuing everyone was simply beyond their means. July. Meng Chuan was taken aback, despite being an observer. The crisis struck unexpectedly as the centipede demoness charged towards the disciples of the Dao Academy. The master of Yuyang Palace, seated nearby, furrowed his brow and softly reprimanded. The surrounding void trembled. Hundreds of streaks of black light, swifter than arrows, shattered and obliterated everything in their path. The centipede demoness found herself helplessly suspended, unable to move even a fraction, gazing incredulously at the master of Yuyang Palace seated in the main position. It's impossible. From such a distance, you cannot thwart my strike aimed at shattering the demon core. Nothing is impossible. The master of Yuyang Palace rose and took merely 2 steps to reach the arena, looking at the centipede demoness, now completely immobilized and devoid of any resistance. Who would have thought you would dare to shatter your demon core and attempt to slay my kind? Ha. The centipede demoness let out a shrill laugh. You humans merely wish for me to hone your young talents, don't you? How could I possibly comply? Instead, I intend to slay your kin. The more the merrier. Alas, I ultimately failed. Not a single one was slain. Cough, cough, cough. A trace of green blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. With her demon core shattered, her life was all but forfeit. Just wait. This entire world will eventually belong to my demon race, and at that time, all of you humans shall perish. The centipede demoness screamed in madness. In an instant, her entire form was severed and obliterated by invisible threads, dissolving into a pool of black shell and green blood. How absurd. The master of Yuyang Palace let out a derisive laugh before turning to Mei Yuanji, who was still somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the centipede demoness would deliberately endure one of his lethal strikes, propelling herself closer to a group of disciples from the Dao Academy, seizing the opportunity to attack them. From the outset, the centipede demoness had no intention of engaging in a genuine battle with him. Summoning such a formidable creature, one that had refined its demon core, was an endeavor that was inherently fraught with unpredictability. Very well, descend, commanded the master of Yuyang Palace. Understood, replied Mei Yuanji with a nod. Standing alone on the arena, the master of Yuyang Palace surveyed the onlookers. The spectators were still shaken by the centipede demoness' desperate and devastating attack that had shattered her demon core. Since I dared to arrange for a demon of such caliber to take the stage, I assure you there will be no oversight, the master declared calmly. Thus, the demon-slaying Grand Assembly concludes here. With that, the master turned and vanished from sight within mere steps. At that moment, the governor finally rose. Smiling as he addressed the crowd, I apologize for the fright you all experienced earlier. However, with the master present, the formidable demon was merely a buffoon. Today's demon-slaying Grand Assembly has allowed the disciples of the 8 major Dao Academies to witness the ferocity of these creatures. Yet, these demons have endured suffering within their confines, shackled and unable to unleash their full potential. Thus, on the battlefield, you will have companions, and they will be even more fearsome. Therefore, I urge all disciples of the Dao Academy to dedicate themselves to rigorous training, for only then can you safeguard yourselves and vanquish even more demons in the future. And so, the demon-slaying Grand Assembly came to an end. The actions of the centipede demoness left the disciples of the Dao Academy in profound astonishment. Naturally, the extraordinary power of the master of Yuyang Palace also filled their hearts with admiration. In comparison to the master of Yuyang, the centipede demoness appeared as feeble as an ant. July, you nearly fell victim to that centipede demoness, yet you remained so exhilarated. Meng Chuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Do you not find the master formidable? Liu Qiyue inquired eagerly. She is a divine being from the primordial mountain. How could she not be strong? Meng Chuan replied, a glimmer of aspiration visible in his eyes. For he had long awaited the day he would become a divine being himself. Chapter 18, The First Encounter with Grand Ant at the Mirror Lake in the Meng residence. Meng Chuan was diligently practicing the falling leaves blade in the training ground. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, his blade flashing like lightning, and in an instant, he had completed his technique. He then seated himself upon a stone bench, lost in contemplation. Dean, I have comprehended the secret technique, and my mastery of the falling leaves blade has reached perfection, leaving no room for further advancement. How should I proceed with my training to grasp the essence of the blade? Meng Chuan, the further you progress in this blade technique, the more you must rely on your own understanding. There is little more I can teach you, Guyu replied, sipping his drink with a cheerful demeanor. I can only share how I came to realize the essence. Back when I was at the Qingyang Pass battlefield, facing monsters in life and death struggles, I discovered that the blade techniques I had learned were somewhat cumbersome. Thus, I gradually adapted my style. I struck the monsters in whatever manner was most comfortable. After my military service concluded, I insisted on remaining on the battlefield. I spent 12 years there, and one day, I perfected my self-created blade technique and grasped its essence. Guyu recounted. The dean created his own blade technique? Meng Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Guyu, with a cheerful smile, savored his drink. Mastering a supreme knife technique to perfection would allow one to comprehend secret skills and attain a state of unity. Furthermore, if one were to create their own exceptional knife technique, they could discover a unique knife momentum. What knife technique did the dean create? May I have a glimpse? Meng Chuan inquired, filled with curiosity. Haha, I shall indeed show you, Guyu replied, half inebriated yet invigorated. He commenced demonstrating a set of knife techniques that were increasingly sinister, treacherous, and fierce. Despite his petite stature, Guyu wielded a long knife with the prowess of a great ape, his form enveloped in a dance of blade light. As if every part of his body emanated the brilliance of the blade, the courtyard transformed into an atmosphere of chilling intensity. With countless leaves severed and swept away by the force of the knife's aura, Meng Chuan gazed at the malevolent technique, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This was merely a demonstration, not a full-fledged assault. In a true confrontation, the ferocity would likely multiply tenfold. This is the fastest knife in Dongning Prefecture. However, this technique is unsuitable for you all, Guyu remarked, sheathing his knife with a flourish. This is the technique that best suits me, though I am slender. My arms are quite long. This form of knife technique aligns perfectly with my physique. For those of you with average builds, the falling leaves knife is far more appropriate, as it was crafted by the divine beings of Yuanchu Mountain, ideal for building a solid foundation. Of course, since you have perfected the falling leaves knife, there is little else the Jinghu Dao Academy can teach you. It is essential to rely on your own efforts, Guyu continued with a grin. As the dean, my sole aspiration is to nurture a divine being from Yuanchu Mountain in my lifetime. Haha, Then I could boast about it forever. Chuaner. Meng Dajiang arrived at the training ground. Father. Meng Chuan rose and said, "Follow me to the ancestral home to meet your granddad." Meng Dajiang replied. Meng Chuan was taken aback. Granddad, are you referring to? Indeed, the immortal aunt, Meng Dajiang whispered. Meng Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was the pride of the Meng family, the towering pillar of their lineage. She represented the second divine being in the history of the Meng family. Father, let us go, Meng Chuan exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the moment he would meet his granddad. At the ancestral home, in the courtyard where immortal Aunt Meng resided, come with me. Meng Dajiang instructed as he cautiously led Meng Chuan into the yard, both of them careful not to make any loud noises. In the courtyard, an elderly woman leaned on a cane, gazing intently at a blossoming peach tree, studying the delicate flowers that had just begun to bloom. Meng Chuan observed her closely. The woman was so absorbed in her contemplation that she seemed to merge with the surrounding nature. Were one to close their eyes, they might not even sense her presence. Meng Chuan realized that this venerable lady must be his grandaunt, immortal Aunt Meng. Have you arrived? Immortal Aunt Meng turned her head and smiled warmly at Meng Dajiang and his son. Quickly, pay your respects to your grandaunt, Meng Dajiang urged in a hushed tone. Meng Chuan hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling to bow his head as he said, I pay my respects to you, grandaunt. Rise quickly, immortal Aunt Meng replied, settling into her seat. You both should sit down as well. Only then did Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan take their places beside her. Meng Chuan, filled with curiosity about his grandaunt, studied her intently. He thought she must have been quite beautiful in her youth. Little did he know, before her injury, her appearance was akin to that of an ordinary person in their 30s or 40s. Come, Meng Chuan, sit closer to your grandaunt, she gently beckoned. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan moved to a chair nearer to her. Meng Xinggu held Meng Chuan's hand, gazing at him with increasing fondness. This was the hope of the Meng family. Meng Chuan, you should attain the completion of the washing marrow stage in 2 or 3 months, Meng Xinggu remarked. Indeed, Meng Chuan nodded. Foundation establishment, external refinement, washing marrow. All merely lay the groundwork for perfecting the physical body, Meng Xinggu continued. In the transcendent stage, one begins to shed their mortal form, cultivating a divine demonic body and gradually acquiring the powers of the divine and demonic realms. This signifies a transformation in the level of existence. Akin to evolving from an ant into a tiger or leopard, we gradually transition from mere mortals to divine beings. The first step in this transformation is the transcendent stage. Meng Xinggu emphasized, this stage is particularly crucial. With sufficient rare treasures of heaven and earth, one can forge an immensely powerful foundation for the divine demonic body. Divine demonic foundation? Meng Chuan was taken aback. The development of a fetus in the womb is of utmost importance, Meng Xinggu explained. Some ancient divine demonic families allow pregnant women to consume rare treasures while the fetus is still in the womb, enabling the child to be far superior to their peers upon birth. The transcendent stage represents the fetal period of the divine demonic being, she elaborated. The pivotal moment to alter one's innate qualities. I have exhausted our family's accumulated treasures over the years to procure a drop of divine, demonic jade marrow liquid. When you begin cultivating the divine demonic body, consume it immediately to establish a formidable foundation. Your physical strength and the purity of your vital energy will far surpass your contemporaries. Divine demonic jade marrow liquid? Meng Dajiang was astonished. And, is this truly wise? The Meng family's years of accumulation, this must have depleted more than half of our resources. And this decision was made without the consent of the clan leader or the elders. Meng Dajiang was left in a state of uncertainty. Meng Chuan suddenly felt an immense pressure. Why would his great-aunt take such a desperate gamble, nearly depleting the family's treasures for a single drop of divine essence? To be used solely on him? The family had always upheld principles of fairness. He had merely grasped a secret technique. And whether he could ascend to divinity in this lifetime remained uncertain. Was it truly wise to nurture him in such a manner? Meng Xinggu smiled at this younger member of the family, perceiving his unease. My dear great-nephew, I have sustained severe injuries and can only endure for another 7 or 8 years. Therefore, I cannot afford to wait long. I must devote myself entirely to your cultivation. Meng Chuan was taken aback. The family's towering pillar could only survive for another 7 or 8 years. Meng Xinggu continued. Not only have I exchanged a drop of divine essence for you, but also, the merits accumulated over the past 80 years from battling the demonic clan in Yuanchu Mountain will be directly transferred to you, provided you comprehend the blade's intent before you turn 20. And, These merits are the fruits of your many years of toil, Meng Dajiang interjected. It is worth it if the family can produce another divinity, Meng Xianggu replied, gazing at Meng Chuan. You are the sole hope of our family. I believe you can shoulder this responsibility. Having experienced such calamity at the tender age of 6, Meng Chuan's character was exceptional. He quickly accepted the burden and nodded. Great Aunt, I am uncertain if I can become a divine being, but I shall exert every ounce of my strength. He remained remarkably composed. Meng Xianggu smiled and nodded. Excellent. I did not misjudge you. Meanwhile, Meng Dajiang appeared somewhat anxious. Dajiang, Meng Xianggu said. You may disagree with my decision to reveal everything and place this burden upon Meng Chuan. However, to attain the divine and demonic realms, one must possess an indomitable spirit. You must have faith in your son, Meng Chuan. He is far more extraordinary than you realize. Chapter 19. The Path of Cultivation for Meng Chuan. Meng Dajiang gazed upon his son. Reflecting on the fierce battle between his son and the demons at the recent demon-slaying event, and a revelation dawned upon him. Although Chuan's wings may still be tender, it is indeed time for him to spread them and take flight, before Meng Chuan embarks on his cultivation of the divine and demonic body. Bring him to me to acquire the divine and demonic essence, instructed Meng Xianggu. Understood, replied Meng Dajiang. That single drop of divine and demonic essence is immensely precious. Even the ancient divine and demonic families in the royal capital, with their numerous talented youths, would find it nearly impossible to procure even a single drop to establish their foundational powers. Typically, only those prodigies with exceptional talents, born once in a century within their families, receive the substantial nurturing from the ancient divine and demonic clans. Meng Chuan, should you encounter any perplexities during your cultivation, feel free to consult your grand-aunt. Meng Xianggu smiled, adding, if you face any troublesome matters, do not hesitate to speak to your grand-aunt. Grand-aunt, Meng Chuan immediately responded. I indeed have a matter that currently perplexes me. How can I attain the next level of mastery in my swordsmanship? Meng Xianggu smiled. I see. You have inquired with the head of the Dao Academy, who mentioned that he developed a unique, top-tier sword technique that allowed him to comprehend the sword's momentum. That is indeed one approach. Meng Xianggu nodded, then turned to Meng Dajiang. Dajiang, how did you achieve your breakthrough? Meng Dajiang paused, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes as he recounted. In my early days of military service, I was part of a small team, each member with designated roles, and mine was to entangle the demons. Thus, the focus was primarily on mastering three-knife techniques. I resided at Qinyang Pass for a decade, and upon my departure to return home, I took the opportunity to explore the surrounding prefectures. By chance, I encountered a woman engaged in combat with a demon. Meng Dajiang turned to Meng Chuan and remarked, that is your mother. A tremor coursed through Meng Chuan's heart. Mother? Your mother possessed an exquisite beauty, under the sunlight. The silhouette of her battling the demon is an image I shall never forget. At that moment, I was infused with an overwhelming sense of power, and without hesitation, I charged forward, effortlessly employing my knife techniques to ensnare the demon. On that occasion, my execution of the knife techniques felt ethereal and remarkably effortless, and I inadvertently grasped the essence of the blade's momentum. Meng Dajiang chuckled. The first time I encountered your mother, I comprehended the blade's momentum. What a coincidence. Dajiang had a decade of battlefield experience that culminated in a breakthrough that day. Meng Xianggu remarked, Dajiang has merely honed 3 knife techniques, while the head of your Jinghu Daoist Academy has developed a premier set of knife techniques. Your headmaster excels in breadth, whereas Dajiang excels in precision. There is no clear distinction between the two. In fact, your father is more adept at entangling enemies. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. I have read the chronicles of divine beings and demons, particularly the tale of the divine being Deng Feng. He trained alone in the remote mountains, drawing his blade 10,000 times daily for 2 decades. Upon emerging from the mountains, he wielded his blade with such prowess that he effortlessly dispatched a formidable adversary of the Wuzhou realm. Indeed, the ability to slay a Wuzhou realm opponent while in the Shisui realm signifies a transcendence beyond the mere technique of the blade. He epitomizes specialization, albeit his innate talent vastly eclipses that of your father. That singular strike was so astonishing that it drew the attention of Yuanchu Mountain without the need for any trials. Meng Xianggu remarked that he lacked guidance, and his swordsmanship bore a critical flaw. He was only proficient in a singular strike. Should anyone discern his vulnerabilities and exploit them, he would face dire consequences. However, having recently emerged in prominence, he was swiftly recruited by the Yuan Chushan, which allowed him to rectify his shortcomings and enhance his skills, ultimately rendering him invincible in his era. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. I have spent a considerable time at the Anhai Pass and received insights from the Anhai King. Meng Xingu continued. The Anhai King possesses immeasurable strength and holds an esteemed position within the Yuan Chushan. In terms of power, he is undoubtedly comparable to the formidable demon you mentioned, Dang Feng. Meng Chuan was well aware of the Anhai King's prowess. In Dongning Prefecture, ordinary citizens enlisted for military service at the Qinong Pass, while the demons of Dongning Prefecture predominantly took to the battlefield at the Anhai Pass, where the supreme commander was none other than the Anhai King. Even the royal family of the Zhou Dynasty held him in great reverence, directly bestowing upon him the title of king. Meng Chuan gently nodded, sitting alone, savoring fruit while deep in thought. The Anhai King's guidance to his grandaunt resonated with the fourth principle from my integrated 9 principles of cultivation, craftsman, and master, revealing certain commonalities. Meng Chuan understood that by following his instincts and pursuing what he cherished most, he could cultivate with greater dedication, deriving deeper enjoyment from the process, and potentially becoming a master himself. Listening to the dean, his father, and his grandaunt, coupled with my integrated principles of cultivation, he felt a sense of clarity regarding his next steps in training. Meng Chuan had long harbored these thoughts. However, he must heed the guidance of seasoned practitioners who have mastered the art of cultivation, engaging in mutual verification. The 6th principle of cultivation states, one's learning must form a coherent system. Only then can one avoid fatal flaws, as a strong individual's life and death are often determined by their most critical weaknesses. A conspicuous vulnerability will inevitably become a target in the future, leading to one's downfall and potentially resulting in the loss of life. Even if one has triumphed numerous times, a single misstep could prove fatal. The formidable demon, Dang Feng, excelled in that very strike. My great-aunt also remarked that Dang Feng possessed a grave deficiency. Fortunately, he was swiftly recruited into the Yuanchu Mountain, where he remedied his shortcomings. As a swordsman, there are 3 primary aspects: slaying foes, self-preservation, and escape. Meng Chuan declared that these 3 techniques would constitute his system, and henceforth, he would dedicate himself to mastering these 3 paths. The 5th principle of cultivation asserts, daily progress leads to monthly transformations, culminating in eventual mastery. As long as one makes incremental advancements each day, after 3, 5, or even 10 years, monumental achievements will ensue. Yet, this principle harbors a critical flaw. Even with daily progress, if one traverses in a great circle, they will ultimately return to the starting point. Accumulating small steps is futile if the direction is misguided. It becomes exceedingly challenging to reach a distant destination. The same applies to cultivation. Without a clear direction, merely practicing could lead one astray, resulting in a futile cycle. Even after 10 or 20 years, one may achieve nothing. This is one of the reasons why many of Dang Feng's disciples, who diligently practiced his sword techniques, encountered failure. Meng Chuan mused that there were indeed juniors who sought to emulate the relentless training of the demon Dang Feng. Failure. Most people abandon their pursuits midway. They are influenced by teachings from their mentors and elders, who can disregard external distractions and devote 4 hours daily to mastering a single stroke. Even if one manages to eliminate all disturbances and focuses solely on that stroke, it is not uncommon to practice it incorrectly. Yet, there are those who succeed, which is why the saying a single skill can conquer all exists. It is essential to have a clear direction and to ascertain that one is consistently progressing. Meng Chuan mused that as long as he advanced along his chosen path, he would not circle back or take detours. Each day, he moved further along, ultimately reaching his distant destination. My affinity for the swift blade stems from its swiftness. Thus, my determined direction is speed. In the training arena, a guard perched on a branch of a large tree, crossbow aimed at the ground below, inquired, "Young master, shall I begin?" "Commence." As Meng Chuan stood ready, the guard pulled the trigger of the crossbow, releasing an arrow that shot downward. In an instant, Meng Chuan drew his sword and struck. The arrow was severed, and the blade's energy etched a mark upon the sturdy trunk of the tree. As long as the imprint of the blade's wind remained on the bark, it signified that his speed of drawing the sword surpassed that of the arrow. Cleaving it with swiftness, Meng Chuan contemplated. There are 3 paths: vanquishing foes, self-defense, and escape. He focused solely on one technique, following his instincts and the desires of his heart. He chose the draw of the sword. He relished the moment of unsheathing, the silence before the blade cut through the air, listening intently to the whisper of the wind. Such swordsmanship possessed a beauty that captivated him, making each strike an obsession. He delighted in the rapidity of his draw, finding the sound of the blade slicing through the air utterly enchanting. Only practice one move, pursuing speed. Speed has always been his passion since childhood. The faster, the better. Whoosh. The guard atop the tree shot another arrow downward. The advantage of the hand crossbow is its remarkable stability, ensuring that each arrow flies forth with equal swiftness. This consistency allows Meng Chuan to ascertain whether his swordsmanship is indeed accelerating. Moreover, it is not merely speed he seeks, but also precision. In the blink of an eye, he must cleave the arrow in twain. Each day, his first training exercise consists of the drawn sword technique. He performs this technique to slice through arrows for 3 hours daily, totaling 8,000 strikes. Meng Chuan's drawn sword technique is derived from the drawn sword style of the falling leaf sword, a technique established by the mountain deity during the early Yuan dynasty. Taught across the various academies of the Great Zhou Dynasty and is sufficiently flawless. Chapter 20. Father and son 3 guards are responsible for launching the arrows from the hand crossbow, alternating their turns. Additionally, 5 guards are tasked with loading a multitude of arrows into the empty crossbows. These rapid-fire crossbows are quite intricate, each capable of holding 10 arrows at once. Fortunately, arrow production is relatively simple, as each arrow measures the length of a palm, with a wooden shaft and a sharp tip. Meng Chuan must sever 8,000 wooden shafts of arrows each day. Thus, he requires the craftsman to expedite the production of enough shafts to fit with arrowheads. Hurry! Every day, servants deliver a heap of arrowheads to a workshop, where 10 apprentices are specifically assigned to craft these small wooden shafts and attach the arrowheads. Per Meng Chuan's instructions, each shaft must bear a red dot. When he draws his sword, he aims to strike precisely at this red mark. The task of crafting the wooden shafts poses no significant difficulty, yet it is time-consuming. Over time, these crossbows also require maintenance, or even replacement. Phew! Meng Chuan stood resolutely, swiftly drawing his blade. In an instant, the gleam of the sword flashed, cleaving through the ethereal arrows that shot forth like phantoms, striking precisely at the red mark upon the wooden post. The residual energy from his strike left indelible marks upon the ironclad trunk of the mighty tree. He yearned for greater speed. Each stroke was a pursuit of swiftness. His physical form, his vital energy, and his swordsmanship all converged under the fervent desire of his spirit, continually awakening untapped potential in his quest for rapidity. The human body harbors immense latent power. The more one harnesses, the greater the force unleashed. Countless repetitions of practice proved far more effective than idle daydreaming. As he repeatedly executed his strikes, his body, vital energy, and sword technique fused ever more seamlessly, growing increasingly cohesive. Although the progress was subtle, the marks left upon the ironclad tree trunk bore witness to his advancement. Each day, these traces of blade energy ascended slowly, and even the slightest elevation filled his heart with joy. He recognized his progress. The technique had indeed quickened. He aspired for greater precision and speed. Meng Chuan's training was an indulgence. However, the several adept companions who once served as his sparring partners were now deemed unnecessary. The expenditure of silver on their services had decreased, for the cost of engaging several adept practitioners was considerable. To Meng Chuan, he had already grasped the secret techniques. The few adept partners who had also comprehended these techniques offered him scant assistance. His second daily practice involved agility and defensive sword techniques. Release, commanded a servant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 guards of the cleansing marrow realm and 2 from the transcendence realm simultaneously unleashed their arrows. The arrow shafts are crafted from crimson blood black iron. Yet they lack arrowheads, their tips wrapped in cloth. Nevertheless, when the 12 arrows are unleashed within a distance of 10 zhang, each guard at the marrow washing stage possesses a strength of 1,000 pounds, while those at the rebirth stage are even more formidable. The swiftness of these arrows is indeed remarkable. As a barrage rains down, Meng Chuan can only employ his agility to evade, simultaneously wielding his blade to parry. The first row of guards retreats, followed by a second row consisting of 10 marrow washing guards and 2 rebirth guards, who simultaneously release their arrows. Soon after, the third row, identical in composition, unleashes their volleys as well. Thus, 3 rows take turns in rapid succession. With each round, they unleash a synchronized barrage. Among the 12 arrows in every volley, 2 originate from the rebirth guards, possessing even greater speed and power. The threat looms large at such close range. Under this relentless hail of arrows, Meng Chuan inevitably suffers hits. He feels fatigue and weariness, yet he must endure. The more fatigued he becomes, the more he must persist. He forges his body and spirit into a singular entity, deepening the unity of body and mind. This, in turn, enhances his speed and agility. His defensive blade techniques also become swifter. This rigorous training necessitates the participation of 30 marrow washing guards and 6 rebirth guards as sparring partners. Each day, they engage in half an hour of relentless arrow barrages, leaving the guards, despite their rotation in 3 rows, utterly exhausted. Meng Chuan too reaches his limits. As night falls, when the world is shrouded in darkness, he stands in his small courtyard, fully restored in vital energy, preparing for his final simple training, the ultimate drawing of the blade. Alone, Meng Chuan stands still, unwavering. Suddenly, his body transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing and reappearing 10 paces away, a blade of light cleaving through the air. This time, his movement surged forward with even greater swiftness, and his swordplay was executed with remarkable speed, surpassing that of the daylight hours. What accounted for this enhanced velocity in both movement and technique? It was the ultimate draw technique, which unleashed his true energy at its maximum potential, channeling the utmost capacity of his meridians. He infused his true energy to the point of experiencing a slight discomfort, akin to a sensation of swelling within his channels. He sensed that should he increase the flow further, his meridians might sustain injury. Thus, with such extreme bursts of true energy, his speed and movement and swordplay naturally escalated. However, each application of the ultimate draw technique demanded an astonishing expenditure of true energy. Yet, the resultant power was immense. Once, twice, Meng Chuan executed the technique repeatedly, each time his form dissolving into illusions, leaving behind ephemeral arcs of blade light. On the 31st attempt, Meng Chuan halted, the meridians coursing with true energy, now feeling somewhat swollen, though devoid of any sharp pain. He reflected, in accordance with the teachings of the Dao Academy, that the physical body is indeed remarkable. Through rigorous training, bones and muscles grow stronger. If the meridians undergo extreme exertion, they too would gradually expand and toughen. The ultimate bursts of true energy would continually stimulate the meridians to adapt. I must enable my meridians to endure even greater outbursts. In a life-and-death struggle, this would allow for swifter movements and more potent strikes. Meng Chuan contemplated that developing the body to accommodate stronger true energy was an alternative path beyond the integration of body and mind. The convergence of these two paths would empower him further. These 3 forms of cultivation, combined with regular medicinal baths and the consumption of elixirs to expedite the cleansing of one's marrow, constitute Meng Chuan's daily regimen of practice. With unwavering dedication, the days passed one after another. His father had departed from Dongning Prefecture on a long journey. The tavern his father operated was renowned as the finest in Dongning, largely owing to a unique seasoning known as lotus fish powder. This rare condiment, made from small fish that are dried and ground, transforms even ordinary dishes into extraordinary culinary delights. Thus, with the aid of this lotus fish powder, the tavern ascended to the pinnacle of all establishments in Dongning. Nevertheless, the precise nature of the lotus fish remained a mystery that even the other 4 esteemed families of the divine demons in Dongning yearned to uncover. Fortunately, Meng Dajiang was away for only 3 to 4 months each year, while Liu Qiyue, the father of his younger sister Qiyue, spent the majority of his time abroad. Nightfall enveloped the landscape as 2 figures glided through the wilderness like phantoms. Upon reaching Yufeng Prefecture, they finally entered the territory of Wuzhou. They decided to rest in Yufeng. As Meng Dajiang's injury required adequate recuperation, further travel was ill-advised. The 2 figures halted, one being the charming Liu Qiyue, and the other, a now slender Meng Dajiang. Clad in black, Meng Dajiang's physique resembled that of his youth, appearing considerably more handsome despite his emaciated state. His complexion was pale, and he could not suppress a fit of coughing. As he covered his mouth, blood stained his palm. "You are truly overexerting yourself," Liu Qiyue remarked, unable to contain his concern. "Chuaner is on the verge of entering the Rebirth Realm, and I must accumulate sufficient merit," Meng Dajiang replied. Liu Qiyue shook his head and remarked, "You have risked your life time and again, toiling for so many years, only to exchange all your merits for a single ice heart fruit. Is it truly worth it, merely to forge a foundation for your son?" Meng Dajiang, weary yet smiling, replied, "My greatest pride in this life is my son. No matter the cost for Chuaner, it is worth every sacrifice." Chapter 21. The Perfection of the Bone-Washing Realm. Indeed, Liu Qiyue chuckled lightly, finding himself at a loss for words with this old friend. Yet, their bond, forged through mutual admiration for one another's character, is precisely why they have become such steadfast companions. "Come, Let us enter the city, Meng Dajiang suggested. The two quietly approached Yufeng City, now cloaked in the depths of night. The city gates had long been locked, and guards patrolled the walls. However, Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue transformed into mere shadows, leaping effortlessly to a height exceeding the city walls by over 10 zhang. A faint black mist enveloped their forms, rendering them nearly imperceptible in the darkness. Thus, they glided silently past the top of the city wall from a height of 10 zhang. My lord, my lord. On the wall, the gatekeeper Wang Qianfan led several subordinates in their rounds, the guards displaying utmost respect. Wang Qianfan suddenly furrowed his brow and looked up. My lord, what troubles you? His deputy inquired, puzzled. Tell the brothers to be cautious. We must not allow any demons to infiltrate. Wang Qianfan's frown deepened, sensing something amiss, though he could not articulate why. As a master who had grasped the flawless realm of momentum, he was the sentinel of Yufeng City. It was improbable for anything beneath the divine to escape his awareness. If indeed there exist beings of divine or demonic caliber, their presence renders the hindrances posed by mere mortals utterly futile. Yes, responded the assistant, Lianing. With a swift motion, Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue stealthily entered the city of Yufeng. The chief guard at the city gate turned out to be a master of profound insight. Had we been careless, he might have detected our presence. Liu Qiyue chuckled, saying that if we were truly discovered, it would be time for us to make our exit. I have caused you trouble, Meng Dajiang lamented. Are we still speaking of such matters, brother? Liu Qiyue replied. In the opulent residence of a wealthy merchant within Yufeng, the servants were well aware of their master's cordial welcome for two esteemed friends. That will be all. You may leave, Liu Qiyue instructed. As you wish. The merchant complied dutifully. The hall was now left with only Liu Qiyue and Meng Dajiang. Meng Dajiang was engrossed in devouring a whole roasted lamb, accompanied by copious amounts of beef. The sound of crunching echoed as his strong teeth effortlessly shattered even the toughest bones, leaving nothing but clean scraps. As he relished the meat, he occasionally lifted a gourd to sip the wine within. Dajiang, watching you feast so heartily makes me envious, Liu Qiyue remarked, pouring himself a drink from the wine jug and savoring it leisurely. I dare say, in Dongning Prefecture, you would undoubtedly be the champion of appetite. A whole roasted lamb and hundreds of pounds of meat consumed with such finesse. Are you envious of me? Meng Dajiang, slightly plumper than before, responded as he poured himself more wine from the nearby wine jar. After filling his gourd, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robes and dropped 3 medicinal pills into the gourd, allowing them to dissolve in the wine. Regardless, I had never before encountered such a method of cultivation. In this world, there exists a means to enhance one's strength merely through consumption, Liu Qiyue exclaimed. As Meng Dajiang indulged in wine and meat, he devoured every morsel, gaining approximately 10 pounds. This method of healing is remarkably swift. I have already recovered significantly today. Meng Dajiang remarked, by tomorrow, I shall be entirely well. However, the previous battle consumed an excessive amount of my vitality to return to my peak state. I will need to feast for another 5 or 6 days. Let us proceed slowly, for there is no need to rush. Liu Qiyue chuckled, noting that Meng Chuan must reach the Transcendence Realm by at least May, allowing ample time for preparation. Indeed, Meng Dajiang nodded. During their 6-day residence within the affluent merchant's estate, Liu Qiyue discreetly managed their affairs while Meng Dajiang devoted his days to feasting and cultivation. By the end of this period, he had gained approximately 80 pounds, transforming from a rather dashing figure into one of considerable girth. Once his strength was restored to its zenith, Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue quietly departed from Yufeng City. Meng Dajiang felt the jade box nestled against his chest, within which lay an ice heart fruit, a reward earned through years of perilous endeavors. My lord, Master Liu, the guards at the entrance greeted with evident delight. Father. Meng Chuan approached his father. Let us dine, Meng Dajiang replied with a jovial demeanor. Speaking of food, your father is always pleased, Liu Qiyue interjected with a smile. You simply eat too little. Just look at how thin you are, Meng Dajiang remarked, raising an eyebrow as he strode confidently into the hall. On the night of May 11th, Meng Chuan completed his marrow cleansing and blood transformation, achieving a state of perfection. On May 12th, Meng Dajiang took Meng Chuan to the ancestral home. Meng Xiangyu leisurely savored some pastries while perusing the book in her hands. Andy, Meng Chuan greeted Meng Xiangyu. Have you completed the washing of your marrow? Meng Xiangyu nodded with satisfaction, producing a porcelain vial from her robe and handing it to Meng Chuan. This contains a drop of divine and demonic jade marrow liquid. Once you commence your cultivation of the divine and demonic body, it may be consumed. At the latest, It must be taken within 3 months of starting your practice. After that period, you will miss the critical opportunity to forge the foundation of your divine and demonic essence. Indeed, Meng Chuan replied solemnly, accepting the vial, which represented nearly the entirety of the Meng family's amassed treasures. Are you prepared to cultivate a particular divine and demonic body? Meng Xiangyu inquired, for the selection of a divine and demonic body is of utmost importance. Once chosen, it is irrevocable. Even upon attaining the status of a divine being, one must remain on the path initially selected. For instance, if you choose to cultivate the flame divine body, upon achieving divinity, you may only pursue variations of the flame divine body and cannot alter your course to other paths, Meng Xiangyu explained. Meng Chuan understood this well. The divine and demonic bodies cultivated in the realm are foundational, possessing only a fraction of the powers of the divine and demonic. It is only upon becoming a true divine being that one possesses a complete divine and demonic body. There are numerous types of divine and demonic bodies, Meng Xiangyu continued. Some possess formidable defenses, termed indestructible forms. Others boast extraordinary vitality, able to regenerate lost limbs. There are those of immense strength, others with remarkable speed, and some adept at perception and exploration. Additionally, there are bodies capable of influencing entire regions. Each divine and demonic body has its unique strengths, and once a choice is made, one must tread this path for a lifetime. The 16 foundational methods of the divine demon bodies are all held within the Meng family. Meng Xiangyu inquired, you must have perused them all, haven't you? Meng Chuan nodded, affirming that he had indeed examined them. The foundational methods of the divine demon bodies can only be cultivated prior to achieving the status of a divine demon, and it is not a challenge for any divine demon clan to gather them all. Which divine demon body do you intend to cultivate? Meng Xiangyu asked. In Chapter 22, The Hidden Treasures of Meng Dajiang, Meng Chuan replied, I wish to choose the Thunder Divine Body. Before becoming a divine demon, I believe my choice is indisputably correct. However, I am uncertain if the Thunder Divine Body will still be the right choice in the future. I seek your guidance, Grand Aunt. One must keep a long-term perspective. Not merely focus on immediate benefits, but also contemplate future implications. Oh, Meng Xiangyu smiled. Pray, tell me why you have chosen the Thunder Divine Body? Meng Dajiang, who was nearby, listened attentively. My greatest strength lies in speed, Meng Chuan asserted. Currently, my agility and swordsmanship excel in swiftness, and among the 16 foundational divine demon bodies, the Thunder Divine Body is unquestionably the fastest. I believe that cultivation should serve to compensate for one's weaknesses, enhancing one's already formidable abilities. Thus, I choose the Thunder Divine Body to further accelerate my agility and swordsmanship. A potent combination? Meng Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with approval as she nodded. Meng Chuan, though you are still young, your thoughts resonate profoundly. The greatest taboo in cultivation is mediocrity. To be mediocre signifies that you cannot vanquish your foes and will merely fall prey to them. Is the Thunder Divine Body still suitable after one becomes a divine demon? Meng Chuan pressed further. Meng Xiangyu sighed. After becoming a divine demon, the Thunder Divine Body becomes even more formidable. The advantages are even more astonishing than during mundane times. With a body infused with thunder, unparalleled speed, and formidable lethal techniques, one can effortlessly escape even if they cannot vanquish their foes. However, the transition from the mundane to the divine and demonic realm, the threshold of life and death, proves to be more arduous than the typical divine or demonic form. Is the threshold of life and death indeed more challenging? Meng Chuan pondered. Upon breaching this threshold, one would be struck by lightning, unable to endure it. Death would be inevitable. Thus, Meng Xiangyu explained, one must possess a more profound foundation and a more robust accumulation to withstand it. The bar for becoming a divine or demonic being is set higher. Naturally, Yuan Shushan will clearly inform you of the level of mastery required to confidently ascend to the divine or demonic realm. It is said that at Yuan Shushan, one must attain absolute certainty before being permitted to attempt a breakthrough. Of course, those who gain entry to Yuan Shushan are all exceptionally gifted. Meng Xiangyu smiled, adding, as for those of us with lesser talents, we typically venture forth with a confidence of about 60 to 70%. After all, the longer one delays, the more one ages, and the likelihood of success diminishes to perhaps 40 or 50%, or even 2 or 3. Becoming a divine or demonic being encompasses numerous aspects: physical form, vital energy, realm, mental will, and state of mind. Since becoming a divine or demonic being entails considerable strength, I shall choose the Thunder God Body, Meng Chuan declared. Very well, Meng Xiangyu nodded with a smile, even upon achieving divinity or demonhood. You may select from several thunder god bodies, each varying in strength. If your accumulation is sufficiently robust, you may opt for the more formidable ones. If it is somewhat weaker, then a less potent thunder god body would be advisable. This way, your chances of traversing the threshold of life and death would be significantly enhanced. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Given his disposition, he was undoubtedly inclined to pursue the most formidable path. To learn from the top is to grasp only a fragment of the whole. Regardless, the aspirations must be sufficiently lofty. Without the will to strive, how can one aspire to greatness? Returning to the Mirror Lake at the Ming residence, Meng Dajiang and his son Meng Chuan walked side by side. When do you plan to make your breakthrough? Meng Dajiang inquired. Tonight, Meng Chuan replied. There's no need for delay. Then follow me, Meng Dajiang said, leading the way to their dwelling. Meng Chuan felt a tinge of confusion, but accompanied his father into his living quarters. With a resounding thud, Meng Dajiang pulled a lever hidden beneath the bed, revealing a secret passage. A tunnel? Meng Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. After all these years, he had been unaware of his father's concealed chamber. Constructing tunnels is quite customary, especially in rural fortifications, where expansive underground chambers are often built. Even if the fortifications fall to monstrous assaults, the clansmen can retreat into numerous hidden passageways, sealing themselves behind heavy gates, securely locked from within. The monsters must then locate the concealed tunnels and overcome various mechanisms to find the humans inside. However, such constructions are relatively rare within city confines. Boom, boom, boom. Within this tunnel, 2 stone doors must be activated through mechanisms to proceed. Eventually, they arrived at a concealed chamber. Sit down, my son, Meng Dajiang instructed. Meng Chuan, perplexed, settled onto a nearby mat. While Meng Dajiang retrieved a book from the densely packed shelves, flipping open its cover to reveal a wooden box hidden within. Meng Dajiang then sat cross-legged opposite Meng Chuan, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Thud, thud, thud. Meng Dajiang placed a long wooden box, a jade box, and a porcelain bottle on the ground, each containing extraordinary treasures from the heavens and the earth. He first picked up the jade box and, upon opening it, revealed a frost-white fruit emitting a chilling aura. This was the ice heart fruit, which could be consumed from the very first day of cultivating the divine demon body. After closing the jade box, Meng Dajiang gestured towards the porcelain bottle, which contained a drop of divine demon essence acquired at great expense by the family, to be used on the 3rd day of cultivation. Lastly, Meng Dajiang turned to the long wooden box and gently opened it. Inside lay a vibrant green sprout, shimmering with iridescent colors, with neatly arranged leaves and roots. This was the legendary star spirit grass, worth several times more than that drop of divine demon essence. From the first day of cultivating the divine demon body, you must consume a little each day, wasting neither leaves nor roots. It must all be finished within a month. From today onward, you will practice in this secret chamber every evening, Meng Dajiang instructed. Meng Chuan was astounded. Father, these 3 extraordinary treasures? He exclaimed in disbelief. And had been gravely injured, and thus the family exhausted years of accumulated wealth to obtain a drop of divine demon essence to nurture only me. That in itself was already quite mad. And now you present me with these 2 additional treasures? Even the star spirit grass, its value is far greater? In terms of worth, the star spirit grass is the most precious, followed by the divine demon essence, and lastly the ice heart fruit, Meng Dajiang explained. However, each of these treasures was hard-won, so you must cherish them. Father, how did we acquire these? The star spirit grass is more precious than the treasures our family has painstakingly gathered? Meng Chuan found it hard to believe. No more questions, Meng Dajiang frowned and stated. When the time comes for you to know, you shall. Sighing, Meng Dajiang added, sometimes, knowing too early is not a blessing. All you need to do is grow stronger. Meng Chuan sensed a hint of mystery in his father's demeanor. The ice heart fruit, the star spirit grass, where did they come from? This father, who usually wore a jovial smile while managing the tavern, harbored untold secrets. Yet, if his father believed he was not strong enough, then he must devote himself to his cultivation. You must cherish them, Meng Dajiang instructed. Yes, father, Meng Chuan replied. That evening, within the confines of their home, Meng Dajiang gazed at the painting of his late wife hanging on the wall. My dear, our son has grown. He looked at the woman depicted in the artwork, the love of his life, and murmured, Yun, I have given him the star spirit grass you left behind. Rest assured, our child is exceptional, with the potential to become a divine being. I have nurtured him well. He is both outstanding and dutiful. In the underground chamber, Meng Chuan sat cross-legged upon a mat, commencing his breakthrough. Boom! A three-dimensional energy diagram took shape, and immediately, arcs of lightning began to surge forth, weaving through the diagram and permeating every part of his being. Meng Chuan could sense that as the strands of lightning coursed along the diagram and merged with his body, a profound transformation was underway. Chapter 23. Those Individuals and Events. End of this volume. A series of lightning bolts coursed through Meng Chuan's internal being, traversing the meridian map and integrating into every acupoint of his body, initiating a transformation towards the Thunder God body. With a sudden awakening, Meng Chuan opened his eyes and grasped a jade box beside him. He lifted the lid and retrieved an ice heart fruit, consuming it in 2 swift bites. As it melted in his mouth, a chilling energy flowed down his throat into his abdomen, gradually pervading throughout his entire being. The sinews, muscles, and organs of Meng Chuan absorbed this frigid power, which, after merging with the lightning, significantly intensified his metamorphosis. Next, he turned to the wooden box and delicately plucked a leaf and some roots from the complete star spirit grass, which constituted an adequate portion, enough to last about a month. As he nibbled on the leaves and roots, a refreshing aroma filled his mouth, invigorating his spirit. A mysterious force surged into his mind, subsequently disseminating to every part of his body, further amplifying the transformation of his physical form. Although he remained unaware of the origins of the ice heart fruit and star spirit grass, his father, ever cheerful and never one to lament, had imparted a piece of wisdom. What is obtained is never easy. You must cherish it. It was likely that their acquisition came at a considerable cost. During the following month, Meng Chuan diligently adhered to his training regimen, consuming the drop of divine and demonic essence and finishing the star spirit grass. He never faltered in practicing the drawing the blade technique 8,000 times each day, alongside his mastery of body movement and blade techniques. According to the records in the secret manual, during the initial phase of cultivating the divine demon body, the body is still undergoing transformation. At this stage, if one fervently practices in a specific direction, the body will tend to evolve accordingly. It is akin to a young sapling. If it is bent towards a particular direction, it may grow distorted in that same manner. The transformation of the divine demon body has evidently slowed down. On a day at the end of June, Meng Chuan sat in the training ground, enjoying a watermelon. The first month of cultivation is a period of explosive growth, especially as I have consumed 3 rare treasures. The enhancement has been astonishingly rapid, nearly beyond belief. It is only natural that the pace has now slowed to a more regular rhythm. Meng Chuan reflected on how profound his foundation in the divine demon body truly is. Even in the early stages of shedding his physical prowess and true energy can rival that of someone who has reached the perfected stage. It is noteworthy that the shedding of the represents the most significant enhancement among the 5 realms of mortals, given that it marks the initial experience of cultivating the divine demon body and gradually acquiring its powers. To be comparable to the perfected stage while still in the early phase is indeed a testament to an extraordinarily robust foundation. Even when transitioning from the to a major breakthrough, it is estimated that Meng Chuan, in the later stages of shedding, would be able to contend with those in terms of physical strength and true energy. Such circumstances are currently unprecedented in the entire Dongning Prefecture. Typically, only the prodigies cultivated by ancient divine demon families in places like the royal capital or Yuan Chushan possess such formidable foundations. Chuaner, came the distant voice of Meng Dajiang. Father, Meng Chuan replied, setting down the watermelon and wiping his mouth with a towel before hastily approaching. Soon, he encountered his father, Meng Dajiang, accompanied by a frail, bald elder leaning on a cane. Third elder. Meng Chuan felt a sudden jolt among all the elders of the Meng family. He held the greatest dread for the third elder. The third elder was known for his cold and stern demeanor, and he dealt with the younger generation with utmost severity, often wielding his cane to deliver harsh reprimands without a moment's hesitation. The younger members harbored a certain fear of him. Meng Chuan, do not delay in greeting the third elder, commanded Meng Dajiang. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the third elder. The bald, slender elder scrutinized Meng Chuan and noted that his clothes were drenched in sweat, which elicited a nod of approval. To cultivate diligently is essential, without sufficient sweat. How can one hope to grow stronger? Indeed, Meng Chuan obediently replied, well aware that when in the presence of the third elder, it was imperative to remain compliant and never retort. Should one dare to speak back, a cane would swiftly follow. This is a fragment of a blade technique I acquired during my youth, a result of fortuitous circumstances. You may examine it. the bald elder said as he produced a piece of black paper, carefully wrapped in cloth, and handed it to Meng Chuan. However, upon merely uncovering a portion of the ominous black paper, both Meng Chuan and Meng Dejiang were taken aback by the terrifying aura it emanated. God and Demon Inheritance? They exclaimed in astonishment. The God and Demon Inheritance required a being of immense power, who would pay a significant price to document such a legacy. Most, like Meng Xiangu and the ancestor of the Yun family, lacked the qualifications to inscribe God and Demon Inheritance. It was an exceedingly precious item. Meng Dejiang insisted, third uncle. We cannot accept this. The third elder furrowed his brow and replied, what I offer must be accepted. If Meng Chuan lacked the aptitude, I would not bestow this upon him. Since he is the sole hope of our Meng family, he must accept it. Moreover, this is not the entirety of the divine and demonic legacy, but merely a fragment of a torn page. Indeed, Elder San. Meng Chuan clutched the black, tattered page wrapped in cloth, feeling a surge of emotion. Typically, fragments of divine and demonic legacies fetch no less than 100,000 taels of silver at auction. Not to mention that this particular one pertains to a technique of blade artistry, rendering it even more valuable. Furthermore, such treasures are seldom encountered. To the ancient deities and demons, silver holds little significance. No one would exchange a complete divine legacy for mundane possessions. This fragment of the divine legacy must be the most treasured possession of Elder San, and he has now gifted it to you directly, Meng Dajiang remarked. Indeed. Meng Chuan nodded, unwrapping the cloth to gaze upon the blade technique fragment. The black paper meticulously detailed the nuances of executing this technique, illuminating the pivotal aspects of its application. Yet, as he observed, Meng Chuan gradually became enraptured. He experienced a sensation akin to a half-sleep, entering a unique mental state where he beheld a tall, slender man demonstrating the blade technique. Falling Moon. The technique was exceedingly gentle, sweeping through the vast expanse and leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful arc, as if the moon itself were cleaved from the sky. Ethereal, tender. Suddenly, Meng Chuan jolted awake, breaking free from the phantasm. Chuaner, how was it? Meng Dajiang inquired eagerly. Meng Chuan regarded the black paper with a serious expression and softly remarked, though it appears gentle and beautiful, this technique is, in reality, insidiously ruthless and extraordinarily lethal. The terrifying aura emanating from the black paper astonished Meng Chuan. Insidiously ruthless? Do you wish to cultivate it? Meng Dajiang asked. Of course I wish to practice it. Meng Chuan spoke with a sense of gravity. The art of the blade is inherently divided between yin and yang, hard and soft. This is the epitome of softness. A breathtaking technique known as Falling Moon. It truly seems capable of plucking the moon from the night sky with a single strike. This fragment of the blade's technique embodies a profound legacy. I sense that I can still absorb its essence over a dozen more times before this fragment shatters. With over 10 opportunities to experience it, I shall make the most of them, transforming this technique into another lethal strike of mine. Initially, he had intended to focus solely on mastering the draw blade style. Yet, Falling Moon is simply too exquisite, and with more than 10 chances to comprehend its essence, it would be a waste to overlook them. Meng Dajiang cautioned, once they are exhausted, they are gone. Before ascending to the realm of gods and demons, I shall allow myself only 9 insights, Meng Chuan replied. From that day forth, Meng Chuan dedicated an additional half-hour each afternoon to practice. During this half-hour, he focused exclusively on the Falling Moon. In a secret hall of the Yuyang Palace in Dongning Prefecture, a pool of chilling water lay at its center. At that moment, the young man in white, Yin Jin, was seated cross-legged within the icy depths, with only his chest above the surface. The terrifyingly low temperature had encased him in frost. His hair and brows were laden with ice, and his complexion had turned pale. Young master, you have already practiced for 2 hours today. It is time to emerge from the cold cloud pool, called an elderly servant, while the master of Yuyang Palace observed calmly. I have reached the mid-stage of the Transcendence Realm. From today onward, I shall practice for 3 hours daily in the cold cloud pool, Yin Jin replied coldly. Junior brother, moderation is key. 2 hours is sufficient for you to cultivate the divine demonic body, the master of Yuyang Palace remarked. There is still much time ahead. The young man in white, Yin Jin, spoke coldly. You may all leave. The master of Yuyang gently shook his head. Let us go. The master of Yuyang led the old servant out, leaving the frost-covered young man in white to continue his arduous cultivation. Throughout Dongning Prefecture, many young individuals were diligently refining their skills, with Meng Chuan and Yin Jin exhibiting exceptional dedication. Days turned into weeks, and as the 12th month of that year approached, Mei Yuanji first journeyed to the city of Wuzhou and subsequently arrived at the distant Yuan Chushan. Ultimately, Mei Yuanji was unable to enter Yuan Chushan. He had failed. Following this, he enlisted to serve at Qinyang Pass. Meng Chuan felt a sense of pressure as well. The threshold for entering Yuan Chushan was evidently high, and he must strive harder, surpassing Mei Yuanji to hold any hope. In the second chapter, titled The Countenance of All Beings, the first section introduces a girl named Hongyu. As winter gave way to spring, Meng Chuan had stepped into the Transcendence Realm for a year. On a summer evening, a gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, and the Jinghu Dao Academy was abuzz with activity. Next week, I shall seek guidance from senior brother Meng. A young man respectfully bowed. Proceed, Meng Chuan replied with a nod. Today, he had come to engage in a spar with the Academy's head, Qiyue, who had long comprehended the essence of the blade and was likewise skilled in the swift sword technique. Each encounter with head Gu offered him valuable insights, prompting him to seek counsel every fortnight. Although head Gu was somewhat miserly, he devoted considerable attention to his most accomplished disciple. After their sparring session, Meng Chuan would dedicate half an hour to instructing his junior disciples, finding the exchanges with them to be exceedingly effortless, almost a form of relaxation. Be cautious. The young Shou Qian surged forward with sudden intensity, launching a series of relentless attacks. Yet, Meng Chuan stood there, his form curiously indistinct. No matter how fervently Shou Qian struck, he could not graze even the hem of Meng Chuan's garment. As the complete set of swordsmanship was executed, the final lethal move, 13 consecutive thrusts, ended up striking nothing but air. Shou Qian, possessing considerable talent within the Jinghu Dao Academy, was deemed by the instructors to be capable of entering the mountain and water pavilion the following year. However, the chasm between him and Meng Chuan remained insurmountable. Meng Shixiang was truly formidable. Presently, no disciple within the academy could touch the hem of Meng Shixiang's robe, nor could anyone withstand even a single strike from him. Meng Shixiang is destined to become a divine being, remarked the numerous onlookers. Each generation's elder brother varied in prestige, some were highly esteemed while others were less so. Without a doubt, Meng Chuan stood as the most revered elder brother in the Jinghu Dao Academy in decades. His prowess was astonishing, far surpassing that of the second-ranked disciple in the academy. Moreover, he generously devoted his precious training time to guide his junior disciples, and his family's influence was among the most prominent in the entire capital. Yet, Meng Chuan never abused his power to intimidate others. A multitude of factors contributed to the deep admiration many junior disciples felt towards this elder brother. Your final move is the ultimate technique of this sword form, known as the 13 Peaks, Meng Chuan remarked. The manual clearly states that when this technique is unleashed, it should resemble the undulating mountain ranges, fluctuating yet appearing as one entity. You have achieved the undulating aspect, but you have not manifested the one entity quality. Your sword strikes are scattered and fragmented, naturally diminishing their potency. One entity, Zhou Qian murmured, faintly grasping something profound, yet still falling short of complete understanding. He placed great trust in the guidance of senior brother Meng. When it came to skills and techniques, even the instructors acknowledged that only the academy's head, Qiyue, could rival senior brother Meng. The insights offered by senior brother Meng were far more incisive than those of the instructors. As a disciple who had not yet entered the mountain and water pavilion, he was unworthy of one-on-one instruction from the head. His fellow disciples also understood that senior brother Meng's teaching had concluded. Many of them began to make their way towards the academy's entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, Meng Chuan spotted a figure clad in crimson, Liu Qiyue. Liu Qiyue had grown taller, now nearly on par with Meng Chuan himself. A Chuan, she called out excitedly. Qiyue, you are still a year younger than I. Yet you've managed to catch up to me in height, Meng Chuan replied. Liu Qiyue laughed. My father says that girls mature earlier. Besides, I have also begun to enter the Transcendence Realm, which has accelerated my growth. At 15, Liu Qiyue had just this month broken through to the Transcendence Realm. However, her archery skills remained stuck at a bottleneck. Achieving unity in her craft proved to be exceedingly challenging. Come, let us hasten to Yunjiang Tavern for dinner, Liu Qiyue urged. This is a result of your wager. All right, let us go, Meng Chuan conceded with a sigh. This was indeed a consequence of his loss in a bet. After Liu Qiyue's breakthrough to the Transcendence Realm, Meng Chuan had proclaimed that standing within a circle of about 10 feet, even if she shot 100 arrows, she would not graze him. Liu Qiyue was unconvinced of his claim. Yet Meng Chuan was filled with confidence. His agility had been honed amidst a storm of arrows. And with his solid foundation in the Thunder God body, he felt assured of his prowess. However, when a master archer at the transcendental stage unleashes his full potential, the arrows imbued with divine and demonic powers, combined with unparalleled skill, become nothing short of a nightmare. His prowess far surpasses that of the guards who foolishly wield their bows. Meng Chuan relied solely on his agility, evading 79 arrows in succession, yet the 80th grazed his garment. Defeated. Surprisingly, Meng Chuan felt a sense of joy upon losing, resolving to return for another attempt in a few days. The Yunjiang Tavern, the finest establishment in Dongning Prefecture, would indeed be a lavish choice for a feast, but it is owned by his father. Dining there would incur no expense. The Zhou residents echoed with the shouts of young master. Young master! The Zhou family was once an ordinary household in Dongning Prefecture until Shou Qian's father, Zhou He, rose to prominence. With remarkable acumen and a network of friendships forged on the battlefield over 2 decades, he amassed a considerable fortune, becoming a well-known merchant in Dongning. Suddenly, a child darted out from a corner, calling, "Young Master Zhou." Upon recognizing him, Zhou Qian smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" The child, Tai Sheng, was the younger brother of his close maid and often visited the residence, where the servants and maids held a fondness for the endearing boy. Kneeling before him, Tai Sheng exclaimed, "Please, save my sister. Save my sister." "Your sister? What has happened to Hongyu?" Zhou Qian inquired with concern. "Just now, Wei Laoda and his men came to our home, claiming that my father owes him 300 taels of silver. My father insisted that he only borrowed 10 taels and was half drunk at the time. Wei Laoda deceived him into placing his thumbprint on a document for 100 taels. The child, Tai Sheng, lamented, "Now money breeds money, and we are left with a mere 300 taels. How can our family endure this?" Wei Laoda forcibly took my sister to settle the debt, and when my father refused, they injured him. "Did your father sign the contract for Hongyu's servitude?" Zhou Qian probed. "No," Tai Sheng replied resolutely. "My father vowed that he would rather die than harm my sister." "Very well, since no contract was signed. They are merely abducting a common woman." Zhou Qian suppressed his fury. "In the Jinghu Taoist Institute, we must still adhere to the laws of the court." "And who exactly is this Wei Laoda?" "My father said he is just a lowly henchman of the Black Wolf gang, yet he wields their banner, instilling fear in everyone." Tai Sheng recounted. "I shall see how audacious a mere rogue can be," Zhou Qian declared, unable to contain his indignation. "Lead the way. We must confront this Wei Laoda." "Stop," came a chilling reprimand. "Dad." Zhou Qian softened upon seeing his father. "Take Tai Sheng outside," Zhou He commanded his servants, who promptly escorted the child away. Tai Sheng, tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Young Master Zhou, you must save my sister. If you don't, she will be lost." Yet, the servants held the child firmly and swiftly took him away. "Dad, can we not intervene against these ruffians who abduct women?" Zhou Qian exclaimed in frustration. "Foolishness," Zhou He replied coldly. "Does a lowly henchman dare to abduct a woman? He is merely carrying out orders, aiding the Black Wolf gang in capturing women to be trained and then delivered to various brothels. This is the business of the Black Wolf gang, one of the 3 major factions in the Dongning Prefecture, which is backed by the formidable Bai family of the divine and demonic lineage. The Black Wolf gang merely undertakes the unsavory tasks for the Bai family. As for your father, I am but a humble merchant. How could I possibly provoke the Black Wolf gang?" Zhou He gazed at his son, stating, "The Black Wolf gang would crush the Zhou family as easily as squashing an ant. Do you understand?" I. Zhou Qian felt an overwhelming sense of distress, yet thoughts of Hongyu plagued him. Since he was 8 years old, Hongyu had been by his side, forming a profound bond. Zhou He continued, "Do you wish to save Hongyu, or do you intend to protect the Zhou family? Your father, your mother, your younger brother, and over 100 Zhou clan members who rely on me for sustenance all need to eat. We cannot afford to fight this battle." "By?" Zhou He scoffed. "Did you not hear? The debt amounts to 300 taels of silver, and we would need the Black Wolf gang to break their rules. At the very least, we would need 1,000 taels to have any hope." "Is a mere maid worth 1,000 taels?" "She is worth it," Zhou Qian replied. 1,000 taels? Do you realize that your father nearly lost his life twice while earning my first 1,000 taels?" Zhou He shot a cold glance at his son before turning away. "Decide for yourself what must be done. Do not let me down." After Zhou He had walked away, he commanded the leader of the guards nearby, "Go. Keep a watchful eye on the young master. Should he dare to leave, break his legs." "Understood," the guard leader obediently replied. Moments later, the young boy Tai Sheng stood outside the Zhou residence, feeling a profound sense of despair. The world felt vast and overwhelming. As a child, he had no idea where to turn to save his sister. "Sister," Tai Sheng cried, tears streaming down his face. Whoosh! A figure swiftly traversed the courtyard wall, hastening towards the child known as Tai Sheng. Young Master Zhou, upon spotting Shou Qian, was filled with joy. Quickly, go to Yunjiang restaurant and seek out young Master Meng Chuan. He is the scion of the Ming family. The Black Wolf Gang is but a dog in his presence. He will undoubtedly save Hongyu, Shou Qian urged. Yunjiang restaurant? Young Master Meng Chuan? Tai Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. I must hurry, he exclaimed. As Shou Qian pressed him on, Tai Sheng dashed away with fervor. At that moment, the captain of the guards leaped over the courtyard wall in pursuit, spotting Shou Qian, and shook his head gently. Young master, you truly disappoint the master. Wasn't I allowed to decide for myself? What, are you here to capture me? Shou Qian gritted his teeth in defiance. The master instructed me to break your legs, but perhaps you should personally visit the master. He might show you some mercy, the captain of the guards replied. I trust one need not intervene. To Shou Qian, rescuing Hongyu appeared a formidable challenge. Yet for his senior, Meng Chuan, it would be but a trivial task. Chapter 2. Yanjin takes action on the second floor of Yunjiang restaurant. Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue had secured a table by the window. The attentive waitstaff were already at their service, well aware of their young master's identity. Ah Chuan, look over there, Liu Qiyue whispered. Meng Chuan turned to gaze in the direction she indicated. In a bustling corner of the second floor sat a young man in white, his expression devoid of emotion, accompanied by an elderly servant. Is it him? Meng Chuan recognized the boy to be Yanjin, a figure shrouded in mystery, little known among the common folk of Dongning Prefecture. However, the 5 illustrious families of East Ning Prefecture, along with the high-ranking officials of the court, were keenly attentive to this extraordinary talent whose innate abilities rivaled those of Meng Chuan. With the esteemed Yuyang Palace Master as his patron, his status was naturally elevated. Yanjin also sensed someone observing, glancing towards Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan smiled and raised his cup in a distant gesture. Yet, Yanjin turned away, disinterested in further engagement. Such rudeness. Liu Qiyue, noticing this, whispered, "Ah Chuan, pay him no mind. It's simply his nature." Meng Chuan chuckled, recalling last year's demon-slaying convention, where Yanjin had spoken to him only once, and that was merely to avoid taking advantage of him. In that moment, Meng Chuan had discerned the essence of Yanjin's character. You simply have too good a temperament, he remarked. Liu Qiyue then seized a large piece of braised bone, exclaiming, "The braised bones from your tavern are undeniably superior to those elsewhere. The mere scent makes my mouth water, and this plate is all mine. Fear not. No one will contest you." Meng Chuan teased, "With your considerable appetite, how is it that you do not gain weight?" Liu Qiyue raised an eyebrow, quite pleased, and continued to indulge. Just as they were bantering and feasting, a sudden voice pierced through the air. Young Master Meng Chuan, young Master Meng Chuan, please, I beg you, save my sister." A child's voice urgently called from below, filled with desperation and resolve. For a child from an ordinary, impoverished family to cry out in front of the grandest tavern in East Ning Prefecture, bustling with wealthy merchants and esteemed figures, required immense courage. Upon hearing the distinctly youthful voice from the second floor, Meng Chuan immediately commanded the attendant beside him, "Go, bring that child up here." "Indeed, young master." Shortly, the servant departed. Before long, a group of ordinary, somewhat disheveled children arrived on the second floor, approaching the table where Meng Chuan and his companions were seated. The splendor of the lavish establishment left the children somewhat apprehensive. "Little one, have you come to seek me?" Meng Chuan inquired with a smile directed at the child. The boy, Tai Sheng, upon seeing the noble scion's warm expression, felt his initial trepidation ease somewhat. He knelt and bowed, saying, "Tai Sheng pays his respects to young Master Meng. I implore you to save my sister." After standing, he continued, while at another table, the youth clad in white, Yanjin, a master of the Transcendence Realm, listened intently, his demeanor growing colder with every word. "Why have they taken your sister?" Meng Chuan prompted. "They claim to have seized my sister as collateral for my father's debt," Tai Sheng explained. "They allege that my father owes them 300 taels of silver. However, my father insists he borrowed merely 10 taels. In a drunken stupor one night, he was deceived into placing his handprint on a blank note for a debt of 100 taels. With interest compounding, it has swelled to 300 taels." Meng Chuan nodded in understanding, recognizing that such occurrences were not uncommon among ordinary folk. Indeed, the deceitful schemes of thugs and scoundrels were rampant, and the authorities could hardly manage them all. Those who had not reached the cleansing marrow realm were ineligible for military service, and without such service, They were doomed to a life of obscurity. The ruffians, being lazy and gluttonous, found solace in prison, relishing the food provided there. Did your father sign a contract for your sister's servitude? Meng Chuan pressed further. No, he would never sign such a thing, Tai Sheng replied earnestly. He would rather die than consent to it. Oh, do these ruffians dare to abduct women? Meng Chuan was astonished. Typically, ruffians and scoundrels engaged in minor mischief, but they seldom dared to commit serious crimes. The penalties imposed by the court for such offenses were exceedingly severe. Forcibly abducting a woman could result in amputation, followed by hard labor. If the transgression was egregious, capital punishment was a likely consequence. Anyone bold enough to abduct a woman surely had ulterior motives. What is the name of this way? Where does he reside? Meng Chuan inquired further, seeking to understand his background. I have only heard him referred to as Wei Sandao, residing near the East Willow River. My father mentioned that Wei is a lowly member of the Black Wolf Gang. The child replied eagerly. Meng Chuan nodded thoughtfully. The Black Wolf Gang? That explains much. With that, he gestured discreetly towards the distance. Young master, a young man approached swiftly. A mere lackey of the Black Wolf Gang, known as Wei Sandao. That must be an alias. He lives in the vicinity of the East Willow River. Go fetch him, Meng Chuan instructed, commanding one of the gang's overseers to come forth. Understood, the young man replied respectfully. Suddenly, the white-clad youth, Yan Jin, appeared before the child. Little one, lead the way. We must rescue your sister at once, he stated calmly. The child, Tai Xing, was momentarily taken aback. Time is of the essence, if we delay. Your sister's life may be in jeopardy, Yan Jin declared coldly, urging him to hurry. Very well, very well. Upon hearing these words, Tai Xing became increasingly anxious for his sister. Chuan, let us accompany them, Liu Qiyue suggested, her eagerness palpable. Meng Chuan, intrigued by the mysterious youth Yan Jin's fervent sense of justice, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall go as well. I will lead the way, the child exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he saw the enigmatic young master and Meng Chuan following him. The old servant approached Yan Jin and whispered, Young master, there is no need for us to concern ourselves with such matters. Trust me. Yan Jin's voice carried a hint of frost. The old servant was momentarily taken aback, but promptly complied. Yan Jin was determined, instructing the servant to lift the child, allowing the little one to guide them. They dashed forward at an astonishing pace. It seemed this was a matter beyond their intervention. Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue followed closely behind. Chuan, I can't shake the feeling that Yan Jin has a rather peculiar temperament, Liu Qiyue murmured. If one were to label him as indifferent, one must also acknowledge his willingness to rescue a stranger. If he is indeed vengeful towards evil, one must consider that he has been in Dongning for over a year without any tales of him acting heroically. Strange temperament. Yet he could still be deemed a good person, Meng Chuan replied with a smile. Before long, they arrived in the vicinity of Donglu River, where Wei Laodao's residence was located. The child, filled with excitement, pointed vigorously, that house. With a resounding crash, the courtyard gate was flung open. Yan Jin and his servant entered first, followed closely by Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue. At that moment, 3 inebriated men emerged from the main house. The foremost being a burly figure with his upper body bare, clutching a chicken leg while grumbling. Who dares to be so audacious in my home? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, Meng Gongzi? As Wei Laodao stepped out, he quickly recognized Meng Chuan, renowned throughout Dongning. A figure of potential divinity, the young master of the Ming family. Meng Chuan's reputation was indeed formidable. Those ruffians lingering in the streets possessed a basic awareness of the prominent figures in Dongning, understanding well whom they ought not to offend. It was evident. Meng Chuan. He is someone whom even the lowly members of his gang must revere. Even their leader must speak humbly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. If the Ming family so desires, they could obliterate the Black Wolf Gang in a single night. You have captured his sister? Yan Jin inquired, taking the initiative to speak. Wei, the leader, cast a glance at the child and instantly recognized him as the one named Tai Sheng. I am merely following orders, Wei leader fawned. But as of now, his sister is no longer in my possession. The Yuyang Palace token? Upon seeing the characters Yuyang, Wei's legs grew weak. In Dongning Prefecture, the 5 great demon families are untouchable. Yet, there exists an even more formidable entity, the Yuyang Palace. Members of the Ming family. Along with those from the Yuyang Palace, Wei's legs trembled, his heart quaked, his mind a blank in sheer terror. Chapter 3. The Women of Idlestone Courtyard, and those 2 as well. The child in the old servant's arms pointed towards the other 2 drunken men. Wei leader had brought people to seize my sister, and those two were present at that time. It has nothing to do with us. We were merely following along. The two drunken men, now pointed out by the child Tai Sheng, immediately grew anxious and began to protest. The youth in white, Yan Jin, frowned and demanded, "Where is his sister?" This. Wei and his companions exchanged glances, hesitating. The rules within the gang are exceptionally strict. If we do not find her, all three of you will perish. Yan Jin spoke coldly. We are willing to divulge. She has already been delivered to Idlestone Courtyard. Wei and his companions hurriedly replied. Xian Shiwan serves as one of the 6 strongholds established by the Black Wolf Gang for the purpose of training women. Situated in the northern part of Dongning Prefecture. As night enveloped the surroundings, the air was occasionally pierced by the sound of barking dogs, indicating that members of the gang were patrolling within the estate. Led by the notorious Wei, the 3 ruffians guided Yan Jin and Meng Chuan's group to this very place. This estate, Xian Shiwan, typically housed hundreds of women who were subjected to rigorous training. Only those who exhibited sufficient skills would be sent to various brothels, while those deemed inadequate would be relegated to lower establishments. Wei, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "Ah Chuan, how intriguing. I have gazed from afar at some of the brothels in Dongning Prefecture, but this place for training women, I have never encountered before." Liu Qiyue, filled with excitement and curiosity, had long heard tales of unfortunate women being captured and now felt resolute in their mission to rescue them from peril. "Not a single vile member of the Black Wolf Gang shall be spared," Meng Chuan echoed in agreement. "Open the door. It's me, Wei Zi." Wei called out as he approached and knocked. The door to Xian Shiwan swung open, and an elderly servant stepped forward. With a mere flick of his hand, 2 lethargic gatekeepers were sent sprawling backward, crashing against a wooden pillar, blood spilling from their mouths as they cried out in agony. "Someone has broken in. Quickly, someone. Who dares to be so audacious as to wreak havoc in the territory of the Black Wolf Gang?" A cacophony of shouts erupted as individuals rushed from all corners of the estate. Yan Jin and Meng Chuan awaited in the front courtyard while Wei and his companions stood cautiously to the side, their heads ducked in trepidation. On one side stood the esteemed Yuyang Palace and the Ming family, while on the other lay their own faction, both sides trembling with trepidation. Soon, a group of formidable men emerged, several of whom exuded a potent aura, possessing the strength of the washing marrow realm. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in a flowing robe, who had even attained the transcendence realm. Young Master Meng, the elder, initially bearing a stern countenance, instantly transformed his expression into one of radiant joy upon seeing Meng Chuan. "It is indeed a rare fortune for me that young Master Meng graces us with his presence. Pray, how may I be of service to you?" "I have heard rumors of your abduction of maidens," Meng Chuan stated plainly. "Absolutely not, I assure you," the elder insisted vehemently. "The Black Wolf Gang has always adhered to the law. Such conduct is beneath us." Meng Chuan gestured towards the cowering Wei Laoda and his companions. "They claim otherwise." The elder's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Wei Laoda and the others. "Guardian, this is young Master Meng, and that individual hails from Yuyang Palace." "We find ourselves in a precarious situation," Wei Laoda lamented. "People from Yuyang Palace?" The elder finally acknowledged Yan Jin and his aged attendant. The attendant produced the Yuyang Palace token from his bosom, offering a subtle indication. The elder's heart quaked with realization. Only the upper echelons of Yuyang Palace, numbering fewer than 10, were permitted to possess such tokens. "Who are these individuals? I have not heard of them before." "The sister of that child was delivered here approximately an hour ago by Wei Sandao," Meng Chuan replied. "Wei Sandao just delivered someone?" The elder turned sharply, issuing a command to his subordinates while discreetly exchanging glances with one of them. The subordinate promptly replied, "It seems that a person has been sent here. I will go find them and bring them back." "Hurry up," the elder barked. The subordinate quickly dashed off. The elder then turned with a smile towards Meng Chuan and the others, assuring them, "Rest assured, esteemed members of Yuyang Palace and young Master Meng, our Black Wolf Gang adheres strictly to its principles and would never forcibly seize a maiden." "Is that so?" Yan Jin's voice was icy, his gaze sweeping over the estate. His sister had been captured, and there were over 100 women inside, many of whom were likely taken against their will. "Absolutely not," the elder insisted. "Bring forth the 7 women residing in that small building," the elder commanded. "Understood," the elder signaled affirmatively. Though he was secretly astounded. How remarkable to discern that 7 women were housed within from such a distance. Soon, the 7 women emerged. Some appeared youthful, while others were in their 20s or 30s. "Did you come here willingly, or were you abducted? Yan Jin inquired gravely. Speak freely. There is no need for fear. We are from Yuyang Palace, and this gentleman beside me is young Master Meng. The Black Wolf Gang cannot threaten you. You are free to seek vengeance for grievances or to voice your complaints. As long as these individuals have violated the law, none will escape justice. Those who breach the law shall not evade punishment, Meng Chuan added. This is my guarantee to you. The elder in the squinted, exchanging glances with his subordinates. One of the older women among the seven, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, Gentlemen, your efforts may be in vain. Who among us sisters has not found ourselves at a dead end, only to enter this realm of fleeting pleasures? Like myself, abandoned by my husband. Left with no means to survive, no shelter, and no food, I also faced the threat of bullying. It is only here that I can find sustenance, warmth, and a refuge from the storms of life. It is the Black Wolf Gang that has granted me this lifeline. Yan Jin, Meng Chuan, and Liu Qiyue were momentarily taken aback. This was not quite what they had envisioned. Another woman spoke up. Gentlemen, I fled here from famine. With no paths left to tread, watching helplessly as starvation loomed. Can you fathom that kind of despair? Pleading with anyone was futile. At my most desperate, I was reduced to skin and bones, and even attempts to sell myself were met with disdain. It was the Black Wolf Gang that plucked me from a throng of beggars and offered me a way out. I was sold by my father to settle a debt, thus repaying his kindness in raising me. A young girl coldly remarked, As long as the silver I earn in this brothel can extinguish my debts, I shall regain my freedom and possess a sum for myself. This place is splendid, chimed in a girl with a cherubic face, her smile radiant. Why would one seek salvation? Within this estate lies a concealed passage. At the end of the passage is a hidden hall. In the subterranean chamber, a hunchbacked man sits cross-legged, a faint green mist enveloping his form, his eyes glowing with an unsettling green light. Beside him lies the corpse of a woman, her chest hollowed out, clearly missing her heart. The hunchbacked man, with long fingernails on his right hand, clutches a heart, though it is now withered and desiccated. Breathing in. A green mist entered the hunchbacked man's body through his nostrils, only to be exhaled from his mouth after a considerable time. Thud, thud, thud. A sound resonated from outside, echoing against the palace doors. The hunchbacked man's expression shifted slightly as he coldly inquired, What is it? Were the people below daring to disturb him during his cultivation? My lord, a few young men and women have arrived outside, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. They are from the Yuyang Palace, and among them is Meng Chuan from the Meng family. They claim to seek the sister of a child. Spoke the individual at the door in a hushed tone. Then returned the child's sister to them, the hunchbacked man replied, furrowing his brow. I am at a crucial point in my cultivation. There is no need to provoke the 5 great demon families in Yuyang Palace. And what if they insist on searching the entire Idlestone courtyard? Some secrets may be irretrievably lost, the person outside cautioned. Do not allow them to search. The hunchbacked man responded calmly. If it proves impossible to stop them and exposure is inevitable, then let us eliminate them first and abandon this place. Consider it a warning to the 5 great demon families in Yuyang Palace. Understood, the individual outside replied respectfully. The hunchbacked man gazed at the corpse of a woman on the ground and murmured, Such a splendid place for cultivation, capable of regularly providing me with maidens. I truly find it difficult to relinquish. Chapter 4. The emanation of demon qi within the Idlestone courtyard. The words spoken by the 7 women left Meng Huan, Yan Jin, and Liu Qiyue in a state of bewilderment. Bring all the women from these small buildings out, Yan Jin commanded sternly. He could not believe it. The maidservant who had once treated him so kindly in his youth had fallen into such a fate, tortured to death. Bring them all out. The elderly man in the ornate robe smiled and commanded, prompting more than 30 women to emerge, bustling together in a lively assembly. Meng Chuan? Is that not Meng Chuan of the Meng family? The eyes of many women sparkled at the sight of him. A prodigy from Dongning Prefecture. He was the subject of envy and jealousy among countless individuals, especially since Meng Chuan frequently traversed between the Ming residence and the Jinghu Dao Academy. Over the years, the number of those who had encountered him was immense. If you have been captured, feel free to speak. There is no need to fear retaliation from the Black Wolf Gang, Meng Chuan reassured them, asserting they lacked the audacity for such actions. Although some of my sisters arrived in tears, they truly have little connection to the Black Wolf Gang. I came willingly for my brother's chance at marriage. One woman said with a smile. The few sisters beside me each bear their own hardships, yet they too came of their own accord. With eagerness, the women expressed their willingness to converse with Meng Chuan. Meng Huan, Liu Qiyue, and Yin Jin listened, growing increasingly perplexed. They sensed that these women bore no resentment towards the Black Wolf gang. In fact, as they recounted their individual struggles, the trio felt a profound shock. While they were aware that some ordinary people faced hardships due to the government's regulations, preventing those who had not achieved the marrow washing stage from engaging in numerous professions, they had previously believed that small trades and labor could suffice to fill one's belly. Today, however, they realized that among these common folk, there existed even more tragic circumstances. Families plagued by severe illness, relatives consumed by gambling, those who had endured famine, and individuals whose hometowns had been ravaged by monsters. These women still possessed some beauty, allowing them to traverse this path. Yet, they understood that without such a lure, even this avenue would be barred to them. Sister. Standing nearby, the child Taisheng suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed with excitement. He felt indifferent to the complaints of the women, for his father was a notorious gambler. Had it not been for his sister working as a maid in a large family to support them, their home would have long since crumbled. Taisheng, in the distance, saw the women brought by the members of the Black Wolf gang rushing over. Reporting to the protector, one of the gang members said respectfully, "This woman named Hongyu has a father who owes our Black Wolf gang 300 taels of silver. Thus, the brothers below have temporarily hidden her here to pressure her father into gathering the money." Upon hearing this, the elder in the flowing robe immediately grew furious. Casting a glance at Wei and his two companions, and bellowed, "You are collecting debts and hiding someone here without informing me?" Wei, startled, quickly forced a smile and replied, "Protector, how could we disturb you with such trivial matters? We merely intended to keep her here for a few days to frighten that wretched gambler." Meng Chuan and the others furrowed their brows. When a debtor owes a significant amount, creditors often detain their family members temporarily to coerce repayment. Such actions, even in the eyes of the authorities, would typically result in nothing more than a fine. Severe penalties would only be enforced under circumstances where the captured women were coerced into prostitution, assaulted, or killed, none of which seemed to apply to Tieshen's sister, Hongyu, who appeared unscathed. "Sister, have they mistreated you?" the child Taisheng asked, holding onto his sister. "No, they simply confined me in a room," Hongyu replied, shaking her head. "Could it be that we have truly misjudged the situation?" Liu Qiyue murmured softly upon witnessing the scene. Yin Jin frowned. Meng Chuan observed the large group of women, each carrying their own stories, yet none appeared to have been forced against their will. Today's experiences have indeed unveiled another facet of the world to Meng Chuan. The young master, standing beside the old servant, remarked softly, "The truly illicit acts of the Black Wolf gang are not easily revealed to us." Meng Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. The individual referred to as Hong Yu was undoubtedly taken by force, and the Black Wolf gang possessed no contract of her servitude. Once such a deed has been committed, there is the potential for it to occur repeatedly. The old servant continued, "Moreover, the place where Hong Yu is confined is evidently located at some discreet part of the estate. If my deductions are accurate, there should be other unfortunate women in those quarters." These words caused the members of the Black Wolf gang to change their expressions, particularly the elder in the ornate robe, whose countenance darkened. "Indeed, it is hidden from the light, which necessitates greater caution," Meng Chuan stated coldly. "Wang Bo, conduct a thorough investigation of this estate. I am keen to ascertain just how audacious a mere gang can be. Are you all being excessive?" The elder in the ornate robe questioned, his tone grim as he took a few steps forward, followed closely by his subordinates, effectively blocking the path ahead. "You wish to rescue someone, and the person has already been delivered to you. Do you now intend to compel us further, leaving us no avenue for survival?" "Stand aside," Meng Chuan commanded icily. "This is the territory of the Black Wolf gang, and even more so, it belongs to the Bai family." The elder in the ornate robe sneered. "Are you all prepared to sever ties completely?" You possess quite the bravery for a protector," the old servant chuckled. "In Dongning Prefecture, is there anyone bold enough to threaten the Yuyang Palace?" In Dongning Prefecture, the Yuyang Palace holds the highest status, representing the Yuan Chushan. "Those who dare to obstruct the affairs of the Jade Sun Palace shall face my wrath. I can strike them down directly." Surely, the Black Wolf gang is aware of this rule. The old servant produced the Jade Sun Palace's token, and immediately, the group of followers standing behind the elderly man in the embroidered robe turned pale, instinctively retreating. The reputation of the Jade Sun Palace is overwhelmingly formidable. It is said that while the government oversees the mundane, the Jade Sun Palace governs all matters of Dongning Prefecture. To offend the Jade Sun Palace is to invite certain death, regardless of the circumstances. "Guardian, Do not engage in a conflict with the Jade Sun Palace. Exercise restraint. Report the matter to the gang. We cannot withstand this, the followers urged in unison. Even if a crime had been committed, such as the abduction of women, it is a grave sin. Yet the sheer number of the Black Wolf gang makes it unlikely that the court would punish them. It is more probable that the retribution would not extend to these mere foot soldiers. Under the night sky, within the idle stone garden, the women watched the unfolding scene with trepidation. The members of the Black Wolf gang hesitated, and the trio led by Wei did not dare to utter a word. Only the elderly man in the embroidered robe, his expression darkening, obstructed their path. Do you truly wish to tear the veil of civility? Do you even think you are worthy of such a confrontation? The old servant chuckled softly, in terms of lineage. His family far surpassed the 5 great demon clans of Dongning Prefecture. Step aside. A chilling glint flickered in Yin Jin's eyes at the thought of the women being tormented. Some even to death, fueling his murderous intent. Very well, I shall step aside, let you investigate. The elderly man in the embroidered robe laughed, his mirth causing the old servant's expression to shift slightly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distant corridor, stooped yet still tall, with unkempt hair. He approached with a smile, casting his gaze upon Meng Chuan, Yin Jin, Liu Qiyue, and the old servant. Meng Chuan beheld the figure before him, whose aura seemed ordinary yet instilled an overwhelming sense of impending doom, akin to a monstrous beast encroaching upon him. I hear you intend to investigate here? The hunchbacked man remarked with a smirk. Are you choosing the path of demise? As soon as the words left his lips, a rich green energy erupted from his being, his eyes shimmering with an eerie luminescence, and his physique appeared to swell in size. His fingers elongated dramatically, and with a swift motion, he grasped at the cobblestones beneath him, which soared into his grasp. Allow me to escort you on your journey, he declared, and with a flick of his razor-sharp claws, a flurry of stones was unleashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of projectiles, each enveloped in the ominous green aura, hurtled forth at terrifying speed. Thud, thud, thud. Some stones pierced through wooden pillars, others shattered the facade of a rockery, effortlessly creating large openings. Alas, in the path of these lethal missiles, 3 henchmen and 2 innocent women fell victim, their bodies punctured, blood gushing forth as they met their untimely demise. Be careful. A chill coursed through Meng Chuan as he instinctively stepped in front of his sister, Liu Qiyue, drawing his blade with lightning speed. Liu Qiyue swiftly tugged at the pair of siblings, pulling them behind her. The celestial demon sect, is their malevolence manifesting? The old servant's face paled, and he unsheathed a soft sword. Warning, young master, take heed. Yin Jin also drew his twin swords, bracing himself with utmost determination. Thud, thud, thud. The terrifying stones, enveloped in a green aura, struck them with a ferocity that sent chills down their spines. Meng Chuan, the old servant, and Yin Jin all faced the imminent threat of death, exerting every ounce of their strength to resist. Meng Chuan felt as though each stone was an immense weight, possessing greater force and swiftness than an arrow shot by a master of the transformation realm. The sheer number of stones was more daunting than a volley from 100 such warriors. In the second chapter, 5th section, titled Desperate Plea for Help, the white-clad youth Yin Jin stood at the forefront, wielding a sword in each hand. He transformed the blades into a swirling vortex of yin and yang, effectively countering the barrage of stones. Remarkably, he managed to deflect nearly half of the projectiles. On either side of him, the old servant and Meng Chuan engaged the remaining stones. They succeeded in their defense. Meng Chuan, adept in the Thunder God body technique, moved with unparalleled speed, his sword blades becoming mere phantoms as he continuously intercepted the stones. Yet he still found it an arduous task. The old servant, wielding a soft sword and possessing mastery at the no-leakage realm, also struggled against the relentless attack. In contrast, Yin Jin wielded his swords with unmatched vigor, effortlessly repelling half of the stones without showing signs of fatigue. Behind them, Liu Qiyue, unhesitant, produced a distress signal from her bosom and pulled the lever forcefully. With a resounding blast, a firework shot into the sky, ascending to great heights. Retreat, Meng Chuan urged urgently, for the hunchbacked man who had flung the stones was now advancing toward them. Liu Qiyue, cradling the child Taixing in one arm and the woman in the other, swiftly darted out. Young master. The old servant executed a swift strike, his soft sword tracing an arc as it aimed for the hunchbacked man's eyes. The hunchbacked man blurred momentarily, and the sword merely grazed his back, barely piercing the skin before being halted by the muscle beneath. With a swift motion, the hunchbacked man unleashed a claw infused with a dense, green demonic aura. Yin Jin found himself unable to evade, and could only brace himself with both swords. The claw struck against the blades with a resounding crash. Yan Jin felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surge through his swords. Despite his adeptness at deflecting power and the prowess of his ice and fire divine body in manipulating yin and yang, the disparity was insurmountable. He was forcefully sent flying, crashing against the courtyard wall behind him, which shattered upon impact. Yan Jin landed on the street outside, surrounded by a heap of rubble. One of his swords tossed into the air. The hunchbacked man paid no heed to anyone else, his gaze fixated solely on Yan Jin, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yan Jin was engulfed in excruciating pain, several bones fractured throughout his body, and he had lost all sensation in his arms. Even attempting to rise felt like a struggle against his own body. The strength of his opponent was overwhelming. The gap between them was too vast. Haraha! The hunchbacked man cackled harshly as he advanced menacingly. Young master. The old servant attempted to pursue, but his speed lagged, causing his eyes to widen in desperation. Coughing, Yan Jin expelled blood. Am I truly going to perish here? Such a bitter pill to swallow. His vision blurred as he beheld the frenzied approach of the hunchbacked man. Just then, a swifter, indistinct figure dashed in from the side, a blade slicing through the air in a graceful arc. The hunchbacked man was unexpectedly unable to evade that exquisitely delivered strike. The blade technique was named Falling Moon, regarding the foundation of divine and demonic powers. Even though Yan Jin possesses innate divine strength and has consumed extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth to cultivate his divine demonic body, Meng Chuan's foundation is by no means inferior to his. The difference lies solely in their respective specializations. Meng Chuan, who practices the Thunder God body, dedicates himself to mastering the swift blade technique. Thus his advantage resides entirely in his velocity. His speed surpasses that of the majority of the formless realm experts, even rivaling that of the hunchbacked man, the traitor of the human race from the heavenly demon sect. A murderous intent ignited in Meng Chuan's eyes, his blood boiling as lightning coursed through his veins, augmenting his already astonishing speed. However, he was acutely aware that he could not contend with the formidable stronghold of the heavenly demon sect before him. Hence, he aimed to strike at the man's legs, hoping to impair his mobility and create an opportunity for escape. The finesse and swiftness of his blade technique reflected the brilliance of the Meng family's prodigy. The hunchbacked man finally began to slow, extending his left hand in a swift claw. With a resounding impact, his claw, both peculiar and rapid, effortlessly intercepted Meng Chuan's blade light. Recognizing the peril of his situation, Meng Chuan immediately retreated, tracing an arc in his escape. Yet, the hunchbacked man's gaze turned frigid. You pose a greater threat than that white-clad youth. Prepare to experience my annihilation finger. Suddenly, he flicked his right hand, causing one of his fingernails to shatter and shoot forth towards the fleeing Meng Chuan, enveloped in a green mist. Alarmed, Meng Chuan instinctively slashed with his blade, a reflex honed over a year of daily training against a rain of arrows. Faced with death, the synergy of body and technique deepened, channeling even greater power. A blade intercepted the dark claw, and in the instant of collision, the terrifying demonic energy contained within erupted with ferocity. Yet, this exquisite strike managed to divert the trajectory of the dark menace, redirecting a significant portion of its malevolence. However, a fragment of the demonic force still surged along the blade, crashing against Meng Chuan. With a thunderous impact, Meng Chuan felt his body hurled away, his right hand, which gripped the blade, suddenly numb, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground. The force of the impact was formidable, but even more dreadful was the thick demonic energy that permeated his being, subjecting him to excruciating pain. Liu Qiyue, Meng Chuan's voice echoed in the distance. Liu Qiyue had already retrieved her bow and arrows from the quiver strapped to her back. She drew her bow with determination, teeth clenched, and aimed at the hunchbacked man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew forth in a radiant stream. None of you shall escape. You shall all perish. The hunchbacked man completely disregarded the arrows, allowing them to rain upon him without so much as a scratch on his skin. It was evident that Liu Qiyue, having just entered the realm of transformation and not yet reached the stage of unity, lacked the formidable foundation of divine and demonic power. Her Bao's might was still far too feeble. Against a typical practitioner of the unobstructed realm, she might have warranted caution. But this formidable being from the heavenly demon sect was utterly unfazed. Suddenly, the hunchbacked man's countenance shifted, and he abruptly vanished from sight. Whoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through the spot he had just occupied, emanating from the elder servant. At this moment, the elder was enveloped by swirling water, streams resembling serpents coiling around his form. His aura had intensified significantly, though his skin was flushed a deep red, and his eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Divine blood pill? The hunchbacked man appeared somewhat astonished as he gazed at the elder, realizing that even Dongning Prefecture possessed the divine blood pill. It seems you and your young master are quite distinguished. Miss Liu, take my young master and Mr. Meng Chuan away, the old servant commanded with fervor. I will hold him back. Understood. Liu Qiyue immediately sprang into action, first lifting Meng Chuan onto her back before hastening towards Yin Jin, who, having remarkable recuperative abilities, had already regained his footing. I can walk on my own. First, we must signal for help. Meng Chuan exerted all his strength to expel the demonic energy within him, simultaneously retrieving a distress flare from his pocket. With a resounding bang, Yin Jin seized it, swiftly activated the mechanism, and a brilliant flare shot into the sky. In tandem, Yin Jin produced his own distress signal flare and pulled the lever. You too, hurry and escape. Liu Qiyue shouted at the nearby Hong Yu and the Taisheng siblings, who, concerned for their benefactor's safety, nodded and swiftly retreated into the distance. As for the other women and the members of the Black Wolf gang, they had already been driven into a frenzy, scattering in all directions to distance themselves from the terrifying battle. Even so, over a dozen had been caught in the chaos, either dead or grievously injured. Meanwhile, the old servant, having consumed the divine blood pill, had dramatically increased his power and was engaged in fierce combat with the hunchbacked man, who possessed immense strength and seemed impervious to blades and bullets, each of his moves executed with terrifying precision. The old servant found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Yet his resilience allowed him to cling fiercely to the hunchbacked man. The clash between them produced continuous thunderous sounds, reducing the surrounding walls to ruins. Hold on. Longbow can't last much longer. We must go, Yin Jin urged, as Liu Qiyue, still carrying Meng Chuan, hastily fled into the distance. Let us depart. Meng Chuan was acutely aware that their presence would only hinder their escape. If they managed to flee, the loyal old servant would have a chance to survive. When Liu Qiyue launched the distress signal with a firework in the night, it naturally attracted attention throughout Dongning Prefecture. Meng Dajiang and Liu Yebai were dining in a private room of a tavern when they noticed a distant firework illuminating the sky and heard the accompanying explosion. It was Qiyue. Both instantly recognized the distress signal as one specially crafted for their junior. The design of the firework made it clear who had issued the call for help. Qiyue was in peril? Meng Dajiang and Liu Yebai were taken aback. In an instant, Liu Yebai transformed into a cloud of black mist and darted through the window. Meng Dajiang felt his blood boiling and similarly surged forth as a streak of black light. However, within the span of 2 breaths after their departure, another 2 explosions echoed in the night. It was Chuaner. Meng Dajiang was filled with urgency. In the vicinity of Xianchi Garden, a terrifying battle erupted. On one side stood the formidable members of the Tianyao sect, exuding a menacing aura, while on the other was the old servant of the Wu Luo Jing, empowered by the divine blood pill. Both were in dire need of assistance, and it would not be long before the powerful members of the 5 great demon families and Yuyang Palace arrived. The hunchbacked man held a distinct advantage, overpowering the old servant, even allowing his mind to wander in disdain as he observed the frenzied struggle of his opponent. The divine blood pill was indeed extraordinary. Much of my power is being thwarted by these water flows. As long as the old servant has an endless supply of the divine blood pill, I will never be able to shake him off. Within 10 breaths, escape seemed utterly hopeless. Enough, enough, let us depart. Should I linger for more than 10 breaths? I shall find myself in peril. The hunchbacked man, resolute in his decision, turned and walked away. 10 breaths was the duration he deemed sufficiently safe. The longer he delayed, the greater the likelihood that the formidable beings from the 5 great demon clans and the Yuyang Palace would arrive. Although the Dongning city was vast and the idle stone courtyard rather secluded, it was conceivable that those powerful figures might not reach the location for another 30 breaths. Yet, he dared not gamble. In his perspective, effortlessly eliminating Meng Chuan and his companions would indeed be fortuitous. However, when it came to his own life, that took precedence. The experts of the heavenly demon sect lurked in every corner of the human realm, exercising utmost caution and discretion in their concealment. It was instinctual. With a swift turn, the hunchbacked man vanished into the night, his figure creating an illusion as he crossed the idle stone courtyard in the blink of an eye. The old servant observed the individual retreating in the opposite direction and, seeing that he had not pursued his young master, he too chose not to linger. for he wished for survival. He yearned for life. Young master. The old servant hastened toward Yin Jin, Meng Chuan, and the others. He has departed? Yin Jin, Meng Chuan, and Liu Qiyue breathed a sigh of relief mixed with trepidation. With me obstructing him, he lacked the confidence to pursue you all. The old servant forcibly restrained his powers while speaking, for although he was formidable, he too feared the arrival of the 5 great demon clans in the Yuyang Palace. Qiyue, please set me down. Meng Chuan rasped. Are you feeling better, Chuan? Liu Qiyue inquired as she lowered Meng Chuan. The injuries to my bones are minor. It is merely the expulsion of this demonic aura that proves troublesome. I am barely managing to suppress it now. I estimate it will take some time before I can completely eradicate it. A faint aura of demonic energy enveloped Meng Chuan. Yin Jin, stained with blood and pallid in complexion, nonetheless spoke. Young Master Meng. Miss Liu, this incident is entirely my fault. If we follow your suggestion, young Master Meng, and instruct our people to act, the Black Wolf Gang should obediently surrender the Red Rain without any complications. It was also my decision to search the idol stone courtyard, which led to the appearance of that formidable celestial demon sect expert. This is all due to me. I merely wished to rescue some unfortunate women. Meng Chuan responded. While the elderly servant chimed in, I am truly grateful to you, young Master Meng. The celestial demon sect expert pursued the young master with such speed that I was unable to assist in time. It was you, young Master Meng, who saved him with a single strike. Thank you. Yin Jin added. We fought together against our foes. There is no need for gratitude. Meng Chuan chuckled, though doing so elicited a couple of painful coughs, twisting his expression in discomfort. Suddenly, 2 figures descended with terrifying speed, causing the elderly servant to tense up in anticipation. Meng Chuan, Liu Qiyue, and Yin Jin turned to look. Father, they called out in unison. Qiyue. Liu Yabai rushed to see his daughter. Chuaner, Meng Dajiang, upon noticing the lingering demonic energy around his son and the bloodstains on his clothing, felt a surge of panic and quickly grasped his son's arm, channeling a stream of vital energy into him. Father, I'm fine. Nothing is wrong. It was just Chuan and this young master Yin Jin who confronted the celestial demon sect expert, Liu Qiyue clarified. Only then did Liu Yabai relax, reassured that his daughter bore no injuries. What about Meng Chuan? He inquired. After the formidable member of the heavenly demon sect injured Chuaner, he was unable to deliver a finishing blow, hence the situation remains relatively stable. With 3 days' time, the demonic energy within Chuaner should be completely expelled. As for the injuries to his bones, they will heal within 10 days. Meng Dajiang has completely relaxed earlier. He felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the demonic energy entwining his son. A being capable of releasing such energy could likely take Chuaner's life with just 2 or 3 moves. Fortunately, it appears that the outcome was favorable. What of the heavenly demon sect member? Meng Dajiang inquired. He was thwarted by me, aware that he could not eliminate the young master and his companions in such a brief period. Thus, he departed immediately, the old servant replied. Had he continued to fight for a while longer, the 2 of you would have arrived and could have apprehended him. Although the old servant was striving to suppress his power, waves of energy still surged forth. Divine blood pill? Both Liu Yabai and Meng Dajiang contemplated, casting a glance at the individual named Yin Jin. It was astonishing that a mere servant could possess such a pill. What was the true origin of this Yin Jin? Both Meng Dajiang and Liu Yabai were taken aback, yet they chose not to dwell on it further, since the other party had never made this information public. There was no need for probing. In fact, the willingness of the palace master of Yuyang to act as their protector indirectly attested to the extraordinary background of the youth known as Yin Jin. How did you encounter members of the heavenly demon sect? Liu Yabai inquired. We aimed to rescue a woman abducted by the Black Wolf Gang and came to this idol stone courtyard, believing there might be more unfortunate women to rescue. To our surprise, a member of the heavenly demon sect emerged, Liu Qiyue explained. Liu Yabai coldly remarked, this stronghold of the Black Wolf Gang is, in fact, a lair of the heavenly demon sect? It seems we must conduct a thorough investigation into the Black Wolf Gang. Rest assured, in Meng Dajiang's gaze, a chilling intensity resided. Every stronghold of the Black Wolf Gang would be thoroughly scrutinized. No one would escape unscathed. The headquarters of the Black Wolf Gang was heavily fortified. The leader, Liu Chong, was indulging in wine while listening to a melodious tune when a figure burst into the room. Liu Chong furrowed his brow, directing his attention to the intruding young man. Quan, why such haste? The young man glanced at the nearby songstress. Please, step aside, Liu Chong instructed, and the songstress obediently exited, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. The young man then respectfully addressed him. Master, A grave incident has unfolded at the Xianxia Garden. I had previously reported to you as their suspicion regarding the protector of our rivals. Although the Xianxia Garden occasionally lacks women, they have not appeared in the establishments under our Black Wolf Gang's control. Furthermore, the few missing women are maidens, each capable of fetching a high price. I had instructed you to overlook this. What has transpired? Liu Qiyue inquired. Today, young Master Meng Chuan, accompanied by a young gentleman from the Yuyang Palace, arrived with a contingent to conduct a thorough search of the Xianxia Garden. A formidable and terrifying figure emerged from the garden, enveloped in green mist, with elongated fingernails and eerily green eyes. It was terrifying. They directly attempted to assault young Master Meng Chuan and his entourage, the young man relayed. Green mist? Elongated fingernails and green eyes? Liu Qiyue's expression shifted dramatically. What happened next? The battle was catastrophic. It led to collateral damage, resulting in numerous casualties among our brothers and the women of the Xianxia Garden. We were compelled to scatter in all directions. The young man hastily reported. I rushed to inform the master. If young Master Meng Chuan and his companions are deceased, we shall find ourselves in grave peril. Are young Master Meng and the others still alive? Liu Qiyue inquired urgently. I do not know. Upon sensing danger, I fled immediately. Not daring to linger, the young man replied. Liu Qiyue continued, you have not spoken to anyone about your suspicions regarding the law enforcer, have you? Certainly not, master. I will fulfill your instructions diligently. What shall we do now? The young man asked. I understand, he nodded. We must depart swiftly. The sooner, the better, Liu Qiyue urged. Once the city gates close, it won't be long before the Jadeyang Palace and the 5 great demon families commence their investigations. You will not be able to escape by tomorrow. Yes, the young man concurred, recognizing the necessity of temporarily vacating Dongning City, and promptly left the gang, making his way towards the city gate. However, just after departing the gang's territory by a mere mile, a dart whizzed past and struck the young man. His eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the masked Liu Qiyue appeared beside him. Quan, the master cannot afford to be entangled with the heavenly demon sect. If the demon families learn that I discovered something amiss at the idol stone courtyard and turn a blind eye, I shall be doomed. Only the dead remain silent. Do not blame the master. Liu Qiyue swiftly seized the young man's lifeless body and departed. He then leisurely returned to his study to paint. Liu Qiyue, came a furious shout. Liu Qiyue hastily exited the study to find a middle-aged man in white outside, and he quickly offered a smile. It is third master. What brings you here? What brings me here? You useless fool. The middle-aged man in white gritted his teeth, lamenting the calamity that the Black Wolf Gang had brought upon him, as a powerful figure from the heavenly demon sect had emerged in the idol stone garden. What? The heavenly demon sect has nothing to do with me, absolutely nothing, he declared. Liu Qiyue was on the verge of tears, repeatedly asserting, Third Master. You know I lack the courage for such matters. Meng Chuan and the 2 young masters from Yuyang Palace, Yin Jin, were gravely injured, and Meng Xinggu was nearly beside herself, having already mobilized the Meng family forces. The Lord of Yuyang Palace had also issued a command, dispatching his people to collaborate with the Meng family in a rigorous investigation. Tonight, the entire Dongning Prefecture would find no peace. The middle-aged man in white gritted his teeth and urged, You worthless fool, hurry and follow me to meet my elder brother. Chapter 7. The fate of the Zhou family. Presently, the entirety of Dongning Prefecture was in a state of alarm, with various forces mobilizing to pursue and investigate. At this moment, Hong Yu and her brother had managed to escape to their ancestral home, the Zhou residence. Zhou sat in the main seat, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea, while young Master Shou Qian appeared pale. Miss Liu urged us to flee at once, and we ran for our lives. Hong Yu grasped her brother Taixing's hand and recounted. Many lives were lost, including some from the Black Wolf Gang. We were terrified as we fled. So we first came to inform the master. You did well. Had you not come, I would have remained oblivious to the extent of the trouble this little brat has caused. Zhou coldly regarded his son. What audacity you possess. Entrusting matters to young Master Meng without even notifying me of such a significant issue? Zhou Qian trembled slightly. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Truly never. Hong Yu then inquired. Do you think Brother Meng and the others are still alive? I do not know, came the uncertain reply. Red Rain shook his head repeatedly. He and the young master from the Yuyang Palace had sustained severe injuries at that time. After our escape, we are left unaware of their fate. I hope they remain unscathed. Zhou remarked coldly. Otherwise, our Zhou family would be doomed, with no glimmer of hope remaining. Father, Zhou Qian murmured. Now we must rely on luck. Otherwise, whether it be the Black Wolf gang, the Bai family, or the Meng family. We would be finished if any of them decided to act against us. Zhou He stood up and declared, Zhou Qian, you must accompany me to the Meng residence immediately. Oh, Zhou Qian replied, feeling somewhat dazed. And you two siblings, Zhou He instructed. If anyone from the court inquires about today's events, you will do as I say. Understood. Red Rain and his sibling obediently listened. Zhou He, with his son in tow, and bearing significant gifts, made his way to the Ming residence by Mirror Lake. Along the route, they encountered several mobilized military units. Brother Zhang, what has happened? Zhou He immediately inquired of a familiar leader among the troops. Members of the Heavenly Demon sect have appeared, and young Master Meng Chuan has been gravely injured. The entire city is currently under search, the leader responded succinctly. All right. I won't delay you further. I must be off. Brother Zhang, do take care, Zhou He smiled. Father? Shou Qian whispered from the side. The fact that young Master Meng Chuan is alive is indeed good news. So that villain belongs to the Heavenly Demon sect? Zhou He pondered. Let us hurry to the Ming residence. At the Ming residence by Mirror Lake, Meng Chuan lay propped against his bed. Though his complexion was pale, his spirits remained high. Meng Chuan, in the face of insurmountable foes, prioritized the preservation of your own life. Meng Xinggu, seated nearby and leaning on her cane, remarked, Your endeavor to rescue Yin Jin is commendable. However, should it result in your own demise, it would be a grievous loss. You must understand that you embody the hope of the entire Meng family. A defeat for you would also signify a defeat for us all. Great Aunt. The formidable being from the Heavenly Demon sect possessed remarkable physical strength, yet their agility was not particularly swift. I initially believed that after saving Yin Jin, I could successfully escape. I never anticipated that a mere broken nail from that demon would unleash such devastating power, wounding me gravely in a single strike. Meng Chuan felt a deep sense of shame. You have faced only a handful of adversaries, and those have vastly outmatched you. They could afford to falter 10 times without consequence, for your attacks could not harm them. Yet, a single misstep on your part results in your ruin. When confronted with such formidable opponents, one must not entertain the illusion of luck. Meng Xinggu shook her head, adding, furthermore, the individuals from the Heavenly Demon sect are traitors to humanity, having cultivated practices devised by the demon race. Their combat style resembles that of monsters, as their bodies can be transformed into weapons. From now on, exercise extreme caution. When encountering members of the Heavenly Demon sect, retreat at once, maintaining as great a distance as possible, unless you possess sufficient confidence to vanquish them. Understood, Meng Chuan replied obediently. At that moment, Meng Dajiang entered from outside. Father, what is the situation? Meng Chuan inquired. The individuals from the Heavenly Demon sect escaped too swiftly. Currently, they are interrogating the members of the Black Wolf gang. Meng Dajiang responded. And the innocent women from the Idlestone courtyard? Meng Chuan pressed further. In the previous confrontation, 5 members of the Black Wolf gang were killed and 3 were injured. 6 women from the Idlestone courtyard lost their lives, and 2 were wounded. Indeed, in the backyard, we discovered 38 imprisoned women. Chuaner, you have certainly saved a considerable number of lives. Meng Dajiang remarked. There exists an underground hall in the Idlestone courtyard, where numerous female remains linger. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect must have been practicing their sorcery there for an extended period. Meng Chuan fell into silence upon hearing this. His heart ached for the slain women, and his animosity towards the members of the Heavenly Demon sect intensified. Master, there are servants outside, a voice interrupted. Zhou He and his son Zhou Qian have come to offer their apologies. Apologies? Meng Dajiang pondered. I shall go and see. After a brief stay, the grandaunt departed. Meng Chuan remained resting on the bed. The demonic energy within him had long been effortlessly dispelled by his grandaunt. For divine beings, expelling such energy is a trivial task. Rather, the injuries to his bones and muscles would take several days to gradually mend. This was still a testament to the formidable nature of divine beings. A mere mortal would likely require months for recovery. Chuaner, Meng Dajiang entered the room, revealing that the child sought their assistance, instigated by a lad named Shou Qian. Zhou Qian? Meng Chuan inquired. I am familiar with him. He is a disciple of our Jinghu Dao Academy. Just today, I provided guidance on his swordsmanship. Meng Dajiang continued. Hong Yu is his devoted maid, and their bond is profound. He initially intended to rescue her, but was halted by his father, Zhou He. Consequently, he discreetly sent that child, Taixing, to the tavern to seek your aid, leading to the subsequent events. It is unexpected that everything originated from this disciple of our academy, and I cannot let my son endure such peril lightly. Father. Meng Chuan noted that he was quite familiar with Zhou Qian, who possessed considerable talent and no ill intentions towards him. To Zhou, the matter at hand seemed trivial. Indeed. Resolving the issues concerning the Black Wolf Gang was rather straightforward. Their encounter with the Celestial Demon sect was merely a stroke of unfortunate luck, and it would be unjust to direct anger towards Zhou Qian. Meng Dajiang shook his head, revealing his genuine apprehension. Had it not been for the old servant's use of the divine blood pill to entangle the formidable foe from the Celestial Demon sect, his son, who had yet to see his 7th month, could have lost his life. It was only natural for Meng Dajiang to feel wrath towards the Zhou family. After all, grievances have their origins and debts have their payers. Meng Chuan gently reminded him that this was a lesson imparted by his father. Very well. I can choose to overlook them, but I cannot let them off lightly, he conceded, acknowledging the fact that Zhou had exploited him without even informing him. Meng Dajiang nodded, recalling how Zhou he had presented a precious item, the Millennium Ginseng, which was worth 10,000 taels. He accepted it, considering it a means to put the matter to rest. Nonetheless, the young Zhou Qian deserved a modicum of punishment. Previously, when Zhou he had knelt to apologize, Meng Dajiang had been too indifferent to accept his contrition. The combined assets of the Zhou family amounted to merely several tens of thousands of taels, with cash in hand even less. The Millennium Ginseng was a fortuitous acquisition by Zhou He, intended for his son's cultivation in the Transcendence Realm, but now it was being used as an apology. Zhou He feared it might not suffice. What to do? Zhou He knelt there, sweat pouring down his brow as he faced the gift box. Beside him, Zhou Qian looked at his father with guilt. Father, this is all my fault. It was too late for words now. Even this gesture of apology was rejected, and it was evident that young Master Meng's father still harbored anger towards the Zhou family. Zhou He lamented this situation just as Meng Dajiang entered from the hall. Zhou He was overjoyed. Although Elder Meng said nothing, I too shall impose a proper punishment upon him. Zhou He, do express your gratitude to Elder Meng for his magnanimous act of sparing your life. Thank you, Elder Meng. Zhou Qian also knelt and bowed. Hurry and leave. Elder Meng waved his hand with a frown. Zhou He, with a forced smile, departed alongside Zhou Qian. Once they exited the Meng residence, Zhou He finally exhaled in relief. Father, is our Zhou family safe now? Zhou Qian inquired. It should be fine, though they threatened to whip you. It was clear they intended for our Zhou family to handle the matter, evidently not wishing for your demise, Zhou He replied coldly. You ought to be grateful to your senior brother Meng. Had he not interceded, his father would certainly not have let this go unpunished. 8 days later, at the Meng residence by Mirror Lake. Young Master, we have received a copy of the case files from the Yu Yang Palace's conclusion, Qianfang announced, carrying a thick stack of 12 volumes. I've brought them all. Uncle Qian, you may go about your business. Just leave the volumes here, Meng Chuan nodded. Very well. Qianfang placed the hefty volumes down and took his leave. Meng Chuan picked up the top volume and began to peruse it. The introduction briefly outlined the events. An 8-year-old boy named Tai Sheng sought to rescue his sister and thus approached Zhou Qian. However, Zhou Qian was obstructed by his father, Zhou He, and could not venture out to assist. Consequently, he sent Tai Sheng to plead with his own senior brother, Meng Chuan. Given the camaraderie between Meng Chuan and Zhou Qian, he decided to intervene in the matter. Yin Jin, filled with righteous indignation, intervened in the matter. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou He brought his son to the Meng residence to seek forgiveness. Meng Dajiang, in a fit of rage, was calmed only by Meng Chuan's plea for mercy on behalf of his junior disciple. Within this dossier, merely a few sentences beautifully encapsulated the camaraderie between Zhou Qian and myself. As if it were my benevolence towards him that compelled me to rescue others and petition on his behalf, urging my father to show clemency. Meng Chuan chuckled softly, noting Zhou He's cleverness in aligning himself with the Ming family, likely out of fear of retaliation from the Bai family. He could fully comprehend the dynamics at play. For the Bai family too harbored reservations. The most incensed by these events was none other than the immortal Meng Xianggu. The Bai family, wary of provoking the Meng clan further, found themselves in a precarious position concerning a being with but 6 or 7 years of life left. No one wished to engage in a genuine conflict. Upon discovering the depth of the bond between Meng Chuan and Zhou Qian, the Bai family opted to cease their pursuit of the Zhou family, recognizing that antagonizing them would yield no benefits, merely an outlet for their frustrations, while potentially inciting Meng Chuan's ire and that of the Meng family. Thus, the Zhou family narrowly evaded catastrophe. Zhou He, though possessing some cunning, found himself in a somewhat pitiable situation. Meng Chuan discerned the perilous predicament faced by the other party. Advancing led to a precipice, while retreating beckoned an abyss. The Bai family, the Ming family, and the Black Wolf gang. The Zhou family could not afford to offend any of them, for a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. According to the records, within the Idlestone courtyard, it was confirmed that 5 members of the Black Wolf gang had affiliations with the Heavenly Demon sect. Of these 5, 3 were captured alive, 1 went missing, and 1 committed suicide. Based on the separate interrogations of the 3 captured, it was determined that the Black Wolf gang was innocent. Meng Chuan was not surprised. There was no compelling reason for a faction like the Black Wolf gang to conspire with the Heavenly Demon sect. Due to collusion, discovery meant certain death. After apprehending all the high-ranking members of the Black Wolf gang and probing their inner strength, it was determined that none had practiced demonic arts. Following separate interrogations, it was concluded that the Black Wolf gang was indeed innocent. However, due to numerous violations of the court's laws, the gang leader Liu Qiyue was sentenced to serve in the death squad at Qingyang Pass for 3 years. The deputy leader, Song Yu, received a 10-year sentence of hard labor. Meng Chuan observed and gently shook his head, recognizing that the Black Wolf gang had no ties to the Celestial Demon sect. Nevertheless, this thorough investigation unveiled many matters, ensuring that none of the primary culprits would evade justice. The Black Wolf gang was, indeed, wronged. Such factions often contain numerous ruffians among their ranks, and despite strict regulations, these miscreants would still engage in various illegal activities. This time, they had angered the Meng family and the Jade Sun Palace. Both Meng Chuan and Yin Jin were severely injured, narrowly escaping death at the hands of a powerful foe from the Celestial Demon sect. Consequently, the Black Wolf gang had to bear the brunt of the blame. Though the sentences were not excessively harsh, these divine and demonic families could sever ties without hesitation. After so many years of servitude, they had cast me aside. Fortunately, I possessed the strength of the unfathomable realm, which led to my assignment to the death squad at Qingyang Pass. Liu Chang was being escorted to Qingyang Pass, located a mere 180 miles from Dongning Prefecture, where commoners typically served in the military. At this moment, Liu Chang felt a glimmer of relief. Thankfully, I eliminated a Quan. No one knows that I had long suspected the Idlestone courtyard. Liu Chang silently reflected, having narrowly escaped this life-threatening ordeal. As he traveled towards Qingyang Pass, he continued to feel fortunate. Meng Chuan sat within the martial arts training ground, perusing the records of the Bai family. The Black Wolf gang was innocent, yet the Bai family bore even greater innocence. However, due to the territory under the Bai family's control, which had unfortunately become a den for the Tianyo sect, they could not evade responsibility. As a result, they faced severe penalties from Yuyang Palace. With the higher echelons of the Black Wolf gang, along with several members of the Bai family, subjected to punitive measures. Additionally, they were fined a staggering 500,000 taels of silver, inflicting considerable financial strain on the Bai family. Continuing to sift through the documents, Meng Chuan discovered numerous records, including intelligence on the women of the Xianshi courtyard. To his dismay, the accounts were indeed true. His expression darkened as he realized that many of those abducted had, in fact, voluntarily sold themselves to the gang. The gang's coercive abductions were often driven by underlying reasons, such as cases like Hong Yu, whose father had accrued insurmountable debts. They were seized to offset the liabilities. Yet, the debts remained unpaid. With compounded interest, the obligations only grew, ultimately forcing these women into voluntary servitude. Even Hong Yu, fearing the repercussions from the Black Wolf gang, had her father tear up the IOU, thereby erasing the debt, which temporarily spared their family from calamity. However, the fate of Hong Yu and her brother's father, a compulsive gambler, loomed ominously. Should he persist in his reckless habits, he would inevitably endanger his children once more. Sometimes, even rescue seemed impossible. As Meng Chuan gazed at the words on the records, he envisioned the women once again walking towards the Xianshi courtyard. How could this be? The weight of despair settled heavily upon him, as if he were mired in a quagmire of helplessness. With a sudden motion, he cast the records aside and strode purposefully towards the exit. Chuan, are you having lunch? Called Liu Qiyue, catching sight of Meng Chuan's retreating figure. I shall take a stroll, Meng Chuan remarked. Indeed, he felt quite stifled. Zhou He's cunning intellect merely elicited a wry smile from him. He harbored no sympathy for Liu Chang, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, whose fate was sealed. However, the plight of those women, especially those who had been imprisoned and subsequently rescued, struck a chord. This time, they had not been forcefully abducted, yet they were still compelled to tread toward that quagmire. How could the world be so? Meng Chuan murmured, suddenly catching sight of a noodle shop ahead, bustling with patrons during the midday hour. Come, take a taste. Is it not fragrant? A couple, accompanied by their child, shared a moment as the father offered a piece of torn white steamed bun to his little one, who eagerly bit into it and nodded, exclaiming, "So delicious." The couple gazed at their son with radiant smiles. Despite their soiled appearances and rough hands, clearly accustomed to hard labor, their joy was undeniably luminous. At that moment, Meng Chuan found himself captivated by the couple's shared joy as they watched their child. "Come, have a sip." Beside the couple, for bare-chested men, their skin glistening with sweat, lifted large bowls to their lips, engaged in boisterous conversation. Casting aside the fatigue of their labor, "Let us finish our meal swiftly. We must seek out your father afterward," an elderly man declared, as he dined alongside a little girl, who nodded eagerly with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes, let us find father." Laughter, chatter, and those eyes brimming with hope surrounded him. Witnessing all this, Meng Chuan felt a sudden illumination in his heart. Chapter 9, The Countenance of All Beings, Part 2. As Meng Chuan ambled along, he observed the vendors by the roadside eagerly beckoning customers, while groups of disciples from the Dao Academy strolled together, engaged in lively discussions. "Look, it's Brother Meng," the disciples of Jinghu Dao Academy exclaimed with evident respect. The sights and sounds around him brought a smile to Meng Chuan's face. Suddenly, he noticed a disabled elderly man seated by the riverbank, leisurely watching the passers-by. Beside him lay a fishing rod, and he wore a cheerful expression, occasionally puffing on a large pipe. A skilled painter, Meng Chuan possessed a keen eye for detail, and he sensed the elderly man's profound sense of enjoyment and contentment. A palpable aura of satisfaction radiated from him. Yet, the old man was severely disabled, having lost a leg and an arm. How could one so afflicted exude such tranquility and joy? He appeared to be the most unfortunate soul on the street, yet he seemed to relish life the most. Intrigued, Meng Chuan approached him. "Good sir," he said politely, "may I ask what brings you such joy? Is there some grand occasion?" The elderly man's smile was infectious. He gestured towards the street, observing the scene. "Look at the young ones training in martial arts, and the adults toiling for their livelihoods. That alone brings me joy." Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the events at Qingyang Pass, where the demon forces had amassed an army under the leadership of several demon kings, intent on breaching the defenses. The elderly man continued, "If they were to succeed, the entirety of Dongning Prefecture and its surroundings would be reduced to scorched earth, leaving no one alive. At that time, I served at Qingyang Pass, where both gods and demons fought valiantly. Each soldier was determined to resist. The gods and demons clashed fiercely with the demon king, while we fought off every monster that approached. The ground was littered with corpses of our fallen comrades. Just last night, we had shared laughter, and today, they lay lifeless. As long as there was breath in our bodies, we would drag the monsters down with us." The old man's eyes glistened slightly with moisture as he chuckled, saying that our eyes had turned red from the slaughter. When one realized that no monsters remained around, there were but a few comrades still standing. We held on until reinforcements from other gods and demons arrived, ultimately securing Qingyang Pass. The disabled elder remarked with a smile that we had preserved the lives of millions in the surrounding Dongning Prefecture. Out of the 20,000 soldiers that day, only 1,633 survived. Among the 5 gods and demons guarding Qingyang Pass, only 2 remained alive. Why did we fight so desperately? Unwilling to flee even in the face of despair. It was simply to avoid slaughter, to protect our families and children from being ravaged. We hoped they could cultivate in peace, enjoy hearty meals, and boast with friends. We wished for them to someday find wives and raise children." The disabled elder smiled, saying that he came out each day to observe the people of his hometown in the streets, reminiscing about the comrades who had fallen. "The sacrifices of everyone were worthwhile. I am fortunate. From 20,000 brothers and sisters, only 1,633 remain. I survived, able to savor meat buns, sip wine, fish, and take a puff of tobacco. Ha, how joyful it is." The disabled elder laughed. Meng Chuan listened silently. The confusion that once resided in his heart had dissipated. Some so-called tragic families, when compared to the elderly, appear quite absurd. Take, for instance, the family of Hongyu. She serves as a maid in a wealthy household and is able to earn money to support her family. Her father, a notorious gambler, has debts. Who can be blamed for that? To claim he was deceived? Not to mention that such words might merely be a ruse to placate his son. If one cannot even discern the debt notes, who else is to be held accountable? Humanity is multifaceted. Some individuals willingly descend into depravity. Others, even when engulfed by the abyss, continue to radiate joy. As for the vast majority, Meng Chuan gazed at the street vendors and pedestrians, each brimming with hope, tirelessly striving for a better life. As he unfurled the canvas, Meng Chuan began to paint. His heart brimmed with countless visions yearning to be expressed. He commenced with a scene from Dongning Prefecture. From that day forth, apart from his usual cultivation, Meng Chuan devoted every other moment to painting. Day by day, he continued his work. As summer transitioned into autumn, he labored on this piece for over 4 months. When the autumn leaves turned golden and began to fall, his painting approached its conclusion. This was an expansive scroll, measuring an impressive 8 meters and 3. The left half of the scroll depicted an ancient cityscape of Dongning Prefecture. Most striking among the scenes was the opulent ancestral home of the Meng family. Within this grand estate stood an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, radiating a formidable presence. Beside her were the clan leader, the third elder, Meng Dajiang, and numerous other family members. Meng Chuan meticulously rendered dozens of them. Other relatives were represented merely as ethereal shadows. Outside the Meng family ancestral home, before him stood Liu Qiyue, the venerable and respectful leader of the Black Wolf gang. Although Meng Chuan had never encountered Liu Qiyue in person, he recognized him from the portrait included in the dossier. Meng Chuan had exaggerated somewhat. The depiction rendered Liu Qiyue as more robust and fearsome. Yet, before the ancestral home of the Meng family, Liu Qiyue displayed an unparalleled deference and sycophancy. Behind Liu Qiyue was Zhou He, who bowed even lower, wearing a smile that was overly ingratiating towards Liu Qiyue. His visage was meticulously rendered in the painting. Following Zhou He were the timid and apprehensive siblings, Hongyu and Taisheng. The scene then unfolded to encompass the myriad figures throughout Dongning City. There were several unfortunate women, coerced by their families into selling themselves, weeping as they approached the idol stone garden. Additionally, there were dozens of laborers, some of whom were disabled, laboring with only one hand. The painting also depicted a diverse array of patrons from taverns, tea houses, and noodle shops alongside street vendors and passers-by, as well as gamblers and ruffians. Not to be overlooked was the sight of a disabled elder by the riverside, missing both an arm and a leg, who sat with a fishing rod, puffing on a pipe, and smiling at the bustling street, thus capturing the far right of the canvas. Meng Chuan had illustrated hundreds of ordinary citizens from Dongning City, with a particular emphasis on the Dao Academy. Within this academy, children, youths, and young adults diligently practiced their cultivation, while the headmaster, Qiyue, enjoyed a drink and offered guidance. The academy was situated on the far left of Dongning City, with the sun rising beside it. These disciples of the academy represented the dawn of hope for the entire Dongning City. However, at the far right of Dongning City, beyond its walls, a group of youths clad in the garments of the Daoist Academy departed from Dongning City, accompanied by the watchful gazes of their parents and families, embarking on a journey to another realm. To the extreme right of the entire scene lay a blood-stained frontier, where divine beings and demonic kings clashed fiercely. Among them was Meng Xinggu, a celestial figure, and a serpent demon king soaring through the skies. Countless soldiers fought valiantly against these monsters at the border, their depictions varying from simplistic to intricately detailed. Notable among these soldiers were Meng Dajiang, the father, Director Qiyue, the clan leader, the third elder, Yun Fuan, Liu Qiyue, and Zhou He. Though they held diverse ranks within Dongning City, they once shared a common identity as human soldiers battling against the encroaching beasts. Finally, Meng Chuan portrayed the last figure, a warrior, arms severed, yet resolutely plunging his sword into the skull of a creature. This fallen soldier was none other than the disabled elder, whose gaze seemed to fixate upon the demon, yet appeared to transcend the canvas. As if surveying the tranquil Dongning City on the far left, this entire tableau encapsulated many sentiments Meng Chuan sought to convey. For instance, Liu Qiyue, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, harbored a deep-seated fear of the divine families, yet instilled a sense of dread in several affluent merchants. Zhou He, commanding with an authoritative presence, was surrounded by throngs of subordinates, yet bore numerous fears of his own. Meng Dajiang and his compatriots, though holding esteemed positions, had also endured a decade of bloodshed at the frontier. The divine beings, exalted and revered, formed the backbone of humanity, tasked with safeguarding the entire race. Across the map, the ordinary populace was a diverse tapestry, with the women of the idol stone courtyard merely a minute fraction among the myriad of common individuals. Though these ordinary individuals may appear insignificant, They constitute the most substantial presence within the canvas. Shielded by divine and demonic beings, they represent the very foundation of humanity. It is through the countless ordinary lives that generations of gods and demons are born, ensuring the continuity of the human race. The painting encapsulates a myriad of philosophies and lifestyles, revealing but a mere glimpse of humanity while also illuminating the reasons for its survival. In the upper right corner of the canvas, Meng Chuan inscribes 3 characters, Zhang Sheng Xiang, which translates to the state of all beings. Within this, numerous figures emerge: Meng Xingyu, Meng Dajiang, the third elder, Liu Chong, Zhou He, the disabled elder, Gu, among others. These characters embody a collective essence. They are both themselves and not themselves. As the painting comes to completion, Meng Chuan settles into his chair, overwhelmed with a profound sense of fulfillment. From a young age, he had a passion for painting. Driven by an innate desire to observe the world and immortalize his findings on canvas. Initially, he focused on external appearances, capturing them with exquisite realism. However, during the creation of the Galloping Horse piece, he gradually began to portray the spirit and essence of his subjects, imbuing the horses with an almost lifelike quality. Thus, even those unfamiliar with art were left in awe, willing to pay a premium for his works, establishing him as the foremost painter in Dongning Prefecture at that time. Yet today, he has ascended to a new realm, where he paints the essence of his own heart, transmuting his intense emotions into his artwork. The moment he completes the piece, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and satisfaction floods his being. Zhongsheng. Meng Chuan closes his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The immense gratification within his soul leaves him in a state of euphoric dizziness. Unbeknownst to him, within the depths of his spiritual consciousness, a profound transformation is taking place. A vague humanoid spirit gradually coalesces, its essence illuminating with a spiritual radiance over the course of more than 4 months dedicated to creating the painting the countenance of all beings. As the spirit continues to refine itself, a profound sense of completeness blossoms within the heart upon its manifestation. Ultimately, this humanoid spirit accumulates to its utmost pinnacle, solidifying with a resounding thud, revealing its true form. In that moment, Meng Chuan experiences a wave of dizziness. Following this, he perceives, as if gazing inward during the cultivation of true qi. His consciousness discerns an expansive void situated at his brow, within which stands a figure that mirrors his own likeness. Chapter 2, Chapter 10, Transformation. Meng Chuan is taken aback. What is this? I am aware that 3 inches below the navel lies the dantian, a space for nurturing true qi. But how is it that there exists a void within my brow? Moreover, this diminutive figure resembles me perfectly. Confusion mingles with speculation. If this small figure bears my likeness, could it be the legendary soul of a person? Or perhaps it is a manifestation of my own will and spirit. Alternatively, could it be something entirely unknown? The texts of the Mirror Lake Taoist Academy were disseminated from the original Mount Yuan. The writings of the Ming family have accumulated over millennia. My knowledge of cultivation is quite comprehensive. I have perused those texts thoroughly and have never encountered any mention of a space within the brow, nor of a small figure residing therein. Despite his astonishment, Meng Chuan harbors an intuitive sense that this development is likely a fortuitous sign, because he has already sensed a profound transformation within himself. This feeling is truly marvelous. Meng Chuan closed his eyes, yet effortlessly avoided the numerous objects within the study, gracefully opening the door and stepping outside. He walked to the stone table in the courtyard and took a seat on the stone bench. Even with my eyes shut, I can perceive everything within a radius of 10 zhang with utmost clarity. As Meng Chuan opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in the night, where everything appeared hazy to the naked eye. However, at this moment, his intangible perception allowed him to discern the minute bristles on the 6 legs of a small ant crawling along the courtyard wall with remarkable clarity. Everything, front, back, left, right, above, and below, was vividly apparent, though only to a depth of 3 feet below the ground. The further down, the more indistinct it became. The naked eye could only see what lay ahead, unable to glimpse what was behind. In complete darkness, nothing could be seen at all. I can perceive clearly within 10 zhang and sense everything within a mile surrounding me. Seated in the small courtyard, Meng Chuan could distinctly sense all the breaths within a mile radius around him. The essence of humanity, the essence of animals, the breath of all living things were within his reach. For instance, the presence of his father and Uncle Liu was the strongest in the entire Meng family of Jinghu. His father, Meng Dajiang, exuded a robust and weighty essence, while Uncle Liu, Liu Yebai, possessed a more ethereal and elusive presence. Among the other Weaker breaths of those in the Rebirth Realm, the essence of his sister, July, was the purest of all. Throughout the entire Meng family of Jinghu and beyond, the further the distance, the more indistinct the sensations became, like in the broad daylight, where one can see far into the distance without any obstruction. Yet at a great distance, only blurred silhouettes of figures and indistinct forms of dogs can be discerned. Meng Chuan's perception operates similarly. When the proximity is close, his awareness is remarkably clear. However, as the distance increases, he can merely ascertain the number of people and animals present, distinguishing only the stronger from the weaker. And that is the extent of it. Beyond a mile, it becomes an abyss of darkness, rendering any form of perception impossible. Now, as Meng Chuan gazes upon the myriad of plants in the courtyard, everything appears transformed. Upon opening his eyes, he perceives the minutiae within a span of 10 zhang, revealing a beauty that is simply exquisite. It feels as if he had previously been viewing the world through a fog, where everything appeared indistinct. Now, clarity has increased 100-fold. The colors of everything around him are vibrantly alive. The once smooth surface of the stone table now reveals countless tiny pits shaped by the caress of wind and sun. A single fallen hair, which once seemed merely fine and silky to his naked eye, now reveals a coarse texture, akin to a twig with numerous rough patches and even some blemishes. Everything feels more authentic. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Meng Chuan unsheathes his sword, slicing through the air with a single stroke. Observing his own action fills him with a surge of excitement. The strike, which he once perceived as flawless to the naked eye, now reveals an abundance of imperfections. Meng Chuan murmurs to himself. In the past, he relied solely on his vision to gauge the blade's trajectory, and despite his prowess, the swiftness of the sword rendered clarity elusive. He once deemed that strike sufficient. Yet now, under this heightened awareness, the gleam of the blade is laid bare. The trajectory unveiled 100-fold. Each discordance in the sword technique as it traverses the air is strikingly evident, allowing Meng Chuan to promptly recognize the flaws in his execution. As an individual profoundly enamored with the art of painting, the pursuit of aesthetic beauty is instinctual. The imperfections and discordance are intolerable to him. Thus, he commenced practicing the sword-drawing technique under the cover of night. His body transformed into a fleeting flash of light, executing a single strike. It is through the recognition of imperfection that one discerns the path to improvement. One stroke after another, he ardently strives for each cut to be superior. An hour passed, then another. Meng Chuan felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, sensing the flaws in his swordsmanship dissipating, gradually evolving towards perfection. Even under the influence of sensation, whoosh, another sword-drawing technique was unleashed. The blade gleamed like a crescent moon, subtly harnessing the forces of nature, rendering the light of the sword ethereal and ephemeral. Meng Chuan, employing his agility, moved with an unprecedented swiftness, feeling as though he were soaring with the wind, propelling himself 3 zhang forward in an instant. Though he halted, his heart burned with fervor. He sensed the existence of momentum, just a fraction more, just a fraction more. Since attaining the state of unity, he had severed flying arrows 8,000 times daily, diligently honing his craft for over a year and a half. At last, he felt the presence of momentum. Within a matter of days, he would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. Meng Chuan found this night to be exceptionally splendid. Each day, with 8,000 strikes against flying arrows, he relentlessly pursued earlier severances, causing the marks of his blade upon the great trees to ascend continuously. With an incredibly solid foundation and an emotion deeply infused within, this particular sword technique was his favorite, accompanied by a clear direction. The results of Meng Chuan's year and a half of cultivation were remarkably fruitful, perhaps surpassing even the ancient demonic figure Dang Feng in efficiency at the same age. Over the course of the past year and a half, although he remained not too distant from the concept of momentum, the closer he approached the limit, the more gradual his progress became. However, it was entirely plausible that Meng Chuan, with another year and a half of rigorous training, would naturally grasp the essence of momentum. This evening's transformation, however, propelled his swordsmanship forward, allowing him to fleetingly touch upon the concept of momentum. Consequently, a breakthrough became all the more imminent. At the 5th watch of the Tiger Hour, darkness still enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the morning bell of Dongning Prefecture had already rung, and many individuals seeking their livelihoods were gathered outside the city gates. With a thunderous sound, the gates of Dongning Prefecture swung open, admitting merchants laden with goods and laborers eager to enter the city. Amidst the throng, 2 figures seamlessly blended into the crowd and entered with ease. It had been 6 months since their last visit to the capital, and the elder brother remarked, "This time we must truly enjoy ourselves. I feel as though I might fall ill from being cooped up in the mountains." Upon entering the city, one rotund individual, donning a hat, chuckled heartily. After practicing sword techniques throughout the night, Meng Chuan finally ceased his endeavors. Having trained from dusk until dawn, his spirit remained unwearied, yet his body was fatigued. After over 4 hours of relentless practice, his stomach began to grumble. He first brushed his teeth and washed his face before heading to breakfast. With a hearty appetite, Meng Chuan embraced a large bowl of porridge, taking several generous sips before contentedly tearing into a flatbread. After consuming 3 substantial pieces of flatbread, his father, Meng Dajiang, entered the hall with a smile, saying, "Chuaner, you're having breakfast rather early today." "Not too bad," Meng Chuan replied, enjoying his meal. "By the way, father, there is something I wish to discuss with you later. Not at the table, but later?" Meng Dajiang chuckled, intrigued by the air of mystery. Meng Chuan smiled and said to the maid beside him, "Please fetch me another large bowl of porridge." "Yes, young master," the maid promptly responded, assisting in serving the porridge. In the second chapter, 11th section, Visiting Grand Aunt, Meng Dajiang settled himself in the training ground, which was quite spacious and devoid of any nearby presence, allowing for their conversation to remain undisturbed. "Father," Meng Chuan began, standing and pointing at the center of his brow. In a hushed tone he asked, "Have you ever heard of a void space within the center of one's brow?" He was eager to comprehend what this brow space truly entailed. If he remained in ignorance, it was entirely possible that one day he might inadvertently violate a certain taboo of the brow space and suffer the consequences. When it came to trust, there was no doubt that Meng Chuan held an unwavering faith in his father. "A space within the brow?" Meng Dajiang queried, perplexed. "Chuaner, I do not quite grasp your meaning." "It is akin to the dantian," Meng Chuan explained. "Our dantian contains a void space that nurtures true qi. Similarly, the brow region also harbors a space within which even a small figure resides." "I do not understand. I have never heard of such a thing." Meng Dajiang shook his head. "Chuaner, why do you suddenly bring this up? Where did you hear about it?" "It is not something I have merely heard," Meng Chuan replied earnestly. "Rather, I have the ability to introspect and perceive that my brow contains a space, an expansive void within which resides a translucent figure, identical to myself." Upon hearing this, Meng Dajiang's pupils constricted. "What do you feel within yourself?" he inquired further. "Very well, exceedingly well," Meng Chuan responded. Meng Chuan remarked that he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. With his eyes closed, he could distinctly sense everything within a Tinzhong radius, even discerning the number of legs on an ant and the fine hairs on them. Moreover, within a mile, he could perceive the essence of all living beings, including the presence of cats and dogs. The ability to see his surroundings with closed eyes and to sense a mile's breadth astonished Meng Dajiang. "Chuaner, have you perhaps acquired some extraordinary cultivation technique and been secretly practicing?" "No," Meng Chuan replied, shaking his head. "I have not dabbled in any other techniques. It was merely yesterday when I was painting. After finishing, I felt a bit dizzy, and then I inwardly observed the space at my brow. While it sounded promising, it could very well harbor hidden dangers. One must not be careless." Meng Dajiang stated, "Come, let us visit your great aunt." Meng Chuan nodded. Meng Xiangu, his great aunt, was gravely injured and had little time left to live. She held Meng Chuan in high regard, as he embodied the hopes of the entire Meng family. She would willingly exhaust the family's treasures for a single drop of divine essence and transfer all her accumulated merits to Meng Chuan in the future, reflecting his esteemed position in her heart. Indeed, for Meng Chuan, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life. Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan held immense trust in her. At the ancestral home, Meng Chuan addressed his great aunt with respect. "What brings you here?" Meng Xiangu, seated in the courtyard and having set down her book, smiled and said, "You must be diligently practicing your saber technique 8,000 times a day. It is quite rare for you to visit me so early in the morning." Meng Dajiang, however, stated, "There is something extraordinary concerning Chuaner." "Extraordinary?" Meng Xiangu felt a sudden tension in her heart and inquired, "What is it?" "Esteemed grandmother," Meng Chuan replied, "last night, upon introspecting, I discovered a space at my brow center, much like the space in my dantian. This brow center also harbors a space, wherein exists a diminutive figure that bears an uncanny resemblance to myself." Meng Xiangu's expression shifted slightly. "A space at the brow center? I have never heard of such a thing." "You too have not heard of it?" Meng Dajiang exclaimed in astonishment. "After all, Meng Xiangu had transcended to divinity for approximately 80 years and had numerous divine acquaintances. Her knowledge was undoubtedly profound. The fact that she had never even heard of the concept of brow center space was utterly astonishing, indicating its extreme rarity to the utmost degree. Do not rush. After discovering the brow center space, did you experience any changes within yourself? Meng Xiangu pressed further. Chuan replied, when I close my eyes, I can distinctly perceive my surroundings within a radius of 10 zhang, even noting how many legs an ant possesses and the fine bristles upon those legs. Moreover, I can sense all life forces within a mile. Meng Dajiang elucidated, while Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. You can see 10 zhang with your eyes closed? Sense a mile? Meng Xiangu questioned, perplexed. Have you ever released your true qi? I have yet to comprehend force. Thus I cannot project my true qi outward, Meng Chuan explained. I understand that you cannot project your true qi. Meng Xiangu shook her head and remarked, I too possess the ability to probe, capable of extending my perception across a 10-mile radius. But that is due to my divine body, coupled with a special technique utilizing true essence. You, however, have not employed any such means. With effortless ease, one can sense the presence within a mile's radius. I am witnessing the unseen and hearing the unheard, perplexing Meng Chuan. Can you detect my aura? Inquires Meng Xiangu. Meng Chuan perceives the exterior of Meng Xiangu's attire with his naked eyes. Yet upon closing them, she transforms into a human-like sun, her formidable aura making it difficult for him to discern her true form. Your aura is overwhelmingly potent. I cannot see it clearly, Meng Chuan admits. However, your essence surpasses that of all other beings within a mile combined, and I can sense it. In my perception, your aura is akin to the sun, radiant and blinding, yet strikingly conspicuous. Meng Xiangu contemplates for a moment and softly remarks, the space of the brow has been unknown to me, yet I have encountered a notion. Meng Dejiang and Meng Chuan listen attentively. Humans possess a soul and spirit. You must have heard of this, states Meng Xiangu. Indeed, they respond in unison. The concept of the soul and spirit has long been established in folklore. But do you know where the soul resides? She questions again. The two shake their heads. I once heard from a friend who claimed that the soul resides within the sea of consciousness, Meng Xiangu explains, and that it takes on a human form, identical to the physical body. At that time, I inquired further, and where is the sea of consciousness? He merely gestured towards his head, admitting his limited knowledge, only aware that it pertains to the cultivation of more powerful deities and demons. The soul is connected to the cultivation of stronger divine beings? Both Meng Dejiang and Meng Chuan ponder. The space of the brow sounds remarkably similar to the sea of consciousness, Meng Xiangu continues, and coincidentally, that little figure is also in human form, indistinguishable from the physical body. It could very well be your soul. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, said Meng Xiangu. It could be true, or it may contain some inaccuracies. You must not take it all at face value. Meng Chuan acknowledged this, yet he already felt he had gained immensely. It turned out that the mind housed a sea of consciousness, and within that sea resided the soul, which was intricately linked to the cultivation of more formidable deities and demons. You both must keep this matter confidential. If it is indeed a joyful event, it could be of monumental significance. If exposed, it may lead to considerable trouble, Meng Xiangu warned. Indeed, Meng Dajiang concurred. If a genuine prodigy were to emerge, the Tianyao sect would go to great lengths to eliminate them. The Tianyao sect is self-serving. However, should an extraordinary talent arise, the demon clans would offer bounties. The Tianyao sect would also fiercely attempt to assassinate them. Such exceptional talents that can be deemed epoch-defining are exceedingly rare. Talents like Mei Yuanji are of little concern to the Tianyao sect, given that he failed even the entrance assessment for Yuan Chushan. The threat he poses is negligible. With a stroke of bad luck, he may perish on the battlefield, never attaining the status of a deity or demon. A so-called prodigy like Meng Chuan, who has yet to comprehend force, can only shine within Dongning Prefecture. The demon clans have never paid him any heed. All we need is to maintain secrecy and pursue cultivation step by step until we enter Yuan Chushan, Meng Xiangu stated. Yuan Chushan is the most ancient site for cultivation. Once you enter Yuan Chushan and peruse its texts, I believe you will uncover the mysteries of the space within your brow. Indeed, Meng Chuan nodded. Yes, secrecy and diligent cultivation, Meng Dajiang added. We must grasp force as soon as possible. Meng Xiangu advised, the sooner you comprehend it, the better. Ideally, you should achieve mastery in the Dan formation. The deeper the accumulation, the greater the grasp upon entering the Yuanshu mountain. Although Mei Yuanji realized the concept of force at the age of 20, the prospects for success were inevitably bleak, and ultimately, he did indeed fail. One must comprehend the concept by the age of 19. After an additional year of accumulation, combined with your innate foundations of divinity and magic, the likelihood of success upon entering Yuanshu Mountain would significantly increase. Meng Chuan was eager to express that he felt confident he could grasp the concept within a few days. However, having failed to do so, he felt it would appear somewhat boastful to claim it now. He resolved to inform his father and great-aunt only after he had truly grasped the concept. Chapter 2, Chapter 12, The Blood Cloud, Thief Meng Chuan nodded. By allowing things to unfold naturally, one would intuitively master certain applications during their practice. This is the gentlest approach, Meng Xinggu remarked. Once you enter Yuanshu Mountain and locate the related scriptures, you will comprehend how to wield it thoroughly. Indeed, great-aunt, Meng Chuan replied respectfully. He inquired about his father, and his great-aunt reiterated the same rationale. The nature of an unknown power, devoid of prior experience, necessitates reliance solely on personal exploration, a perilous endeavor. As it stands, he had attained a level of confidence in mastering the concept within a short period, rendering any risk unnecessary. Furthermore, the matter concerning the space within his brow must remain confidential. Meng Xinggu cast a stern glance at the father and son, emphasizing the utmost importance of secrecy. Yes, they both affirmed. In the training ground, a guard stood atop a sturdy branch, armed with a crossbow aimed downward. Meng Chuan stood several paces away, his sword sheathed. This sensation was entirely unlike any he had encountered before. Meng Chuan could distinctly sense every movement of the guard perched upon the tree. The guard first glanced at his young master, his hand muscles tensing, before finally pulling the trigger. The entire sequence of events, the tension in the guard's finger and the subsequent launch of the small arrow from the crossbow, was vividly perceived by Meng Chuan. In that fleeting moment when the guard began to press the trigger, Meng Chuan's figure flickered. As the small arrow was released, a blade of light sliced through the air, severing the red dot on the shaft of the arrow. Startled, the guard jumped, the blade of light passing so close that it nearly grazed the crossbow in his grasp. This. The guard was momentarily stunned, and the other guards and servants observing were equally taken aback. The arrow had barely been shot before it was cut. The distance was alarmingly close. Even skilled warriors require a reaction time. Under normal circumstances, the arrow should have traveled some distance before being intercepted. I anticipated it. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the guards, Meng Chuan casually fabricated a story. Ma San has fired this crossbow countless times. I anticipated he would release the arrow and acted immediately. Indeed, as soon as the arrow flew out, I struck true. Young master is formidable. His predictions are remarkably accurate. They all praised, showering him with compliments. Meng Chuan smiled. Anticipation requires not only rich experience, but also a measure of luck. The movements of powerful warriors often appear blurred to the naked eye. For instance, when a guard on the tree pulls the trigger, how swift is the action of a guard at the transcendence level? With robes obscuring their movements and the branches of the tree concealing them, even if one could discern the blur with their eyes, it would be too late to react. But not for Meng Chuan. He possesses an extraordinary ability to sense every minute detail, observing the subtle changes in the guard's gazes, instinctively preparing his body for action. And in that fleeting moment of pulling the trigger, everything is remarkably clear. There is no need for anticipation. He can strike the moment he sees it. If this were the case, each time an arrow is released, he would strike true, making it challenging to refine his swordsmanship. Meng Chuan mused to himself. Indeed, I shall set a rule for myself. I must only act the instant the arrow is loosed. With this resolution, he acknowledged that his practice of the drawing technique ultimately seeks swiftness and precision. Proceed then, Meng Chuan commanded. Yes. Ma Sanlian collected his focus. The glimmer of the blade that had just whizzed by was indeed intimidating. Whoosh. Once again, an arrow was launched, and this time, Meng Chuan observed the entire process with utmost clarity, yet he only drew his sword the moment the arrow was propelled forth. In a flash, the ethereal blade sliced through the red dot on the arrow's wooden shaft, while the blade's aura left a mark upon the ironclad trunk of a tree. The young master did not anticipate further. The guards and servants gradually regained their composure. This is more like it. The young master had always executed his strikes in this manner, completing the drawing technique 8,000 times each day. Due to his visit to the ancestral home, he had begun his practice of the drawing technique later today, and it seemed that 3 hours might extend well into the afternoon. In Dongning Prefecture, At a modest residence, a portly man wearing a hat and a bearded gentleman arrived at the gate and knocked. The door opened, and a sharp-featured man peered outside, immediately breaking into a smile. "Ah, it is Master Zhao Heir. Please, come in." The bearded man responded with a grunt, while the rotund figure followed his elder brother with a cheerful demeanor. They entered the courtyard, guided by a sharp-featured individual, and arrived in a hall. "Brother Zhao," a silver-haired elder greeted with a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Behind him stood one of his subordinates. "My goods. Have they all been received by the steward?" The bearded man casually took a seat, while the portly man occupied the lower position. "They have indeed been received, divided into 3 batches, calculating at a 50% discount. That amounts to 16,800 taels of silver. To simplify, let us say 17,000 taels." The silver-haired elder replied with a grin. "Is Brother Zhao satisfied?" The bearded man nodded slightly. "Those are merely ordinary goods. I have a few heavier items as well. Please." The silver-haired elder's eyes brightened. The first item presented was a jade horse. The bearded man retrieved a wooden box from his robe, and upon opening it, revealed a smoothly polished jade horse, lying gracefully within. This carved jade horse was slightly larger than a palm, its surface a pristine white, yet it exhibited a peculiar faint red glow. It was a magnificent piece crafted from the finest mutton fat jade, likely a cherished possession of a divine being. Perhaps once gracing the desk of a deity, its essence now imbued within. The silver-haired elder nodded appreciatively. "While it may not greatly aid in cultivation, it is indeed a rare treasure. I can offer 5,000 taels of silver for it." 5,500 taels, replied the bearded man. "Very well. As Brother Zhao wishes, 5,500 taels it is." The silver-haired elder chuckled. "Following are the second, third, and fourth treasures, collectively valued at over 20,000 taels of silver. Each one is a rarity in its own right. This is the final piece, a true treasure indeed." The bearded man spoke earnestly as he loosened his outer garment and, after some effort, undid the internal ties to reveal a mysterious object, heavily wrapped in cotton cloth. The silver-haired elder scrutinized it closely. As the bearded man unveiled the cotton, a potent, domineering aura permeated the air. Could it be the essence of divine beings? Might it be a legacy of the gods and demons? The silver-haired elder pondered, yet upon seeing the unveiled item, his brows furrowed in disbelief. So small? How can it lack even a single inscription? What lay before him was a fragment of black iron, scarcely the size of a palm. One must consider that even a typical page from a divine legacy is of standard paper size. "What is this?" the silver-haired elder inquired. "I do not know," replied the bearded man. "This black iron piece bears no inscriptions, no incantations. Moreover, it is indeed a fragment. Yet, it radiates an overwhelmingly potent aura of the divine and demonic, far surpassing that of ordinary legacy fragments. Perhaps it is a mere shard of a divine weapon." The silver-haired elder speculated. "I am willing to offer 3,000 taels." "It cannot be a weapon." The bearded man shook his head. "It is remarkably flat, akin to a piece of torn paper. I cannot conceive of any weapon that would yield such a fragment." "Might we attempt to accept the legacy?" the silver-haired elder asked. Divine legacies allow one to immerse themselves, witnessing the divine beings performing their techniques. That is the essence of legacy transfer. The fragment of the divine demonic sword technique, gifted by the third elder to Meng Chuan, is indeed capable of receiving the transmission of intent. However, the bearded man shook his head, stating that several individuals from our village who have attained the realm of no leaks have attempted to sense it, yet have found nothing. Thus, it cannot be considered a divine demonic inheritance. The silver-haired elder chuckled and remarked that although the aura of the divine demon is exceedingly potent, an item devoid of any practical use, even if connected to the divine demon, is worth at most 5,000 taels. 100,000 taels, asserted the bearded man. Not a single copper coin less. 100,000? The silver-haired elder's eyes widened in disbelief. A genuine fragment of divine demonic inheritance typically commands a price exceeding 100,000 taels. Yet this cannot even accept an inheritance and remains an enigma. How can you demand such a high price? Firstly, the black iron piece has cost us, the blood cloud thieves, significantly. Secondly, its aura of the divine demon is remarkably powerful, indicating that it is something extraordinary, replied the bearded man. 100,000 taels is the price set by my elder brother. If you desire it, you must pay that amount. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire with my master, said the silver-haired elder, nodding to his subordinate beside him. Very well, the bearded man and the stout man patiently awaited. Soon after, a refined gentleman approached. Brother Zhao, the refined gentleman greeted with a smile, glancing at the black iron piece. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "May I examine it?" "Certainly," nodded the bearded man. Upon taking the piece in hand, the refined gentleman gently caressed the black iron fragment and scrutinized it for a considerable time before speaking. "Indeed, the aura of the divine demon is exceptionally strong. However, it likely belongs to a powerful divine demon's personal belongings, possibly rendering it entirely useless. I am willing to wager up to 20,000 taels of silver. However, I insist on a minimum of 100,000 taels," declared the burly man. "In that case, we have no other recourse," replied the refined gentleman, gently shaking his head. "Very well," the burly man said with a smile and a nod. "We shall remain in Dongning Prefecture for a few days. Should you reconsider, you know how to find us." "Agreed," the refined gentleman acknowledged. "Here are the 38,000 taels in silver notes we previously discussed." The silver-haired elder placed a stack of notes on the table, which the burly man examined. Each note was 1,000 taels, totaling 38 pieces. "We shall take our leave now. No need for farewells." The burly man departed with the portly man. The refined gentleman watched them leave, then furrowed his brow and said, "Steward, promptly sketch that black iron piece we just discussed, and ensure it is an exact replica. Once completed, we shall meet with the leader." "Understood," the silver-haired elder replied respectfully. "Perhaps the leader will recognize what treasure this is," the refined gentleman pondered. Chapter 13. The Power of Heart and Soul. Ming Mansion at Mirror Lake. After visiting his grandaunt in the morning, Meng Chuan practiced the 8,000 cuts until the afternoon. After having lunch and resting for an hour, he commenced the second of his daily disciplines, the bodyguard blade technique and agility training. "Release," commanded the servant. Immediately, 10 experts from the Transcendence Realm unleashed a volley of arrows simultaneously. Following them was a second row, and then a third. The 3 rows of experts took turns shooting arrows incessantly. Given Meng Chuan's robust foundation in both divine and demonic arts, the arrows fired by the essence-washing realm guards felt rather feeble in comparison. Thus, the Meng family spared no effort in assembling 30 adept practitioners of the Transcendence Realm for practice sessions. Fortunately, the Meng clan boasts a large number of members. And aside from the original guards, the remaining 30 experts are all of the Meng lineage, who come daily to train for half an hour each afternoon. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of arrows was unleashed. Meng Chuan stood his ground, finding the experience remarkably intriguing. He observed the dark crimson patterns of crimson blood-black iron on the shafts of each arrow with astonishing clarity. The trajectories of the arrows, at times, seemed to brush against one another, all of which Meng Chuan perceived distinctly. Within a span of 10 zhong, every detail was laid bare. Meng Chuan merely retreated a step to his left rear, remaining still as he heard the whoosh of 9 arrows whizzing past him. Some grazed the edges of his hair, while others flew by his waist. Only one arrow was aimed directly at his chest, which he effortlessly deflected with a swift motion of his blade. When a volley of 10 arrows was released simultaneously, he merely stepped back and parried one, easily blocking the rest. How effortless it was. Within a circle of about 10 feet, Meng Chuan moved his feet with deliberate slowness, yet the arrows whistled past him without making contact. Occasionally, he would strike out with his sword. How could he be so at ease? The 30 adept practitioners were equally astonished. In the moment they released their arrows, Meng Chuan instinctively discerned the trajectories of all 10, swiftly assessing the safe zones. This sensation was extraordinary. It felt as if this Tianzhong domain was his own realm, where he could perceive and predict the movement of every arrow with ease. Evading them was a simple endeavor. "Stop!" Meng Chuan suddenly called out. 30 experts from the Transcendence Realm halted to gaze at Meng Chuan. "You shall advance 2 zhong," Meng Chuan commanded. 2 zhong. One of the Meng clan members interjected. "That distance is far too close. We would only be 5 zhong apart from you." At such proximity, the arrows would be unleashed in rapid succession, leaving little time to react. "I suggest we first reduce the distance by 1 zhong. Fear not, let us simply give it a try," Meng Chuan replied with a smile. "Trust me, draw closer by 2 zhong." With Meng Gongzi's directive, no one dared to object. After all, these arrows were devoid of heads and wrapped in cloth, posing no real threat. With a rustling sound, the 30 experts from the Transcendence Realm moved forward in unison, covering 2 zhong. Release. The bows were drawn taut, and the arrows soared through the air. Their strength was formidable. Even the weaker among them possessed a force of 3 to 5,000 jane. while the stronger could reach nearly 10,000 Jin. The swiftness of the arrows was therefore to be expected. In short range, although Meng Chuan possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings akin to a domain, and his body was imbued with the speed of thunder, he still felt an overwhelming pressure in that fleeting moment. The ease he had experienced earlier was due to his ability to swiftly discern safer areas around him. Yet such judgment required even the slightest fraction of time. Under the barrage of arrows at such a close distance, Meng Chuan had no opportunity to calmly assess the situation. He could only rely on instinct to execute evasive maneuvers and defensive strikes. Every action was a reflexive response. The distance was too close. There was no time for contemplation. I evade, I block. Under this immense pressure, relying on his Tinjiang domain, Meng Chuan exerted every ounce of his strength to dodge and defend. Yet, arrows still found their mark. One arrow hurtled directly towards Meng Chuan's abdomen. Block. Meng Chuan sought to defend himself, but was slightly too late. He watched as an arrow was about to pierce his abdomen. In a moment of intense desire and conviction, an invisible force infused the blade in his hand, causing it to move ever so slightly faster. With a soft thud, he deflected the arrow. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows descended like a torrential rain, swift and relentless. More speed, more speed. Meng Chuan exerted himself to evade. The invisible force coursed through every part of his body. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his heartbeat was thunderous, and he could acutely perceive the workings of his internal organs. His blood flowed like a rushing river, and every sinew and muscle became vividly apparent. In that instant, his awareness and control over his body surged exponentially. Harmony of body and mind. He unleashed the latent potential within him. At that moment, the integration of mind, body, and technique was profound. His heart pumped vigorously, organs activated to their limits. His muscles and bones exploded with energy, while his vital essence flowed with unparalleled perfection. In an instant, every aspect of his being operated with extraordinary precision, tapping into a reservoir of potential far greater than before. With a rush, Meng Chuan felt a newfound lightness and agility, effortlessly dodging the arrows that rained down upon him. If he so desired, his speed could multiply several times over. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, a feeling of limitless capability. The profound mastery he experienced over his physical form captivated him, yet he was acutely aware that this invisible force, while enhancing him, was also depleting his energy at an alarming rate. In the span of a single breath, Meng Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He paused. Meng Chuan exclaimed, as 3 arrows struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. Remarkable indeed. The group of transcendence experts, who had been shooting arrows continuously, were left astounded. Despite their relentless attempts, 7 shots in close proximity, Meng Chuan had managed to evade them all until the last 3 arrows found their mark. It was truly impressive. His movements were extraordinarily elusive, rendering all those arrows ineffective. Ultimately, he was still hit. The fact that he could evade so many was already an extraordinary feat, clearly. Meng Chuan had grasped some profound technique, though it seemed he had yet to fully master it, resulting in his eventual hits. The transcendence experts regarded him with admiration and delight. Most of them were members of the Meng clan, while others had long served the Meng family. The greater Meng Chuan's prowess, the prouder they felt. Let us conclude for today. I need to reflect on my cultivation, Meng Chuan stated. Indeed, they all replied with smiles. The young master's agility has greatly advanced. He must have attained some insights. Cultivation is crucial, and this quiet contemplation is equally significant. They excitedly chatted as they departed, leaving only Meng Chuan in the training grounds, having dismissed the attendants. What was that force just now? Meng Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration. In that moment of urgency, when I desperately sought to block that arrow, an invisible power had infused my sword technique, augmenting its potency by 50%. Moreover, in my attempts to dodge the arrows, this unseen force permeated every fiber of my being. The sensation of mastering my physical form was utterly exquisite. The strength I unleashed in that instant felt as though it had ascended to an entirely new level. Meng Chuan was utterly astonished. The harmonious integration of body, mind, and skill culminated in a remarkable amplification of strength and speed, with the vital energy flowing flawlessly. Most significantly, the body remained unscathed, merely unleashing a greater potential inherent within this physical vessel. This intangible force, invisible to the naked eye, emerged solely from the fervent will residing in my heart. Might it be related to the space between my eyebrows? Meng Chuan pondered, as this formless power melded with the blade, incurring minimal consumption. However, When infused throughout the entire corporeal form, the expenditure escalated tenfold. Merely a breath of time had passed, and I found myself unable to sustain it any longer. Yet, even so, this was formidable. Meng Chuan could not forget the exquisite sensation of mastering his own body. This power, shrouded in mystery and the unknown, shall be provisionally referred to as the power of the heart and soul. Nightfall enveloped a deep subterranean passage. A refined gentleman accompanied by an elderly man with silver hair traversed it, soon arriving at an imposing gate. Upon pushing it open, they entered a vast hall, where two maidservants stood poised. "I wish to see the hall master," the refined gentleman declared. "Masterly, please hold for a moment. I shall relay your message immediately," one of the maidservants replied with a smile. Turning to report through the side door of the hall, the refined gentleman and the silver-haired elder awaited in silence. Moments later, a hunchbacked man emerged from the side door, followed respectfully by the maidservant. This hunchbacked figure was none other than Yin Jin, a formidable member of the Heavenly Demon sect, who had nearly slain Meng Chuan at the Idlestone courtyard. "We pay our respects to the esteemed Deputy Hall Master," both the refined gentleman and the silver-haired elder said with reverence. Within the Eastern Ning branch of the Heavenly Demon sect, the Hall Master held the highest rank, followed by two Deputy Hall Masters. Both the Hall Master and the second Deputy, Tu Lao Heir, were currently in secluded meditation. "In the past 6 months, I have been responsible for the affairs of the sub-temple." The hunchbacked man ascended to the grand hall, casually seated himself, and surveyed the two individuals below, inquiring, "Pray tell, what matter is it that you cannot resolve on your own?" "The blood cloud thief intends to sell a precious item to us." The elegant man produced a scroll from his robe and presented it to a nearby maid, who then delivered it before the hunchbacked man. It was the black iron shard depicted within the scroll. The hunchbacked man accepted the scroll and unfurled it, scrutinizing the illustration of the black iron fragment, his brow furrowing slightly. The refined gentleman continued, "This shard bears no inscriptions or images. Yet it emanates an exceptionally potent aura of divine and demonic energy, far more robust than that of typical remnants of divine legacies. Ultimately, we are but mortals with limited experience, and we fear we may overlook the value of this treasure." "Then let us procure it," the hunchbacked man remarked, still gazing intently at the illustration. "The blood cloud thief demands 100,000 taels, not a single tael less," the elegant man stated respectfully. "What nonsense! 100,000 taels for something whose nature remains unknown? The blood cloud thief must be mad," the hunchbacked man replied, shaking his head. "Very well. I comprehend the situation now. You may take your leave. Shall we proceed with the purchase?" the refined gentleman inquired. "Are you suggesting that you will provide the funds?" the hunchbacked man retorted with a glare. "Understood," the elegant man replied with deference, assuring, "I shall not take it upon myself to decide." He promptly departed alongside the silver-haired elder. In this Eastern Ning subtemple, the two vice leaders possessed peculiar temperaments, instilling a sense of trepidation among their subordinates. Conversely, the temple leader garnered more respect. What a farce! Even if it is a divine legacy, what relevance does it hold for us? We cultivate the heavenly demon path. A divine legacy is of no use to us. The hunchbacked man gazed at the scroll in his hand, sneering before tossing it to the maid beside him, awaiting the moment when the second butcher and the hall master would emerge from their seclusion to take a look. "Yes," the maid replied respectfully. That night, Meng Chuan, having completed his medicinal bath and cultivation, found both his spirit and physique restored to their zenith. He returned to his small courtyard and commenced the third essential practice of his daily regimen, the limitless blade technique. For over a year, he had been unleashing the true energy within him to its utmost limits, gradually acclimating his meridians. Particularly, his demonic physique exhibited remarkable adaptability and resilience. Now, the breadth and tenacity of his meridians allowed him to erupt with 12-fold true energy in an instant. The potency of his strikes stemmed from the amalgamation of technique, physical prowess, and true energy, ultimately unlocking the latent potential within his body. Merely unleashing 12-fold true energy resulted in an enhancement of roughly just 1-fold in the might of his blade technique. Previously, this had been deemed a lethal move under the premise of not inflicting harm upon his body. Certain forbidden techniques of the demonic arts were not ones Meng Chuan wished to employ lightly. For instance, the eldest of the Yun family, Yun Fuqing, had suffered irreparable damage to his foundation after resorting to forbidden techniques during a desperate moment, rendering him devoid of hope in the realm of demonic powers. Now, Possessing the power of the soul, Meng Chuan felt it was time to test an even more formidable iteration of the limitless blade technique. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He focused his mind, and with intense concentration, the intangible soul power seamlessly integrated into every part of his being, his internal organs, bones, muscles, and the rushing blood. Along with the strands of true energy flowing through his meridians, each sensation intensified profoundly. His mastery over his physical form surged to an unfathomable level. This feeling was breathtaking every time he experienced it. When will one be able to master the corporeal form without relying on the power of the soul? In an instant, the true energy erupted with a force 15 times greater, and under the guidance of the soul's power, this surge was still manageable for the meridians. Within the body, a considerable amount of thunder was generated, its density several times more potent than usual. The thunder formed within him, propelling Meng Chuan's speed to an astonishing level. Speed was the forte of the thunder god body, and at this moment, with the full potential of his body unleashed, the acceleration was nothing short of extraordinary. Even his weaker attributes experienced a significant enhancement. A brilliant blade of light cleaved through the air, slicing open the atmosphere and creating a wave of blade energy that traveled several zhang before striking the rocky wall, leaving behind a mark. Meng Chuan came to a halt. This technique consumed approximately 20% of his soul power. He nodded slightly, realizing that at his limit, he could only unleash 5 lethal strikes. Once more, Meng Chuan aimed to perfect his most formidable technique, fixating his gaze ahead as if envisioning a monstrous foe, understanding that to vanquish this beast, his resolve must be unwavering, and the unity of body and mind must be profound. Kill. Another terrifying arc of light burst forth. Kill. Meng Chuan relentlessly pursued the extreme, striving for perfection. As the power of the soul infused every part of his being, he endeavored to unearth further potential from his physical form. He perceived his body as a colossal iceberg, with only a mere tip revealed above the surface. According to the chronicles of divine beings, no matter how powerful a deity or demon, none would claim to have fully tapped into the limits of their corporeal form. For with every step in cultivation, the body only grows stronger. Kill. Meng Chuan felt an exhilarating surge of vitality as he exerted himself wholeheartedly, without reservation. The fusion of his heart and soul power was utterly immersive. As he gathered his energy, he maintained an air of restraint. Upon unleashing it, his entire being erupted under the command of his heart and soul power. His intent was like a blade, and with a single stroke, he could vanquish all monsters. A terrifying aura enveloped Meng Chuan, transforming him into a living sword. Where his physical form and vital energy harmonized flawlessly under the guidance of momentum, resulting in a fearsome eruption. The flash of his blade left a crescent arc suspended in the air, captivating the heart and soul. The speed of the blade was so astonishing that the resulting shockwave manifested as a razor-sharp blade chi, which sliced through the courtyard wall several yards away, sending debris tumbling to the ground. Meng Chuan then sheathed his sword, standing in silence. Was this momentum? He felt a surge of joy, sensing that within a few days he would surely comprehend it. Yet, he had not anticipated that during the night. While channeling his heart and soul power to execute the extreme draw technique, he would grasp momentum after merely the 4th stroke. The text described momentum extensively, but no amount of description could impart true understanding until one experienced it firsthand. All things in the universe possess momentum. Mountains have their own momentum, water has its flow. The wind carries its force, and fire possesses its fervor. Indeed, the entire cosmos is imbued with a grand momentum. A truly formidable sword technique must embody the essence of sword momentum. With such momentum, one becomes akin to a blade, enabling a deeper exploration of one's potential under its dominion. It could even draw upon the forces of nature to empower oneself. Under the command of momentum, mastery over vital energy becomes exquisitely refined, allowing for external attacks with the energy itself. Is this what momentum truly is? Within the Mirror Lake Meng Mansion, Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue were both startled and rushed out of their chambers, sensing a formidable force manifesting within the residence. Anxiety gripped their hearts, for they were aware that they were the only ones in the estate capable of wielding such power. The sudden emergence of a third entity in the dead of night suggested the presence of an infiltrating adversary. Was an enemy breaching their sanctuary, or had someone discerned their might? This was occurring at Meng Chuan's quarters. Both Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue, filled with trepidation, transformed into fleeting shadows and hastened towards the scene. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Meng Chuan's small courtyard, where they beheld Meng Chuan standing in a daze, his sword sheath. While a section of the courtyard wall lay in ruins, Debris scattered across the ground. Who might this esteemed guest be to visit the Meng residence? I implore you to reveal yourself. Meng Dajiang proclaimed with a resonant voice upon witnessing the scene. I have yet to discern the presence of this individual. They seem adept at concealment, Liu Qiyue communicated discreetly. However, they have not harmed Meng Chuan, indicating a lack of hostile intent. Both remained on high alert. Is there no one else? Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue exchanged puzzled glances. The unfamiliar force they had sensed earlier? Meng Dajiang, gazing at his son, couldn't help but entertain a bold hypothesis. No. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Meng Chuan nodded in affirmation. I have comprehended the essence of the sword. Chapter 2, Episode 15, The Azure Cloud Pavilion. The courtyard fell into a hushed silence as Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue stood transfixed, unable to articulate their astonishment. A 16-year-old grasping such power? The legendary genius was before their very eyes. Meanwhile, 5 patrolling guards rushed into the courtyard, having heard the sound of the collapsing wall. Though their pace was evidently slower than that of Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue. My lord. The 5 guards respectfully bowed, and among them. The captain gazed at the collapsed courtyard wall, unable to suppress his thoughts. This courtyard wall. The 5 guards departed with reverence. While simultaneously feeling perplexed, was it truly necessary to damage the wall during a friendly competition? The master and young master certainly know how to stir things up. The courtyard fell silent once more, as Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue continued to fixate on Meng Chuan. Father, Uncle Liu. Meng Chuan couldn't help but speak. Dajiang, your son is quite extraordinary, Liu Qiyue remarked softly. At merely 16, he has comprehended the essence of momentum. My heavens, his entry into Yuanshu Mountain is as good as assured. If I had such a remarkable son, I would wake from dreams filled with laughter. At that moment, Meng Dajiang pondered deeply, recalling his wife's earnest wishes, the days spent personally teaching Meng Chuan the art of the blade, and how diligently young Meng Chuan practiced each day. His foundation was solid, with each step taken steadily. He had become one of the most distinguished among the 5 great demon families. At 15, he finally began to shine, and at 16, his understanding of momentum was unparalleled in Dongning Prefecture. Meng Dajiang's eyes grew slightly misty, fully aware of his son's tireless dedication. A smile graced his face as he said softly, very well, very well. Is that all you can say? Very well? Liu Qiyue interjected from the side. Father. Meng Chuan gazed at his father, his relentless training fueled not only by his vow to vanquish demons and monsters, but also by a desire to make his father proud. As a son, instilling pride in his father was an intrinsic aspiration. Meng Dajiang smiled gently and promptly retrieved a distress signal firework from his pocket. He ignited the firework, which shot into the night sky, creating a striking display against the darkness. At the Ming family ancestral home, Meng Xianggu leaned on her cane and gazed at the distant fireworks illuminating the heavens. This particular distress signal firework had been crafted by her own hand, embedded with her true essence, allowing her to sense its activation within a 100-mile radius. Why would Dajiang suddenly call for help? Though puzzled, Meng Xianggu stepped forward and vanished from the courtyard. In just over a few breaths, Meng Xianggu arrived at the Jinghu Meng residence, finding herself in the small courtyard. She observed the collapsed section of the courtyard wall and the figures of Meng Dajiang and his son, Liu Qiyue. What had transpired? With a hint of confusion, she regarded the fallen wall and questioned, Dajiang, you appear unscathed. Why the sudden call for help? The distress signal firework had only been given to 5 individuals, including Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang. Auntie, Meng Dajiang's face radiated uncontainable joy as he whispered, Chuan has comprehended the blade's intent. Meng Xianggu paused momentarily. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Meng Chuan. You have grasped the blade's intent? Indeed, great aunt, Meng Chuan replied respectfully. May you demonstrate it for me? Meng Xianggu inquired. Meng Chuan nodded, and with a swift motion of his hand, he channeled his true energy, producing a hazy blade of light that cleaved through the ground, creating a gash approximately 10 feet long. The true energy separated from his body. Meng Xianggu observed her body tremble slightly, her eyes brimming with excitement as she murmured, Good. Good, splendid, truly splendid. Although true energy is inherently formless and nearly impossible to separate from the body, once there is a commanding force, it transforms like a gentle stream shaping into a sharp water blade, resulting in a profound metamorphosis. Even the physical form, under the governance of blade force, can unearth greater potential. May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us. Meng Xianggu set aside her cane, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and softly chanted. Meng Chuan, Meng Dajiang, and Liu Qiyue fell silent, refraining from disturbing Meng Xianggu in this moment of reverie. When Meng Xianggu opened her eyes and sat upon a nearby stone bench, she smiled and said, "Come, sit down." Meng Chuan obediently took a seat beside her. Meng Xianggu gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection, and remarked, "I did not misjudge you. Attaining comprehension of force at the age of 16 is indeed a mark of genius. Even in the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, as long as you remain diligent in the coming years, entering the Yuanshu Mountain is an inevitable prospect." "I shall not be negligent," Meng Chuan promptly replied. "However, do not let pride consume you. Remember, there are always greater heights and individuals beyond oneself." Meng Xianggu chuckled. "Take for instance the fifth young master of the Anhai royal family. His name resounds across the realm. He reached the Unity Realm at the tender age of 10, comprehended force by 13, and ascended to the realm of gods and demons by 15. Even the demon race fears his talents, placing bounties on his head for assassination. Yuanshu Mountain holds him in high regard as well. Upon his comprehension of force at 13, they immediately invited him into their ranks. I have perused numerous biographies of gods and demons." Meng Chuan nodded, acknowledging that compared to those legendary invincible deities throughout history, his talents could only be deemed ordinary. And he would not indulge in arrogance. Haha, such ambition. To even compare oneself to these renowned, powerful beings of history, Meng Xianggu remarked with a smile. "Ambition is indeed commendable, but it would be wise to keep your comprehension of momentum a secret for now. Let it be revealed next year around mid-year. Realizing momentum at 17 will carry significantly less impact." "I understand," Meng Chuan nodded. To grasp momentum at 16 is already considered a mark of genius in the royal capital. However, achieving it at 17 diminishes that distinction considerably. One could still be regarded as talented within a province, akin to the Zhang family's ancestor. Should one only comprehend it at 18 or 19, the possibility of entering Yuan Chushan becomes uncertain. And if it were at 20, one would merely match Mei Yuanji's level, barely qualifying for the entrance examination, with hopes exceedingly slim. "From today onward, I shall reside in your household," Meng Xianggu declared with a smile. "I will frequently accompany Meng Chuan in his training. Dear aunt, considering your health." Meng Dajiang expressed his concern. "Rest assured, engaging with you all will not exacerbate my injuries," Meng Xianggu replied cheerfully. "Thank you, esteemed aunt," Meng Chuan said respectfully. Meng Xianggu then glanced at Liu Qiyue. "Liu Qiyue, it is imperative that you also keep Meng Chuan's realization of sword momentum confidential." "I would stake my life to guarantee that for Qiyue," Meng Dajiang asserted. "Do not worry, esteemed aunt. I have watched Meng Chuan grow, much like my own child, so I will certainly keep it a secret," Liu Qiyue assured. Only then did Meng Xianggu nod in agreement. As time passed day by day, Meng Chuan continued his diligent practice, embodying the essence of a true warrior, tirelessly ascending the path of mastery, day in and day out for decades. On the 7th day of his enlightenment, he felt a profound sense of joy as he relished his meal. Liu Qiyue, in high spirits, strolled alongside Meng Chuan under the night sky. "All of this delicious food is mine. How could one not be happy?" Meng Chuan smirked. "What of it, esteemed young master of the Meng family? What is the harm in indulging in a couple of meals?" Liu Qiyue retorted playfully. Meng Chuan replied, "My family's Yunjiang Tavern is the finest establishment in Dongning Prefecture. Yet, you choose to dine elsewhere, forcing me to part with a considerable sum of silver in other taverns. Even the best tavern cannot be the only option forever." Liu Qiyue countered. All right. I shall treat you tomorrow. Surely that will suffice?" "That sounds agreeable," Meng Chuan responded, content. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, gazing into the distance. "What is the matter?" Liu Qiyue inquired, puzzled. Meng Chuan focused on the far-off horizon, sensing the life forces within a mile radius. At that moment, he discerned two malevolent and bloodthirsty auras approximately half a mile away. The stench of death clung to the air, a residue of countless lives extinguished. He had previously sensed the aura of executioners, yet none bore such a potent fragrance of bloodshed. It was as if a multitude of souls lamented within those auras, evoking a visceral aversion within him. How many lives have been taken to emit such a foul odor? Meng Chuan pondered silently, though he noted that the two auras were not overwhelmingly strong. Without hesitation, he strode forth, arriving swiftly at the entrance of a brothel. Beyond building? Meng Chuan gazed upon the opulent brothel before him, the radiant lights of Baiyun Tower illuminating the interior, where a multitude of patrons reveled in the enchanting laughter of women. Numerous affluent merchants were being ushered inside. It was my inaugural visit to such an establishment. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan stepped inside. "Esteemed young master, please," the doorman said with a sycophantic tone. Suddenly, the matron nearby widened her eyes in astonishment. "Young Master Meng? Young Master Meng?" Instantly, several courtesans vying for affluent guests turned their heads, recognizing the young gentleman who had just entered. "Is that truly young Master Meng?" The atmosphere within the brothel erupted with excitement as the courtesans became infatuated, eagerly approaching him with fervor. Witnessing the courtesans' enthusiastic advance, Meng Chuan felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety. He had never been so unsettled even in the presence of formidable foes. "Do not disturb me," he maintained a stoic facade, his voice firm. "You shameless hussies. Step aside and do not intrude upon young Master Meng." The matron, quick-witted, interjected, "Young master, please, ascend to the upper level." Her discerning eyes recognized that this distinguished young master held no interest in the ordinary courtesans, for those who were tasked with attracting clientele were mere commoners. The truly esteemed individuals within Baiyun Tower seldom made an appearance. The scion of a divine family, endowed with exceptional talent, had the potential to become a figure of legendary status. Typically surrounded by an entourage of servants and handmaidens, it was evident that without sufficient allure, they could not hope to captivate this illustrious young Master Meng, who had never before graced a brothel. This indeed marked his first venture into such a realm. If he becomes infatuated with one of the young ladies from our esteemed Baiyun Pavilion, the news will undoubtedly enhance our reputation greatly. The matron mused joyfully as she guided Meng Chuan to one of the finest private rooms on the second floor. "Young Master Meng, this room offers the best vantage point to observe the performers on stage," she remarked with a smile. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. Taking a seat that afforded him a mere 2 zhang distance from the performance area, perfectly aligned with the stage. At that moment, 2 young maidens entered, carrying trays of wine and an assortment of fruits and delicacies. "You too, attend to young Master Meng," the matron instructed. "Yes, ma'am." The pair of twin girls, still in their youthful bloom, possessed an exquisite charm, their bright eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness as they shyly regarded young Master Meng. The matron, observing their demeanor, added, "Young master, these girls are merely 16 years old. They have spent their time honing their skills under their master and have never served a guest before. Today marks their inaugural experience catering to an esteemed patron." Given Meng Chuan's elevated status, the Baiyun Pavilion was more than willing to offer these inexperienced twins as attendants. Should Meng Chuan take a liking to them and wish to take them away, the establishment would readily acquiesce. For a gentleman of his standing would never indulge in a free meal. The young maiden settled beside Meng Chuan, pouring wine for him. The matron, with a cheerful demeanor, took her leave, saying, "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct them." With that, she quietly exited the private room, gently closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, in another private chamber on the second floor of Baiyun Pavilion. In the private chamber, only a corpulent man and a bearded gentleman were indulging in their libations, neither requiring any attendance. Upon the arrival of the esteemed young Master Meng, the women present below seemed to lose their composure entirely. The corpulent man scoffed, stating that they wished to enter the central chamber, which was off-limits even to them at the Baiyun Pavilion. Yet, upon the arrival of young Master Meng, he was granted access to the finest chamber. Moreover, he pointed out the pair of enchanting twins, exclaiming their exquisite beauty. "I have spent 2 days here, yet I have not encountered such a pair. It appears that the Baiyun Pavilion conceals some remarkable treasures, albeit not revealing them to us." "I have heard of Meng Chuan's name." The bearded gentleman sat leisurely. A contemporary genius from one of the 5 illustrious demonic families, the Meng clan, having attained the realm of unity at the tender age of 15. Making him a prominent figure within the Dongning Prefecture. "You would do well to heed my advice and refrain from provoking Meng Chuan. I understand, as you mentioned, one must maintain a low profile in Dongning Prefecture and avoid unnecessary trouble." The corpulent man chuckled, "Yet, one cannot deny that individuals like Meng Chuan possess a certain allure." "Silence," the bearded gentleman frowned. The corpulent man complied, merely smiling. "It seems our wares will not find buyers." The bearded gentleman remarked nonchalantly, "We shall remain for a few more days before departing from Dongning Prefecture. Are we to venture into the mountains again?" "It is dreadfully dull there," the corpulent man muttered. "This evening, I intend to revel to my heart's content." Meanwhile, Meng Chuan savored his drink, observing the performances below. On the stage, a delicate lady clad in a sheer veil cradled the pipa. The melodic strums of the instrument flowing through the brothel, causing the surrounding wealthy patrons to lower their voices significantly. Meng Chuan appeared to be listening to the pipa. Yet he was, in fact, utilizing a Tinjiang sensing technique to directly perceive another elegant room on the second floor. Within this perception, everything was astonishingly clear. Even the sound of a mosquito could be heard, let alone the conversation between the bearded man and the portly fellow. Though their voices were subdued and separated by soundproofing, Meng Chuan was still able to hear them. Contemplating their words about leaving Dongning Prefecture and venturing into the mountains, Meng Chuan pondered whether they were bandits. Miss Guan's pipa is a unique treasure of our Biyun Tower, remarked one of the two maidens attending to Meng Chuan, her voice ringing clear, as she mentioned that they were students of the esteemed Master Wang from Dongning Prefecture. Oh, Meng Chuan nodded slightly. Much like the art of painting in this era, few dedicated themselves solely to the craft. A few years prior, Meng Chuan had already reached the pinnacle of artistry in Dongning Prefecture. Not to mention, after depicting the countenance of all beings, he had attained an entirely new realm. Instruments like the pipa were somewhat more prevalent in study, yet primarily served for entertainment. In this age, cultivation ultimately took precedence, while the status of entertainment was markedly limited. We sisters have studied the guqin, also under a master, chimed in the other maiden, her tone softer. The guqin is indeed commendable, Meng Chuan casually remarked, while continuing to scrutinize the two men, the bearded man and the portly fellow. With his Tinjiang range of perception, he could even see the fine hairs on an ant's leg, thus he observed these two with meticulous detail. Every strand of hair on their faces was strikingly vivid. Meng Chuan discerned something. While the portly man bore no disguise, the bearded man had indeed altered his appearance. Was it a false beard? A wig? Was there a piece of artificial skin affixed to his face? If he were to lose his hair and beard, what would his appearance become? Meng Chuan's heart stirred. Every notorious criminal wanted by the authorities in Dongning Prefecture was well known to the offspring of divine and demonic lineages. Instantly, one name sprang to his mind, Blood Hand Zhao Can. A lean, bald, and formidable man, he bore a black mole on the left side of his face. However, this mole was now concealed beneath a layer of false skin, a testament to the exceptional skill of his disguise, even upon close inspection. It was nearly impossible to discern its authenticity. Only under Meng Chuan's perceptive senses could he distinctly identify the artificial hair, faux beard, and the deceptive skin. With his acute observation, he could even perceive the minuscule barbs and wounds on what appeared to be a smooth strand of hair. Such keen insight was indeed the nemesis of disguise techniques. Is it him? A surge of murderous intent ignited within Meng Chuan. Bloodhand Zhao Can hailed from Qin County in Dongning Prefecture. To cultivate the blood demon hand, he had ruthlessly slain over 300 individuals within a span of several years, instilling terror among the populace of Qin County. Eventually, when the situation unraveled, he managed to escape. Following his being wanted by the court, he audaciously allied himself with the infamous Blood Cloud Bandits, a group notorious for their malevolence, where even the weakest among them was of the Transcendence realm. Though their numbers were not large, each member was a formidable thief, agile and elusive, hiding among the mountains at the confluence of the three prefectures, rendering capture exceedingly difficult. Bloodhand Zhao Can. Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes and rose. Young Master Meng? Both young ladies inquired in confusion as they stood. I have urgent matters to attend to, Meng Chuan replied, placing a 100-tael silver note upon the table. Though he had never visited, he had certainly heard of it. In establishments of considerable repute such as this, the entrance to a private room typically demands a minimum of 20 taels of silver. Meng Chuan, having secured the finest of rooms, arranged for two young maidens to attend to him. However, after a brief respite, he left behind 100 taels, ensuring the establishment's profit. The two maidens exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy at the prospect of being in the company of the illustrious son of the Meng family from Dongning Prefecture. They harbored a secret hope that Meng Chuan might one day redeem them from their circumstances. Yet, to their surprise, he departed rather swiftly. Meng Chuan exited the private room and made his way directly to where the two notorious bandits resided, setting aside the heinous deeds committed after joining the Blood Cloud Bandits. The mere thought of the 300 lives lost in Qin County weighed heavily upon him, igniting an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He had witnessed the horrors of slaughter, monsters mercilessly killing, and the despair of the people as they met their end. Having endured such atrocities, his animosity towards these wanted criminals rivaled that which he felt for the monsters themselves. In essence, these outlaws represented a different breed of monstrosity. Both deserved their fates. As Meng Chuan silently approached the door of their room, he forcefully pushed it open. Inside, the two bandits, engrossed in their revelry, turned their ire upon his entrance. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of a youthful gentleman, Calmly, Meng Chuan stepped into the room, his gaze fixed upon the two criminals. The stout man and the bearded one rose to their feet, wariness etched upon their faces, yet they greeted him with feigned smiles. In Dongning Prefecture, they preferred to avoid conflict. The bearded man clasped his hands together, smiling as he addressed Meng Chuan. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Meng. What brings you to our humble abode?" "Kill." As the calm voice resonated, a flash of blade had already illuminated the air. The strike was too swift. Meng Chuan, now at the later stage of the Transcendence Realm, possessed a formidable foundation in both divine and demonic powers, his physique rivaling that of an ordinary, unblemished realm practitioner. Moreover, having comprehended the essence of the blade, even without invoking its full force, he could unleash a greater potential through the synergy of body and technique. Renowned for his speed, when he unleashed his blade, the two notorious thieves in the chamber felt a chill of dread wash over them. Realizing the perilous situation, the portly thief, weaker in strength, found himself unable to react in time. The blade's glimmer had already grazed his throat. Gasping, he clutched his neck. Blood gushing forth as terror and despair etched across his face, he sensed the rapid ebbing of his life force. What? The burly man, however, was a formidable, unblemished realm expert. He reacted far more swiftly. The moment Meng Chuan struck, he leapt through the window without hesitation. He understood that engaging in a prolonged battle with Meng Chuan would yield no benefit. Within the confines of Dongning Prefecture, once his identity was revealed, he had to flee at the fastest possible pace. The longer he delayed, the more powerful adversaries would converge upon him, diminishing his chances of survival. With a single stroke, Meng Chuan dispatched the portly thief, his figure blurring as he dashed through the window, making a beeline for the blood-handed Zhao. Today, neither of these bandits would escape. In the grand hall of the Biyun Tower, numerous patrons and attending maidens witnessed a figure soar from the second floor, closely followed by an even swifter silhouette. A blade of light arced through the air, aiming fiercely at the figure ahead. Even before descending from midair, blood-handed Zhao donned black gloves, his hands expanding suddenly, resembling large fans. The hand, twice the size of an average person's, executed a remarkably intricate maneuver, effectively parrying the strike. With a resounding thud, Bloodhand Zhao felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm and reverberate throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily crash onto the floor of Biyun Tower, leaving a substantial dent in the wooden surface and sending splinters flying. The surrounding patrons had swiftly retreated, for the practice of martial arts was commonplace, especially in such establishments where disputes often erupted in a fit of jealousy. Typically, these altercations resulted in mere flesh wounds. However, this encounter was evidently of a different caliber. It was young Master Meng. The onlookers, including the courtesans, positioned themselves at a safe distance, their eyes fixed on the fallen youth. The usually gentle young Master Meng now emanated an aura of lethal intent, his gaze imbued with a murderous energy that instilled fear in the hearts of the spectators. "Young Master Meng, do not push me too far. If provoked, I shall drag you down with me," Zhao threatened. His visage twisted in rage as he rose to his feet. "Drag me down with you? Is that a challenge?" Meng Chuan retorted, approaching with an air of confidence. "Humph." Zhao lunged towards a nearby crowd, intent on seizing hostages. In a flash, fueled by the explosive power of the Thunder God body, Meng Chuan moved with a speed far surpassing that of Zhao. Before Zhao could lay a hand on his intended captives, another strike was upon him. With a swift movement, Zhao raised his arms in defense, his hands fanning out like a pair of large paddles, expertly blocking the first two blows from Meng Chuan. Yet, the third strike followed closely behind. Could it be that his strength surpasses my own? Zhao pondered. I cannot afford to engage him further. I must devise a means to escape. The night is my ally. If I can blend into the darkness, I may yet find a way to flee Dongning Prefecture. Bloody Zhao thought to himself, exhaling sharply. The third strike came swiftly once again. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he noticed that the blade's glimmer appeared almost illusory. His instinct honed from years of battle urged him to retreat, and the ethereal blade swiped mere inches before his neck. With a sudden, sickening sound, an arm was severed and sent flying. My arm. Zhao eyes turned crimson. Although his experience allowed him to narrowly escape that terrifying blow, Meng Chuan had nonetheless taken advantage of the moment to sever one of Zhao arms. Flee, flee, flee. Save yourself. Zhao buried his resentment deep within, and at that moment, without hesitation, he unleashed the forbidden technique of the demon and god. Instantly, his skin flushed red as he unleashed an explosive surge of true energy. In an instant, both his speed and strength surged dramatically. However, the longer he sustained this state, the greater the peril. At best, his bones and meridians would suffer injury requiring a year or more of recuperation. At worst, his internal organs could be severely damaged, leading to the possibility of becoming a cripple. Yet, without employing the forbidden technique, his death was inevitable. With a thunderous roar, fully unleashing the forbidden technique, Zhao Can charged violently toward the nearest wall. The furniture shattered in his wake, and the thick wooden wall was breached, leaving a gaping hole as he burst through to the outside. In his desperate bid for survival, he had no time to exit through the door or window. He simply crashed through the wall. Unscathed and devoid of any blood, Meng Chuan moved with uncanny swiftness, transforming into a phantom as he pursued through the gaping hole. The patrons of Biyun Tower breathed a sigh of relief, some peering out through the windows. Many guests gawked at the severed arm still clad in a black glove lying on the ground, their astonishment palpable. The individual who was recently pursued seemed to possess formidable prowess, rivaling that of the No-Leak realm. However, his abilities still fell short of those of young Master Meng. As a scion of a divine and demonic lineage, young Master Meng's foundation is inherently far superior. Moreover, it appears that his swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. Indeed, it is likely that young Master Meng's sword techniques have reached the pinnacle of the Unity realm, and within a year or two, he may very well grasp the essence of his art. Such a talent is not something an ordinary No-Leak realm practitioner could hope to compare with. The guests engaged in lively discussion, and a few audacious souls ventured closer to the severed arm, cautiously removing the black glove to reveal a blood-red hand, markedly larger than that of an ordinary person. The blood demon hand? Is it possible that such a sinister technique is being practiced? Could it be the infamous blood hand Zhao Can? Zhao Can, the second in command of the Blood Cloud Thieves, is indeed a master of the No-Leak realm, who, like young Master Meng, has fallen victim to pursuit. Young Master Meng's swordsmanship is truly formidable. It is feared that, in just a year or two, he may indeed comprehend the essence of his blade. In the brothel, discussions abounded, and a few intrepid individuals set out to follow the commotion. Yet, it was evident that their speed could not match that of either Meng Chuan or the fleeing bloodhand Zhao Can, who was utilizing forbidden techniques. Where have I exposed myself? My sister's disguise technique is so masterful that no one should be able to see through it. Could it be that that fool inadvertently revealed something to those courtesans? Filled with both anger and urgency, bloodhand Zhao Can raced onward, desperately attempting to escape, with Meng Chuan in hot pursuit. After traversing a mile, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Suddenly, Meng Chuan's speed surged once more. It is preposterous. Having cultivated the Thunder God body, once he comprehends the essence, his explosive speed will far surpass that of bloodhand Zhao Can. Even though Zhao Can employed the forbidden techniques of gods and demons, he was still far from matching his opponent. Meng Chuan, amidst the throngs at the Biyun Tower, could only unleash 30% of his true power, rendering him marginally stronger than Zhao Can, whose severed arm had allowed him to momentarily exert 50% of his strength. His grand-aunt had long instructed him to unveil the comprehension of momentum only by mid-next year, necessitating a degree of modesty in public. What? The sudden surge of speed from Meng Chuan caused bloodhand Zhao Can to near madness. How could this be? As Meng Chuan closed the distance with astonishing rapidity, his form became a blur, so much so that even Zhao Can, who had mastered the formless realm, struggled to discern his movements. Suddenly, a gentle glimmer of the blade approached, prompting him to hastily raise his left hand in defense. The blade's light twisted in an ethereal manner, slicing through one of his legs, which was sent flying. Without employing the full force of his blade's momentum, Meng Chuan could at most exert 50% of his strength. Yet, in this strike, while unleashing 50% of his power, he infused it with his soul's essence, accelerating the blade's approach by an additional 30%. This ensured that the bloodhand Zhao Can, who had invoked the forbidden techniques, lost another leg in a mere exchange. Zhao Can fell to the ground, now missing both an arm and a leg, his countenance revealing utter despair. His mastery over the formless realm still allowed him to slow the bleeding from his severed limb. Meng Gongzi, I bear you no grudge. There is no need for you to kill me, Zhao Can implored, struggling to evade as he faced the inevitable. It was all too easy for Meng Chuan to end his life. Yet, Zhao Can still clung to the hope of survival. As a formidable practitioner of the formless realm, even with a severed arm and leg, he could still endure with relative ease. Oh, you harbor no grudge, yet you have taken the lives of over 300 people? Meng Chuan advanced towards Zhao Can. I possess silver and treasures. Zhao Can immediately retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from his bosom, amounting to nearly 40,000 taels. And in addition, an artifact of divine and demonic origin. Zhao Can produced a black iron plate, wrapped in cotton cloth, which he claimed to be worth 100,000 taels. He did not mention that the Blood Cloud thief sought to sell it for that sum but had found no buyers. All of this is yours, young Master Meng. Zhao Can implored, if you spare my life, to plead for mercy with your possessions. Meng Chuan approached steadily. I am the second in command of the Blood Cloud thieves, and I possess knowledge of their hidden treasures. Zhao Can continued, if you let me go, I shall reveal their location. Suddenly, with a flash of steel, Meng Chuan, drawing closer, infused his blade with soul force and effortlessly severed Zhao Can's throat. You. Why is it that you refuse to grant me a chance at life? Zhao Can's eyes widened in disbelief. The treasures of your band of thieves hold no allure for me, Meng Chuan replied coolly, watching as Zhao Can breathed his last. Though formidable, the Blood Cloud thieves boasted 8 adept thieves of the unleaked realm, led by one who wielded considerable power. Yet, even their leader's strength merely matched Meng Chuan's. In the grand scheme of the Meng family, what could the riches of a band of thieves possibly signify? Meng Chuan held no regard for their treasures, as the rare and extraordinary materials he utilized to forge the foundation of divine and demonic artifacts far surpassed the entirety of the Blood Cloud thieves' hoard. Meng Chuan bent down to pick up the stack of silver notes and glanced at the portion of the black iron plate peeking from the cloth, an object of divine and demonic origin. It appeared rather damaged. He thought little of it and temporarily tucked it away within his garments. Chapter 18. Spreading throughout the city gazing upon the lifeless body of Zhao Can, the Blood Hand. Meng Chuan retrieved a small whistle from his belt and placed it between his lips, blowing into it forcefully. As his vital energy infused the whistle, its shrill sound reverberated through the air, reaching every corner for miles around. This whistle served to summon the members of the Meng family nearby. Only a select few of higher status within the clan possessed such a device, while the ordinary members were limited to standardized distress fireworks that could be ignited in times of dire need to call for assistance from their kin. Swiftly, figures began to arrive in quick succession. Young Master Meng Chuan. Most of those who rushed to the scene were skilled individuals in the service of the Meng family, with a few being members of the clan itself. The Meng family, being vast and prosperous, had employed numerous adept fighters. This is the body of Zhao Can, the second in command of the Blood Cloud thieves, Meng Chuan stated, gesturing to the corpse before him. There is another body of a Blood Cloud thief at Biyun Tower. Please take care of it. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Meng Chuan nodded and turned to leave. It was only then that the gathered individuals began to murmur amongst themselves. Brother Wang, take some men to Biyun Tower to handle the body of the Blood Cloud thief. Also, find out precisely what young Master Meng Chuan did at Biyun Tower, an elder instructed. This elder was one of the 9 external managers of the Meng family, holding considerable influence, having served the clan for 3 generations. Those from outside who were entrusted by the Meng family were undoubtedly talented, whereas the Meng clan members, if lacking in ability, would at most barely scrape by, their status far inferior to that of the external managers. Yes, over a dozen individuals promptly set forth to Biyun Tower. Bloodhand Zhao Can, a master of the no-leak realm. The old man gazed at the corpses on the ground, marveling. Young Master Meng Chuan has truly become increasingly formidable. Although young Master Meng Chuan remains in the Transcendence realm, he has the ability to slay foes beyond his level, undoubtedly having reached the pinnacle of the Unity realm, and is not far from comprehending the blade intent. The others surrounding him were equally astonished. Meng Chuan had slain 2 notorious bandits, including the fearsome Bloodhand Zhao Can. News of this spread rapidly, for the Biyun Tower was a bustling place frequented by many, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Some individuals had even attempted to follow the battle of Meng Chuan against Bloodhand Zhao Can but were evaded due to their inferior agility. However, when Meng Chuan blew his whistle, it attracted not only members of the Meng family, but also curious spectators, many of whom witnessed the corpse of Bloodhand Zhao Can firsthand. In another establishment, within a refined chamber, Yunfuan was engaged in casual conversation with friends, each attended by a beautiful courtesan. At that moment, the door to the chamber opened, and another middle-aged man entered with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Zhang, we have been waiting for you for nearly half an hour. Yunfuan remarked with a smile, you owe us 3 cups of penalty wine. You know my wife, the tigress, it was impossible to sneak out until now. The middle-aged man replied with a laugh as he took a seat, raising his cup to drink in one go. After placing the cup down, a courtesan promptly refilled it. The man, visibly excited, continued, I have significant news to share with you both. What news could be so important? Inquired another portly gentleman, casually embracing a courtesan. About an hour ago, a major event transpired at the Biyun Tower. The middle-aged man remarked that Meng Chuan from the Meng family had gone to the Biyun Tower, casting a glance at Yun Fuan. Yun Fuan's eyelids twitched. His visit to the Biyun Tower was not for the women within, but rather for two notorious men. The middle-aged man, brimming with pride, caused both Yun Fuan and the portly gentleman to be momentarily taken aback. He continued, revealing that these men were two infamous bandits of the Blood Cloud Thieves. Meng Chuan had gone to the Biyun Tower to eliminate one of them before pursuing the other. The fearsome Zhao Can, known as Bloodhand Zhao. Bloodhand Zhao? Both Yun Fuan and the portly gentleman gasped in astonishment. It was said that Meng Chuan had severed one of Zhao Can's arms, prompting the bandit to flee in panic, while Meng Chuan pursued him, reportedly chasing him for a mile before slaying him. The middle-aged man exclaimed in admiration, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." Yun Fuan could not contain his disbelief. He managed to kill Bloodhand Zhao, but Zhao Can possesses the strength of the unleaked realm. While I estimate Meng Chuan to be at most at the late stage of the Transcendence Realm, could he possibly have comprehended the concept of force? Speculated the middle-aged man. Impossible, Yun Fuan retorted immediately. If he truly grasped the concept of force, then with so many people in the Biyun Tower, it would have been evident, and the news would have spread throughout the city long ago. Indeed, it is unlikely he comprehended it, the portly gentleman concurred. He only reached the unified realm last year. Such rapid progress is implausible. If he had truly grasped the concept of force, he would have been capable of killing Bloodhand Zhao right within the Biyun Tower. In reality, Meng Chuan, who excelled in speed and agility, had pursued Zhao Can for a full mile before achieving victory, indicating that their disparity in strength was not excessively vast. Brother Bai makes a valid point. Yun Fuan nodded. You both must be aware that Meng Xiangu is gravely injured and can only hold on for a few more years. The rotund gentleman chuckled, remarking that with the emergence of a 15-year-old prodigy like Meng Chuan, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing him. With the 8 decades of accumulation in the arts of gods and demons by the illustrious Meng Xiangu, the foundation of Meng Chuan's prowess would surely be formidable. Though he is merely at the late stage of the transformation realm, his physical prowess might not differ greatly from that of the Bloodhand Zhao Can. His ability to suppress Zhao Can evidently indicates a higher mastery of swordsmanship, likely having reached the pinnacle of the Unity Realm. It is conceivable that within 2 or 3 years, he might comprehend the essence of the blade. 2 or 3 years to grasp the essence. Yun Fuan scoffed. Brother Bai, I concede he is indeed a genius. However, a breakthrough in swordsmanship is no trivial matter. He may not comprehend the essence until after he turns 20. Do not underestimate him, the rotund gentleman countered, shaking his head. Our Bai family has gathered intelligence indicating that Meng Chuan practices daily, slicing through countless arrows, reportedly up to 8,000 times. It is said he engages in other forms of training. Truly, his diligence is extraordinary. Indeed, he is diligent. But if diligence alone were sufficient, there would be far fewer gods and demons, Yun Fuan persisted. Were the engagement not annulled, I would naturally delight in watching Meng Chuan grow ever more formidable. However, with the dissolution of the engagement, I hope he becomes increasingly ineffectual. Such is human nature. If Yun Fuan could maintain his composure at this juncture, the Yun family's trio of heroes would transform into a quartet. The news sparked ripples of excitement in the outside world, while within the Ming clan, it stirred a veritable tempest of discussion. At the Jinghu Ming residence, Meng Dajiang nodded slightly. Father, rest assured, I did not unleash the essence of the blade. I merely demonstrated strength surpassing that of Bloodhand Zhao Can. It is only when we are alone that I will strike him down with a single blow. Meng Chuan remarked that he could sense his surroundings up to a mile, clearly aware of whether others were present. All right, Meng Dajiang chuckled and nodded. It is said that your swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of unity, and you are not far from comprehending the essence of the blade. By mid-next year, the announcement of your enlightenment regarding the sword's intent should come naturally. He continued. The authorities have already dispatched personnel to verify. It is indeed the bloodied hand of Zhao Can. As for the other deceased, an examination of his tattoos confirmed him to be a member of the Blood Cloud Bandits. The wealth and weapons they possessed are considered as silver, combined with the imperial bounty, amounting to a total of 16,000 taels. Meng Dajiang produced a stack of silver notes from his bosom, stating, "This is what the family has just sent over. It is your spoils of war, rightfully yours." He added, Zhao Can pleaded for mercy, offering considerable wealth before his demise. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "Father, you need not give this to me. Your spoils naturally belong to you. You have grown. It is time you handle these matters yourself. Meng Dajiang extended the notes toward him, and Meng Chuan had no choice but to accept them. A sum of tens of thousands of taels. For affluent families like the Zhou clan, that would constitute their entire wealth. Yet, for the divine and demonic Meng clan, it truly held little significance. Upon returning to his chamber, Meng Chuan reclined on his bed, illuminated by the night glow, and perused the thick stack of silver notes. Including what he had previously obtained from Zhao Can, he now possessed over 50,000 taels. He sighed inwardly, reflecting that throughout his life, he had never possessed more than 5,000 taels at once. Despite his rising fame and the family's esteem, he earned little wealth, receiving only a modest monthly allowance from the family and occasional pocket money from his father. He spent little, yet through long-term accumulation, he had amassed merely 5,000 taels. Compared to many wealthy merchants, this was a far cry. Today, however, he unexpectedly received such a substantial amount. After glancing at it, he casually set it aside, his gaze falling upon a piece of black iron wrapped in cotton cloth. In truth, he was more intrigued by the otherworldly object than by the silver notes. Though his expectations were modest given its dilapidated state, this battered piece of black iron exuded an overwhelmingly domineering aura of divinity and demons, compelling Meng Chuan to scrutinize it further. Although he had not lit a candle and was only illuminated by the moonlight outside, his observation was not solely reliant on his eyes. An intangible perception permeated every minute detail of the black iron. As this perception deepened, the tattered black iron emanated an invisible allure, drawing Meng Chuan into its essence. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness being irresistibly pulled into the black iron. In the second chapter, the 19th section, titled Thunderstorm Annihilation Blade, as his awareness was captivated, he beheld a towering figure with flowing hair standing atop a mountain peak, surrounded by a range of mountains and torrents rushing through the valleys, with the sun hanging high above. Yet, Meng Chuan felt that even the mountains, rivers, and sun paled in comparison to this imposing man. The mighty figure gazed toward Meng Chuan's direction, finally grasping a rugged black blade that was notably long. With a chilling glare, the formidable man swung the blade with a fierce strike. The terrifying arc of the blade magnified rapidly before Meng Chuan's eyes, and before this cataclysmic display of power, Meng Chuan was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of dread. Just as a mortal trembles before the wrath of thunder, so too did Meng Chuan experience trepidation. This was a blade far more terrifying than lightning itself. Yet, Meng Chuan's consciousness was unable to evade it. He could only endure. The resounding brilliance of the blade struck his awareness. Suddenly, Meng Chuan detached from the obsidian shard, clutching his head in agony, blood trickling from his nose. With a primal groan of pain, he succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. The night enveloped everything in tranquility. The inhabitants of the Jinghu Meng residence remained oblivious to the fact that their esteemed young master Meng Chuan had lost consciousness and fallen into a deep stupor. As time languidly passed, several hours later, Meng Chuan, curled upon his bed, finally stirred, his eyelids fluttering before he slowly opened his eyes. The pain was excruciating. Meng Chuan felt as though his head might split apart, and his memories were a chaotic blur, leaving him momentarily disoriented regarding his identity and surroundings. After a period of disorientation, Meng Chuan gradually regained his senses. He recalled the previous night's exploration of the obsidian shard, during which his consciousness had been drawn within, inflicting harm upon his mind. The throbbing pain in his head was relentless, and it took him some time to rise from his bed, even sitting up causing him to feel dizzy. He glanced outside. The dawn was breaking, and the moon still lingered in the sky. It was unbearable. Meng Chuan strained to stand, but his body swayed, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. He struggled to maintain even the most basic balance, the headache pulsing in waves. With a resolute effort, he focused his mind, and through sheer willpower, he finally managed to stand and walk unsteadily. This obsidian shard had truly inflicted great suffering upon him. Meng Chuan was reluctant to contemplate the inheritance he had obtained from the obsidian shard, for even the thought sent sharp pangs through his head. Clearly, this was not the moment for research into the inheritance. After drinking 2 large bowls of cold water last night and washing his face with some more cold water, he felt somewhat more awake. He pushed open the door and called out into the corridor, "Come here." Soon, a maid hurried to the courtyard entrance and, upon entering, respectfully addressed him, "Young master, boil some water for me. I wish to bathe," Meng Chuan instructed. "Bathing at this early hour?" The maid appeared slightly perplexed. Yet she dared not inquire further and respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." It will be done shortly. Before long, several buckets of freshly boiled water were placed in the bathing tub. After dismissing the attendants, Meng Chuan stripped off his clothes and settled into the large tub. Finding the warm water immensely soothing, the comfort of lying there soon lulled him into a brief slumber, and upon awakening, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Only then did Meng Chuan turn his attention inward to the space at his brow, where he noticed the half-transparent figure standing there had dimmed considerably, indicating that his injuries were quite severe. A slight shiver coursed through him as he realized the water in the tub had cooled somewhat. He promptly rose, dried himself, and dressed. Exiting, he directly instructed his servants, "For the next 3 days, cease all training. I require time for quiet reflection." "Young master is not training?" The servants murmured among themselves. "He usually practices his archery tirelessly, striking 8,000 times a day. How can he possibly take a 3-day break?" Continuous training combined with occasional reflection might yield better results. Moreover, last night, young master indeed vanquished 2 notorious bandits of the Blood Cloud gang. Yes, one of them was the infamous Zhao Can. Surely, such a fierce confrontation must have stirred something within him, hence the need for solitude. The servants and guards continued their discussions. The act of vanquishing 2 notorious Blood Cloud thieves was accomplished with ease. Yet it was during the encounter with the black iron fragment that Meng Chuan sustained significant injuries. However, he remained unperturbed, for he observed that over time, the excruciating pain gradually subsided, and his mastery over his body slowly returned. In the ensuing 3 days, he indulged in leisure, reclining on a chaise longue while perusing the chronicles of deities and demons, and taking pleasure in painting within the tranquility of his study. This complete relaxation expedited his recovery, allowing him to perceive the semi-transparent figure within his brow space regaining its former brilliance. On the 3rd day, Meng Chuan commenced the examination of the information gleaned from the fragmented black iron. Yet, his consciousness could only absorb a portion before succumbing to unconsciousness, a primal instinct for self-preservation inherent to the human body. Nevertheless, he meticulously scrutinized the inherited knowledge, which contained fragments of secrets pertaining to the unprecedented technique known as the Thunderclap Annihilation Blade, specifically its 17th form. Each character and graphic description was imbued with boundless information, evoking a profound sense of pressure within Meng Chuan. The technique 5 Thunders Descending entailed a succession of 5 strikes. The first was formidable, the second even more so. And by the 5th, a qualitative transformation occurred, unleashing an unimaginable potency. The inheritance he had received encompassed merely the initial 2 strikes of the 5 Thunders Descending. Yet they were already the most intricate swordplay he had ever encountered. Meng Chuan shook his head, recognizing the exceedingly high demands this martial art placed on one's physical energy. Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, his ability to engage in normal training of the blade and body techniques remained unaffected. It was only after a full 2 months of absorbing the black iron fragment's legacy that Meng Chuan completely recovered and was able to once again harness the power of his soul. He resolved firmly that only when a qualitative transformation occurred within the space of his brow could he proceed further. Otherwise, I shall never delve into that dark iron shard again. Only after Meng Chuan had fully recuperated did he commence his practice of the initial 2 strikes of the 5 Thunder Annihilation. However, upon attempting to cultivate, he realized that under normal circumstances, he was utterly incapable of executing them, despite having comprehended the blade's momentum. His mastery over the corporeal true qi was considered quite advanced among mortals, yet it evidently fell short of the threshold required to perform these 2 strikes. It was only by channeling the power of his soul into his physical form that he significantly enhanced his control over the corporeal true qi, barely enabling him to unleash these 2 strikes. With the first stroke, the thunder within his body flickered, an attack perfectly complemented by the thunder god body. With the second stroke, the thunder surged within him, and the true qi flowed like a tidal wave. Regrettably, he lacked the insight for a third stroke, forcing him to unleash the accumulated thunder and the tidal-like true qi in a direct explosion for the third attack. As time passed, winter gave way to spring, heralding a new year. At the Eastern Ning branch of the Heavenly Demon sect, the resounding gate gradually ascended under the mechanism's influence, revealing a white-browed man who stepped forth with his hands clasped behind his back. "Brother," greeted a hunchbacked man and a robust figure, both beaming with smiles. "I have been in seclusion for the past 6 months. What significant events have transpired in Eastern Ning?" The white-browed man inquired. "Brother, Eastern Ning remains as it always has been. Had there been any major occurrences, we would have awakened you long ago," replied the robust man with a chuckle. "Indeed." The white-browed man nodded. Recalling something, the robust man swiftly produced a scroll from his bosom and handed it to the white-browed man. By the way, brother, several months ago, the Blood Cloud bandits attempted to sell us a fragment of a broken dark iron shard. Gao Laosan dismissed it, but I couldn't help but wonder. Could this dark iron shard possess such a potent aura of divine and demonic essence? Might it be a fragment of the legendary Black Iron Heavenly Book? The Black Iron Heavenly Book refers to meteorite iron. Have you checked if it is indeed meteorite iron? The white-browed man pressed on. By the time I emerged from seclusion, those two Blood Cloud thieves had already perished, leaving me no opportunity to come into contact with that fragment of black iron. The robust man replied. The white-browed man nodded, taking the scroll and revealing a depiction of the shattered black iron piece, rendered with remarkable clarity. Allow me to investigate, he stated. Yet he promptly made his way to his residence. In one of the study rooms built underground for the clan, numerous tomes were arranged. The white-browed man retrieved a stack of scrolls, flipping through several until he finally extracted one. This scroll illustrated precisely 26 fragments of black iron. The white-browed man meticulously compared the fragments with the depiction in the scroll. The jagged edges matched perfectly. This is indeed a fragment of the Black Iron Heavenly Book. Thunderbolt Annihilation Blade. The white-browed man nodded slightly. Had it been a complete Black Iron Heavenly Book, it would have already attracted the attention of the demon kings of the demon race. Even a mere fragment holds limited allure for them, as the demon race possesses its own heritage, often more potent than that of the human race. In the hall, the hunchbacked man and the second elder looked towards the hall master. Brother, the second elder could not help but inquire. Is this truly a fragment of the Black Iron Heavenly Book? The white-browed man affirmed, stating that portions of the Black Iron Heavenly Book from human history had been lost. It is confirmed that 8 volumes of the Black Iron Heavenly Book have been shattered into fragments. The Demon Clan has also documented the appearance of the shattered fragments of the 8 Black Iron Celestial Books. Upon discovering them, I meticulously transcribed their details. During my time of cultivation on the mountain, I was able to spend 1 day each month in the library. Tuaer chuckled, stating that he only perused the texts pertaining to cultivation, dismissing the useless tomes as unworthy of his time. Yet, my elder brother is remarkable, taking heed to record these details. Otherwise, one might fail to identify the remnants of the Black Iron Celestial Books. Such intelligence is deemed confidential among the human race, while the Demon Clan does not attach much significance to it. Even if they were to acquire the Black Iron Celestial Books, they would be unable to utilize them for cultivation, serving merely as references. The white-browed man remarked that he had discerned the fragment of the Thunder Destruction Blade that the Blood Cloud thief intended to sell us. The original Black Iron Celestial Book. The Thunder Destruction Blade had been shattered into 26 pieces, according to the bounty set by the Demon Clan. Presenting a complete Black Iron Celestial Book would yield a reward of 1 million merit points, he stated. 1 million merit points. The hunchbacked man in Tuaer's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is utterly impossible to gather all the fragments, as some have long been collected by the Yuanchu Mountain, the Black Sand Cave, and the Two Realms Isle, while others have fallen into the hands of the demons, and some remain scattered throughout the world. How could one possibly amass them all? Due to the impossibility of gathering the complete set, presenting a single fragment would only earn 10,000 merit points. The white-browed man noted that for a mere 10,000 merit points, the demon kings would be reluctant to risk venturing into human cities. However, for us, it is worth every effort to engage in this endeavor. We shall strive for it. Tuaer's eyes were aflame with determination. I have been a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect for 30 years, yet I have only amassed a mere 1,200 merits, gritted the hunchbacked man. Determination etched upon his face. This time, I shall give it my all. As per our usual arrangement, upon success, I shall receive 60%, while the two of you will each take 20%. The white-browed man inquired, is there any dissent? None at all. We shall heed your counsel. The hunchbacked man replied promptly. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, strength reigns supreme. Even united, the two subordinates could not rival the Hall Master. Thus, they felt quite satisfied with their proposed shares. If you hadn't disclosed it to us, we would never have been certain that it was a fragment of the Black Iron Heavenly Book, the hunchbacked man continued. After all these years in the Heavenly Demon Sect, I have only accumulated 5,000 merits. Should I succeed in acquiring 6,000 more this time, I would stand a chance of entering the demon transformation pool and transcending to become a heavenly demon, declared the white-browed man. Brother, you have been condensing your demon Dan for over a decade. If you can enter the transformation pool, you are certain to ascend to the rank of heavenly demon. chimed in the second subordinate, Tu Lauer. The title of Heavenly Demon is a path of cultivation crafted by the demon race for those humans who have betrayed their kind. Akin to the demon kings of the demon race and the gods and demons of humanity. Since we have resolved to take this risk, the white-browed man stated, his gaze sweeping the room, we must understand that this undertaking is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, both the hunchbacked man and Tu Lauer replied solemnly. Dongning Prefecture is a human city, under the watchful eye of the Jade Sun Palace's deity. Among the 5 great families of gods and demons, there are likely still 2 or 3 deities present. If any of them were to discover us, our fate would be sealed, the white-browed man cautioned, even if we were ensnared by human experts. The arrival of masters from the human realm would still spell our doom. Understood, both Vice Hall masters nodded in agreement. The heavenly demon sect can only remain hidden in the shadows. Ultimately, it is merely a faction formed by traitorous humans. Although the demon race has crafted a unique heavenly demon cultivation system for these traitors, the overall strength of the heavenly demon sect pales in comparison to that of the human race. Their sole advantage lies in their very humanity, coupled with the heavenly demon system's proficiency in concealing one's presence, allowing them to lurk within human cities. However, once exposed, the human race can easily eradicate them. The hunchbacked man remarked, Master, your strength is nearly invincible beneath the divine and demonic beings. As long as we act swiftly, we can make a hasty retreat before those divine beings arrive. Do not be careless, the white-browed man cautioned. Within the mundane realm of Dongning Prefecture, there are 3 individuals capable of restraining me. Yun Fuqing of the Yun family, Zhang Yong of the Zhang family, and Bai Shuan of the Bai family. All 3 are masters of the Dan condensation. Though they are not my equals, they can still delay me momentarily. Thus, we must avoid them as much as possible. Understood. Nodded the hunchbacked man and Tu Lauer. The master is virtually invincible beneath the divine and demonic beings in Dongning Prefecture. However, the 2 of us, as deputy masters, are somewhat weaker. Though we have both comprehended the potential of our abilities and possess various demonic arts, we have yet to condense our Dan. And there are more than 10 individuals in Dongning Prefecture who can rival us. As you both have said, the white-browed man continued, those 2 blood cloud thieves perished at the hands of Meng Chuan from the Meng family. Therefore, the fragment of the black iron heavenly book may also be in his possession. Such a crucial treasure, Bloodhand Zhao Qin would never trust it with anyone else. He keeps it on his person at all times. Tuer remarked, I had previously conducted a discreet investigation. When the 2 blood cloud thieves were dealt with, many were present, yet no one uncovered the remnants of the black iron heavenly book. It is highly likely that it is in Meng Chuan's possession. The white-browed man nodded. The black iron heavenly book is shrouded in mystery. Even the most ordinary gods and demons find it difficult to fathom its secrets. Only the most formidable gods and powerful demon kings can glimpse its inheritance. Meng Chuan is merely 17 years old. He cannot grasp its mysteries. At best, he might consider it a fragment of a divine artifact, one that is likely of little utility and should not be carried daily. The hunchbacked man, Tuer, brightened at this. Brother, do you mean? The white-browed man continued, the fragment of the black iron heavenly book may well be hidden within the Ming residence at Mirror Lake. Possibly in the very place where Meng Chuan resides, concealed simply. Let us mobilize the forces of our heavenly demon sect in Dongning Prefecture and find a way to infiltrate the Ming residence at Mirror Lake, the white-browed man instructed. We shall thoroughly search Meng Chuan's living quarters. If we can obtain that black iron fragment, it would be most advantageous. Indeed, the hunchbacked man and the others agreed. They were reluctant to engage in conflict with the Meng family unless absolutely necessary. The Meng clan possessed several formidable experts in the unleaked realm, and 3 of them had comprehended force. Moreover, Liu Yabai was also a master of force. Most critically, there existed a terrifying divine being, Meng Xingu. Should Meng Xingu discover them, none of the 3 would escape unscathed. Thus, they could only rely on their wits. The personnel of the heavenly demon sect, hidden within human cities, excelled at gathering intelligence. They swiftly ensnared an elderly servant and a maid, who frequently attended to the tidiness of Meng Chuan's courtyard through the use of sorcery. While Meng Chuan practiced the draw sword technique in the training grounds, the servant and maid, engaged in their routine cleaning, naturally conducted a thorough search of the premises. They even stumbled upon the silver notes hidden by Meng Chuan. However, under the influence of the enchantment, they prudently left the notes in their original place, mindful of not alerting any potential observers. Yet, they failed to discover the black iron piece. This was primarily because Meng Chuan had long recognized the extraordinary value of the black iron piece, deeming it tenfold or even 100-fold more precious than the fragment of the divine and demonic legacy gifted by the third elder. Thus, both the black iron piece and the fragment were securely concealed within the secret chamber of his father's underground passage, a sanctuary fortified with intricate mechanisms. Should anyone dare to intrude and trigger these defenses, the entirety of the Jinghu Ming household would be set into motion, due to the meticulous concealment. Only Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang possessed the knowledge to activate the mechanisms. Despite the relentless efforts of the Tianyo sect, they were unable to locate the black iron piece. What to do if it remains unfound? Within the Dongning branch of the Tianyo sect, the three leaders seated themselves apart. The atmosphere tinged with a sense of foreboding. This monumental achievement must be ours, declared the white-browed man with a frigid gaze. Since we cannot find it through stealth, there remains but one course of action, to capture Meng Chuan alive. We shall interrogate him to uncover the whereabouts of the black iron piece. Perhaps, with this knowledge, we may easily acquire it. Should he have presented it to his family, hidden away by the Ming clan, we could leverage Meng Chuan to coerce the Meng family into a trade. Given that Meng Chuan mastered secret techniques at the tender age of 15, the Ming family would undoubtedly place immense value on him. Trading the black iron piece for Meng Chuan's life would be within their willingness. Chapter 21. The ambush under the night on the 6th day of February. As night descended, Meng Chuan, Liu Qiyue, and Yin Jin exited the Yunjiang Tavern. I shall surely triumph over you next time, Yin Jin declared. Yet, in the past 6 months, you have suffered 3 consecutive defeats, Meng Chuan replied with a smile. Since their shared battle at the Xianchi courtyard, where Meng Chuan had saved Yin Jin, their bond had deepened significantly. Yin Jin occasionally visited the Ming residence by the Mirror Lake for friendly sparring. His foundation in both divine and demonic arts was formidable, and his mastery of the dual sword technique was impressive. Little did he realize that Meng Chuan had already grasped the essence of force. Thus, during their 3 recent bouts, Yin Jin had fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. For now, Meng Chuan had to conceal his true prowess, revealing only a fraction of his strength. Even so, besting an opponent who had yet to comprehend force was relatively effortless. The challenge lay in the act of disguising his power. Today, during our match, I sensed I am on the brink of understanding force, Yin Jin remarked, gazing at Meng Chuan. Next time, I shall be significantly stronger. Then I shall await your next challenge. Meng Chuan replied with a grin. Understanding force? Do not boast, Liu Qiyue interjected from the side. Humph, Yin Jin retorted, uninterested in further debate, and turned to depart alone. Yet, Meng Chuan sensed a formidable presence trailing Yin Jin from a distance of several dozen paces, silently following him. In truth, when Yin Jin had come to the Ming residence for their sparring, that same presence had awaited outside. The old servant had not continued to follow. Instead, a mysterious and powerful figure had assumed the role of silent guardian. Meng Chuan pondered. It seems that Yin Jin's recent injury has prompted his family to dispatch even stronger protectors. A Chuan. Yin Jin claims he is on the verge of comprehending the concept of force. What about you? Liu Qiyue inquired, cautioning him not to fall behind. Allow me to share a secret with you, Meng Chuan whispered into Liu Qiyue's ear. I believe I shall grasp the essence of force within a few months. Have you sensed the threshold of the blade's force? Liu Qiyue exclaimed, her ears turning crimson with excitement. Indeed, you must keep this confidential, Meng Chuan insisted. Absolutely. I shall maintain utmost secrecy, Liu Qiyue nodded fervently. Observing Liu Qiyue's demeanor, Meng Chuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Qiyue has indeed matured. As he regarded Liu Qiyue in that moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He vividly recalled the image of the snot-nosed little girl being led by Uncle Liu to the Ming residence. Time has flown, and she is now 16. On the brink of adulthood. Over the years, although he has diligently pursued his own cultivation, he has always had Qiyue by his side, often being pulled out for sumptuous feasts. While he occasionally lamented the expenditure, their shared meals brought him immense joy. The biting cold of the early spring night wind stung his face, yet Meng Chuan felt a delightful warmth within. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him. Within the range of his perception, 3 formidable and eerie auras emerged, swiftly approaching him. Could it be the expert from the heavenly demon sect at Xianchi courtyard? Meng Chuan recognized it immediately, recalling how the hunchbacked man's demonic energy had invaded his body, causing him considerable distress, only to be expelled by his grand dance intervention. Thus, upon sensing these 3 strange auras, he recognized one of them as familiar, confirming it belonged to the hunchbacked man. 3 distinct auras were present. The two weaker ones felt comparable to those of my father and his companions. Yet, there was another aura that surpassed both my father and Uncle Liu. This presence was formidable and peculiar, instilling within Meng Chuan a profound sense of foreboding. They were swiftly approaching. Was it directed at me? Meng Chuan pondered. Or perhaps aimed at someone else? To the ancestral home? Very well, very well. Liu Qiyue nodded, but do not abandon me as you did last time. Rushing to the Biyun Tower to slay those two blood cloud thieves. Do blood cloud thieves simply appear at will? Meng Chuan chuckled. All right. I shall head to the ancestral home. With that, Meng Chuan turned and began walking towards the ancestral residence. Aside from a few taverns and tea houses, much of the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. The cold wind howled as Meng Chuan walked alone. Suddenly, the three foremost experts of the heavenly demon sect silently descended upon a rooftop, observing the solitary figure of Meng Chuan in the distance. The white-browed man's eyes glimmered with a hint of golden light. He could discern objects a mile away even in the night, let alone during the day. Brother. He is heading towards the Meng family's ancestral home, the hunchback man whispered. Deputy Home Master 2 concurred. We must act immediately. If he continues on his path and approaches the ancestral home, once we engage, he may call for help. Meng Xiangu is likely to arrive swiftly. Indeed. The white-browed man nodded. I shall launch a surprise attack to capture him alive. You two will lie in ambush ahead. If the surprise fails, we shall encircle him from 3 sides, leaving him no escape. Understood. The hunchbacked man and Deputy Hall Master 2 both nodded, placing their faith in their elder brother's prowess. Move out, commanded the white-browed man. The 3 men swiftly separated. The white-browed man stealthily approached Meng Chuan, while the hunchbacked men hurried ahead to block the path. Meng Chuan sensed the impending presence with utmost clarity, remaining remarkably composed. The most formidable aura was rapidly closing in, without a whisper of sound. Suddenly, Meng Chuan felt a shift and turned to gaze in a particular direction, focusing on the white-browed man who was darting toward him from a distance of 7 or 8 zhang. At that moment, the white-browed man appeared even taller. His eyes elongated and gleaming with a golden hue. His white brows had lengthened dramatically and drooped down, emanating a grayish demonic energy, while his hands grasped a pair of curved blades. As their gazes locked, Meng Chuan's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing the formidable figure radiating demonic energy. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged forward with astonishing speed. Had he already detected my presence before I even made a move? Morongyu, resembling a great bird in the dark of night, was astonished to find himself discovered despite the distance of 7 or 8 zhang. Unbeknownst to him, once within a 10 zhang radius, Meng Chuan had scrutinized the surroundings meticulously, feigning the act of discovering an enemy. Morongyu, known for his prowess in ambush and assassination, often succeeded in lurking behind foes without them ever realizing his presence. Yet, on this occasion, even from a distance of 7 or 8 zhang, amidst the chilling wind of the night, he had been detected. Morongyu felt a sense of frustration. It must have been sheer luck that Meng Chuan had turned at that precise moment. Without further contemplation, Morongyu swiftly activated a distress signal flare, which soared into the night sky, illuminating the darkness with its vivid display. Morongyu coldly commanded, "Flee." Meng Chuan, in a state of panic, darted away with remarkable speed. Master Meng, your swiftness surpasses that of our last encounter. A figure emerged from the surrounding shadows, a hunchbacked man exuding a green, malevolent aura. His emerald eyes fixed intently on Meng Chuan as he lunged forward. The progress of a genius, indeed, is swift. Suddenly, from another direction, a formidable figure enveloped in dark malevolence burst forth. A robust man, the deputy hall master of the slaughter faction, grinning as he wielded a massive axe, resembling a great bear. What? Meng Chuan's expression turned to one of alarm and fury. Behind him was a terrifying pursuer with golden eyes and white brows, while in front, 2 powerful foes awaited to intercept him. Celestial Demon Sect, how dare you ambush me? The Meng family will never let you escape. Meng Chuan shouted defiantly, choosing a path toward the hunchbacked man who was closest to him. Ha ha, the Meng family will not arrive in time to save you, cackled the hunchbacked man as he moved to block Meng Chuan's escape. Over half a year ago, the hunchbacked man had clashed with Meng Chuan, injuring him severely with a mere flick of his fingernail. This time, the hunchback was brimming with confidence. Stop, he commanded, snapping his fingers as a segment of his nail shot forth with terrifying force. In close quarters, Meng Chuan narrowly evaded it, yet his speed was significantly hindered. Ha ha. The hunchbacked man laughed, extending his claw-like hand. which transformed into a blur as it reached for Meng Chuan. In the midst of his desperate flight, Meng Chuan drew his blade without warning. At that very moment, the essence of the soul melds seamlessly into every fiber of the flesh, culminating in a perfect confluence of energy and corporeal strength, unleashing a formidable surge of power. As the blade is drawn, the force of the cut erupts forth. The draw technique is the most frequently practiced move by Meng Chuan, and it is indeed his swiftest strike. The profound wisdom behind the 17th form of the Thunder Destruction Blade has enlightened Meng Chuan on the advanced application of his physical energy, resulting in a more concentrated surge of lightning within his Thunder God body, enhancing his speed significantly. Since integrating the pivotal insights from the Thunder Destruction Blade, the draw technique's potency has surged by nearly 50%. The Thunder Extreme Draw Technique. A cold glint flickers in Meng Chuan's eyes, following the momentum of the blade. An explosion of power emanates from his entire being, as a terrifying strike enveloped in true energy harnesses the forces of nature, manifesting a horrifying blade of light extending over 10 yards. The brilliance of the blade is so dazzling that it obscures its true form. The hunchbacked man, once brimming with confidence, suddenly found himself confronted by an incredibly radiant blade of light, instinctively retreating while raising his claws to shield his vital points. Before he could discern the blade's true essence, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. As he continued to retreat, his upper body collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. In the second chapter, 22nd section, what a monstrosity! The leader of the Eastern Ning branch of the Heavenly Demon sect, Yu, and his deputy, Tu Shang, initially brimmed with confidence, intending to encircle and capture Meng Chuan alive. However, who could have anticipated that the panicked Meng Chuan would turn and unleash a single stroke? That strike was nothing short of astonishing. A beautifully executed cut that even manifested a radiant blade of light stretching over 10 yards. Did Gao Laosan perish just like that? With a single stroke? The Vice Hall Master of the Butcher sect could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. That single strike. The golden-eyed, white-browed man, Yu, was equally alarmed. The speed and abruptness of that blow were astonishing. Only I could withstand it. The likes of Gao Laosan were utterly defenseless against it. This Meng Chuan, nearly 17 years of age this year, had effortlessly dispatched Gao Laosan, who was brimming with demonic energy, with a single cut. What manner of creature is he? Meng Chuan is extraordinarily powerful, rivaling some of the legendary prodigies. The Vice Hall Master felt a sense of panic. Meng Chuan's strength was beyond comprehension, akin only to the most fearsome talents spoken of in legends. Meng Chuan, the hunchbacked man, reduced to just his upper body, clawed at the ground. His life force tenacious, still fixated on Meng Chuan. A being of his caliber could maintain his resolve even when so grievously wounded. Yet, Meng Chuan did not flee. Instead, he halted and regarded the hunchbacked man. In an instant, with a flash of the blade, a crimson dot appeared at the hunchbacked man's brow. His eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating, and his arms slackened, collapsing to the ground in silence. Following this, Meng Chuan's gaze shifted to the Vice Hall Master, softly uttering, "It is your turn." In the next moment, his figure blurred as he charged directly at the Vice Hall Master. From beginning to end, Meng Chuan was merely performing, yet he had no choice but to act, for he sensed an aura that indicated the golden-eyed, white-browed man was immensely formidable, far surpassing his father and Uncle Liu. Even if he poured all his soul power into a confrontation, he harbored no confidence in overcoming him. Therefore, Meng Chuan resolved to eliminate his foes one by one, starting with the weaker adversaries. Thus, he feigned flight, luring the hunchbacked man into pursuit. The draw sword technique emphasizes not merely the swiftness of the blade, but rather the intricacies of psychological warfare. It creates an illusion of frantic retreat, making the adversary believe they can effortlessly apprehend their quarry. In the fleeting moment when the opponent closes in, one must draw the blade with alacrity, catching them off guard. This momentary astonishment grants a precious few seconds, just enough for the blade to find its mark at the throat. Thus, the essence of the draw sword technique lies in psychological strategy. Mastery of this technique hinges upon the effectiveness of psychological tactics, which accounts for half of its success. The other half is derived from relentless practice, performing it 8,000 times daily. In a direct confrontation, both parties are acutely focused, their instincts sharpened for rapid response. Even if Meng Chuan were to unleash the thunderous ultimate draw sword technique, the hunchbacked man would instinctively defend himself. Consequently, the threat posed by that strike would diminish significantly, leaving no guarantee of fatality. Ultimately, the adversary is a formidable practitioner of the seamless realm of perception, possessing sorcery as well. Life and death struggles are dictated by myriad factors. Psychological tactics, the environment, and the state of combat all converge to determine the outcome. Upon witnessing young Master Meng slay Gao Laosan and advance towards him, the Deputy Hall Master was seized by a visceral tremor of fear. "Brother, save me," he cried, turning to flee towards Murongyu. The white-browed, golden-eyed Murongyu surged towards his ally, unrelenting, and just before Meng Chuan could overtake the Deputy Hall Master, they finally reunited. "Prepare to meet your end." Murongyu dared not hesitate, brandishing a curved blade in each claw, aiming to strike at the advancing Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan frowned. Within a span of 10 zhong, every detail becomes vividly apparent. The two curved blades, imbued with a grayish malevolence, cleave through the air, which appears to be sliced apart like tofu. No discernible blade aura manifests, rather, it is the act of the blade striking the air that compresses it, generating a high-pressure shockwave. At the level of Murongyu, he commands the forces of nature, rendering the air an inconsequential resistance. The two strikes are distinctly perceived in their sensation, both clear and terrifying, rivaling his own thunderclap ultimate draw. Without integrating his soul force into his body, I find myself powerless against such techniques. Meng Chuan comprehended this, swiftly evading by turning his form and maneuvering around 5 or 6 zhong away. With a swift elegance, Meng Chuan executed his movements, akin to a hunting wolf encircling Murongyu and the Deputy Hall Master. Tuesday occasionally, he would surge forward to deliver a strike. The Deputy Hall Master, lacking confidence, dared not engage directly, opting instead to evade time and again. His speed was overwhelming. The Deputy Hall Master exclaimed, "Brother, what should we do? His speed exceeds mine. Even with the Thunder God body, which specializes in swiftness, he should not be this fast." Just how profound is his foundation in divine and demonic arts? Murongyu found it hard to believe. Although he had condensed a demon core, his choice of a more balanced approach to speed did not match Meng Chuan's extreme focus. Yet, he was still outpaced by Meng Chuan. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Chuan's robust foundation in divine and demonic arts was one aspect. As a late-stage transformation realm cultivator, his physical prowess was already on par with that of Deputy Hall Master II and other high-ranking members. His cultivation of the Thunder God body naturally granted him a speed that far surpassed that of the Deputy Hall Master and his peers. However, he acquired the Thunder Annihilation Blade and mastered certain extraordinary techniques of vital energy, allowing the lightning within him to intensify and his speed to increase. Thus, even in a normal state, he could surpass Murongyu in swiftness. They could not afford to engage in prolonged conflict. Murongyu conveyed through thought, "If this drags on, Meng Xingu might arrive. In such a case, we would be doomed. What shall we do?" inquired Deputy Hall Master Tuesday. "This young Master Meng possesses a commendable reputation for his benevolence. Let us direct our assault towards the nearby residences, compelling him into a confrontation with us. Once we are within close quarters, your self-preservation skills exceed those of Gao Laosan, and if necessary, you may resort to forbidden techniques. With my presence, your safety is assured," Murongyu replied telepathically. "Very well." Deputy Hall Master II narrowed his eyes, a glint of crimson light emanating from them. As the dark demonic energy surrounding him intensified, he invoked a forbidden technique, enabling him to withstand the ensuing chaos for a brief period. Boom, boom. The two of them charged towards the adjacent residence, crashing through the courtyard wall with a resounding thud. Seeking death, Meng Chuan's eyes turned a fiery red in an instant. He had indeed been composed until now, merely needing to entangle them. He had previously released a distress signal flare, and since they were relatively close to the ancestral home, once his great aunt arrived, she would effortlessly eliminate these two masters of the celestial demon sect. However, these two experts, driven by desperation, had jumped over the wall and were now advancing towards innocent civilians. Boom. Meng Chuan disregarded everything else, his spiritual essence merging with his body in an instant. The sound of his heart beating, the resonant echo of his lungs as if a tempest were raging, and the operations of each organ within him were strikingly vivid. Blood surged like a relentless river, with strands of vital energy circulating through every meridian within the body. The mastery over the corporeal essence ascended to a remarkably elevated realm. The velocity soared. Previously, it was but a slight edge over Murongyu. Now, the difference was monumental. As Murongyu and Deputy Hall Master II collided with the wall and burst into the dwelling, they beheld a fleeting shadow that had already arrived behind them. What manner of creature is this? Both were struck with a wave of trepidation. Meng Chuan had never unleashed such rapid speed before. Previously, He had merely merged his soul force to execute the Thunder's extreme blade technique. Now, he erupted forth with unparalleled swiftness, truly astonishing them both. In a moment of desperation, Deputy Hall Master 2 felt his entire being enveloped in a dark, ominous aura that subtly tinged red, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Murongyu, with his white brows and golden pupils, brandished a pair of curved blades, launching an assault against Meng Chuan. Whoosh! Meng Chuan's speed was extraordinary, charging directly at Deputy Hall Master 2, evidently intent on eliminating them one by one. You shall perish. Deputy Hall Master 2 realized there was no retreat. The monstrous Meng Chuan's speed was terrifying, leaving no hope of escape. He could only muster all his strength to strike with his great axe. Die! Murongyu's dual curved blades executed a masterful technique, carving through the air toward Meng Chuan. Puff! Meng Chuan's form appeared blurred, instantaneously arriving before Deputy Hall Master Tuesday. He deftly dodged one of Murongyu's blades, but the other curved blade merely grazed against Meng Chuan's weapon, causing it to veer off course. After years of enduring a rain of arrows, his swift blade techniques for deflecting attacks had become exceptionally refined. The curved blade was redirected, instead careening towards Deputy Hall Master Tuesday. What? Murongyu and Deputy Hall Master 2 were both startled. How could it be that a member of their own was attacking another? Murongyu hastily adjusted his stance, while Deputy Hall Master 2 swiftly evaded. A gentle blade, so delicate that it seemed to glide silently from the shadows. As Deputy Hall Master 2 dodged Murongyu's curved knife, he let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that a soft glimmer of steel had already reached his throat. There was no time to react. The blade sliced through with chilling precision. Gasping, Deputy Hall Master 2 released his grip, and his heavy axe fell with a resounding clatter onto the ground of the dwelling. He desperately clutched the wound on his throat, fighting for his life. But that strike was merciless. Meng Chuan, standing nearby, cast a cold glance at the Deputy Hall Master clutching his throat, then turned his attention to the astonished Murongyu, whose golden eyes and white brows widened in disbelief. How could this be? I have become his accomplice? Murongyu could hardly believe it. Yet Meng Chuan was not at all surprised. With utmost determination, his speed had soared to an unfathomable level. Coupled with his mastery over a Tinjiang radius that felt almost like his own domain, he meticulously controlled every aspect of the positions, movements, and techniques of Murongyu and Deputy Hall Master Tuesday. All he needed to do was manage their positions and, at the moment they unleashed their full strength, subtly guide them to strike themselves. Just by a little time, and he could take Deputy Hall Master 2's life. Only you remain. Meng Chuan looked at Murongyu. Chapter 2, 23rd chapter, Meng Chuan's third strike. We underestimated you. Murongyu, with his golden eyes and white brows, uttered in a low tone, before suddenly transforming into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the east. To flee? Meng Chuan immediately pursued, but he refrained from using his soul power. His normal speed was sufficient to keep pace with Murongyu. Two figures, one in front of the other, traversed the rooftop like phantoms in the darkness, accompanied only by the mournful whisper of the wind. Child's father, there is no sound outside. We should not venture out. Regardless of what may happen, we must remain indifferent. Child's father, what on earth has transpired? The figure appeared indistinct, resembling a monstrous bear lying in our courtyard, towering over a yardstick's height, far surpassing our doorframe. What? A demon? The couple huddled inside, too fearful to step outside. Murongyu and Meng Chuan were in a desperate chase, one fleeing while the other pursued, swiftly nearing a great river beneath the night sky. As Meng Chuan beheld the river, a realization dawned upon him. He could not escape me. Did he intend to plunge into the water? Alas, I am not well versed in swimming. The usual skills of submerging and gliding in water pale in comparison to those possessed by formidable beings. Certain water-affiliated divine entities exhibit agility in water that rivals that of fish, maintaining remarkable combat prowess. Similarly, those from the heavenly demon sect, who cultivate water-related sorcery, retain formidable strength in aquatic environments. However, Meng Chuan's method of cultivation does not favor aquatic skills. Submerged, he could barely summon a fraction of his full potential. With such swiftness, he must be a thunderous divine entity. I refuse to believe he would dare pursue me in the water. Murongyu headed straight for the river. At this point, he had abandoned any thoughts of capturing Meng Chuan alive. His sole desire was to survive. For when Meng Chuan unleashed his full speed, it was astonishingly rapid, even capable of utilizing him to eliminate the likes of Liu Qiyue. Such reliance on another's strength was a severe blow to one's confidence. Meng Chuan's swordsmanship was exquisite, far beyond that of a novice. Indeed, Meng Chuan has comprehended the intricacies of the Thunder Annihilation Blade for quite some time now, seamlessly integrating its profound techniques into his own. Within the confines of the Tianzhong domain, he is able to elevate his prowess to an even greater extent. This evokes a profound sensation in Murongyu. It seems that Meng Chuan has been grasping the essence of the blade for a considerable duration. Perhaps he understood its principles at the tender age of 16, or even as early as 15. His mastery of secret techniques likely emerged around the age of 11 or 12. After years of refining my demon core, I find myself overshadowed by his innate talent, which is nothing short of terrifying. It is sufficient to alert the demon clan, who might well place a bounty on his head. Murongyu mused, pondering that, should the time come, Meng Chuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Suddenly, as Murongyu's thoughts lingered, he noticed that Meng Chuan, who had been pursuing him relentlessly, had surged forward with alarming speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. He was exerting himself to the utmost. Murongyu's heart raced. He had previously witnessed Meng Chuan's explosive velocity when he annihilated the deputy hallmaster. Experiencing it once more was nothing short of astonishing. He was simply too swift. Realizing that his opponent aimed to escape into the river, Meng Chuan ceased his delay. His earlier hesitation was merely to await the arrival of his great aunt. Prolonging the encounter would allow the adversary to plunge into the water and evade capture. Thus, he resolved to make a final, decisive effort. Channeling the power of his soul into every fiber of his being, he felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. With a fierce determination, he lunged at Murongyu, unleashing the first strike of the Thunder Annihilation Blade's 17th form, 5 Extremes Annihilation. The very essence of thunder and lightning erupted from within him. If the sword draw technique represents Meng Chuan's stealthy strike, then the 5 absolutes of annihilation derived from the Thunder Cataclysm Blade stands as the ultimate technique for direct combat. Its power even more terrifying. This strike is as swift as lightning, exuding a majestic and domineering aura. The speed is astonishing. Murongyu felt that Meng Chuan's approach was too swift, the glint of his blade even swifter, accompanied by an intimidating presence that shook the very essence of the soul. It posed no threat to me. In an instant, Murongyu unleashed a forbidden technique, causing a significant surge in both power and speed, his twin curved blades expertly blocking the path ahead. With a resounding clash of weapons, Murongyu perfectly deflected the strike. However, Meng Chuan immediately followed up with a second strike. This second blow, imbued with the momentum of the first, surged with a tempest of thunder within him, his vital energy rolling in waves. This stroke was even more tyrannical, though the blade's reach was merely a few feet. Its might far surpassed that of the thunder draw technique. Under the cloak of night, Murongyu's vision blurred, the brilliance of the blade nearly blinding. With remarkable skill, Murongyu wielded his twin blades, managing yet again to block the swifter second strike. But this blow carried a tremendous force that reverberated through his insides, sending shockwaves through his organs, leaving a metallic taste of blood in his throat. The third strike, a murderous intent gleamed in Meng Chuan's eyes. Having unleashed his soul's power through multiple eruptions, he could only execute one final strike. This would be his desperate last effort. The black iron tome he received. The Thunder Cataclysm Blade contained merely fragments of the 5 absolutes of annihilation inheritance, encompassing only the first 2 strikes. The subsequent 3 remained a mystery to him. However, after accumulating the power of 2 strikes, the thunder and lightning within him surged with even greater intensity, while his vital energy surged like relentless waves crashing through his meridians. He found himself unable to contain it, unable to borrow strength to attract force and execute a 4th strike. All he could do was unleash this overwhelming power in one explosive outburst. With a breath, the thunder and lightning, along with his vital energy, flooded into the blade he wielded, culminating in his final strike. Unlike the previous 2 strikes, which were forceful and domineering, each more rapid and aggressive than the last, the third strike embodied an exquisite gentleness. This was Falling Moon, a technique that Meng Chuan had painstakingly perfected over time. It was the very move he had employed to defeat Tu Shang. Yet, the Falling Moon he unleashed now was imbued with a swiftness far surpassing its earlier iterations. After all, it harnessed all the power accumulated from the preceding 2 strikes, resulting in the most formidable Falling Moon yet. The technique was both gentle and eerie, its trajectory elusive and inscrutable. This was a combination of Meng Chuan's own creation, the initial 2 strikes of the 5 absolutes annihilation fused with Falling Moon, producing a continuous series of 3 strikes, a harmonious blend of dominance and delicacy. However, This presented a challenge for Yu, who had grown accustomed to withstanding the fierce, rapid strikes. He was prepared to endure the third blow, but was taken aback as it shifted to an extreme softness. In his moment of confusion, he attempted to defend against the impending strike. The curved blade of Yu met the gentle blade light, yet it was akin to moonlight, visible but elusive. At that instant of contact with the soft blade light, a strange force spun and evaded the obstruction of his curved blade, causing the blade light to flash forward. Panic set in. Unable to withstand the strike, a chill gripped Yu's heart. He instinctively swung his arms, desperately attempting to fend off the attack. A swift flash of blade sliced through the air, severing an arm and leaving a gruesome wound on Yu's chest. He staggered back, surviving the encounter. Yet, rather than relief, a chilling despair enveloped him. Was he destined to perish at the hands of Meng Chuan? Though he had narrowly escaped death from that terrifying strike, the loss of an arm and the severe injury to his chest had drastically diminished his strength, reducing him to merely half of his former prowess. Even at his peak, he had been overwhelmed. With only half of his strength remaining, it was only natural for Yu to feel despondent. As for Meng Chuan, a sense of unease washed over him as well. His soul force was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to unleash another full-scale assault. Without his soul force, his power was equivalent to that of the two deputy hall masters, and even with Yu gravely wounded, he had no confidence in subduing his opponent. The outcome of Yu's fate now hinged upon this moment. Despite his despair, his will to survive surged even stronger. He invoked forbidden techniques, racing towards the roaring river ahead. Although he bore the severe injury of a severed arm, the application of the forbidden technique granted him a speed even greater than usual. Faster, faster, Yu cried, frantically fleeing while keeping a wary eye on Meng Chuan, who was still pursuing him. He attempted to cut him off. It seemed that the extraordinary power he had displayed was likely a result of some forbidden move as well. Meng Chuan, with his exceptional talent and boundless potential, could not afford to frequently employ such techniques. Yu couldn't help but feel a flicker of relief, unlike him, who was willing to risk everything to survive through forbidden arts. Instead, Meng Chuan, an extraordinary genius, cherishes his physical form and cautiously employs forbidden techniques. Fearful of injuring his foundation, Yu gazed upon the surging river ahead, and a surge of joy erupted within him. He suddenly leaped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow. And with a splash, he plunged into the river. Throughout their relentless pursuit, spanning mere breaths, they had traversed several smaller waterways. For instance, adjacent to the street where the deputy hall masters Tu and Gao met their demise, there lay a narrow canal within the city, merely 2 zhang wide. However, such narrow passages, even if one could slip into them, would still allow the enemy to sense the disturbances from the nearby streets. Should the pursuit continue? With Meng Xiangu's arrival, doom would be inevitable. Only a sufficiently broad and deep river could provide an escape from the relentless tracking. This is the Cangyuan River, stretching 80 zhang wide. He cannot pursue me here. As Yu plunged into the river, he immediately dove towards the riverbed, submerging deeper to evade detection from the bank. He swiftly swam toward the center of the Cangyuan River, where it was at its deepest. Meng Chuan stood by the riverside, and in his perception, he sensed Yu entering the water. Initially, the presence was clear, but as he descended to 6 feet deep, it became indistinct. He could only sense a presence, which waned as the other party sank deeper and swam farther away. Meng Chuan dared not soar to the surface, although his current strength permitted him to walk upon water. An attack from Yu could spell his doom. If dragged into the water, he would find himself in perilous straits. The obstruction posed by soil and rocks was the greatest hindrance to my senses, with the river's resistance coming a close second. He submerged to a depth of 10 feet, and I could no longer sense him. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. At this moment, Yu had already vanished from the range of his perception. The center of the canal was a staggering 5 to 6 feet deep, with the edges also measuring 1 to 2 feet. A depth shaped by the passage of large vessels over time. He had escaped my sensing. Standing on the bank, Meng Chuan gazed at the shimmering waters of the canal under the night sky, a myriad of thoughts swirling within him. Meanwhile, Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue had departed from Dongning Prefecture. They often spent considerable time away each year. Meng Xingu, leaning on her staff, stepped outside and immediately noticed the rising fireworks. Is Meng Chuan calling for help? A pang of anxiety gripped her heart. With a gentle strike of her staff upon the ground, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward, spreading with astonishing speed, encompassing a 10-mile radius and reaching the site of the distress call. Within her perception, she clearly discerned Meng Chuan fleeing in panic, while Yu, with his white brows and golden eyes, along with the confident and self-assured Vice Hall Masters, were encircling him. Yu, the Hall Master of the Dongning branch of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and his 2 Vice Hall Masters had appeared, each of them possessing a level of insight into the nature of power, capable of emanating demonic energy. That Yu was nearly invincible beneath the realm of deities. Meng Xingu's expression shifted. Meng Chuan was in peril. She immediately blurred into motion, propelling herself towards the scene with utmost haste. Along the way, she pushed herself to her limits, disregarding any further inquiries, for even the slightest delay could cost precious time. She had to reach him as swiftly as possible. In the past, at the Anhai Customs, she had always acted in conjunction with other divine beings, merely surveying her surroundings and manipulating her domain, while leaving direct confrontations to her companions. After 11 breaths, the anxious Meng Xingu appeared at the very spot where Meng Chuan had once fled in panic. Her gaze fell upon the severed body of the Deputy Hall Master, clearly a victim of a razor-sharp blade that had cleaved him in two. Had a formidable expert emerged to rescue Meng Chuan? Meng Xingu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a gentle tap of her cane against the ground, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. She quickly detected, not far away, the lifeless form of a bear-like corpse within a dilapidated dwelling. It was the body of Deputy Hall Master 2, who had suffered a fatal wound to his neck. The invisible wave spread for 10 miles, revealing the scene of a chase between Meng Chuan and Yu, with the latter evidently fleeing in terror while Meng Chuan pursued relentlessly. Meng Chuan was hunting Yu? Meng Xingu felt a sense of bewilderment. Seeing the bodies of the 2 Deputy Hall Masters from the Dongning branch of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she initially thought that a powerful figure had intervened to save Meng Chuan. However, it now appeared highly likely that Meng Chuan was the one responsible for their deaths and was currently in pursuit of the seemingly invincible Yu. Although shocked, Meng Xingu hastened toward Meng Chuan. Each of her steps spanned dozens of yards, her cane touching the ground with every stride, sending invisible ripples through the air. Each movement involved careful exploration, undoubtedly impacting her speed. Yet, at this moment, Meng Xingu felt no urgency, for she was now quite close, confident that Yu would not escape. Had Meng Chuan taken action? Meng Xingu keenly observed that as they approached the Chaoyun River, Meng Chuan's speed surged dramatically, delivering a swift strike towards Yu. The velocity of the attack astounded Meng Xingu. The swordplay was as swift as lightning and fiercely domineering. Even with his forbidden techniques, Yu could only muster his utmost efforts to defend himself. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The third blow, imbued with a sinister and elusive quality, ultimately left Yu grievously injured, severing one of his arms. How could my Meng Chuan be so formidable? Meng Xingu found it hard to believe. Normally, Meng Chuan would engage in sparring sessions with his father, and Meng Xingu had also participated. However, those were merely exercises in honing one's skills, devoid of the necessity to merge with soul power. Under the cover of night, Yu leaped into the Chaoyun River, quickly disappearing without a trace. Meng Chuan stood on the riverbank, his brow furrowed, clearly in a foul mood. He managed to escape. You would undoubtedly report my intelligence. The demon clan would most likely send assassins after me. He possessed a keen self-awareness. Without employing his soul power, he could only be regarded as a genius of a mere province. Yet, with the use of soul power, he would rank among the utmost geniuses across the realm. To pursue and hunt down Yu, who was refining his demon core at the transformation stage, would undoubtedly draw the attention of the demon clan towards this young fellow from Dongning Prefecture. Suddenly, Meng Chuan sensed a formidable aura approaching rapidly, swifter than his own use of soul power. In an instant, a blurred figure flashed past him, appearing on the surface of the Chaoyun River, an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Grand Aunt. Meng Chuan's eyes brightened. Meng Xingu stood upon the river surface, gently tapping her cane against the water. Suddenly, the entire surface of the canal trembled, invisible waves rippling through every corner and penetrating deep into its depths. Yu, who was swiftly swimming for his life at the bottom of the canal, felt numerous threads wrapping around him with alarming speed. His expression shifted as he struggled desperately, yet these seemingly ordinary threads proved to be remarkably resilient. He found himself unable to escape their grasp. It was the work of deities or demons. A look of despair crossed Yu's face, for such an overwhelming sense of helplessness could only be instigated by divine or infernal forces. Moreover, tendrils of these threads burrowed into his body, sealing away all of his demonic power, and subsequently, they began to drag him upward, lifting him from the riverbed to the surface. Upon reaching the surface, Morong Yu beheld an elderly woman, Meng Xingu, standing there with a staff in hand. Overwhelmed by despair, he realized that she had indeed come to confront him. At that moment, Meng Chuan, who had been observing from a distance of 50 zhangs, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he no longer had to worry about the information leaking out. In just a breath's time, Morong Yu had traversed the distance underwater, matching the speed of an adept practitioner moving swiftly along the shore. Indeed, many fish in the water could not match his swiftness. Meng Xingu, leaning on her staff, stepped to the riverbank, while Morong Yu, ensnared by the threads and resembling a zongzi, was pulled along behind her as they approached the shore. "Aunt," Meng Chuan said respectfully, bowing in reverence. "If he manages to escape, I shall take you directly to Yuanshu Mountain," Meng Xingu remarked with a smile. "Thanks to my great aunt. Otherwise, this time would have truly been a significant predicament." Meng Chuan expressed his gratitude. The entanglement consumed an inordinate amount of time, which allowed Meng Xingu to apprehend him. Given just a little more time, if he had hidden in some underground passage, it would have been exceedingly difficult to trace him. The impediments posed by soil and rock are substantial, and the obstacles presented by rivers are formidable as well. The moment Morong Yu leaped into the canal, Meng Chuan swiftly lost the ability to sense him. Had he been afforded another couple of breaths, Meng Xiangu would have been unable to locate Morong Yu as well. "You might as well remain silent." Meng Xiangu cast him a glance, and an invisible thread pierced Morong Yu's body, rendering him instantly mute. He could neither hear nor see. At this moment, he was shrouded in silence and darkness. Meng Xiangu murmured, "In our usual sparring, your prowess merely aligns with that of your father and his peers. Yet, when you unleashed your power just now, it felt as if you had multiplied in strength several times, capable of subduing Morong Yu entirely. Even the 2 vice leaders of the heavenly demon sect fell at your hands. But is this due to the space in your brow?" "Indeed," Meng Chuan nodded. "Yet I can only unleash a few strikes." The first 2 dispatched the 2 vice leaders, while the subsequent 3 merely gravely injured Morong Yu without claiming his life. "To elevate your capabilities to such an extent." Meng Xiangu furrowed her brow. "This is truly unprecedented. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Even when participating in the Yuan Chushan assessment, as long as you possess the assurance of passing, there is no need to reveal the space in your brow. Once you enter Yuan Chushan, peruse the ancient text within, and comprehend the significance of the space in your brow. Then you may decide whether to disclose it. After all, such a mysterious matter may be a blessing or may involve some hidden secrets," Meng Xingu remarked. "Understood," Meng Chuan nodded. "When do you think you will reach the unleaked realm?" Meng Xingu pressed on. "My foundation in divine and demonic arts is profoundly deep. Thus the time required for the transcendence realm is slightly prolonged. I estimate that I will achieve a complete breakthrough to the unleaked realm by the end of this year, or the beginning of next year," Meng Chuan replied. "A longer growth period is advantageous," Meng Xingu nodded. "Even if you reach the unleaked realm by the end of this year, you must consolidate your gains, ideally forming a dan. It would be best to participate in the Yuan Chushan assessment at the end of next year. 18 years old is quite an appropriate age for the assessment. Even if you fail, you can attempt it again at 19 or 20. According to Meng Xingu's plan, Meng Chuan has 3 ample opportunities for the assessment at 18, 19, and 20. Indeed, Meng Chuan nodded. "This encounter, no outsiders discovered it, right?" Meng Xingu inquired. "In the dark of night, the location chosen by the celestial demon sect for the ambush was quite secluded, with no skilled observers lurking," Meng Chuan stated. Indeed. Meng Chuan felt quite at ease. Meng Xingu was not seeking personal glory. As an existence nearing 80 years in the divine and demonic realms, she had no desire for such trivial accolades. Her aim was to protect Meng Chuan. The battle on the night of the 6th day of the 2nd month occurred without a sound. "I utilized my lightness skill to travel swiftly," Meng Chuan chuckled. "The ancestral residence of the Meng family, a punishment chamber. Swear to let me leave alive, and I shall reveal everything to you," Mu Rongyo shouted, his body trembling in chains. Meng Xingu stood there, her demeanor calm. "Do not delude yourself into thinking you can survive. Having been captured by me, your fate is sealed. However, if you were to disclose the whereabouts of the Eastern Ning branch of the heavenly demon sect, I would willingly embrace death, achieving a complete release. Otherwise, whether it be 10 days or 20, even a year or 3, do not expect me to perish. I would endure torment day and night, forever submerged in the depths of hell, with no hope of liberation." Meng Xingu has long been acquainted with the art of tormenting the minions of the heavenly demon sect. The Eastern Ning branch, nay. No. Murong is reluctant to concede easily. Allow me to leave Eastern Ning alive, or you shall never uncover the truth. We shall take our time. Leaning on her cane, Meng Chuan sent invisible threads piercing into Murong's body, prompting a wretched scream from him. In the throes of agony, time seemed to stretch interminably. Murong endured boundless suffering, with no end in sight. Let me leave alive. Let me depart alive. The instinct for survival urged Murong to persist, yet Meng Chuan remained expressionless, the threads incessantly tormenting him. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. To Murong, it felt as though eons had passed. He was driven nearly to madness by the relentless torture, yearning for release from this sea of suffering. I will speak. At last, Murong bowed his head. Before dawn broke, he divulged everything, subsequently attaining the eternal liberation he sought. Meng Chuan then exited the torture chamber. Soon, at the helm, Meng Chuan, accompanied by 9 elders and 120 adept members of the Meng family, divided into 7 teams and commenced their operations. The headquarters of the Dongning branch and all 6 crucial outposts were completely eradicated. Among these 6 outposts were pawnshops open to the public, the residence of a prominent merchant, and a security bureau. Within the span of an hour, the Meng family executed a thorough operation. By the following afternoon, Meng Chuan relocated to the Meng residence by Mirror Lake for a temporary stay. "Aunt, what are these books?" Meng Chuan inquired. Observing a box of books and some scrolls placed in the courtyard, I interrogated Murong throughout the night and discovered the location of the Dongning branch's stronghold. Meng Chuan explained. The other subordinates of the Dongning branch remain unaware that their 3 leaders have perished. Caught off guard, they were swiftly overwhelmed by our Meng family within an hour. The backbone of the Tianyao sect's Dongning branch has been entirely dismantled, with only one escaping the calamity. From today onward, the Tianyao sect will be rendered blind in Dongning Prefecture for the next 3 to 5 years. They shall find it impossible to infiltrate Dongning and establish a comprehensive intelligence network, Meng Chuan added with a smile. Meng Chuan, you have accomplished a significant deed for the good people of Dongning Prefecture. Meng Chuan also smiled, feeling elated. With the Tianyao sect no longer stirring trouble from the shadows, Dongning Prefecture would enjoy a greater sense of stability. However, he understood that, with the passage of time, the Tianyao sect would gradually attempt to infiltrate Dongning once more. These books were retrieved from the Dongning branch of the Tianyao sect. They contain materials suitable for your perusal, Meng Chuan remarked. Studying these will undoubtedly broaden your horizons. Indeed. Meng Chuan nodded, and he began to examine the books with keen interest. These tomes primarily unveil the myriad secrets of the world. The Heavenly Demon sect is tasked with investigating various intelligence regarding the human race across the realm, and many of the volumes housed within the Eastern Ning Hall are unfamiliar to Meng Chuan. The world is divided into 3 parts, governed by 3 great human dynasties: the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Black Sand Dynasty, and the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Great Zhou Dynasty was established by the most ancient sect, Yuan Shushan. The Black Sand Dynasty was founded by the Black Sand Cave, and the Great Zhou Dynasty emerged from the Two Realms Island. Meng Chuan nodded slightly, recognizing that Yuan Shushan, Black Sand Cave, and Two Realms Island are indeed the 3 supreme sects of humanity. Within these 3 sects reside formidable deities and demons, who collectively resist the invasions of the demon race. The demon race is undeniably powerful, surpassing the strength of humanity. The 3 great sects have persistently endeavored to hold the line, remaining in a defensive stance. Numerous deities and demons guard the great cities, with renowned figures like King On High suppressing crucial checkpoints to protect the entirety of humanity. The Heavenly Demon sect, a mere group of miscreants, fuels Meng Chuan's growing ire. Some individuals perceive no hope for the human race and even covet the benefits offered by the demon race, thus giving rise to a faction within humanity known as the Heavenly Demon sect. This sect lurks in the shadows, providing the demon race with intelligence about humanity, inciting deep-seated hatred among the populace. Meng Chuan has merely severed a small tendril of the Heavenly Demon sect within the Eastern Ning Hall. I am still but a mortal. My influence remains minimal. I must grow stronger, Meng Chuan silently resolved. The downfall of the Dongning branch of the Tianyao sect transpired quietly, known only to the upper echelons of Dongning Prefecture. The demise of the 3 leaders of the Dongning branch was recorded by the court as having been caused by Meng Chuan. Life in Dongning Prefecture grew increasingly tranquil. On the 25th of March, news emerged from Yuyang Palace that Yin Jin had comprehended the sword intent. This revelation sent ripples through the 5 great demon families of Dongning Prefecture. For to grasp such an understanding at merely 17 years of age was nothing short of extraordinary. rivaling the genius of the Zhang family's ancestors. Merely 3 days later, the Meng family announced that Meng Chuan had also grasped the blade intent. Upon hearing this, Yun Fuan of the Yun family shattered his cherished porcelain in a fit of rage within his study. The Meng family's status among the 5 great demon families ascended, and the other 4 families no longer dared to underestimate them. After all, attaining the blade intent at 17 all but guaranteed Meng Chuan's admission to the Yuan Jushan. Everyone held high hopes for his future. End of this volume, Volume 3. Chapter 1. 18 years old. A year had passed since the collapse of the Dongning branch of the Tianyao sect. In the training grounds of the Jinghu Meng residence, Yan Jin, clad in white, held a sword in each hand, surrounded by an aura of chilling coldness that enveloped the area in a misty haze. He gazed intently at Meng Chuan, who stood at a distance. Now 18, Yan Jin had attained the realm of Wuzhou. He had previously challenged the masters of intent in Dongning Prefecture, even confronting the 3 esteemed Dan condensation experts, Yun Fuqing, Zhang Yong, and Bai Shuan, all of whom he had vanquished. In terms of swordsmanship, he ranks among the foremost in Dongning Prefecture, coupled with a robust foundation in both divine and demonic arts. His strength and speed far exceed those of the average Dan condensing master, allowing him to triumph over 3 formidable opponents in succession. However, there exists one individual he cannot defeat, Meng Chuan. Yan Jin, this is the final move of our sparring session today. Clad in a deep blue robe, Meng Chuan stood at a distance, gripping his sword with one hand. Upon finishing his words, he sprang into action. With a swoosh, Meng Chuan's figure blurred as he traversed the frigid aura surrounding them. The icy chill did indeed impede his speed and vision, but the thunderous energy within him surged forth, rendering his pace astonishingly swift. Even with the slight hindrance, he remained vastly superior to Yan Jin. A flash of blade light erupted, devoid of any sound. It sliced through the air silently, indicating that his sword technique had reached a level where even the atmosphere posed no resistance. Yan Jin exerted every ounce of strength to parry with his dual swords. In the blink of an eye, 8 Meng Chuans appeared around him, each unleashing a distinct blade of light, targeting the vulnerabilities in his swordplay. Of course, he did not possess the ability to create clones. Rather, it was his exceptional footwork that created this illusion. And the 8 strikes followed a precise sequence. Through the frost-bitten domain that suppressed the surroundings, Yan Jin discerned each of Meng Chuan's consecutive strikes. He sensed that Meng Chuan's blade was tearing at his dual swords, seeking to exploit a flaw. Nevertheless, Yan Jin managed to withstand all 8 strikes with unwavering determination, leaving Meng Chuan empty-handed. The speed was truly terrifying. It is said that those who cultivate the Thunder God body are remarkably swift. Yet Meng Chuan is an unparalleled genius among them. Yan Jin, your tortoise swordsmanship has become increasingly formidable. Even my knife techniques are rendered ineffective against you, Meng Chuan remarked with a chuckle. There is no need for further competition. Thank you. Yan Jin sheathed his sword, gazing earnestly at Meng Chuan. I understand that you are helping me refine my swordplay. Haha, I am also honing my knife skills, Meng Chuan replied, moving to a nearby stone table to pour himself a cup of tea, which he drank in a few gulps. Sitting at the stone table, Liu Qiyue had matured somewhat, though she was now half a head shorter than Meng Chuan, who had grown significantly taller at 18. Yan Jin, his swift movements and rapid knife techniques allow him to attack or retreat at will. You could never hope to injure him. You should resign yourself to that fact, Liu Qiyue said with a disdainful expression. I am aware, but if my swordplay can entangle him, there lies a glimmer of hope for victory. Yan Jin replied with utmost seriousness. Qiyue, Yan Jin's yin-yang ice and fire swordsmanship poses a significant threat. I dare not engage him in a prolonged contest. Meng Chuan added. His own foundation in the divine and demonic arts was robust, and Yan Jin's was no less formidable. Meng Chuan pursued the extremes of his 9 paths of cultivation, pushing speed to its limits, while Yan Jin adeptly wielded dual swords, excelling in direct confrontation. Consequently, Meng Chuan had gained an edge in speed during their training, having comprehended knife intent 6 months ahead of Yan Jin. Thus, he maintained the upper hand in their sparring, though he could not defeat him outright. Only by employing soul force could he hope to secure victory, a secret he intended to keep until absolutely necessary. Such power was only utilized during critical moments, particularly in matches against his grandaunt. Meng Chuan, are you planning to visit the Yuanchu mountain this year? Yan Jin inquired. Certainly. Meng Chuan nodded. Yan Jin slightly inclined his head and then remarked, let us compete again in a month. With that, he turned and departed. Yin Jin was quite proud and utterly oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. He frequently visited us, but had never brought a gift. His demeanor was consistently frosty. Speaking of which, Chuan, you have even saved his life, noted Liu Qiyue after Yin Jin had left. He has a temperament like that. He has been relatively courteous to us, otherwise he would not acknowledge you at all. Moreover, my competition with him is indeed beneficial, as his swordsmanship can refine my own blade techniques, Meng Chuan replied. Now, upon encountering Morong Yu again, even without employing his soul power, he could effortlessly overpower and slay him. Yet, Meng Chuan felt no hint of arrogance. After perusing numerous intelligence reports brought from Dongning's branch, he understood how fierce the current dynamics between the human and demon races were, and that his own strength required further enhancement. In this era, without utilizing soul power, he would not even rank among the top 20 talents in the world. As his great-aunt had mentioned, there was the fifth young master of the On Hai Wang family, who comprehended the essence of power at 13 and achieved godhood at 15. There were many who surpassed him. Of course, most of these renowned prodigies had already entered the Yuan Chushan mountain. What? In the past year alone, the demon race invaded our human territory 129 times? Liu Qiyue exclaimed, glancing at the books. Chuan, are the writings in your study truly accurate? Meng Chuan cast a glance. That was one of the many books sent by his great-aunt, and it was indeed correct. Meng Chuan nodded, acknowledging that the war between the human and demon races was, in fact, at a disadvantage. The demon race was growing stronger. However, this is ultimately the realm of humanity. While the demon race resides in the demon world, they must traverse the world's entrances to enter. At the locations of these permanently stable world entrances, the human race has constructed formidable city gates, manned by powerful gods and demons. Just 2 years ago, the demon race invaded 129 times, each incursion facilitated by the sudden emergence of unstable world entrances, allowing them to breach our defenses. The majority of these entrances are ephemeral, existing for mere half-days, days, or even months, only to vanish in the end. The truly eternal entrances are exceedingly rare. For instance, the Qinyang Pass in our Dongning Prefecture has been the sole eternal world entrance for the past 8 centuries, Meng Chuan remarked. Liu Qiyue closed the book, the information within sending a chill down her spine. So many lives have been lost. Each invasion claims countless victims. Her voice trembled slightly. I witnessed it firsthand when I was 6, Meng Chuan replied calmly. During that incident, a county fell, and over 100,000 humans were slaughtered. Fortunate that gods and demons arrived in time. Otherwise, I too would have perished in that demon invasion. The reason every prefectural city has established the Yuyang Palace for defense is to protect these populous cities and to mobilize gods and demons for immediate support to nearby counties in times of crisis. By the way, Chuan, will you attend this year's Yuyang Palace Demon-Slaying Festival? Liu Qiyue inquired, as there were merely half a month left until the event. I have already assured the dean of my attendance, Meng Chuan replied with a smile. You have also grasped a secret technique. You must be the only divine archer in the 8 great academies to have done so. Liu Qiyue raised her eyebrows, of course. But compared to Chuan and that Yin Jin, I am still far behind. Meng Chuan smiled. Time flies, in just a few days. It will be 3 months since he reached the realm of no leakage. His body's true energy is nearing perfection, and he can soon attempt to condense the Dan. He wondered silently whether he would succeed in his first attempt at Dan condensation. In the entire Dongning Prefecture, among those below the divine and demonic ranks, only 3 had successfully condensed the Dan. Days later, in the stillness of the night, Meng Chuan sat cross-legged on his bed, the moonlight cascading through the window and enveloping him. My thunder god body is now entirely perfected. I can attempt to condense the Dan, Meng Chuan thought with anticipation. In the realm of mundane cultivation, there are 5 stages, and among them, the most resource-consuming and slowest progressing is the transcendent stage, which involves shedding the mortal body and gradually acquiring divine and demonic powers. This process necessitates the intake of substantial tonic resources, such as Lingji ginseng pills, to replenish the consumed vitality. Meng Chuan, with the boundless supply from the Meng family, required nearly 3 years for his physical transformation to reach completion. For those who are less affluent and lack sufficient tonics to facilitate their transcendental metamorphosis, the pace of transformation can be exceedingly slow, often taking 10 to 20 years. And they may even suffer from malnutrition, rendering their physical true energy weaker than that of their peers at the same level. The origin of the past conflict in the Idlestone courtyard stemmed from the Zhou family, who, in an effort to offer an apology to Meng Chuan, presented a 1,000-year-old ginseng worth 10,000 taels as compensation. That ginseng had originally been prepared by the Zhou family as a resource for their young master's cultivation in the transcendent stage. The visible realm of shedding ones is a profound resource drain. Many practitioners, in a bid to acquire resources for their cultivation, take on roles as guards or subordinates. Those endowed with exceptional talent often garner the admiration of their families. For instance, figures like Meng Chuan and Yin Jin not only enjoy abundant resources but also possess rare treasures from the heavens that forge the foundations of divine and demonic prowess. Similarly, Mei Yuanji benefits from the nurturing of the Dao Academy and receives support from certain divine and demonic families, enabling her to complete the shedding process within 3 years. However, the rare treasures essential for forging the foundations of divinity and demonology remain elusive. Ultimately, Mei Yuanji's innate talents fall short, preventing her entry into the Yuanchu Mountain. Conversely, someone with the aptitude of the fifth young master of On High, even from humble origins, would be specially recruited by Yuanchu Mountain and receive the utmost support in their cultivation. In stark contrast to the realm of shedding, the realm of no leakage demands minimal resources. Once one breaks through to this state, consolidation occurs within months, reaching the pinnacle of the mortal body. At this juncture, further cultivation becomes futile. To advance the physical form, one must attain divinity or demonhood. The condensation of true energy into a pill represents the final threshold before life and death. Meng Chuan gazed on with anticipation. Within Dongning Prefecture, there exist only 3 masters of pill condensation. Yet, in recent decades, numerous talented individuals have emerged, largely engaged in battles to accrue merit, some of whom have successfully condensed pills. For instance, Meng Xinggu has become an outer disciple of Yuanchu Mountain, continuously fighting outside, alongside companions of similar talents, almost all of whom have achieved successful pill condensation. Together, they toil to amass merit, exchanging it for the opportunity to confront the life and death barrier. Meng Xinggu initially accumulated sufficient merit to secure her chance to enter the blood pool of the divine and demonic, where she endeavored to break through. Failure signifies death. Yet, she has triumphed, drawing upon the potent essence of the blood pool of deities and demons, metamorphosing into a true being of divine and demonic nature. However, her companions, those who have successfully solidified their cores, met their demise in the pursuit of glory. They never even had the opportunity to enter the blood pool. Only 2 individuals were granted the chance to attempt this endeavor. Ultimately, it was Meng Xinggu who succeeded. Mei Yuanji is destined to tread a similar path. The journey to becoming a deity or demon is fraught with hardship. Without access to the Yuanchu Mountain, one must strive independently, accumulating merit to earn the chance to enter the blood pool. In reality, the 3 core solidification masters residing within Dongning Prefecture, in Fuqing and his peers, have chosen to lead a life of comfort because they have lost hope of achieving divinity or demonhood. Those with genuine prospects are predominantly engaged in the throes of battle. A flawless body and condensed true energy are merely prerequisites for ascension. The sooner one succeeds, the better. Meng Chuan closed his eyes and commenced his endeavor. Within his dantian, a rich essence of true energy coalesced. Once the physical form reached its utmost limits, the true energy within the dantian had also reached its zenith. Rise. The dense true energy, akin to mist, began to merge into the sword intent under Meng Chuan's will. This sword intent is capable of transforming true energy into distinct forms, making the comprehension of momentum an essential precursor to core solidification. Streams of true energy crystallized into radiant blades, their density markedly heightened, commencing a swirling convergence towards the center, reminiscent of countless small fish circling together. Condense. Condense. Meng Chuan channeled every ounce of his focus into commanding this true energy, striving to compress it as densely as possible. Once it reached a certain level of density, a profound transformation would ensue. Relentlessly, the forces of rotation and compression bore down, even the innermost blade light beginning to wear away. Compressed into a singular mass. Rotate, compress, condense. The blade intent must be sufficiently potent to achieve successful refinement. Otherwise, it will dissipate. Many formidable individuals who grasp the concept of momentum find themselves unable to condense elixirs throughout their lives. Meng Chuan, having comprehended the blade momentum at the tender age of 16, devoted himself to arduous training over the past 2 years, diligently practicing the remnants of the thunderous annihilation blade, making significant progress. Thus, he could suppress Yin Jin without relying on his soul power. His blade momentum could be deemed quite formidable. After a lengthy period of over half an hour of relentless rotation and compression, Meng Chuan faintly heard a rumbling sound. Within the space of his dantian, numerous blade lights and vital energy had been swirling and condensing for an extended duration, ultimately transforming into a diminutive sphere. Known as the Yuandan, the Yuandan manifested a misty white hue, with the vital energy completely transmuted into true essence, which possessed far greater potency. The same techniques, when combined with true essence and the physical body, could unleash significantly enhanced power and speed, amplifying their effectiveness manifold. Success. Meng Chuan opened his eyes, revealing a smile, and extended a finger. Sparks of electricity danced and flickered at his fingertip. Following the condensation of the elixir, he was finally able to emit lightning outward. Meng Chuan murmured softly. Previously, his thunder could only circulate within him, greatly increasing his speed. Now, however, he could project it outward to affect his adversaries. Should he ascend to the realm of gods and demons, summoning a bolt of lightning with a mere gesture would be entirely natural. What remained was the final step, the life and death trial, to become a deity or demon. Meng Chuan reflected silently. Each disciple of Yuan Chushan was a remarkable individual. They did not need to tirelessly accumulate merits but had to be recognized as possessing absolute confidence to enter the blood pool of gods and demons. As for Ming Xinggu and Mei Yuanji, whose talents are relatively inferior, they must accumulate merit to seize opportunities. However, even if they lack absolute confidence, they can still endeavor to break through, for those opportunities were earned with their very lives. From the perspective of the human race, there is a reluctance to see the precious resources of the divine demon blood pool squandered on those with low prospects of success. Yet, sometimes it is essential to offer individuals a glimmer of hope. The thunder god body, during the breakthrough at the divine demon blood pool, is struck by thunder, making the passage between life and death exceedingly arduous. Meng Chuan mused that he must accumulate as deeply as possible. Standing before the window, gazing at the luminous moon outside, Meng Chuan felt quite content. The vow he made at the age of 6 now brings him ever closer to becoming a divine demon. Life in Dongning Prefecture is tranquil, and many within the city have begun to discuss the forthcoming Yuyang Palace demon-slaying festival, which occurs once every 3 years. The last event saw the brilliant emergence of Meng Chuan and Yin Jin, two prodigies who have now both comprehended the concept of momentum. What of this occasion? It is said that Fengyang Dao Academy has a disciple named Zhang Fan, who discerned a secret technique at the age of 17, a remarkable figure from the Zhang family. Moreover, there is a female archer named Liu Qiyue from the Liang Dao Academy, who is also not of a divine demon lineage. Having grasped a secret technique at the age of 16, showcasing even greater talent, she is likely to be the most exceptional participant in this year's Yuyang Palace Demon-Slaying Festival. Have you forgotten? It is rumored that this year, both Meng Chuan and Yin Jin will take the stage. While young Master Yin Jin is undeniably formidable, he has managed to defeat 3 of our Dongning Prefecture's elite condensing Dan masters. Young Master Meng Chuan, too, comprehended momentum nearly simultaneously with him, proving himself to be quite remarkable as well. I have heard that Master Yin Jin has visited the Ming residence by Mirror Lake numerous times, yet he has never emerged victorious. In the evening, within a tea house, the patrons engage in lively conversation. At this moment, the people of Dongning Prefecture are indulging in merriment at wine houses, while others seek pleasure in brothels, and the ordinary folk have long since retired for the night. Meanwhile, in a subterranean realm approximately 5 zhang deep, a distortion begins to manifest. The soil and stone are transformed into dust. On the opposite side of this warped expanse, towering mountains loom, and colossal birds soar through the sky. Suddenly, a streak of black light leaps from the distant peaks. Landing near the distorted area, it is a black-furred ape wielding a staff. The ape gazes into the warped space, a ferocious glint flickering in its eyes. As dawn breaks, a figure clad in gray robes strides through a narrow alley, turning to glance at a modest dwelling. With a gentle push, the locked door crumbles into dust without a sound. A perplexed old man, sweeping the courtyard, looks up to find his door vanished, its remnants swirling in the air. As the gray-robed figure steps inside, a palpable aura of malevolence envelopes the old man, whose eyes lose their luster as he numbly utters, "This is the Great Zhou Dynasty." Wuzhou, Dongning Prefecture. The gray-robed figure continues onward into the house, while the old man collapses to the ground, rendered silent. Creak. The door swings open, and a tall, middle-aged man emerges, stretching lazily as he calls out, "Father, father." Suddenly, his gaze falls upon the advancing gray-robed figure and the fallen form of his father in the courtyard, causing his expression to become vacant and devoid of life. "Pray tell, In which country, state, and city do we find ourselves? Inquired the figure clad in gray robes. This is the Great Zhou Dynasty, Wuzhou, Dongning Prefecture, replied the tall, middle-aged man, seemingly in a daze. Following the gray-robed figure, he turned and walked away, leaving the 7 inhabitants of the dwelling to succumb to silence. At Yuyang Palace, the master of Yuyang was seated in a meditative posture, enveloped in a radiant white glow. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat emanating from a jade pendant at his waist, causing his heart to skip a beat. The luminous aura surrounding him retracted instantly as he retrieved a black jade pendant concealed within. The black jade now emitted a faint red luminescence. In the east, the master of Yuyang held the black jade pendant, his countenance grave. Is there a demon king? The demon-seeking order had been bestowed by the Yuan Chushan, requiring its bearer to sense any demonic energy leaking within a 50-mile radius. Situated in the heart of the prefecture, Yuyang Palace's influence extended sufficiently to encompass the entire city. The various prefectures of the Great Zhou Dynasty ranged in size, with the smaller ones spanning 20 to 30 miles in length and width, while the larger ones reached 70 to 80 miles. Naturally, if a demon king refrained from employing any magical skills, their aura would remain undetectable. Yet, should the demon king wish to act, the necessity to wield their powers would arise. A demon king has appeared in Dongning Prefecture? The master of Yuyang felt a surge of alarm and, in an instant, vanished from his abode, reappearing atop a palace roof, following the direction indicated by the jade pendant. He hastened forth. The gray-robed figure had visited 3 households in succession, posing the same query each time. It is time to depart. The gray-robed figure approached a narrow river, merely 2 zhang wide, and with a step, entered the water, swiftly submerging and disappearing from sight. The master of Yuyang descended upon the rooftop of a 5-story tavern, gazing solemnly towards the east. The aura of demons had completely vanished. Swiftly, guided by an instinct, he soon arrived at the very spot where the demonic presence had first manifested. Surrounding him were the remnants of 3 households, tragically slain, standing atop the roof. He easily deduced the grim reality. The corpses bore no signs of damage, indicating that this demon king had exercised great caution, leaving no trace of his actions. A demon king suddenly appearing in my Dongning Prefecture? Could it be that a portal to another world has emerged within Dongning? The master of Yuyang furrowed his brow. Demon kings are notoriously prudent. It is exceedingly rare for one to enter a human settlement unaccompanied, making the unexpected arrival of a demon king in such an obscure prefecture as Dongning highly suspicious. There exists a significant probability, perhaps 70 or 80%, that a new portal to another realm has materialized within Dongning. If this is indeed the case, the invasion of the demon clan into Dongning could erupt at any moment. Anxiety tightened within the master of Yuyang. Mere moments later, the venerable Meng Chuan, leaning on her staff, and the elder of the Yun family, Yun Wanhai, arrived at the Yuyang Palace. The master of Yuyang greeted them with a slight nod. Please, take a seat, he invited, maintaining a grave expression as he prepared to share troubling news. Both Meng Chuan and Yun Wanhai's faces shifted subtly. Just prior, the demon hunting order had detected the presence of a demon king within Dongning City. The master of Yuyang explained. This demon king silently employed his sorcery to slay 3 households before vanishing without a trace. I summoned you both with utmost urgency. A demon king? How could a demon king possibly appear in Dongning Prefecture? Could there truly be a portal to another world? Meng Chuan and Yun Wanhai both changed countenance. The lord of Yuyang Palace nodded. I share the same suspicion. This is the most plausible scenario. At present, only the 3 of us, divine beings, remain within Dongning Prefecture. Should the demon race indeed invade, we must unite to swiftly eliminate the leading demon king. Given that a demon king has infiltrated, Meng Chuan leaned on her staff and remarked, it is highly probable that this is a scout, seeking to ascertain which city this is. Once they confirm it is Dongning Prefecture, the demon race will possess substantial intelligence regarding the strength of each human city, allowing them to gauge the might of Dongning City. Only with such assurance will they dare to invade. Our situation will become exceedingly precarious, and we cannot predict how many demon kings may enter. Yun Wanhai also felt an immense burden. At this juncture, confrontation was imperative. They could only opt for retreat if all hope was truly lost or if commanded by the Lord of Yuyang Palace. To flee without permission would be a grave offense, as divine beings fleeing from battle is a serious crime, with heavy penalties, including death, being quite common in Yuanchu Mountain. I have not truly engaged in combat for 3 years, the Lord of Yuyang Palace stated coldly. Aside from myself, no one knows of my strength's advancement during this period. This time, you two need only assist me in decisively slaying their most formidable demon king. When these demons are in the ascendant, their fighting spirit is high. However, once their leader is vanquished, the lesser demons will be quick to flee in terror. In the realm of mortals, our human race is at a disadvantage. Meng Chuan nodded. The only path to survival lies in the slaying of the demon king. Fairy, I require your scouting abilities, the Lord of Yuyang Palace said earnestly. Brother Yun, I also need your assistance in restraining the other demon kings, determined to give their utmost effort. Meng Chuan and Yun Wanhai promptly arrived at the front gate of the Yuyang Palace, instructing their family members with meticulous care. After conveying their directives, the two clan members hurried towards their ancestral home in Jinghu. Unexpectedly, Meng Chuan remarked, "It seems we are destined to fight side by side." Yun Wanhai approached with a smile, having also instructed his kin, and replied, "Indeed, this is serendipity." Meng Chuan smiled in agreement, acknowledging that regardless of the past grievances between their families, such trivial matters paled in comparison to the impending invasion of the demon clan. In the early morning, Meng Chuan, Liu Qiyue, Meng Dajiang, and Liu Yebai gathered to have breakfast together. Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue merely responded with a nod. Liu Qiyue quickly finished her meal, stood up, and slung her quiver over her shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah Chuan, I've finished eating. I'm off to the Dao Academy to practice archery." "Not necessarily," Liu Qiyue laughed, waving her hand as she dashed out. Now in the late stage of the Rebirth Realm and having comprehended secret techniques, her prowess with the bow was exceptional. The training grounds of the Jinghu Ming family were rather confined for such a gifted archer, prompting Liu Qiyue to practice at the Dao Academy daily. There, the longest archery range allowed her to shoot targets across the lake, with the farthest distance reaching an impressive 300 zhang. Though Liu Qiyue was the foremost archer among the 8 great Dao academies, she typically maintained her practice within a range of approximately 100 zhang, which was where she posed her greatest threat. With the upcoming demon-slaying event just days away, Liu Qiyue was eager to showcase her true capabilities. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan finished his meal with a smile and proceeded to the training grounds to hone his skills. Chapter 3, 4th Section, Outbreak beneath Dongning Prefecture. On the other side of the distorted region, a formidable assembly of monsters was gathering. At the forefront of this monstrous army stood a group of demon kings, all gazing reverently at a towering demon king, approximately 50 feet tall. This imposing figure, known as the Lord of Zhou Mountain, commanded dominion over a radius of 500 miles, supported by over a dozen demon kings and tens of thousands of monsters, his reputation echoing far and wide. A figure clad in gray robes emerged from the twisted area, approaching the Lord of Zhou Mountain with utmost respect. "My lord, on the other side of the world's entrance lies the human realm, specifically the Dongning Prefecture of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Dongning Prefecture? The Lord of Zhou Mountain, with his gaping maw and grotesque visage, spoke in a voice that resonated like thunder. "A mere prefecture is within our reach." Instantly, the eyes of the surrounding demon kings gleamed with fervor. A single prefecture held little deterrent power. The entrance to this world was too diminutive. The Lord of Zhou Mountain surveyed the scene below, noting that it could accommodate at most the entry of second-tier demon kings. Yuan Chong, the Howling Demon King, and the Poison Swamp Demon King, he called out, naming them. Immediately, the black-furred ape wielding a staff, the Poison Swamp Demon King shrouded in dark mist, and the towering Howling Demon King, standing over 10 feet tall, all bowed respectfully. "You three are among the strongest of the second-tier demon kings," the Lord of Zhou Mountain remarked, then turned his gaze to a white-furred leopard demon king. "Baichen, you should be on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier, should you not? I still require some time to accumulate strength." The white-furred leopard demon king replied humbly. The Lord of Zhou Mountain then produced a black bottle from his hand and tossed it towards him. The white respectfully accepted the task, and upon examining it, his eyes brightened. This unstable entrance to the world could accommodate the passage of second heaven demon kings. "Indeed," the white replied with deference. "White, you shall lead the trio of, and to lay waste to Dongning Prefecture," commanded the Lord of. "Understood." The 4 demon kings responded with respect. Although the Lord of commanded over a dozen demon kings, the majority were merely first heaven demon kings. These first heaven demon kings were newly ascended, with a fragile foundation. Given some time for cultivation, they could aspire to reach the second heaven. Therefore, in times of war, the demon race refrained from placing first heaven demon kings at the forefront, as they still held considerable potential. Conversely, the second heaven demon kings served as the main force. For the vast majority of demon kings reached their zenith at this level. Ascending to the third heaven, that was an arduous endeavor. As for attaining the status of Lord of, the difficulty was beyond measure. You four, leading an army of 18,000 strong, shall depart at once, instructed the Lord of. The four great demon kings turned their gaze towards the demon army behind them. This 18,000 strong contingent had been swiftly assembled in just a few hours, representing the maximum force the Lord could muster. Though he commanded over 100,000 demons, they were ultimately dispersed across a radius of 500 miles. Moreover, the Lord have had to exercise caution. Dongning Prefecture, though a mere human city, might attract the attention of a formidable human deity passing by. Thus, sending too many subordinates would be tantamount to courting death. However, the four demon kings, along with their substantial army, constituted a force adequate for the task at hand, sufficient under normal circumstances to raise Dongning Prefecture to the ground. Despite the unforeseen calamities, his foundation remained unshaken. With a commanding voice, the White issued the order. The four great demon kings surged forth into the distorted realm, with the largest among them, the Wuzhou Demon King, compressing his form to a mere 3 zhang in height as he traversed the warped territory. Following him were the 18 leaders of the demon army, accompanied by over 100 captains, and finally, thousands of ordinary demons, culminating in the march of tens of thousands of lesser demons. Given the limited space of the distorted area, such a vast army required a brief moment to pass through. With a swift motion, the White, leading the Yuancheng Demon King, Wuzhou Demon King, and the Dutan Demon King, reached the surface. Without hesitation, he consumed the blood crystal from the black vial, causing his entire being to radiate a crimson hue as his aura surged dramatically. The Wuzhou Demon King, too, began to restore his stature, regaining his normal height of over 10 zhang, towering even above the most opulent establishments in Dongning Prefecture. Towards the direction of the human deities, the White gestured into the distance, urging them to advance. The Wuzhou Demon King grinned. Let us slay the divine beings, raze Dongning Prefecture to the ground, and annihilate every last human. With that, the four demon kings hastened towards the Yuyang Palace. The Yuancheng Demon King transformed into a streak of black light, embodying agility and swiftness. The Dutan Demon King appeared as a swirling mass of black mist floating above the rooftops, while the Wuzhou Demon King strode forth with colossal strides, each step shaking the ground and shattering buildings beneath his feet, his imposing figure racing forward. In a fleeting moment, the White had already broken through to the third tier, exuding an overwhelming aura that eclipsed even the formidable presence of the Wuzhou Demon King beside him. The various factions commenced their scattered maneuvers, intent on annihilating the human race. A multitude of demons emerged, dispersing into smaller units, each led by a commander. Each squad comprised approximately 10 formidable demons and around 90 lesser ones. To assume the role of a demon commander, one must possess a considerable degree of demonic energy. Indeed, some commanders had even refined their demon course. The human race, feeble and vulnerable, found itself swiftly besieged by these demons, who began their assault on every human they encountered along their path. Their primary objective was to locate the 8 Taoist academies of Dongning Prefecture, with the disciples of these academies marked for immediate extermination. Numerous demon forces advanced towards the locations of the 8 academies, having already acquired detailed maps of Dongning Prefecture. The academies represented a beacon of hope for the city. They were the breeding grounds for successive generations of young talents and potential deities of humanity. Thus, the demons prioritized the academies in their campaign of slaughter, aiming to eliminate all disciples within, ensuring that the city would be devoid of a new generation for at least a decade. They were approaching. The master of Yuyang sensed the unmistakable presence of demonic energy, and Yun Wanhai's expression grew grave. Meng Xiangyu struck her cane upon the ground, sending forth invisible ripples that extended over a distance of 10 miles. This revelation darkened her countenance. There were 4 demon kings present, including one at the 3rd layer of heaven, while the others were at the 2nd layer. What? Yun Wanhai's expression shifted dramatically. The unstable entrance to the world had allowed a 3rd layer demon king to infiltrate. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, within the confines of Yuyang Palace, the sound of a bell resonated as several masters of the Wuzhou realm struck the massive bell repeatedly. The chime echoed through the entire Dongning Prefecture. The bustling streets, once filled with market vendors, pedestrians, and those preparing breakfast at home, fell silent as the bell tolled. Disciples who had commenced their morning training were likewise taken aback, their expressions shifting as they absorbed the significance of the sound. Vendors abandoned their stalls in haste, and passers-by scattered in all directions, urgency propelling them forward. "Quickly find shelter," echoed the cries. In every district, deep tunnels lay concealed, and hundreds, men, women, and children, rushed into the safety of these underground passages. "Stay here. Whatever you do, do not emerge," a man urged his wife and children. "Father, father," his daughter called out. "I must go out to confront the monsters," he replied with a reassuring smile, grasping his spear as he dashed away without a backward glance. According to the decree regarding the monstrous tribes, those below the cleansing marrow realm were to seek refuge in the tunnels, while all those at or above this threshold, regardless of age or gender, were compelled to engage in battle against the beasts. It was mandatory for those who had reached the cleansing marrow realm by the age of 20 to serve in combat. Thus, the men and women rushing forth to fight were seasoned warriors, familiar with the perils of confronting the creatures. In the Ming residence by Mirror Lake, Meng Chuan was engrossed in his sword training when the relentless tolling of the bell broke his concentration. The sound persisted, compelling even his attending guards to pause. Meng Chuan's expression shifted, recalling the urgency of the bell's call from his childhood at the age of 6. "Gather and proceed to the nearest academy," commanded the veteran guards within the estate. The tranquil life within the city of Fuqing had not dulled their fighting spirit. After 5 years of military service, they had grown accustomed to it. When faced with demons, it was a fight to the death. Everyone would fight to the last breath. At this moment, the entire Dongning Prefecture would transform into a battlefield. All individuals above the cleansing marrow realm were summoned to join the fray. Chapter 3, Chapter 5, One Man, One Sword. Uncle Qian. Meng Chuan commanded the opening of the armory, allowing everyone to select their weapons freely. Once the warriors above the cleansing marrow realm had chosen their arms and armor, they promptly made their way to the Mirror Lake Taoist Academy. Yes, the collective response rang out, each voice infused with a frenzied desire for battle. The academy was a sanctuary that must be defended at all costs, yet at this moment, Dongning Prefecture faced an onslaught from the demon race, rendering every corner fraught with peril. Reaching other academies would be too distant, and even the ancestral home lay over 10 miles away. For the elite guards within the prefecture, traversing such a distance was an arduous task. They risked being decimated along the way. However, the Mirror Lake Taoist Academy was conveniently nearby. In a swift motion, a figure dashed into the Ming residence and arrived at the training ground. It was Meng Chuan, and the figure, an elderly man with black hair, called out, "Fifth Elder." Meng Chuan immediately recognized him. "The immortal mistress has commanded," the black-haired elder spoke in a hushed tone. "In these perilous times for Dongning Prefecture, you are granted the freedom to act as you see fit. But please ensure the safety of the 3,000 clansmen in the ancestral home. The 5 great divine families will be prime targets for these demons. Furthermore, should the immortal mistress and her followers fall, and the demon king triumph, countless souls in Dongning Prefecture will flee, and you too must escape, alone. You are the hope of the entire Meng clan. Do not allow yourself to be cornered." "I understand." Meng Chuan nodded. "The meaning conveyed by my great-aunt is quite clear. The demon king is currently restrained by the deities and demons, and with Meng Chuan's swiftness, no one can impede his path. Thus, he is granted the freedom to act as he pleases. And there is even a hope that he will safeguard the 3,000 clansmen of our ancestral home. However, should the deities and demons suffer defeat, the demon kings would be free to wreak havoc, and at that juncture, Meng Chuan must flee. I must first rescue Qiyue. She is still en route to the Liang Dao Academy." Meng Chuan declared, "Once I have saved Qiyue, I shall return to the ancestral home." "Very well." The elderly man with black hair turned and departed, as time is of the essence. In a flash, Meng Chuan transformed into a mere afterimage, leaping over the courtyard wall, his figure resembling a fleeting wisp of smoke as he traversed the rooftops of the city, making a beeline towards the Liang Dao Academy. His sensory range extended a full mile, and as he drew closer, he was confident he would locate Liu Qiyue without delay. Qiyue, being in the Transcendence Realm, was an archer not well versed in close combat. If she were to encounter a horde of monsters, it would pose a grave predicament. Meng Chuan was aflame with anxiety. Having grown up together, Qiyue held immense significance in his heart, and he felt compelled to protect her. Though his father and Uncle Liu had also ventured out, both had long since grasped the essence of combat and had extensive experience on the battlefield against monsters. Together, they would be more adept at confronting crises. Most crucially, Meng Chuan was unaware of their whereabouts, leaving him with no means to search for them. Conversely, he was all too aware of Qiyue's journey to the Liang Dao Academy. Suddenly, he caught sight of some grotesque figures dashing along the streets in the distance, some sprinting across rooftops, while others soared through the sky. They are generally taller than humans, with heights around 10 feet being quite common. Occasionally, one might even encounter colossal monsters towering at 2 or 3 times that height. A myriad of these creatures surged forward, charging toward Meng Chuan. The sheer number of monsters caused a tightening sensation in Meng Chuan's chest. It seemed evident that the entrance to this world lay somewhere in that direction. He surmised that the monsters emerged from this entrance and began to scatter in all directions. The path to the Sunfire Academy would likely be fraught with these creatures, leaving no option for evasion, only the choice to confront them head-on. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan maintained his speed and charged straight into the horde of monsters. Under normal circumstances, an individual's strength would appear somewhat feeble when faced with an army, however. Meng Chuan, being both skilled and audacious, could sense his surroundings within a mile and, coupled with his extraordinary speed, felt no fear. As he dashed forward, drawing nearer to the monstrous throng, he observed that many of these creatures were already engaged in combat. Human experts were entangled in fierce struggles. A wolf demon, ensnared in a net, emitted a furious roar, unable to break free. In that moment, 3 short spears shot forth from within a building, piercing the wolf demon's body. With 3 spears impaling it, the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As Meng Chuan surged into the fray, 5 monsters burst into the building, which was cleverly rigged with traps and harbored 3 human experts in ambush. Upon their entrance, 2 of the monsters were immediately ensnared by ropes, followed by a flurry of spears that swiftly dispatched them. Ropes were easily procured, and setting traps could be accomplished with remarkable speed. Thus, it is a fundamental skill for the human warriors to set up rope traps, and it is evident that several such traps were laid within that dwelling. However, the monsters are not foolish. Merely 2 of them fell prey to the traps, and the 2-story house was nearly destroyed. If we were to assert that the combat skills of the human warriors are exceptionally refined, adept at trap-laying and coordination, then the monsters possess but one approach: relentless assault. It appears that our demise is imminent. An elderly man with a severed arm grasped his blade, chuckling as he spoke. A one-eyed woman, however, brandished a short spear and, with a spear in each hand, hurled them once more, posing a significant threat at such close range. Yet, the mantis demon at the forefront effortlessly parried the attack. The one-eyed woman responded with a smile, stating, "As 3 in the washing marrow realm, slaying 3 minor demons is worth our while. Madame Zhangbo, let us make one final effort. If we can fell even one, it shall suffice." A tall man wielding a shield and a great axe stood by. The overall strength of the demon clan far surpasses that of the human race. For instance, the recent deployment comprised an army of 18,000 demons, with over 200 capable of exuding demonic energy. In contrast, only about 20 individuals from Dongning Prefecture have grasped the essence of power. Although humans generally manage to contend 1 against 2 or 3, the true might of the demon army lies in its 18 commanders. Each of these commanders possesses the esteemed Demon King bloodline, their strength several times that of ordinary Condensation Realm demons, which qualifies them to lead. These commanders can effortlessly overpower the Condensation Realm experts of the human race. Even the weakest minor demons, despite their rudimentary combat skills, boast physiques comparable to those in the Transformation Realm. The threshold for the human race to engage in battle, known as the washing of marrow, necessitates the use of traps and cooperative strategies for a chance to contend. Thus, even the divine beings acknowledge that, at the mundane level, the demon race indeed overwhelms humanity. However, at the divine level, these beings are hardly inferior to the demon kings. As long as they secure victory, exterminating ordinary demons becomes a far simpler endeavor. In a frenzied last stand, a towering man, a one-eyed woman, and an elderly man with a severed arm fought valiantly, while 3 demons lunged towards them, intent on tearing the trio asunder. Suddenly, a gleam of a blade sliced through the air, tracing an arc that cleaved the 3 demons in half, their bodies twitching on the ground. The figure of Meng Chuan briefly appeared beside the house before he swiftly departed. Upon witnessing the swift demise of the 3 demons, the trio stood momentarily stunned, their eyes drawn to the distant silhouette of Meng Chuan. "It is young Master Meng. He has saved us." A surge of relief washed over them. They were grateful to be alive. Why did young Master Meng charge headlong into the demon horde? The one-eyed woman pondered, perplexed. "Enough speculation. We must hurry to the Zhang family and take up our next position," urged the towering man. The 3 quickly abandoned their current location, seeking another ambush point. In response to the demon invasion, humanity's strategy involved leveraging the terrain, setting ambushes throughout the city, a method that proved to be the most efficient. Engaging in head-on conflict? It was a battle they simply could not win. There are humans resisting over there. You must go and assist them. The demon army advanced, with several formidable demons leading their lesser kin in a relentless hunt. Each minor demon was worth the life of a human in the Washing Marrow realm, a cost the demon race could easily bear. After all, the total number of humans in the Washing Marrow realm within the entire Dongning Prefecture was merely around 5,000 to 6,000. However, as Meng Chuan journeyed, he effortlessly dispatched numerous demons, his sword light slicing through the air, claiming the lives of over a dozen fiends. This display of prowess immediately caught the attention of two demon commanders nearby. This human is remarkably formidable. He must have comprehended the essence of power, they concluded, and began to encircle him with murderous intent. Each commander led 100 demons, closing in on Meng Chuan. This unfolding scene did not escape the notice of the Black Bear demon commander, who was a league away, towering at an impressive height of 5 zhang, far surpassing the average tavern. Hasten to eliminate this human and proceed to the Mirror Lake Academy to obliterate it, commanded the Black Bear demon commander, bearing the bloodline of the Black Mountain Demon King. While an ordinary condensed Dan Bear demon measured only 2 to 3 zhang, this one stood at a staggering 5 zhang. Its strength several times greater than that of a normal bear demon, rendering it a natural leader. With immense power, it could easily crush a typical dwelling beneath its foot. Its voice boomed, resonating across the vicinity for over a mile. To the Mirror Lake Academy! To the Mirror Lake Academy! Echoed its subordinates, urging the swift elimination of the human. The two encircling demon commanders, prompted by the Black Bear's command, grew impatient as their vast horde pressed toward Meng Chuan. Upon hearing the mention of the Mirror Lake Academy, Meng Chuan felt a shiver run through him, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. At this moment, gazing upon the formidable army of monsters numbering in the thousands advancing towards the Mirror Lake Academy, Meng Chuan felt a chilling aura of impending slaughter. By eliminating the monstrous chieftain, the threat posed by this horde would be significantly diminished, he mused. In the 3rd volume, the 6th chapter, titled Devastation, the order was given to ensnare him. Once ensnared, the fate of the human would be sealed. 2 monstrous leaders commanded their subordinates. A throng of fearless monsters surged forth. While 5 avian fiends descended from the heavens, Meng Chuan sensed a growing pressure. One of the monstrous leaders could emanate a potent aura, while the other had refined a demon core. Through his heightened perception, he swiftly assessed the strength of his adversaries, 19 greater demons and 176 lesser demons. Should even a single monster manage to impede his speed, a swarm would swiftly converge upon him, compounded by the threat of the 2 leaders' assaults. Although I possess greater strength than these 2 leaders, my power is not without limits. Should I be ensnared, I too would be torn asunder. Such is the nature of the battlefield. A vast multitude of monsters surged forward. Had it not been for the safeguard of my sensing domain, I might have already evaded this monstrous army. With a mixture of melancholy and resolve, Meng Chuan did not waver in his speed. When compared to other beings of similar caliber, he excelled in countering group assaults, even capable of provoking his foes to strike one another. In an explosive display, Meng Chuan unleashed a terrifying velocity, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke as he charged directly at a segment of the horde. He did not retreat. Rather, he advanced boldly. Block him. Quickly. The approximately 200 monsters, somewhat dispersed and yet to fully encircle him, found themselves under the brunt of Meng Chuan's proactive assault. Your speed is simply too sluggish, he taunted. As Meng Chuan hurried along, his blade was already unsheathed, and a brilliant flash of light erupted from it. With each flicker of the blade, 2 or 3 monsters were severed. The dazzling light repeatedly glimmered as Meng Chuan advanced in a straight line toward the Black Bear demon leader. The feebly assembled throng of over 30 monsters was effortlessly dispatched, each stroke of his blade extending 2 to 3 yards, cleaving the creatures in twain. This spectacle instilled a sense of trepidation in the other monsters that were poised to pounce, causing their charge to falter. Meng Chuan sensed the approaching demons and continued to wield his blade with deadly precision, though his speed inevitably diminished. Suddenly, 2 demon leaders surged forth, one a spider demoness and the other a goat demon. The spider demoness was swifter, boasting 6 arms, each wielding a curved dagger. She reached within 5 or 6 yards of him in an instant, her mouth opening without warning, releasing a white web that ensnared Meng Chuan. However, having been subjected to rain of arrows nearly every day, Meng Chuan's reflexes were finely honed, particularly within a 10-yard radius, which was his domain. As soon as the spider demoness' mouth opened, he was already prepared. In a flash, her white web ensnared only 2 unfortunate lesser demons, who emitted agonized wails as they swiftly disintegrated into puddles of gore, leaving the web to adhere to the ground. Seeing her lethal maneuver evaded, the spider demoness felt a pang of resentment. With resolve, Meng Chuan unleashed his technique and charged toward the two demon leaders. The spider demoness swung her 6 arms with the curved daggers, transforming into a veritable mountain of blades, while the goat demon engaged in close combat. With a swift motion, Meng Chuan found himself positioned between 2 monstrous leaders, his awareness of the surrounding circumstances profoundly acute. He discerned the traces of their attacks with remarkable clarity. In a deft maneuver, he redirected the blade of the spider demon's curved sword, causing it to inadvertently strike the goat demon instead. How could they turn against one another? Unbeknownst to them, the leaders of the heavenly demon sect's Dongning branch had previously encountered a similar predicament, though at that time, Meng Chuan had relied on his soul power. Now, however, he accomplished it with effortless ease. Clang! The goat demon managed to parry the spider demon's strike. But in the wake of that blow came Meng Chuan's silent, yet gentle cut. What? A jolt ran through the goat demon as the blade's glimmer reached its throat. And soon after, its head was severed and sent flying. The goat demon leader met its demise. The spider demon immediately sensed the peril and, in response, Meng Chuan turned and unleashed a furious strike, executing the first move of the Thunder Destruction Blade, 5 Thunders Descend. That swift and ferocious slash proved to be a considerable challenge for the spider demon to deflect. Fortunately, with 6 arms at her disposal, she managed to barely parry the attack with her 6 curved blades, though it exposed her to vulnerabilities. A more rapid second strike followed. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the spider demon instinctively opened her mouth to unleash a web. Just as she did, Meng Chuan perceived her intentions with acute clarity. He had no desire to experience the effects of her webbing at such close range. Thus, he infused his second blade with a fragment of his soul power, accelerating its speed by 30%. The blade swiftly exploited the openings in the spider demon's defense, slicing cleanly through her neck. Before the spider demoness could release her web, her head had already been severed. The leaders of the goat demon and the spider demoness fell in quick succession, leaving the surrounding creatures in astonishment. These 2 leaders possessed remarkable powers, one emanating with demonic energy, the other refining a demonic core. How could they be slain so swiftly? While it was true that he had utterly dominated these 2 demon leaders, the disparity in strength was not so extreme. In a true one-on-one confrontation, the adversaries would undoubtedly unleash their forbidden techniques. It would take him 2 or 3 moves to vanquish the goat demon, and even 10 or more to defeat the spider demoness. Such a sluggish exchange would have led to him being besieged by numerous other demons long ago. He needed to hurry to rescue July. Thus, he had to swiftly navigate through the obstacles posed by this throng of demons. First, he exploited the advantage of his Tianzhong domain to incite them into battling one another, seizing the opportunity to swiftly eliminate the goat demon. Then, he poured a fragment of his soul into his blade technique, rapidly dispatching the spider demoness. With a swift motion, Meng Chuan dashed towards the black bear demon leader. Feeling the pressure, he resorted to cunning tactics to swiftly eliminate the 2 demon leaders. However, to the multitude of surrounding demons, this human was nothing short of terrifying. He first ruthlessly harvested the ordinary demons attempting to encircle him, and then, in an instant, he had killed 2 demon leaders. His strength, unparalleled beneath the celestial and demonic sovereigns, was simply unfathomable. Noticing the commotion, the other demon leaders in the distance became aware of the threat posed by the deaths of their equally formidable comrades, the goat demon and spider demoness. Instead of fleeing, Meng Chuan advanced directly towards the black bear demon leader. A clear challenge? You dare to slay 2 of my commanders? The black bear demon commander loomed tall, its imposing figure towering over the surrounding structures. Its arms were thicker than ordinary trees, and its icy gaze fixated on the diminutive human. Since he seeks his own demise, encircle him. Do not allow him to escape. The black bear demon commander commanded. I shall crush this insignificant ant. The army, which had been hastily making its way to the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, began to halt under the stern reprimands of their leaders, turning to completely surround Meng Chuan. Nearly 1,000 demons spread out over a distance of more than a mile, closing in, creating a palpable pressure. Meng Chuan's gaze turned cold. If they reached the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, it would spell immense trouble for the institution. He mused that even with the aid of weaponry, the Academy could only manage to fend off ordinary demons. Confronting the demon commanders would prove to be a formidable challenge. Faced with a demon lord, it would likely require a significant number of lives to withstand the onslaught, compensating for the disparity in strength through sheer numbers. Capture him. The Black Bear Demon commander pointed at the advancing Meng Chuan. Hundreds of demons surged forward. Kill. In that instant, Meng Chuan unsheathed his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes. With each swing, brilliant arcs of light sliced through the air, and within moments, he had unleashed 100 blows. The radiant blades surged towards the throng of demons charging at him. With an understanding of the momentum, he was able to release his true energy, which, after condensing into essence, transformed into true yuan. Meng Chuan's foundation, more robust than that of his contemporaries, rendered his physical form and true yuan several times stronger. The radiant blade of true essence coalesced, invoking the forces of heaven and earth to converge into a formidable length. Hundreds of densely packed, curved blades sliced through the air, startling the myriad of demons. The swift, relentless onslaught cleaved through the horde, leaving them in a state of panic. Despite their frantic retreat, the majority of them were severed in a blink. Some blades even obliterated 3 demons with a single strike. In an instant, over half of the demonic beings met their demise, with only a handful managing to escape, now too terrified to advance. The true essence within me was abruptly diminished by 50%. Such exertion could not be sustained frequently. Meng Chuan felt a significant void in his dantian as well. Chapter 3, Chapter 7, The Black Bear Demon Chief. The scene of hundreds of curved blades mercilessly slicing was indeed enough to astonish many demons. Get away. The Black Bear Demon Chief coldly surveyed the diminutive human, unleashing a low, rumbling roar that sent the surrounding demons scurrying away in fear. They understood all too well the terror their chief embodied. Should he unleash his power, those nearby would inevitably be caught in the maelstrom, facing certain death. As Meng Chuan observed the swarm of demons fleeing from the Black Bear Demon Chief, he became more cautious yet resolutely charged towards the formidable figure. Beneath the realm of divine and demonic sovereigns, there was none who could instill fear in him. The Black Bear Demon Chief stood tall, coldly gazing down as Meng Chuan approached, and when Meng Chuan was roughly 10 paces away, the chief suddenly opened his maw and let out a furious bellow. A roar erupted, resonating like thunder, as the sound waves surged forward in a fan-like assault. The surrounding buildings trembled under the impact, collapsing one after another with a resounding crash. At the moment the roar was unleashed, Meng Chuan was so startled that he instinctively sealed his ears with his true essence. Even with his ears blocked, the sound waves reverberated through his body, leaving him numb and dizzy, with blood uncontrollably streaming from his nose. With a mighty roar, the Black Bear Demon leader advanced, as if a mountain were charging forth, its colossal paw descending directly towards Meng Chuan. Despite the overwhelming force, Meng Chuan managed to maintain his composure within the Tinjiang domain, clearly perceiving the movements of the Black Bear leader. In a swift motion, he evaded the massive paws, simultaneously drawing his blade in a flash of light aimed at the demon's head. Yet, darkness enveloped his vision as a gigantic bear paw, accompanied by a howling black wind, came crashing down upon him. Alarmed, Meng Chuan urged his true essence to surge within him. A flicker of lightning coursing across his body as he twisted in midair to narrowly evade the enormous blow. The massive paw swept perilously close, though the fierce black wind still grazed him. Die! Bellowed the Black Bear Demon leader, its powerful paws slamming down simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred the very elements around them, summoning a gale of black wind. Meng Chuan, maneuvering through this tempest, found himself struggling against its might. A pair of enormous and swift bear paws struck with an unimaginable force. Meng Chuan's foundation in both divine and demonic realms surpassed that of his fellow humanity at the same level. Yet his strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable Black Bear Demon leader, Yan Jin. He was indeed adept at direct combat, possessing far greater power than Meng Chuan. Perhaps he could withstand the might of this Black Bear Demon leader without the use of soul energy. A direct hit would likely leave Meng Chuan either dead or utterly devoid of the ability to resist. However, he remained unperturbed, for his speed was truly extraordinary. In a flash, Meng Chuan's form crackled with arcs of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Black Bear Demon leader. With a decisive strike, Meng Chuan launched his attack from the rear. The Black Bear Demon leader immediately pivoted, swinging its colossal paws. Meng Chuan, enveloped in lightning, flickered through the tumultuous black winds. The speed of this human was astonishing. The Black Bear Demon leader, taken aback, realized that its agility was no match for Meng Chuan's swift movements. Nevertheless, its paws had been honed to be both quick and nimble, capable of generating fierce winds to suppress nearby foes, instilling a sense of confidence. Yet, the situation had become somewhat chaotic. the bear leader found itself unable to land a hit on the elusive human. Finally, as the black bear demon leader swung its paws again in vain, Meng Chuan seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of blade light upon the demon leader's form. With each strike, Meng Chuan's expression changed. The bear leader's fur was half a foot thick, remarkably resilient. Each of Meng Chuan's blade lights managed to sever through that thick fur and penetrate the tough bear hide. Yet he found his strength waning as he faced a formidable layer beneath. The strike did not draw blood, it was far too thick. The fur was half a foot deep, and the bear's hide was 3 feet thick. I could not inflict any harm upon it. Meng Chuan quickly grasped this reality. This black bear demon leader possessed immense strength, with tough skin and flesh, and its powerful paws exuded an intimidating aura, accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind. As Meng Chuan's blade failed to draw blood, the proximity between them allowed the black bear demon leader's eyes to glint with a cold light. It opened its mouth and unleashed another furious roar. In the span of 10 zhang, Meng Chuan's perception of the surroundings alerted him to the creature's movements. The roar, resonating from such close quarters, thundered like a storm, the sound waves crashing toward him. In a moment of resolve, Meng Chuan infused the power of his soul into every part of his body. At that instant, he could hear the tumultuous rush of blood, the rhythmic beating of his heart, and the wind rushing through his lungs. Every muscle fiber, every bone, every fascia pulsated with the pure essence of true energy flowing through his meridians. The sensation of control surged within him, intensifying significantly. Meng Chuan was reluctant to fully channel his soul power throughout his body, as it would lead to substantial depletion. He could only unleash this power 5 times, needing half a day's recovery after each use. Given that the entire Dongning Prefecture was a battlefield, he was keen to conserve his soul power to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Should he find himself in a dire situation without the strength of his soul, his very life could be at stake. However, he understood from that previous strike that the black bear demon's tough skin and thick flesh was indeed an exaggeration. He could not harm it. He needed to harness the power of his soul to elevate his strength to a different echelon to vanquish this formidable foe. As long as the formidable black bear demon leader can be vanquished, the predicament of the Mirror Lake Dao Academy would significantly improve. In an instant, Meng Chuan achieved a flawless fusion of his physical form and true essence, experiencing a remarkable surge in both power and speed. His strength multiplied several times, while his velocity ascended to an unprecedented level. The aura of thunder and lightning enveloped his body, intensifying tenfold, resembling that of a divine thunder deity. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the black bear demon-esque form, leaving behind only a phantom. Following this, he unleashed a strike. The blade's radiance was as refined as water, extending a staggering 10 zhang, slicing effortlessly through the thick fur, hide, membranous layers, and muscle of the black bear demon leader. The speed was so extraordinary that the blade's sharpness surpassed the very realm of the black bear demon leader. Its once proud physique could not withstand such a blow. In a shocking display, the head of the colossal black bear demon, larger than a house, was sent soaring. Within its eyes, a look of disbelief lingered. It could scarcely comprehend how, despite having the upper hand, it was suddenly slain by a single strike. Merely one stroke, so rapid it was beyond defense, so sharp that its corporeal form offered no protection. The black bear demon leader met its demise. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan continued onward, his body crackling with the energy of thunder, transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged toward the radiant Sun Dao Academy. The surrounding multitude of demons, who had encircled the area, observed with unwavering confidence in their leader. Upon witnessing that Meng Chuan's strike had failed to harm their commander, many demons erupted into laughter. This human was truly laughable. The Supreme Commander possesses the bloodline of the Black Mountain Demon King, his physique as formidable as a mountain. Among the entire 9 summoning territory, he is one of the most powerful beings beneath the Demon King. His blade merely tickles the Supreme Commander. He has been caught in the Supreme Commander's roar. At such close proximity, his demise is inevitable. The other demons observe with mocking laughter. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying strike enveloped in thunder is unleashed. The blade, as fluid as water, cleaves the head of the black bear demon, rendering all the demons speechless. The black bear demon commander has perished, slain in a single blow. As they watch the lightning-wreathed figure swiftly depart, none dare to impede its passage. Fear has gripped them entirely. For ordinary demons, encountering such a blade would result in being severed by hundreds of strikes. If a commander were to confront this fate, would it not be tantamount to courting death? With the commander fallen, what shall we do? The remaining 8 commanders hesitated. The assault on the human stronghold already entails casualties. The commander is dead. Yet we must press on and attack the Mirror Lake Academy. One of the serpent demon commanders declared. The human academies are heavily fortified, and reinforcements will arrive from all quarters. With the commander present, we could have charged in. Now, it seems unworthy. Let us seek other targets, where we can still slay humans. The academy is merely our most vital objective. What good is it to go there if we cannot achieve a kill? We should target other humans within the city. The 8 commanders fell into contention. In the demon race, strength reigned supreme, and none among the 8 commanders could fully restrain their peers. Thus, this demon army began to disperse. Some continued onward, preparing to visit the Mirror Lake Dao Academy to ascertain whether other demon legions were launching an assault, hoping to join the fray. Others, having entirely abandoned the siege on the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, began to hunt down the human race throughout Dongning Prefecture. I have done all I could. With the absence of a formidable commander, the Mirror Lake Dao Academy should be able to withstand the pressure. Meng Chuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening along the path. For he must find Liu Qiyue. He had already lingered too long. Time could not be squandered. Swiftly, he sped along. Chapter 3, Episode 8, The Blazing Sun Dao Academy. At dawn, after departing from the Mirror Lake Meng residence, Liu Qiyue gracefully executed her movements along the riverside streets, occasionally leaping several dozen feet above the water's surface or bounding from branch to branch, her agility and elegance apparent as she moved with remarkable speed. For Liu Qiyue, the journey from home to the academy was perfectly suited for honing her skills. A master archer must possess exceptional agility. Only then can one swiftly create distance when adversaries draw near. With a prodigious talent like Meng Chuan by her side, Liu Qiyue felt a certain pressure. In her eyes, he was exceedingly diligent. Each day, he practiced the blade-drawing technique 8,000 times while also training for half an hour amid a rain of arrows. Alongside mastering techniques such as falling moon, having already comprehended the essence of momentum at an early stage, his dedication was inspiring. Liu Qiyue felt that any lapse on her part was a transgression, motivating her to train with even greater fervor. Although she still could not compare to Meng Chuan or Yin Jin's fervor, she had made significant progress compared to her past self, which was why she had been able to grasp secret techniques last year. On the road, everyone was honing their agility, and Liu Qiyue was traveling at a pace that surpassed Meng Chuan's expectations. When the urgent bell of Yuyang Palace resonated throughout the city, Liu Qiyue was but 2 miles away from the Sunlight Academy. The invasion of the Demon Clan? Upon hearing the bell, Liu Qiyue's expression changed dramatically. Immediately, her speed surged to its utmost limit as she dashed towards the Sunlight Academy with unparalleled swiftness. Meanwhile, vendors and pedestrians on the surrounding streets frantically fled in all directions. Liu Qiyue, being in the late stage of the Transcendence Realm and having comprehended secret techniques, moved with remarkable speed. When she was still 100 zhang away from the academy, she caught sight of a horde of demons emerging from the distance, appearing on the streets, rooftops, and in the sky, all heading towards the Sunlight Academy. This scene sent a tremor through Liu Qiyue's heart. It was her first encounter with such a multitude of demons. Quickly, swiftly enter the academy. At the entrance of the academy stood the principal, several instructors, and numerous soldiers on standby. Each of the 8 academies was fortified by a military encampment, ensuring immediate support from the soldiers. Many disciples of the academy, faces flushed with urgency, desperately employed their skills to reach the academy. However, a significant number, nearly 1,000 disciples, were still en route. The principal and the others were growing increasingly anxious, calculating the time. Some had already arrived, while others were still on their way. Liu Qiyue, hurry inside. The principal waved his hand upon seeing Liu Qiyue's arrival. Find me an axe. I discarded mine to run faster while carrying these 2 little ones. The robust man sprinted with remarkable speed, swiftly tossing the 4 youths he carried aside. Brother Wang, rest assured, the academy is well stocked with weapons, remarked the dean upon witnessing the scene. I shall go rescue a few more. The strong man turned and dashed away once more. The dean of the Liang Academy and several soldiers grasped their bows and arrows, and as the monstrous creatures closed in within 200 paces, the perceptive dean was the first to release an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake, and pierced the cranium of a colossal elephant demon, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. The demon horde was approaching. Liu Qiyue swiftly retrieved her bow and arrow from behind, eager to assist, however, with the speed of the beasts. She could only hope to strike once they were within 100 paces. Quickly, everyone, into the academy. The dean's expression suddenly changed. The demon lord was arriving. Hurry, hurry. The faces of all soldiers, as well as those skilled practitioners attempting to save lives, turned grave as they hurried towards the academy. Having served in the Qingyang Pass, they understood the dreadful nature of the demon lord all too well. To confront the demon lord head-on was tantamount to seeking death. Meng Chuan pressed forward with all his might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was time to strike. Meng Chuan caught sight of numerous corpses of the human race in the distance after the demon horde emerged from the world's entrance into Dongning Prefecture. They spread rapidly in all directions. When the Yuyang Palace rang its bells, many humans had already suffered, especially those who were perilously close to the demon army. The weaker humans had no time to take refuge in the tunnels. Countless ordinary individuals, lacking any talent for cultivation, had no means of resistance and fell victim to the slaughter of the demons. Corpses littered the ground. At this moment, as Meng Chuan traversed the area, his countenance turned ashen. The demon tribe deserved extermination, all of them. He hurried onward, yet found himself unable to avert his gaze from the harrowing scenes surrounding him. Suddenly, he spotted a chilling sight at the corner of a distant street. A young couple shielded an infant with their bodies. Yet both the couple and the child had been pierced through. Cursed be this fate. Meng Chuan's eyes reddened with rage. He could not help but think of his own parents. Yet, this couple had failed to protect their child even with their lives. I, Meng Chuan, vow to eradicate every last demon in this lifetime. With his eyes still ablaze, he continued to sprint forward. There were humans nearby. In the distance, 10 demons were scattered, still pursuing the remnants of humanity. A father and son fled from a nearby dwelling, pursued by 3 demons. With a swift motion, Meng Chuan arced through the air, covering several dozen paces in an instant. His blade flashed, and the 3 demons were cleaved in two. The fleeing father and son turned back, their disbelief palpable. Senior brother Meng, the youth exclaimed, filled with joy. Father, it's senior brother Meng. He has saved us. The boy continued to express his gratitude. Yes, I recognize him as young Master Meng, the middle-aged man said, overwhelmed with relief. We must quickly hide and set traps. Indeed, the boy nodded. The father and son swiftly vanished into the dense cluster of residences. Meng Chuan pressed on, gradually encountering young men and women clad in the robes of the Luoyang Academy, all of whom lay lifeless along the path. Clearly, they had been en route to the academy when they fell victim to the demons. Meng Chuan traveled in silence, his heart heavy with concern as he searched for Liu Qiyue. Had she encountered danger and fled in haste to another location? Had he missed her? A sense of unease gripped Meng Chuan. Perhaps Qiyue had already arrived at the Liang Dao Academy. His anticipation grew, yet so did the murderous intent swelling within him. At this moment, he was merely a mile or 2 away from the academy. Suddenly, he noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from the direction of the Liang Dao Academy. Was it smoke? The academy was under siege? A pang of anxiety struck Meng Chuan. Had they already reached a point of desperation? The entire Dongning city had been invaded. The academy would not raise a signal of distress unless absolutely necessary. With a flicker, Meng Chuan ascended to the top of a towering tree. Gazing intently toward the Liang Dao Academy, his heart sank as he beheld a multitude of monsters relentlessly assaulting the academy. A mere glance was enough to change his expression. There appeared to be nearly 2,000 creatures, and among them, he discerned the presence of 2 formidable leaders of the demon race. Urgency coursed through him as he swiftly made his way toward the Liang Dao Academy. In the 3rd chapter, 9th section, Liu Qiyue and the others hurried to the Liang fortress. The headmaster urged everyone within the academy to swiftly make their way to the fortress. The Liang fortress, a substantial stronghold within the academy, served as the residence for the disciples. Those below the cleansing marrow stage were directed to the underground passages. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Within the Liang fortress, numerous disciples were divided into several teams, rapidly entering the underground tunnels. The construction of the fortress drew inspiration from the essence of rural strongholds. Yet it was designed to be far more opulent. The court expended a considerable amount of silver to enlist highly skilled artisans for its design and construction. Thousands of disciples from the Taoist Academy entered numerous underground passages. Bang, bang, bang. Within each tunnel, intricate mechanisms began to seal shut, operable only from within, leaving no means for external access. Even if the monsters attempted to breach the barriers, it would require a significant amount of time. The crossbows were prepared. At each window of the Sunfire Fortress, large crossbows were stationed. disciples from the Daoist Academy began to operate the winches, securing the bolts of the crossbows. These disciples, each possessing immense strength, toiled fervently at the winches. Each crossbow bolt resembled a long spear, capable of demolishing a wall upon release. "Fire!" commanded the soldiers. Those tasked with operating the crossbows were seasoned soldiers or veterans with ample experience from their military service. Meanwhile, the disciples primarily undertook laborious tasks, such as turning the winches and transporting supplies. With a command given, massive bolts were launched forth. Any ordinary or lesser demon struck would find themselves impaled, their bodies perforated. Yet, the monsters frantically evaded, leaping over the walls of the Sunfire Academy and charging towards the distant Sunfire Fortress. Among them was a formidable creature, resembling a 2-story tall bull demon wielding a fork. While its size was modest compared to the entire demon army, its power was unparalleled. Serving as the supreme leader of this demonic horde, at the command of the bull demon leader, the various commanders rallied forth, and a multitude of monsters surged towards the Sunfire Fortress in a frenzy. Whoosh! An arrow streaked across the vast sky, its speed far surpassing that of the crossbows. A monstrous leader attempted to evade it, but alas, one of its arms was severed. This assembly of demonkind boasted merely 10 leaders, though the crossbows wielded considerable power. Their bolts were large, akin to long spears, and their flight speed was not remarkable. At least at the level of the leaders, evasion should have been effortless. However, this particular arrow possessed a force comparable to that of the crossbow, yet soared at 10-fold the speed, traversing 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible for the leaders to dodge. The human archer. "Be cautious," the demon leaders remarked, their attention drawn to the source of the arrow. None other than the esteemed head of the Liang Academy, Zhong Qianhe, the sole master archer of the Wuzhou realm in the entire Dongning Prefecture. "Humph." The bull demon leader snorted, charging forth. "Shoot." At once, Director Zhang unleashed a volley of arrows towards the bull demon leader, while a third of the crossbow bolts were also aimed at him. Thud, thud, thud. With both hands gripping his forked weapon, the bull demon leader struggled to deflect the barrage of arrows, finding it quite the challenge. In a confrontation of equal standing, the relentless assault of the master archer was truly formidable. Zhang's furious onslaught of arrows was akin to Meng Chuan's frenzied blade work in close combat, forcing the bull demon leader to focus solely on self-preservation, with the master archer, Zhong Qianhe, restraining the formidable leader. The armaments of the Liang fortress could withstand the onslaught of this demon horde. Yet soon, the expressions of all present shifted to one of dread. More demon forces were approaching. The horde of demon kind surged forth. From the heights of Flame Sun Fortress, they could see in the distance a horde of monsters approaching. Evidently another formidable army of the demon clan. With the arrival of this new force, the morale of the original monsters surged. After all, they had previously been locked in a stalemate and suffered considerable losses. "Poisonous flood dragon, come assist me in vanquishing that archer," bellowed the leader of the bull demons. "You, bull demon, still require my aid?" retorted a swift leader of the flood dragon demons, who had transformed into human form, his body adorned with glimmering emerald dragon scales, sharp claws, and powerful legs, complemented by a sinuous dragon tail. He darted towards the bull demon leader with incredible speed. "This is bad." The archer, Director Zhong, paled at the sight. To merely contain one leader was already a significant feat, but now, 2 demon clan leaders were joining forces, accompanied by a throng of other demon leaders. Should these creatures breach Flame Sun Fortress, the toll on humanity would be catastrophic. Block them. Buy us time. As long as the divine and demonic powers prevail, victory will be ours. The soldiers roared in defiance, their faces twisted in determination as they continued to fire their crossbows, urging the somewhat flustered disciples of the academy nearby, "Hurry, turn the winches. Do not dawdle." Liu Qiyue, also an esteemed archer, stood alongside 12 other archers. These 12 marksmen were either official soldiers or seasoned veterans returning from service, predominantly possessing the strength of the unleaking realm, with Liu Qiyue being the sole disciple of the academy among them, having reached the late stage of the Rebirth Realm and comprehended secret techniques. She earned her place among this elite group. With a swift whoosh, Liu Qiyue and her 13 elite archers unleashed their arrows with astonishing speed, posing a significant threat to ordinary great demons. It was not uncommon for 2 or 3 of these skilled marksmen to cooperate and slay a formidable foe, resulting in the demise of over 50 great demons at their hands. However, their arrows proved insufficient to challenge the demon leaders, let alone the two formidable commanders. Anxiety gripped Liu Qiyue's heart as the enemy numbers doubled. Previously, they could maintain a stalemate, but now they were utterly overwhelmed. Under the leadership of the two commanders, a throng of demon leaders roared, surging forward like a tide. The overwhelming assault was impossible to withstand. Liu Qiyue frantically loosed arrow after arrow, even daring to aim at the demon leaders. Yet, the weakest among them emanated potent demonic energy, some even possessing the power of condensation. They effortlessly deflected her arrows. Despair washed over Liu Qiyue as the demons drew ever closer to the luminous sun fortress. How could two armies converge upon them? Ding Zhong too felt a sense of hopelessness. His arrows were thwarted by the combined might of the bull demon leader and the dragon demon leader, who relentlessly advanced. In truth, the invading demon faction comprised only 18 leaders. Some were occupied with slaughtering the human race. Others targeted the divine and demonic clans, while a few assaulted the imperial court. Although the 8 great academies held significance, most were merely besieged by a single demon army. Only 3 academies faced the onslaught of 2 demon armies, with the Luminous Sun Academy being one of them. No, Liu Qiyue cried, her gaze fixed on the menacing horde of demons drawing nearer. Her eyes suddenly glowed a fierce red, and within their depths, flames flickered to life. In her hands, wisps of genuine energy radiated outward, burning like flames. This fiery essence melded with the arrows she loosed. Whoosh! As one arrow was released, a blazing streak of light surged forth, its speed utterly astonishing. Boom! The fiery projectile pierced through a colossal demon, subsequently penetrating 2 more large demons and 3 smaller ones. Upon being struck, the flames ignited upon their forms, reducing them to mere ashes. One arrow marked a fiery trail of death, as 6 demons were transformed into cinders. This spectacle captured the attention of numerous demons, including the 2 great leaders of their kind. The Phoenix bloodline of the human race? The dragon demon leader was taken aback. The Phoenix divine body? The bull demon leader also gazed intently at the archer, a young maiden whose eyes flickered with flames. Could this child, Liu Qiyue, possess the bloodline of the Phoenix divine body? Ding Zhong was equally astonished. The human race boasts various divine and demonic bodies. Some can be cultivated gradually while others, particularly the exceptional ones, cannot be acquired through practice. For instance, the Phoenix divine body is a unique entity inherited through bloodline. The leaders of the demon race all possess the bloodline of top-tier demon kings, yet Liu Qiyue's Phoenix divine body bloodline surpasses them all. Qiyue, quickly, join me in confronting those 2 demon leaders. We must thwart them, commanded Ding Zhong. Understood. Liu Qiyue felt a surge of warmth throughout her being, a formidable power awakening within her, transforming her genuine energy. Her eyes blazed with fiery intensity, and without the slightest hesitation, she directed her arrows towards the 2 formidable leaders of the demon clan. Whoosh! Her arrows, akin to blazing meteors, rivaled even the projectiles of Ding Zhong, who was also unleashing a relentless volley of arrows. Under the onslaught of their attacks, the bull demon leader and the dragon demon leader could only exert their utmost efforts to defend themselves. Poisonous serpent, our opportunity has arrived. The bull demon leader exclaimed with palpable excitement, communicating telepathically. A human with the bloodline of the Phoenix had emerged. Capturing her alive would yield far greater rewards than annihilating 3 or 5 academies. This human woman appears quite tender, and her Phoenix bloodline power seems feeble. Once we breach this fortress, capturing her will be effortless. The dragon demon leaders shared in this anticipation. In the 3rd chapter, the 10th act, a Chuan has arrived. Liu Qiyue's figure flickered as she swiftly joined Ding Zhongqian's side, collaborating to restrain the 2 terrifying demon clan leaders. Dean, Liu Qiyue whispered urgently. The consumption of my special flames is considerable. I can manage to shoot approximately 70 to 80 arrows. Ding Zhong was not surprised. After all, Liu Qiyue was merely at the late stage of the transformation realm, and although she could unleash the power of her Phoenix bloodline, it was unsustainable. Do not rush. We will strive to buy time, Ding Zhong communicated. The longer we can delay, the better. As long as the divine beings can achieve victory, we shall be saved. Understood. Liu Qiyue nodded, committing herself fully to her archery. You may take your time with the arrows, Ding Zhong advised telepathically. I will unleash my full strength. Your role is to assist me. As long as we can keep the 2 leaders occupied, it will suffice. Yes. Liu Qiyue was exceedingly solemn. Indeed. You are correct. Capturing this woman is worth the sacrifice of all the demonic beings under our command. The bold demon leader concurred, for within the demon realm, strength is revered, and the plight of the ordinary demons is of little consequence. In fact, these brutal and bloody battles are welcomed by the demon race. Such merciless conflicts may extinguish many weaker demons, yet they also forge formidable warriors among their ranks. Thus, the cities guarded by the human deities often face relentless assaults from these creatures. Charge! We will hold those two archers at bay. You must obliterate this Sunfire Fortress. The bold demon leader bellowed. Advance, destroy the Sunfire Fortress, commanded the dragon leader in kind. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, a throng of demon commanders surged forth. Accompanied by a multitude of demons, their numbers swelling dramatically. Now, Liu Qiyue and Ding Zhong were tasked with restraining the two leaders. At the very least, the cadre of demon commanders found their task exceedingly effortless, nearly arriving at the base of the Sunfire Fortress in a mere breath's time. A swarm of demons leaped forth, lunging at the windows. Release! Massive crossbow bolts shot through the openings, piercing the bodies of the demons and impaling them. Yet, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming. More continued to surge towards the windows. Brothers, kill! A multitude of human experts within the fortress braced themselves, fending off the relentless tide of demons attempting to breach the windows. The battle at the Sunfire Academy had descended into a more savage melee. A multitude of monstrous entities, led by their formidable leaders, surged forward. The leaders swung their axes with ferocity, shattering the crossbows, causing the soldiers operating them and the disciples of the Dao Academy nearby to be violently thrown back, blood spraying as they fell lifelessly. The human experts, fortified by their advantageous position, engaged the monsters through the windows, managing to slay several of them, their bodies tumbling to the ground below. Witnessing this brutal carnage, Ding Zhong felt a twitch in his eyelid and promptly commanded, "Signal the smoke." Understood, a nearby instructor replied, hastening to fulfill the order. The smoke signal, a dire indication that the Dao Academy had reached a critical juncture, soon billowed from one of the towering chimneys of Liang Fortress, ascending into the sky. The residents of Dongning Prefecture, even from a distance, discerned the ominous message. Liang Dao Academy was in dire straits and seeking aid. The bloody melee within Liang Fortress raged on. A burly man, wielding a shield in one hand and a massive axe in the other, fought valiantly amidst the chaos, claiming the life of a monster leader, his body drenched in blood and his eyes gleaming with rage. However, he was soon beset by two more monster leaders, who combined their strength to vanquish him. The overall power of the monster faction was overwhelmingly superior. Each of their leaders was formidable, their prowess comparable to that of beings in the boundless realm, and many possessed combat techniques that reached the level of unity. Despite the humans' territorial advantage, they found themselves continually pressed backward. As more monsters ascended into Liang Fortress, the humans began to lose their strategic position. They were truly on the brink of collapse. Ding Zhong gazed at Liu Qiyue, who stood beside him, her complexion pale and her vital energy depleted as she desperately unleashed forbidden techniques. He then turned his attention to the human warriors, who were being relentlessly pushed back yet fought fiercely against their adversaries. Whether seasoned soldiers, retired veterans, or the fledgling disciples of the Dao Academy, each was employing forbidden arts in a fight for survival. With no avenue for retreat, they could only fight. If one were to perish, so be it. If two fell, it would be a gain. A disabled veteran surged forward, shielding a Dao Academy disciple. Sister-y, if I survive, will you marry me? Very well, I shall accept your proposal. Father, I too have slain a monster. The young disciples, still in the bloom of youth, had succumbed to madness. Each had at least reached the refinement stage, a notable achievement for their age, yet they found themselves cornered. Tears streamed down their faces as they witnessed their familiar brothers and sisters fall in battle. They fought with frenzied desperation. Was defeat truly inevitable? Liu Qiyue, employing the divine and demonic forbidden arts, felt her body tremble slightly. Father, and Chuan, I long to see you once more. At that moment, her heart ached with longing for her father and Chuan. As a skilled archer, her eyes, often nurtured and honed by vital energy, possessed remarkable clarity and distance. Now, she fixed her gaze on the two monstrous leaders outside Liang Fortress, releasing arrow after arrow. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure in the distance, beyond the Liang Dao Academy, charging forth with a terrifying speed, crackling with the power of thunder and lightning. In that moment, Liu Qiyue could not help but shed tears. Having grown up together, despite the figure's swift pace, she could still ascertain, Chuan has come. Liu Qiyue suddenly cried out, her voice tinged with desperation, Leave. You must leave. Get away from here. The entire Liang Dao Academy found itself in a dire predicament. Under the weight of gods, demons, and mortals, it was unlikely that individual strength could offer salvation. To Liu Qiyue, to Din Zhang, and to nearly all ordinary mortals. It seemed that only the intervention of divine beings could rescue the Liang Dao Academy from its present peril. Among the human race, the encroaching demon forces noticed the figure, illuminated by lightning, charging toward them. How audacious to assault our demon army! It was a fool's errand. Tear him apart. These demons, when faced one-on-one with such a swift human, would never dare to confront him. However, united as two great armies, surrounded by countless comrades, they felt emboldened. They believed that as long as their opponent was not a god or demon, they could shred him to pieces, to annihilate him. A throng of demons hurled flying axes, spewed venom, and unleashed webs to ensnare their foe. The figure, shrouded in thunder and lightning, flashed through the chaos, tracing an arc that deftly evaded numerous obstacles, plunging into the heart of the demon horde. This human was truly courting death. The demons, driven by frenzy, surged forward, for they were besieging the Liang fortress, creating a densely packed throng of adversaries. In an instant, nearly 100 demons lunged at Meng Chuan, each brimming with confidence. With a resounding whoosh, 6 radiant arcs of blade light sliced through the air, each arc spanning several yards with a terrifying velocity. The densely packed monsters were caught unawares, unable to evade at such close range. In a mere instant, these 6 arcs of blade light decimated nearly 100 advancing creatures, leaving a grim tableau of mutilated bodies strewn across the battlefield. The cacophony of battle cries momentarily diminished as many of the surrounding monsters, transfixed, turned to witness the spectacle. After all, with 2 armies comprising approximately 2,000 monsters, the loss of nearly 100 in the blink of an eye was staggering. The soldiers atop the Li Wang fortress, veteran warriors, and disciples from the Daoist Academy also took notice. They beheld a figure, like a bolt of lightning, darting through the throng of monsters, accompanied by the dazzling arcs of blade light that whistled past, cleaving through the creatures like wheat. Leave the other tribes to you. I shall handle the 2 chief leaders. A voice resonated throughout the Li Wang Daoist Academy, as the lightning figure surged towards the 2 monstrous leaders. Chapter 11. The erosion of morale. Meng Chuan, raised from the Jinghu Daoist Academy, his heart ablaze with murderous intent at the sight before him. As he charged through the horde of monsters, he spared no effort, laying waste to all in his path. Get back. Is this human a deity or a demon? The monsters, gripped by fear, instinctively retreated. Yet, should there be a glimmer of hope to vanquish their foe, they would rush forward. However, the might displayed by Meng Chuan was too formidable. Even a throng of monsters charging at him was swiftly harvested, unable to impede his relentless advance. The confrontation would not inflict harm upon one another. The creatures were unwilling to engage in such a futile endeavor. With a grandiose declaration, the leader of the Flood Dragon proclaimed, "Leave the human race to me." He commanded his forces to continue the assault on the Liang fortress, with the objective of capturing the human female possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix. Understood, replied the leader of the Bull Demon, exuding confidence in his comrades. With a thunderous crash, the Flood Dragon leader trod upon the stone pathway of the Liang Academy, leaving an immense footprint in his wake, his colossal form slicing through the air as he lunged towards Meng Chuan. In response, Meng Chuan surged forward with even greater swiftness, both adversaries closing in on one another. A silent, colorless miasma enveloped the Flood Dragon leader, known as the Toxic Flood Dragon for his mastery of poison. This potent venom, even the strongest of the beastly sovereigns cannot endure for long in my presence, he mused with unwavering confidence, certain that the human physique was far more fragile, unable to withstand the toxin for an extended duration. Even without engaging, he shall perish within a single breath. Moreover, in close-quarters combat, he prided himself on his prowess. Suddenly, a burst of lightning crackled around Meng Chuan's form, and as he neared the Flood Dragon leader, his Tianzhong domain discerned the presence of distorted insects concealed within the air, too minuscule to be perceived by the naked eye. Yet, within the realm of his perception, each translucent creature was vividly visible, writhing in the atmosphere. With a swift arc, Meng Chuan navigated the edge of the toxic cloud, lightly grazing its boundary. Since achieving the Dan condensation, his vital energy had transformed into true essence, significantly amplifying its potency. True essence served as both a shield and a weapon, capable of safeguarding him while simultaneously striking at his foes. Meng Chuan's foundation of divine and demonic powers was several times stronger than that of ordinary experts. and his true essence was far more refined and concentrated. At that moment, when the toxic gas made contact with the protective true essence enveloping his body, it began to erode it. This poison was formidable. Should he fully enter its range, his protective true essence would be depleted in mere breaths. If the toxin were to invade his body, the consequences could be dire. Meng Chuan quickly assessed that engaging in a protracted battle with the Dragon Lord was out of the question. Prolonged combat would result in his true essence being consumed far too swiftly. Once it was exhausted, how could he contend with his opponent? It would also drain his soul power. Meng Chuan sighed inwardly. The prowess of the demon clan leaders was indeed formidable. The two he had encountered thus far had necessitated the use of soul power to defeat them. Boom. His soul power infused every inch of his being. The mastery over his physical body and true essence surged to an astonishing degree, a sensation of control that left Meng Chuan somewhat entranced. At that moment, even the operation of his protective true essence became more intricate, bolstering its resistance to the toxin's encroachment tenfold. His body erupted with greater potential. Every sinew and muscle harmonized more perfectly, enhancing the power he could wield several-fold. The speed he prided himself on reached an extraordinary level. Whoosh! The Dragon Lord, who had already perceived the human expert to be swifter, suddenly found that his speed had surged once more, rendering him unable to discern the movement. Was it divine or demonic? The Dragon Lord felt a jolt of instinctive urgency and unleashed a forbidden technique in a moment of clarity. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of blade light appeared before him, and he felt himself lifted into the air. It was then that he beheld the body of a headless dragon from the demon tribe. Is that my body? Have I been slain? The Dragon Lord swiftly comprehended that it was not he who had soared into the air, but merely his head that had ascended, while his body remained rooted in place. Yet, almost immediately, the consciousness of the Dragon Lord plunged into darkness. The entire battlefield fell into an abrupt silence. Even the many demons that had breached the walls of the Sun Fortress retreated a step, momentarily halting their assault. As they stared blankly through the windows at the headless form of their leader, the Lord served as the spiritual leader of a demon army, each lord embodying a near-invincible prowess beneath the Demon King. And now, the Dragon Lord had been slain? The venomous dragon, who had contested with the bold demon lord against the arrows of Director Zhang, stood in stunned disbelief. After a century of rivalry, the venomous dragon had met his end so swiftly, cut down in a single stroke, a demon lord felled by a mere blade. In stark contrast, the human side was engulfed in astonished elation. Although Meng Chuan had just plunged into the ranks of the demon army, mowing through ordinary demons like wheat, they felt no assurance regarding the confrontation between Meng Chuan and the demon lord for long. Had Director Zhang and his fellow veterans understood a fundamental truth: demon lords, beneath the divine and demonic kings, were nearly invincible. For an extraordinary human talent to stand toe-to-toe with them was already remarkable. Yet now, to have slain one with a single strike? We shall hold back these demons. The remaining lord is entrusted to Meng Chuan. Director Zhang was the first to raise his voice, his tone imbued with fervor, causing the surrounding human experts to exhale in relief. Liu Qiyue, cease the forbidden arts of gods and demons. Simply rest by the side, commanded Dean Zhang sternly. Acknowledging his words, Liu Qiyue halted her incantations. Her complexion pale as she stood there, gazing through the window at the familiar figure in the distance. Chuan has arrived. He has slain the dragon leader with a single stroke. Salvation is at hand for everyone. Chuan, Liu Qiyue whispered softly, understanding that Meng Chuan had come for her. As her childhood companion and elder brother, he braved danger during the demon invasion to rescue her, filling her heart with sweetness. In that moment, myriad thoughts surged within her. Yet the pain coursing through her body dulled her strength. The forbidden arts had exacted a heavy toll on her physique, but fortunately, she had not practiced them for too long. Had it been any longer, the consequences would have been far graver than mere bodily pain. Eliminate this horde of demons, Dean Zhang commanded as he loosed arrow after arrow at the demon leaders within the Sunfire Fortress. The demon leaders immediately took evasive action. The previous archers posed no threat to them. However, the arrows of Dean Zhang commanded their respect, should they be struck. They would not merely suffer injuries but could face death. Fire. Annihilate them. The crossbows that had previously been tasked with restraining the leaders now turned, targeting the demons within the corridor of the fortress. Gigantic bolts, resembling long spears, were unleashed, forcing even the demon leaders to evade with all their might, while many ordinary and lesser demons were impaled directly. Swish, swish, swish. In concert with the crossbows, Dean Zhong felled a sheep demon leader. After redirecting the power that originally restrained the supreme leader to confront these leaders, the resistance has evidently improved. Moreover, Meng Chuan's recent decisive strike that felled the Dragon Supreme leader has significantly dampened the morale of the demon clans. Many of the demons began to contemplate a retreat. Should the bold demon leader also perish, that formidable human would come to slaughter them. Within the Blazing Sun Fortress, the human resistance has grown stronger while the demons' morale has waned, tipping the scales in favor of the humans for the moment. Meng Chuan has been attentively monitoring the situation within the fortress, and, upon witnessing the humans gaining the upper hand, he felt a sense of relief, albeit tempered by concern for the pale and weakened July. The bold demon leader, however, regarded Meng Chuan with utmost seriousness. "Are you prepared to meet your end?" Meng Chuan gripped his long blade and responded, yet he dared not underestimate these leaders. When he had just slain the Dragon Supreme leader, he found the emerald scales on the dragon's body remarkably resilient. Had he not harnessed the power of his soul, he would have been unable to sever them. This realization filled him with a sense of awe regarding the physical superiority of the demon race. Ordinary demons possess significantly greater physical strength than humans, and the prowess of these demon leaders is even more formidable. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his ability to defeat them. "Human, I can sense your essence still reflects the mundane," the bold demon leader intoned gravely, "yet your earlier strike was dreadfully powerful. Are you a human deity deliberately concealing your aura?" In this critical moment, Meng Chuan arrived, delivering a lethal blow to the Dragon Supreme leader. All while at the Jade Sun Palace in Dongning Prefecture. At this moment, the Jade Sun Palace had been reduced to a desolate ruin. The battle between the divine and demonic entities, along with the demon kings, was nothing short of catastrophic. Every structure within the palace lay in ruins. Even the dungeons that once housed the monsters had been obliterated. Those imprisoned creatures were caught in the fray. First reduced to mere flesh, and then eroded by the noxious black mist, transforming into pools of blood. Among the debris, not a single intact bone could be found, only the remnants of blood. With a thunderous crash, Yun Wanhai was hurled backward, carving deep trenches into the ground. His body was enveloped in violet flames, reminiscent of a fire deity. Yet, as he lay within the trench, he could not help but spout blood, which also bore the hue of the violet flames, sizzling as it splattered upon the earth. "Die!" A flash of black light appeared, as a dark-furred ape wielding a staff swung down with ferocity, aiming at Yun Wanhai. From a distance, Meng Xinggu watched with a grave expression. With a flick of her wrist, an ethereal hand manifested, grasping the severely injured Yun Wanhai and pulling him away. The staff of the Ape King struck the ground with a resounding boom, akin to the roar of spring thunder, creating a massive crater spanning over a dozen yards. As Yun Wanhai was rapidly dragged away, he narrowly escaped the devastating blow by merely a foot. Reaching Meng Xinggu's side, he murmured, "Fairy, you have saved this old life." He coughed involuntarily, blood escaping his lips. However, Meng Xinggu paid little heed to his plight. Her focus remained steadfast upon the air, where invisible waves spread, influencing the three demon kings and aiding the Jade Sun Palace's master. At that moment, the master of the Jade Sun Palace radiated brilliance, his hands resembling intricately carved jade, embodying the essence of his formidable skills. Martial arts, palm techniques, claw methods, and finger styles, all are profoundly intricate. In a fierce confrontation, a solitary individual stands against the formidable might of three great demon lords. He can withstand the thunderous roar of the towering Beihou Demon King, resist the insidious encroachment of toxic mists, and engage head-on with the treacherous Bai Qin Demon King of the Third Heaven. This has been his relentless endeavor. Otherwise, relying on the gravely injured Meng Xinggu and Yun Wanhai, they would have perished long ago. With a clash resonating in the air, the master of Yuyan Palace plummeted to the ground, staggering back a few steps until he reached Meng Xinggu and the others. His pallid visage swiftly regained its color. "Can you still hold on?" he inquired of Yun Wanhai. "At present, my invocation of the divine demon sealing technique can withstand no more than 3 breaths." Yun Wanhai responded gravely. "After that, I shall be crushed to death by that monkey demon king." Meng Xinggu interjected, "The injuries sustained by Yun Wanhai are far too severe." The master of Yuyang Palace acknowledged this grim reality. The enemy's strength exceeded all expectations. The 4 demon lords before them, especially Bai Qin of the Third Heaven, were truly formidable. Meanwhile, on their side, Meng Xinggu was already gravely injured, only able to exert her influence from the sidelines. This was the most effective way for her to contribute. Yun Wanhai could at least entangle the foes, yet initially, the The combined might of the monkey-worshipped demon king and the Beihou demon king utterly overwhelmed him. In mere moments, Yun Wanhai, using the divine demon sealing technique, was nearly struck down. Now, by a stroke of fortune, he survived but remained severely wounded, unable to be of much assistance. The master of Yuyang Palace found himself facing the combined onslaught of the 4 demon lords, and he began to lose hope. Throughout the entirety of Dongning Prefecture, every corner faced invasion, and we were utterly powerless to counter it. Yun Wanhai communicated, "Are we to simply prolong this situation indefinitely? I have long sought assistance from Wuzhou City and Yuanshushan." The master of Yuyang Palace responded, "At this moment, we can only hope for the timely arrival of formidable deities from nearby, capable of rescuing us. Otherwise, the entirety of Dongning Prefecture shall be reduced to ruins." "Strange," Meng Chuan remarked. "Why have the 4 demon kings ceased their assault?" Both Yun Wanhai and the master of Yuyang Palace shared her astonishment. Throughout this confrontation, the side of the deities had been at a disadvantage, with the initiative firmly in the hands of the demon kings. Logically, they should have pressed their advantage to relentlessly pursue the 3 of them. What could have caused them to halt? Indeed, the 4 demon kings had temporarily paused, for a significant event had transpired. The White, and they all turned their attention to the leader of the entire demon army, the White. "What has happened?" inquired the White withdrew a token from within his robes, casting a grave glance around before conveying, "This token has been bestowed upon me by the Mountain Lord, granting me authority to command the entire army. Furthermore, this token can sense the tokens of the 18 great leaders. I can confirm that, as of now, 9 of the 18 great leaders have perished. Half of them have fallen." They, shrouded in black mist, was utterly shocked. "Impossible," they could not help but exclaim. "These great leaders are nearly invincible among mortals. Their adversaries are mere human commoners. It is exceedingly rare for one to fall in battle. How could half of them have perished in such a short span?" At the onset of the invasion, I swiftly sensed the demise of 2 grand leaders. The White conveyed this through telepathy. However, at the time, we were preoccupied with confronting the 3 divine demons of the Jade Palace, and I did not wish to distract you, so I refrained from mentioning it. Yet shortly thereafter, I continued to perceive the tragic fall of our grand leaders. Just moments ago, I sensed that in the southeastern and northern directions, 3 grand leaders perished within a single breath. The total number of fallen grand leaders has now reached 9, and I must inform you, if this continues, it is likely that all 18 grand leaders will meet the same fate. How could this be? The grand leaders of the demon race should not so easily succumb to death among mortals. How could 9 of them fall in such a brief span? The other 3 demon kings were equally alarmed. The furrowed his brow and remarked, "While we engage in fierce combat with the divine demons at the Jade Palace, we are not overly anxious, for we have faith that the demon horde can conquer the Eastern. Should the tables turn, and our demon army be vanquished, what purpose would our relentless struggle serve?" The consecutive deaths of 9 grand leaders point to but one possibility. The White's gaze was frigid as he communicated, suggesting that within the city of Eastern, there are other divine demons lurking. It is even conceivable that there is more than one. These hidden divine demons are ruthlessly slaughtering our kin. The 3 demon kings concurred. The death of a single grand leader could be attributed to the traps and machinations of the mortal realm. However, the simultaneous loss of 9 leaders leads them to one conclusion: divine demons are at work. Moreover, their inability to assist the master of the Jade Palace in battle indicates a deficiency in strength. It is likely that these are newly ascended divine demons, young and relatively weak. The White Sinking Demon King transmitted a message to the Poison Swamp Demon King, urging him to swiftly depart with the command token and seek out the remaining living leaders of the demon clan. Should any divine beings appear, they were to be slain without hesitation. "Very well, I shall proceed," replied the Poison Swamp Demon King, extending his vibrant azure arm to grasp the token. "If they are newly ascended divine beings, I shall easily vanquish them." Chosen by the master of 9 summoning mountains, he was indeed formidable among the second-tier demon kings. With a whoosh, he enveloped himself in black mist and swiftly soared towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Yun Wanhai, Meng Chuan, and the master of Yuyang seized the opportunity to consume elixirs and hasten their recovery. However, their expressions shifted slightly as they noticed the gathering of 4 demon kings in the distance, and soon, the black mist-cloaked king departed. Why has that demon king left? Meng Chuan felt a tightening in her chest, her concern gravitating towards the family's hope, Meng Chuan. Yet, she had no time to dwell on this, as the remaining 3 demon kings charged at them once more. "Eliminate them," The white-sinking Demon King and his companions fought with renewed fervor, their anxiety mounting over the ordinary demon army. Should the army be slaughtered, a defeat in this conflict would surely invite severe retribution from the Master of 9 Summoning Mountains. With a thunderous clash, the Master of Yuyang stood firm, for he alone could withstand the onslaught. If he faltered, the gravely injured Ming Xiangu and Yun Wanhai would be instantly torn apart. In the 13th chapter of the 3rd volume, the Poison Swamp Demon King, wielding the command token, immediately sensed the locations of the other 18 tokens, discovering that 9 of them were now unclaimed. Clearly, those 9 leaders had perished. The Li Wying Dao Academy? The Poison Swamp Demon King swiftly identified a location where 2 formidable leaders resided. One was already deceased, while the other, a bold demon leader, still lived. The newly emerged feeble deity must still be at the lively Sun Academy, relentlessly pursuing the other bold demon leader. Time was of the essence. The Poison Swamp Demon King was acutely aware that the hidden deities were on the hunt. Should they successfully slay a leader of the demon race, they would depart in search of new prey. Thus, locating the surviving leader offered the prospect of tracing back to the lurking deity. With a breath, he transformed into a wraith within the eastern Ning Prefecture, his form enveloped in a shroud of black mist that extended 10 paces around him. Wherever the mist passed, corpses dissolved into pools of blood. The human experts, concealed in various corners, perished the moment they encountered this black mist, though the Poison Swamp Demon King held little regard for the mundane. He nonetheless relished the idea of trampling these insignificant ants if it served his purpose of swiftly locating the weak deity. How absurd the human race appeared to him. The Demon King mused as he observed the human practitioners along his path. Were it not for his urgent quest to find the feeble deity, he could single-handedly eradicate every human in the prefecture. Once a certain level of power is attained, a fundamental distinction arises. If hundreds of thousands of mortals were to engage in a battle against the Poison Swamp Demon King, the outcome would be that he would emerge unscathed while the human populace would be annihilated. Naturally, in true warfare, when mortals sensed impending doom, they would scatter in flight. No matter how formidable the Demon King, he would be overwhelmed by numbers. At such times, the significance of the demon army became evident. The human populace, conscripted into service, stood at the city gates to fend off the locust-like demon hordes. As for the Demon King, it is the deities and demons who stand against the onslaught. The speed of the Poison Swamp Demon King is terrifying as it rushes toward the radiant Sun Academy. Retreat. We must retreat. The morale among the demon faction has plummeted, putting them at a disadvantage. This has prompted numerous demon leaders to issue withdrawal orders. One by one, the demons leap from the windows to escape, while the leaders flee with remarkable haste. Eliminate them. Annihilate this horde of demons. The spirits of the defenders within Radiant Sun Fortress soar higher, as they hurl javelins that pierce through the bodies of the demons. Crossbow bolts are unleashed, striking through multiple demons in a single line like a string of gourds. The defenders press their advantage, mercilessly pursuing the retreating demons. Yet, the demons are not devoid of intelligence. They recognize that their leader, the Dragon General, has perished, and the Bull Demon leader is not far behind. Even if the Bull Demon leader manages to escape with its life, the prowess of the human expert will soon turn upon them, leading to their swifter demise. The tide of battle cannot be reversed. Thus, it is prudent to seize the moment while the human expert and the Bull Demon leader are engaged in combat, and make a hasty escape. No matter how formidable the human expert may be, they stand alone. If the multitude of demons disperses and flees far enough, how many can the enigmatic human truly pursue? They may escape, but I cannot. The Bull Demon leader has already invoked the forbidden art of the divine and demonic, summoning the forces of nature. And tumultuous waves begin to surge around. Armed with a trident, the Bull Demon leader swings to fend off Meng Chuan's descending blade. Whoosh! Meng Chuan moved with remarkable swiftness. However, as he approached the Bull Demon commander, the surging waves impeded his speed, diminishing it by nearly 30%, which also slowed his strikes considerably. The Bull Demon commander wielded his spear with impenetrable precision, completely blocking Meng Chuan's blade. Without employing his sole force, Meng Chuan found himself on equal footing with the demon commander. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that time was of the essence. He needed to hasten to the ancestral home. His great aunt had entrusted him with the responsibility of protection. Although the 8 great academies were the primary targets of the demon army, followed by the government offices, military arsenals, and the 5 great demon families, the safety of the 3,000 members of the Meng clan remained paramount. Beneath the ranks of the demon kings, he still possessed a degree of deterrent power. instilling confidence in his ability to safeguard his family. Yet, should the battle between the divine demons and the demon kings at Yuyang Palace turn unfavorably, as his great aunt had warned, he would have no choice but to flee for his life. He held on to the hope that the lord of Yuyang Palace and his great aunt would undoubtedly prevail. While his mind was flooded with various thoughts, the battle raged on. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Meng Chuan once again infused his soul force into every fiber of his being. His muscles and sinews coordinated remarkably well, and the subtlety of his true essence's operation improved significantly. The combination of these elements resulted in a sudden surge in both speed and power, elevating his strength to an entirely new level. The bold demon commander's eyes widened in astonishment, recognizing that this human master had previously displayed a similarly terrifying speed when he had slain the Flood Dragon commander. Despite the formidable waves obstructing his path, the figure of thunder moved with an astonishing swiftness. The bold demon leader barely managed to process the situation. His spear had only completed half of its swing when the blade pierced through the center of his forehead, penetrating his bovine skull, plunging his consciousness into darkness. The bold demon leader met his demise as well. His massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The bold demon leader was indeed dead. Flee! Flee! The demons, already in flight, wished they had more legs to escape with, scattering in a frenzy. Meng Chuan glanced around. They were all dispersing, and pursuing any single direction would yield no more than 3 or 5 ordinary demons at most. Hardly worth his time. With a swift motion, Meng Chuan headed directly towards the Sunfire Fortress, eager to ascertain the condition of Liu Qiyue. Remarkable, truly formidable. Brother Meng, you are the elder brother of our 8 great academies, exclaimed the excited disciples of the Sunfire Academy. Young Master Meng is extraordinary. He single-handedly vanquished 2 demon leaders. The soldiers and retired veterans expressed their admiration, all smiling as they watched Meng Chuan soar towards the Sunfire Fortress. They certainly recognized the illustrious Meng Chuan of Dongning Prefecture. Suddenly, their expressions shifted. They all turned their gazes towards the distance. Liu Qiyue, who had been leaning against the wall, her body weakened, smiled as she looked at the approaching Meng Chuan. But then she caught sight of the scene behind him and her expression turned to one of terror. Brother Meng, be careful. Young Master Meng, watch out behind you. Chuan, be cautious, came the cries of alarm. At first, Meng Chuan remained oblivious to the impending danger. However, with a sensing range extending up to a mile, he immediately detected a terrifying aura as the presence approached within that distance. The intensity of the aura was far greater than that of his great aunt. Although her weakened state due to injuries played a role in this comparison, this dreadful aura compelled Meng Chuan to turn his head, and he was met with a scene of ominous black mist engulfing half the sky. When the menacing entity was merely a mile away, the black fog had already spread over 100 yards, leaving Meng Chuan with less than 100 yards to spare. The presence approached at an astonishing pace, surpassing Meng Chuan's own speed by a considerable margin. The vast black mist, obscuring the heavens, swiftly descended upon Meng Chuan. Within his Tinjong sensing range, he perceived countless tiny black snakes, no larger than grains of dust, slithering through the fog. Wherever they passed, the numerous corpses that once lay within the sunlit Dao Academy swiftly transformed into pools of blood. At that moment, the black mist, composed of these countless serpents, surged forward to devour everything in its path. To his astonishment, the entity responsible for the deaths of 2 great leaders was none other than a mortal. A raspy, chilling voice echoed from the depths of the black mist. Meng Chuan's heart tightened. It was an ancient beast, a demon king, comparable to the gods and demons. The black mist enveloped him, casting a profound shadow. At this juncture, Meng Chuan faced 2 choices: to flee forward, for the demon king was still over 100 yards away, allowing him a slender chance of survival by exploiting that distance, or to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. I shall put the demon king to the test, and see just how formidable it truly is, he resolved. Meng Chuan did not choose to flee forward. Ahead lay the blazing sun fortress. Should the encroaching, billowing black mist pass over the fortress, how many lives would be lost? Those who had retreated deep into the underground tunnels might escape calamity, yet those of July who could not find refuge there would inevitably turn to blood. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan infused his soul power into his corporeal form. This marked the first time in many years that he engaged in combat with a demon king. Under the looming threat of death, he exerted every ounce of strength within his body, harmonizing his soul power to unlock his latent potential. In that moment, he transformed into a figure of lightning. With a swift motion, he became a streak of electricity, charging into the black mist. This was the fastest he had ever moved in years, surpassing even the speed he exhibited when vanquishing 3 demon clan leaders. Clearly, the pressure exerted by the Demon King was overwhelming. Suddenly, the toxic pool Demon King surged towards him at remarkable speed. Rather than retreating, Meng Chuan boldly advanced to close the 100 gap in the blink of an eye. Such incredible speed! The toxic pool Demon King was taken aback. The noxious mist was terrifying. Upon entering the black fog, Meng Chuan immediately sensed his true essence being voraciously eroded. Fortunately, under the influence of his soul power, the operation of his true essence was fortified over tenfold, significantly enhancing his resistance. In a mere breath, his protective true essence would be entirely consumed. He had to act swiftly. In an instant, Meng Chuan was upon the toxic pool Demon King. The black mist enveloping the Demon King thickened, yet within a 10 radius. Meng Chuan could clearly discern his adversary's form, an anthropomorphic serpent demon adorned with iridescent azure skin, wielding a long spear, his gray eyes icy as they fixated upon Meng Chuan. Kill. Meng Chuan was engulfed in a murderous intent, and in the fleeting moment of confrontation, a blade of light flickered to life. The thunderous blade drawing technique. The blade shimmered like water, cleaving towards the Demon King. Yet, what of the Demon King? Merely a unique form of life, equally susceptible to death. Meng Chuan believed himself to possess a profound foundation in the realm of Dan condensation, far surpassing his peers, thus attaining the prowess of half-step divine demon. With the eruption of his soul force, he deemed it possible to pose a threat to the Demon King. With a swift slash, he struck the black mist enveloping the Demon King's body. This protective black mist was astonishingly resilient, and the force of Meng Chuan's strike was significantly diminished, penetrating the mist by scarcely an inch before coming to a complete halt. To think that his utmost effort could only breach an inch of this black shroud, which was nearly 10 feet thick. This realization chilled Meng Chuan's heart. The disparity was overwhelming. The Demon King of the toxic pool regarded this scene with a smirk, dismissively refraining from deflecting the blow with his spear, allowing Meng Chuan's strike to land upon his protective mist. He relished the sight of despair etched upon the face of this mundane genius. Flee. After delivering his strike, Meng Chuan immediately activated a forbidden technique of divine demons, causing his meridians to erupt with an even greater surge of true essence, his entire being pushing beyond its limits. With the augmentation of his soul force, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing away at an unprecedented speed, fleeing for his life, fast enough to astonish even the swift Demon King. However, the toxic pool Demon King swiftly closed the distance. He was a terrifying adversary. Within the confines of the Sunfire Fortress, Director Zhong and many seasoned veterans instantly discerned the dreadful source of that ominous black mist. It could only belong to a Demon King. We are doomed. Flee swiftly. Separate and escape. The veterans urgently shouted. However, they soon stood frozen in disbelief. Meng Chuan transformed into a streak of lightning, bravely plunging into the inky black mist. In no time, he emerged from the other side, racing towards the distant horizon. The black mist rapidly constricted, shrinking to a mere 10 radius. Within the gloom, a towering figure of a Demon King, 2 or 3 zhang high, could be faintly discerned in pursuit of Meng Chuan. The 2 figures, one fleeing and the other chasing, swiftly vanished into the distance. Meng Gongzi is sacrificing himself to save us, drawing the Demon King away in another direction, Din Zhang remarked, his expression grim. He is risking his life for ours. The many veterans, soldiers, and disciples from the Dao Academy fell into silence. Perhaps, for the entirety of Dongning Prefecture and humanity at large, Meng Gongzi's life held greater significance than the thousands of lives at stake. An elderly man with a severed arm spoke somberly. Some among us would willingly trade their lives for Meng Chuan's survival. Yet, the majority still clung to the desire to live. H1. Liu Qiyue gazed longingly, her eyes brimming with tears, even though Meng Chuan's figure had vanished from sight. After breaking free from the black mist, he immediately ceased his use of soul power, with only a trace remaining. Flee. Meng Chuan unleashed his divine and demonic forbidden techniques, his skin slightly reddening as he transformed into a streak of lightning, desperately fleeing. What technique did you just employ? How did your strength increase so significantly? The Poison Pool Demon King inquired, retracting the black mist to maintain a mere 10 radius. Previously, the intention was to capture Meng Chuan within a 100 radius in one fell swoop. However, who could have anticipated that Meng Chuan's burst of speed was astonishingly swift? surpassing even that of the second-tier Demon King. Your speed has indeed startled me, yet alas, your swordsmanship pales in comparison, and your velocity has now diminished. Meng Chuan also comprehends the disparity. The might of the Demon King is formidable in every aspect. Ultimately, he remains a mortal, lacking in many areas. Though he may dominate among the ordinary, he is still far from the divine and the demonic. You cannot escape. The Poison Pool Demon King waved his hand, pointing a finger to unleash streams of radiant light that were unmatched in sharpness and far more potent than Meng Chuan's thunderous, soul-infused blade technique. With a resounding crash, as these streams of light surged forth, Meng Chuan sensed a concentrated, pill-like aura approaching, prompting him to evade instinctively. The luminous rays pierced through a nearby tree, creating a gaping hole in its trunk, continuing onward for dozens of zhang before striking a rockery, resulting in a violent explosion. To wield such power with a mere flick of a finger, could this truly be a Demon King? Meng Chuan's understanding of his own limitations grew ever clearer. How foolishly audacious it was for him to dare draw his blade against such an opponent. Did he truly manage to evade? The Poison Pool Demon King pursued relentlessly, pointing again to unleash another stream of light. Each ray either bore a dark hole into the ground or pierced through multiple layers of residential walls, the force of which sent tremors through Meng Chuan's heart. Fortunately, given their proximity of nearly 100 zhang, although Meng Chuan fled desperately without looking back, he could still distinctly sense the approach of those pill-like rays, allowing him to evade in advance. A mere mortal could easily slay a chief of the demon race. The speed that erupted in a fleeting moment during our previous encounter surpassed even that of my second-tier Demon King. Although he is lacking in other aspects, he is merely immortal. Yet, such remarkable prowess undeniably classifies him as an extraordinary genius among the common folk. This unparalleled talent commands a substantial bounty. The Poison Pool Demon King harbors a keen interest in Meng Chuan. While the deities and demons are formidable, the threat posed by some newly emerged lesser deities and demons to the demon race is negligible. Conversely, the potential of an extraordinary genius among mortals is truly terrifying. Once they ascend to become a deity or demon, they may very well evolve into a formidable force within that realm. Hence, any being regarded as an extraordinary genius is bound to attract immense rewards from the demon race. In the eyes of the Poison Pool Demon King, this young human could very well be exchanged for a hefty bounty. My current speed is insufficient. Nonetheless, for the sake of a genius, I shall occasionally resort to forbidden techniques. As long as the duration is brief, the impact remains manageable. With a single thought, the Poison Pool Demon King unleashed a surge of demonic power. To Meng Chuan's perception, the aura of the Demon King behind him suddenly intensified, and its speed escalated dramatically, rapidly closing the gap between them. This is dire. Meng Chuan felt an increasing sense of urgency as the previously considerable distance of nearly 100 paces diminished rapidly. 80 paces, 60 paces, 40 paces. The rate of closure was alarming. Whoosh. Although Meng Chuan utilized forbidden techniques to hasten his escape, darting through numerous residences, ruins, and rivers, the Demon King behind him, employing similar techniques, was evidently swifter. Drawing upon the remnants of his soul power, Meng Chuan surged once more, striving to increase the distance between them. However, as his soul power soon dwindled, the distance barely expanded to 60 paces before it began to shrink again. What to do? What to do? Meng Chuan fled desperately. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise. He bore the weight of his family's hopes, and had yet to fulfill his vow before his mother's grave to become a deity or a demon. He had not even slain a single Demon King. After years of cultivation, he harbored countless desires. How could he possibly resign himself to death? Flee, flee, flee. The intense thoughts surged within Meng Chuan, further enhancing the synergy of his true essence, thus augmenting his speed by an additional 20%. According to legend, the physical body possesses immense potential, with only a fraction of this potential being tapped during ordinary battles. Were a tremendously powerful deity or demon to command this body, the unleashed might be magnified tenfold or more. Yet, having reached his utmost limit after this surge in speed, Meng Chuan found himself at a mere 30 paces. Then 20, the distance dwindling rapidly, and he could distinctly sense the ominous presence closing in behind him. Would I, Meng Chuan, perish in this manner? To die at the hands of a Demon King? In that moment, a sense of desolation and unwillingness washed over him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Even in the face of dire straits, Meng Chuan did not yield. He exerted his utmost effort to employ his agility, seeking refuge in narrow and secluded spaces. The toxic swamp demon king, towering at 2 or 3 zhang, pursued him relentlessly. Meng Chuan hoped that these confined areas might hinder his pursuer. However, the toxic swamp demon king moved like a gust of wind, trampling upon rooftops and branches with ease, closing in swiftly. The distance continued to shrink. Now within a 10 zhang radius, Meng Chuan could sense the vibrant azure of the demon king's skin, along with the exhilaration reflected in its gray eyes. How to escape? Where to flee? Meng Chuan's heart grew increasingly cold. Suddenly, within a mile radius of his perception, a terrifying aura surged from the north, slicing through the sky with an alarming velocity. Meng Chuan glanced upward, barely able to discern the nature of the threat. It was a short spear, imbued with a blood-red aura that tore through the air, causing it to explode. In the blink of an eye, it traversed a mile, heading straight for the Poison Pool Demon King. What? The Poison Pool Demon King was taken aback. This fearsome spear instilled a sense of danger, compelling him to forego his protective black mist and instead wield his own long spear. With a clang, he deflected the short spear. The Demon King roared in fury, his voice echoing like thunder across the heavens. A figure, enveloped in a blood-soaked aura, rushed forth, simultaneously launching a second short spear. Boom, boom. One spear after another was unleashed, each charged with murderous intent. The Poison Pool Demon King continued to fend them off, allowing Meng Chuan the opportunity to escape a considerable distance. Who is that? Meng Chuan stared in astonishment at the figure advancing towards the Demon King, its aura resonating with formidable strength. Yet, at its core, it bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Meng Dajiang. The intensity of the aura had escalated manifold, reaching a terrifying threshold. It was the same life force. Moreover, through the swirling blood mist, Meng Chuan could faintly discern the figure's features. It was his father, having shed approximately 30 pounds, now appearing robust rather than rotund. His father had begun to gain weight gradually since he was 6 years old, and in an instant, Meng Chuan recognized that the figure was indeed his father. Is that my father? Meng Chuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The jovial, plump man he had known so well? The individual who had diligently trained in the art of swordsmanship since childhood, ultimately achieving the realm of perfection, found himself repeatedly bested by his father in contests. He had always believed that his father was merely a mundane practitioner who had grasped the realm of effortless mastery without ever succeeding in forming a dan. However, the truth was far more profound. His great-aunt had expended the family's resources to procure a rare treasure of the world, a drop of divine demon marrow essence, while his father revealed 2 extraordinary treasures, the ice heart fruit and the star spirit herb. In that moment, he realized his father harbored a significant secret. Little did he anticipate that his father was a divine demon. Indeed, he conceals his true identity as a divine demon, chuckled the wretched king of the poison pool. Moreover, he is a body-refining divine demon. How utterly crude and inadequate is the body-refining lineage of human divine demons. Reaching the Great Sun Realm is considered the pinnacle. Is it not? Killing you shall suffice. With bloodlust surging, Meng Dajiang charged forward, drawing his sword in a single swift motion, aiming a furious strike at the wretched king of the poison pool. You think you can challenge me with your newfound divine demon status? The wretched king scoffed, summoning 2 tendrils of black mist that transformed into serpents, coiling towards Meng Dajiang. Yet, as they wrapped around him, the oppressive blood energy diminished their potency by 90%, leaving only a trivial effect on him. A body-refining divine demon, eschewing the cultivation of true essence, focusing solely on the physical form. Resisting a modicum of poison was a trivial task. The wretched king of the poison pool furrowed his brow slightly, brandishing a spear as he engaged in close combat, the weapon stirring the void and causing nearby structures to collapse under its might, as the formidable spear lunged directly towards Meng Dajiang. Demon King, prepare to meet your demise. Meng Dajiang's crimson eyes burned with fervor. He had long unleashed the forbidden arts of gods and demons, his madness unrestrained as he slashed towards the poison pool Demon King with a whistling blade. He had nearly lost his most cherished son to this fiend. During the invasion of the demon clan, the two were en route to the northern city to fulfill their mission when the chimes of Yuyang Palace rang out, startling them into immediate action. Liu Qiyue advanced in one direction, heading towards the Blazing Sun Academy and passing by other academies and clans. Meng Dajiang took a different path, leading him past the ancestral home of the Meng family and the Meng residence by the Mirror Lake. Wherever they traversed, they would undoubtedly vanquish any encountered demon leaders. However, both were newly ascended to the realm of gods and demons, and without employing forbidden techniques, their speed was comparable to that of Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan hastened to the Blazing Sun Academy first, arriving ahead of Liu Qiyue. Later, as Meng Chuan was pursued by the Poison Pool Demon King, a frantic chase ensued, creating a considerable commotion that caught Meng Dajiang's attention from afar. In the distance, he could only resort to forbidden arts, hurling a javelin to save his son. At last, he succeeded. Yet, the near loss of his son ignited a fierce rage within Meng Dajiang. He unleashed his full fury in a frenzied onslaught, his strikes creating a veritable tide of blade light. "How dare you challenge me? It is a death wish." The Poison Pool Demon King, emboldened by the confrontation with a newly ascended god and demon, retaliated with his own spear. Thus, a clash unfolded between a newly ascended god and demon and a second-tier demon king, resounding like the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Meng Chuan halted. Standing at a distance, his body racked with pain and his meridians aflame, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the unfolding battle. His father clashed fiercely with the demon king shrouded in black mist. Each collision resonated with an overwhelming ferocity. Every strike from his father was exponentially more formidable than Meng Chuan's desperate thunderbolt blade technique, delivering a flurry of over 100 slashes in the blink of an eye, executed with wild ferocity. His father, also a practitioner of the swift blade, had bestowed upon Meng Chuan a semblance of that talent, possibly due to genetic inheritance. However, it was widely acknowledged that the foremost swift blade in Dongning Prefecture belonged to Qiyue, the head of the Mirror Lake Academy. Yet, Meng Chuan had surpassed even the esteemed academy head. Witnessing his father's prowess today unveiled the true extent of his father's terror. This was the essence of the divine and demonic. The divine and demonic embody a comprehensive strength with terrifying speed, power, resilience, and endurance in battle. His father was merely a newly ascended divine and demonic being. A blurred figure arrived at the Radiant Sun Academy, Liu Qiyue. Upon entering, he was met with a gruesome sight of blood-soaked grounds and numerous corpses, causing his complexion to pale. Had he arrived too late? He hastened towards the distant Radiant Sun Fortress. With a swift motion, he entered through a window. "Who are you?" asked an astonished veteran, tending to a companion's wounds beside the window, as he beheld the figure of a man clad in black. Liu Qiyue's gaze quickly fell upon the pale-faced Liu Qiyue leaning against the wall, and he rushed forward in excitement. Many within the fortress were recuperating and turned to witness the incoming Liu Qiyue. "Father?" Liu Qiyue exclaimed in astonishment. "It is Liu Xiong who has arrived." Dinzhong nodded. And many among them recognized Liu Qiyue, a formidable master who had comprehended the essence of power, holding a prominent status even among the mortals of Dongning Prefecture. Liu Qiyue grasped his daughter's hand and cautiously assessed her condition, frowning as he inquired, "Have you employed the forbidden techniques of the divine and demonic arts? For the next month, you must rest entirely, refrain from utilizing your internal true energy, and cease practicing archery." "Yes," Liu Qiyue replied, nodding. "Liu, my friend," Dinzhong continued. "Your daughter, Liu Qiyue, awakened the bloodline of the Phoenix Divine Body during the attack of the Demon Clan." "The Phoenix Divine Body bloodline?" Liu Qiyue was taken aback, his emotions a mixture of astonishment and complexity. Father," Liu Qiyue exclaimed anxiously, "just now, H1 arrived and saved the entire Liang Dao Academy. However, a demon king shrouded in black mist pursued him. H1 lured that demon king away. We must find a way to rescue him." "The demon king is pursuing Meng Chuan?" Liu Qiyue's expression changed. Which direction did he head? "That way," Liu Qiyue pointed outside. "Remember, if you encounter any further danger, immediately release a distress signal with the flare," Liu Qiyue said earnestly, then transformed into a phantom and leapt through the window. "Father, that is a demon king. Do not act recklessly." Liu Qiyue panicked. "Do not worry. Father will not seek his own demise." Liu Qiyue's voice echoed in his daughter's ears as he swiftly soared into the distance. Bang! Meng Dajiang was sent flying, crashing into a dilapidated tavern, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Truly, as expected of the divine body cultivator, his physique is remarkably resilient, capable of enduring my assault for so long. The Poison Pool Demon King chuckled coldly, though he felt an unsettling bitterness within. He yearned to strike down this newly ascended deity demon in one fell swoop. Thus he maintained the forbidden technique, which he had been wielding for a duration of 5 breaths, a considerable length of time. Should he persist, the injury would deepen. However, the individual before him, a newly emerged deity demon of the human race, was a body-refining deity demon, renowned for their formidable vitality. To slay a body-refining deity demon was more arduous than vanquishing 3 ordinary deity demons. Yet, the path of body refinement was destined to be fruitless. Achieving the Great Zhou Realm was the pinnacle of the entire body-refining cultivation system. Suddenly, the Poison Swamp Demon King's expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. There, a terrifying aura surged forth, manifesting as the phantom of Liu Qiyue. At last, you have arrived. Meng Dejiang laughed heartily, urging, "Come, let us join forces to slay this Demon King." "Ha ha ha, it seems you still require my assistance." Liu Qiyue replied with a laugh, swiftly drawing his sword and charging at the Poison Swamp Demon King. "Together, let us vanquish this Demon King." Chapter 16. News of the ancestral residents who gave you the audacity to challenge me? The Poison Swamp Demon King was incensed. After all, he was a second-tier Demon King. How dare these 2 newly ascended deity demons conspire to slay him? It was utterly ludicrous. Enraged, the Poison Swamp Demon King unleashed a surge of black toxic mist that rapidly engulfed a 100-foot radius around him. Poison? Liu Qiyue's surface was also enveloped in swirling black mist, which now spread forth, compelling the toxic mist to recede. A domain? The Poison Swamp Demon King was taken aback. Among the deity demons, there were indeed experts skilled in domains, with Meng family's Meng Xiangu being one of the finest. His toxic mist was entirely countered. Today, I find myself confronted by a master skilled in his domain. The area is enveloped in a shroud, rendering the Poison Marsh Demon King as if ensnared in a quagmire. Slay! Slay! Meng Dajiang charges forward, while Liu Qiyue, wielding a sharp sword, also advances to engage. In direct confrontation, I possess the capability to vanquish both of you. The Poison Marsh Demon King swings his spear, a force of immense power, striking down upon them. Yet Meng Dajiang counters with formidable blade techniques. Meanwhile, Liu Qiyue, elusive as a wraith, executes numerous surprise attacks, and within the realm of swirling black mist, no fewer than 7 phantoms of Liu Qiyue emerge, each one striking swiftly before retreating into the shadows. Begone! The Poison Marsh Demon King sweeps his spear, striking one of the Liu Qiyue apparitions, which instantly dissipates into black mist, revealing its illusory nature. Boom! Meng Dajiang brings his sword down with tremendous force, compelling the Poison Marsh Demon King to hastily defend himself. Whoosh! Another Liu Qiyue springs forth from the black mist, his sword piercing like lightning into the back of the Poison Marsh Demon King. However, the protective black mist encasing the demon is exceedingly resilient, and Liu Qiyue's strike, though managing to penetrate the mist, leaves only a minor wound before he is utterly spent. Liu Qiyue's pupils constrict as he swiftly retreats. In a dilapidated area of Dongning City, 2 divine beings engage in a fierce battle against the Poison Marsh Demon King. The spectacle leaves Meng Chuan in awe, enabling him to gain a clearer understanding of the vast chasm that exists between himself and these divine entities. The leap from the mundane to the divine is indeed akin to ascending to the heavens, revealing an astonishing disparity. According to the words of this Demon King, my father is a body-refining divine being. He stands firm against the Demon King, while Uncle Liu employs a more cunning approach, consistently launching surprise attacks without ever facing the demon head-on. The synergy between the 2 was truly remarkable. They must have collaborated numerous times before. Meng Chuan observed the flawless coordination between his father and Liu Qiyue, one charging headlong with brute force, while the other executed a cunning ambush. Each time the Poison Swamp Demon King furiously attempted to pursue Liu Qiyue, he was thwarted by Meng Dajiang. Amidst the fray, the Poison Swamp Demon King found himself struck by over 10 swords, 2 of which bore such formidable power that they inflicted significant injuries upon him. The Poison Swamp Demon King was reluctant to persist in this battle. Maintaining the forbidden technique for too long had become untenable. Ever since he had set his sights on Meng Chuan, he had invoked the forbidden arts, and now, a body-refining divine demon could not be vanquished easily. Furthermore, the treacherous divine demon, skilled in ambush tactics, proved to be a considerable nuisance. His only recourse was to devise a plan to eliminate the 3 formidable divine demons of Yuyang Palace. Following that, he would join forces with the White Chin Demon King, the Ape Chong Demon King, and the Ba Hao Demon King to lead their kind in a massacre across the entirety of Dongning Prefecture. Without hesitation, the Poison Swamp Demon King turned to flee. With the aid of the forbidden technique, his speed was astonishingly swift, surpassing even Meng Chuan's desperate efforts, and was quicker than both Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue. He fled in a direction far from Meng Chuan. Liu Qiyue and Meng Dajiang chose not to pursue further. This second-tier demon king was indeed formidable. Liu Qiyue finally seized his divine demon arts, unable to contain his admiration, remarking that despite their utmost efforts, they had merely matched one another. He likely remained unaware that once Meng Dajiang's flesh was exhausted, he would be unable to continue fighting. Meng Dajiang, having lost over 10 pounds since rushing to rescue Meng Chuan, scoffed. Humph. This demon king has employed the forbidden technique for far too long. If this continues, I will merely lose some flesh, but he will suffer lasting damage to his foundation. Just then, Meng Chuan arrived from a distance. The identities we share must remain confidential. Liu Qiyue was shrouded in a veil of dark mist, his features obscured and indistinct. After conveying a brief message, he swiftly transformed into an ethereal apparition and vanished. Upon Meng Chuan's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback by Liu Qiyue's rapid departure. Just then, Meng Dajiang joined his son, enveloped in a haze of sanguine energy, his face barely visible beneath the crimson shroud. Father, Meng Chuan began. I knew it, Meng Dajiang replied with a nod. You possess the ability to sense life forces within a mile radius. Neither I nor your uncle Liu can evade his scrutiny. The powers wielded by Meng Dajiang and Liu Qiyue were markedly different from the ordinary. Typically, they harnessed physical strength and the vital energy within. However, Meng Chuan's sensing transcended mere energy detection. It allowed him to perceive not only true essence and demonic power but also the essence of life itself. Regardless of the disguises employed, the essence of life remained immutable. There are special reasons for your uncle Liu and me to conceal our true capabilities, Meng Dajiang explained. You must also keep our secret. Understood, Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. As beings of divine and demonic nature, it is only natural that we harbor certain secrets while residing in Dongning Prefecture. Since father and uncle Liu prefer silence, further inquiries would be futile. Come, follow me to the Mirror Lake Dao Academy, Meng Dajiang instructed. From this moment onward, you must remain by my side. Very well, father, Meng Chuan responded. Do not call me father in the presence of others. It may reveal my identity, Meng Dajiang chuckled. Meng Chuan nodded earnestly. I understand. With the presence of his divine and demonic father, Meng Chuan felt a profound sense of reassurance. In a flurry, both Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan, cloaked in sanguine energy, executed their movements with remarkable speed, perfectly in sync. Both Uncle Liu and I have our own matters to attend to. Previously, upon discovering the invasion of the demon clan, we divided our forces. He proceeded towards the Liang Dao Academy, while I made my way to the ancestral home, heading in the direction of the Jinghu Meng residence. Along the way, we encountered the demon clan's high commander, and we did not hesitate to eliminate him. Meng Dajiang conveyed through sound transmission. Fortunately, the commotion caused by your pursuit of that demon king was somewhat substantial, allowing me to finally locate you just in time to save you. Had I delayed any longer, I would have truly perished this time. Meng Chuan felt a twinge of fear. Who could have anticipated the invasion of the demon clan? Meng Dajiang shook his head. Father, how is it at the ancestral home? Meng Chuan pressed on. Meng Dajiang replied, Our Meng family is also one of the 5 great demon families. Yet fortune has not favored us. A contingent of the demon army has attacked our ancestral home. By the time I arrived, there had already been numerous casualties, with 4 elders among the deceased. Furthermore, the 3rd elder has also perished. The 3rd elder? Meng Chuan was taken aback. The bald and gaunt 3rd elder was the one he remembered most vividly. He had always been stern with the younger generation, cold and austere. Disobedience would earn one a strike from his cane, leaving Meng Chuan with some shadows from his childhood. However, after he comprehended the secret technique, the 3rd elder had directly bestowed upon him a fragment of the divine legacy, insisting it was not negotiable. The 3rd elder possessed formidable strength. Meng Chuan murmured, indeed, he ranked among the top in the entire family. If he had exercised caution, he could have survived. Yet, he remained stubborn, rushing to the forefront to shield the youth from danger. Ultimately, it was a demon's claw that pierced his chest, leading to his demise. Meng Dajiang spoke through sound transmission, his mood evidently somber, as these were his elders after all. Meng Dajiang glanced at his son and conveyed through thought, do not overthink it. The 3rd elder undertook this willingly. I am aware of his temperament. Being able to protect so many young souls must bring him great solace. If you are able to enter the Yuanshu mountain in the future and become a divine or demonic being, the 3rd elder would surely rejoice in the depths below. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. In the 17th chapter of the 3rd volume, Yin Jin asked, Father, have you concealed your ascension to divinity from Grandaunt? Grandaunt yearns deeply for the emergence of a divine being within the clan. My transformation into a divine being is the result of certain exceptional circumstances. Meng Dajiang revealed some secrets to his son. Firstly, this matter must remain confidential, as I cannot overtly assist the family. Secondly, my status as a divine being is rather feeble. Indeed, the entire lineage of physical cultivation among divine beings is quite weak. Quite weak? Meng Chuan inquired, puzzled. 800 years ago, the demon clan began their invasion, Meng Dajiang communicated. The human divine beings and the demon kings engaged in numerous fierce battles, during which the divine beings discovered that some among the demon clan possessed extraordinary talents, with bodies of terrifying strength. Thus, the most elite human divine beings pondered ways to enhance their physical prowess, leading to the establishment of the lineage of physical cultivation. Due to the lack of precedence and scant experience, reaching the theoretical limit of the third level, known as the Great Zhou Realm, is a formidable challenge, Meng Dajiang continued. To attain this limit, one requires a copious amount of rare treasures from heaven and earth to integrate into one's body, which is excessively extravagant and wasteful. It is not only wasteful but also leads to a weak future, as the inadequacies in the cultivation methods result in heightened difficulties in training. Meng Dajiang communicated telepathically, stating that this path of failure may, perhaps, be perfected after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, but for now, it remains far from complete. Meng Chuan nodded slightly, realizing why he had never heard of it before. Those who enter Yuan Chushan are all prodigies. Their fundamental goal is to attain the Great Zhou Realm of divine demons. Meng Dajiang conveyed that their foundational aim is to reach the theoretical limits of the body-refining divine demon lineage, which underscores how feeble this lineage truly is. For instance, the king of Anhai you are aware of is a renowned divine demon throughout the world. With but a glance, he could annihilate those in the Great Zhou Realm. To become a powerful figure like the king of Anhai is the aspiration of every divine demon from Yuan Chushan. And it should be yours as well. Meng Chuan responded affirmatively, recalling the king of Anhai, who has long guarded the Anhai Pass. Previously, his great aunt served under him, and even she remarked that the king of Anhai's strength was on par with the historically illustrious divine demon Dengfeng. His father even stated that a single glance could extinguish a Great Zhou Realm divine demon. Father, can the Yuyang Palace emerge victorious? Meng Chuan inquired. I do not know, Meng Dajiang replied, shaking his head. If the Yuyang Palace prevails, it signifies the triumph of the entire human race in Dongning Prefecture. Should they falter, the entire Dongning Prefecture will be reduced to scorched earth. Your uncle Liu and I could not possibly hinder that. I hope for victory, Meng Chuan said, unable to accept the notion of defeat. Meng Dajiang glanced at his son, withholding a thought. The fact that the demon clan has dispatched the poison pool demon king to sweep through the lands indicates that they are undoubtedly in a favorable position. And indeed, this holds true. Yuyang Palace. The black-haired gibbon brandished a stick, transforming into a streak of darkness that struck towards Meng Xianggu. Behind her stood Yunwan Hai. Frail and weakened, his bones seemingly shattered, devoid of any fighting capability. Get away, Meng Xianggu commanded, and immediately, ethereal hands emerged, striking at the gibbon. Yet, each blow was shattered by the gibbon's staff. With a resounding clash, Meng Xianggu's cane met the gibbon's weapon. The force of the gibbon's strikes had diminished after cleaving through many ethereal hands, and now faced with Meng Xianggu's cane, it was sent staggering backward. Coughing, Meng Xianggu felt a flush of color on her face, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The tumultuous battle raged on as the fervent lord of Yuyang unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one dazzling in its brilliance. At last, he managed to repel both the formidable Ba Hao Yao Wang and the tenacious Bai Chan Yao Wang, retreating to Meng Xianggu's side. How are you? The lord of Yuyang inquired, concern evident in his voice. That gibbon is exceedingly swift. I was unable to halt its advance. Among the demon kings, Ba Hao Yao Wang reigned supreme in strength, while the agile Yuan Chong Yao Wang excelled in speed. However, akin to Meng Chuan's remarkable velocity, true combat is dictated by comprehensive strength. Clearly, Bai Chun Yao Wang from the third heaven was the strongest, being the only one capable of directly engaging the Lord of Yuyang and enduring 2 or 3 strikes. Meng Xianggu communicated telepathically, but even then, it can only withstand 2 or 3 blows. Any more, and I too shall falter. If you fall, I shall be unable to withstand it. The Lord of Yuyang replied with a trace of bitterness. With Meng Xianggu's domain assisting him, his power was significantly augmented, while their adversaries were diminished under the weight of her influence. Thus, he could withstand several assaults from the adversary. Without Meng Xianggu, He would be left to flee for his life, and even the possibility of escape was uncertain. The Demon King Yuan Chong devised a plan: eliminate Meng Chuan, and victory would be theirs. The Demon King Bai Chun conveyed the order through telepathy, urging action. Haha, let us slay. The Demon King Ba Hao exhibited unparalleled ferocity. The three great demon kings united once more in their assault. The master of Yuyang Palace could only defend himself. Although they were short one poison swamp demon king, the latter was the least threatening among the four, as the toxic mists were entirely subdued by the domain. As for close combat, the poison swamp demon king's skills were merely average, falling significantly short compared to the exceptionally swift monkey demon king and the immensely powerful Ba Hao demon king. The two sides clashed fiercely, with Bai Qin and Ba Hao demon kings entangled in a frenzied struggle. Meanwhile, Yuan Chong demon king swiftly darted forward, intent on targeting Meng Xingu once again. Do not flee. The master of Yuyang Palace unleashed a barrage of punches, sending radiant fists towards the monkey demon king. He endeavored to ensnare three adversaries with his solitary might, preventing any from reaching Meng Xingu. However, this proved exceedingly challenging, particularly against the agile and swift black-haired monkey, which evaded his grasp in mere moments, ultimately reaching Meng Xingu. With no other choice, Meng Xingu could only defend herself. Each engagement in close combat only exacerbated her injuries. Xingu, I never anticipated that we would perish together, Yun Wanhai remarked weakly, a smile gracing his lips. Silence your foul mouth. We are not dead yet, Meng Xingu retorted, striving to endure. Yet, deep within her heart, she understood the grim reality. How much longer could they hold out? The poison swamp demon king was swiftly making his way towards Yuyang Palace. On the journey, encounters between the human race and the demon tribe unfolded, with such brutal clashes manifesting throughout the city. A fierce battle erupted before the Poison Puddle Demon King, where three human warriors demonstrated exceptional synergy. Two valiantly held off the demon assailants while the third, an archer, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. Though not yet a master archer, his strength and precision were formidable enough to instill great intimidation. As his comrades engaged in close combat with the demons, he loosed an arrow that pierced through the skull of a demon. A commendable feat. He swiftly prepared to eliminate the next foe. These three experts of transcendent realms were seasoned veterans, exhibiting remarkable teamwork as they dispatched over 10 monsters in quick succession. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped in black mist swooped in from a distance. As it swept past, tendrils of darkness engulfed the trio of veterans, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet, under the shroud of the black mist, their flesh decayed, transforming into a pool of blood. Moments later, the Poison Puddle Demon King, having traversed a river, beheld a distant battle. A young man clad in white wielded dual swords, fiercely combating a throng of demons amidst a sea of their fallen comrades. Frost enveloped the surroundings, slowing the demons' movements significantly. With the graceful sweep of his swords, he relentlessly claimed the lives of his adversaries, repelling their assaults with ease. One by one, the demons fell, including a formidable tiger demon leader. Such a powerful human, though he could not rival the young man who wielded a blade, he still possessed strength comparable to that of a great demon leader. The Poison Puddle Demon King was taken aback, yet lamented that such prowess did not warrant a bounty from the demon tribe. Among the human race, there exist prodigies capable of rivaling the might of the great leaders of the demon tribe. Although remarkable, their prowess fails to capture the attention of the entire demon clan. To compel these talents to serve in the military, fighting desperately on the merciless battlefield, would be a gross irresponsibility towards humanity as a whole. The demise of a single genius would not be in vain. The Poison Swamp Demon King swiftly darted towards the young man clad in white. The young man in white was none other than Yin Jin. Prior to the fierce battle between the deities and demons at the Jade Sun Palace, the divine beings and demon kings had dispersed everyone. After all, leaving mortals in such a tumultuous environment would only lead to their suffering. Yin Jin too had departed, having vanquished numerous demons along his journey. A demon king? Upon seeing a shadow shrouded in black mist racing towards him, Yin Jin felt a jolt of alarm. After the perilous encounter at the Idlestone courtyard, although his family had dispatched a more formidable guardian, that individual was merely a master of the condensed Dan realm. Since Yin Jin himself attained the realm of unfettered flow, his strength had become commensurate with that guardian's, who had quietly withdrawn. As even such a formidable master had their own affairs to attend to, how could he possibly cross paths with a demon king? Shouldn't the demon king be engaged in combat with the deities at the Jade Sun Palace? Yin Jin's countenance changed drastically, Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, devoid of any confidence in his ability to resist. Little one, can you truly escape? The poison swamp demon king was swift, rapidly closing the distance, enveloped by the encroaching black mist. In contrast, Yan Jin's speed paled in comparison to Meng Chuan's, rendering him utterly incapable of matching the demon king's swiftness. The black mist advanced swiftly. There was no escape. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded Yan Jin's mind. His deceased mother, his cold-hearted father, and the years of pent-up frustration and resentment within him. The dense black mist spread forth, engulfing Yan Jin entirely. Everything was void, yet Yan Jin closed his eyes, calmly embracing death. A genius of the human race? Just a flick of the wrist to extinguish. The poison pool demon king, in high spirits, continued to soar ahead, as if effortlessly slaughtering those human masters along his path. To him, a human genius was merely another target to obliterate. However, suddenly, a resounding boom emanated from the position where the submerged Yan Jin stood, as a mysterious force surged outward in all directions. The black toxic mist rapidly disintegrated, restoring clarity to the surroundings. It was the poison pool demon king gazed in horror at Yan Jin's location. Above the closed eyes of the young man in white, an ethereal gray sword shadow materialized, hovering above him. The formless waves emanated outward, and upon reaching the poison pool demon king, he was compelled to kneel in submission. Overcome with dizziness, he fell to his knees with a thud, struggling to lift his head and gazing up with eyes full of terror. A sword seal? This mortal is sealed with a sword mark? Among all humanity, only a handful of divine beings could seal a sword mark, primarily those formidable entities skilled in the art of the sword. Beside the illusory gray sword shadow appeared a vague figure. It was a tall, stern man, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. Dongning Prefecture? The shadow of the stern man glanced at Yan Jin, then at the distant poison pool demon king, who was kneeling in suppression. Humph. A cold snort escaped him. The fluctuations suddenly intensified. Boom. The poison swamp demon king widened his eyes in shock, yet before he could utter a word, a terrifying wave of energy overwhelmed him, reducing him to mere powder that scattered with the wind across the vast expanse. The demon clan is invading Dongning Prefecture? The cold, austere figure cast a sweeping glance towards the direction of Yuyang Palace and softly commanded, "Go." In an instant, a gray sword shadow sliced through the sky, traversing several miles to reach the ruins of Yuyang Palace. Yuan Wanhai lay gravely injured, on the brink of death, while Meng Xingu's complexion was as pale as paper. Her fingers, clutching her staff, trembled with effort as she strained to maintain her domain to assist the palace master, though the stability of her power began to waver. Block them, block them. The palace master desperately entangled himself with the three demon kings, determined to delay their advance, unwilling to concede defeat. However, Meng Xingu's domain began to spiral out of control. She was nearing her limit. Kill her, then eliminate the palace master, and trample over Dongning Prefecture, declared the white, Sink demon king with glee. Meng Xingu can finally hold on no longer. The black-haired monkey demon laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of black light as he skillfully evaded the palace master, aiming to strike Meng Xingu again. At that moment, the white Sink demon king, the overbearing demon king, and the ape-worshipped demon king simultaneously looked up in one direction. A phantom gray sword shadow soared from the horizon, arriving at Yuyang Palace in the blink of an eye. No. The white Sink demon king's face twisted in terror and despair as he frantically attempted to flee. But he had only taken a few steps. The gray sword shadow descended directly, as the white roared in fury, desperately attempting to fend it off with his claws. The moment the sword shadow struck his talons, it summoned the forces of heaven and earth, coalescing into countless beams of sword light. In an instant, thousands of these lights surged downwards with a frenzied intensity. As the white looked up to witness the onslaught of sword lights, despair filled his eyes, and he bellowed. The heavenly tribulation sword of King on high. How could he be here? Countless sword lights then rained down upon him, shattering his once indomitable body into fragments. The three heavens demon king, white, met his demise. It was indeed the heavenly tribulation sword of King on high. The Bahao demon king was left in a state of shock. Hadn't King on high always guarded the on high pass? The Yuanchong demon king could hardly believe it. The distant sword strike had left both of them in terror, prompting them to flee frantically. The heavenly tribulation sword of King on high? The master of Yuyang revealed an expression of incredulous joy. The prince has arrived? Meng Xingu, an old subordinate, felt a surge of excitement. You shall not escape. Although the master of Yuyang was elated, he swiftly pursued the fleeing Ba Hao Demon King and Yuan Cheng Demon King. Yan Jin had anticipated his own demise. Yet instead of death, he sensed a peculiar power nearby. He blinked in astonishment and beheld the poison pool Demon King, reduced to dust by the terrifying turbulence. He also noticed the figure of a stern man beside him, his spectral form guiding a gray sword shadow that soared through the sky, heading straight towards the Yuyang Palace. When you were born, I sealed a sword mark upon you, the stern figure intoned with calm detachment. Each of your siblings bears a similar mark, and it is the sole talisman for your survival. I shall not grant you a second chance. The path ahead must be traversed by your own accord. Should you perish in battle, you shall only have yourself to blame for your inadequacies. Upon finishing his words, the spectral figure of the stern man dissipated into thin air. Yan Jin stood in a daze, lowering his head slightly as he murmured softly, "Do you know? This is the first time in 10 years that I have heard your voice. I nearly forgot I had a father. Do you think I would feel gratitude towards you?" Haraha. The normally taciturn Yan Jin laughed maniacally. The roaring Demon King possessed immense strength. Yet his colossal form rendered him unable to shake off the master of Yuyang Palace. In a one-on-one confrontation after merely 8 exchanges, the master of Yuyang Palace delivered a devastating punch to the roaring Demon King's chest, creating a bloody cavity that obliterated his heart. Following this, a powerful kick struck the roaring Demon King's head. The gigantic body of the roaring Demon King collapsed, never to rise again. The Monkey Demon King, however, fled swiftly. The master of Yuyang Palace hastened to pursue another of the monkey demons, yet that black-furred simian transformed into a shadowy blur, employing forbidden techniques to escape desperately. Moving too swiftly to be caught, the Monkey Demon King's speed was astonishing. His frantic flight was not out of fear of the master of Yuyang Palace. He was confident in his ability to evade him. What truly terrified him was the king of Anhai who had just unleashed a sword strike. Who was the king of Anhai? Within the confines of Dongning Prefecture, he could effortlessly slay even a mere second-tier demon king from afar. The king of Anhai had long been stationed at Anhai Pass. How could he possibly be in Dongning Prefecture? The Monkey Demon King sprinted breathlessly to the vicinity of the world's entrance. From his bosom, he retrieved a beast horn and blew into it fiercely. The low, resonant sound of the horn, infused with demonic energy, reverberated in all directions, swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of Dongning City. Amidst the scattered presence of the demon clans throughout the city of Dongning, the resonant sound of a beast horn echoed, signaling a retreat. Was the Demon King issuing a command to withdraw? Although filled with doubt, the various demon factions hastily began their retreat. The master of Yuyang Palace, unable to pursue the Demon King, swiftly ascended to the summit of a towering tree, finding stability atop its crown. From this vantage point, he witnessed a multitude of demons racing from all directions towards the world entrance. This sight brought a sense of relief to the master of Yuyang Palace. The demons were retreating, and the invasion was finally drawing to a close. Chapter 19. The Aftermath in Dongning Prefecture under the leadership of the master of Yuyang Palace. Numerous officials and seasoned soldiers pressed forward, hastening the demons' frantic escape. While vanquishing the demons was indeed crucial, preserving one's own life took precedence. A prominent human expert commanded, "Our objective is to compel the demons to evacuate Dongning Prefecture with greater urgency. Utilizing bows and arrows and throwing javelins will minimize close-quarter combat." With the issuance of commands resonating throughout, the soldiers and veterans of Dongning Prefecture adeptly constrained the demons. Those who lagged behind were swiftly encircled and dispatched, prompting the demons to flee with even greater desperation. "Run! Flee! The divine beings have arrived. Where is our Demon King?" The demons' morale crumbled entirely. They fled in a frenzy. The master of Yuyang Palace occasionally intervened, targeting the formidable among the demon ranks. The sheer number of ordinary demons was overwhelming. Denying them an escape would only scatter them further, wreaking havoc in all directions, a greater dilemma indeed. However, the supreme leader of the demon clans would not escape unscathed, and any demon leaders within reach would face their demise. Upon discovering a formidable leader of the demon clan, the master of Yuyang would hasten towards the scene. Once within a 100-foot radius, delicate strands would effortlessly sever and slay. The leader fell. The commander met a similar fate. The remaining demons fled in terror. The invasion had concluded. Meng Chuan and his father, Meng Dajiang, traversed the streets, surveying the devastation within the city. The area adjacent to the world entrance lay in utter ruin, with casualties mounting. Other regions fared somewhat better, as those below the cleansing Marrow Realm had already sought refuge in the depths of extensive underground tunnels. Given the brevity of the invasion, The demons had not yet had the opportunity to excavate these vast passages. In truth, only those of cleansing Marrow Realm and above had actively participated in the conflict, totaling merely a few thousand. Among these, approximately 1,000 had perished. The vicinity of the world entrance had witnessed the slaughter of nearly 10,000, rendering it the most tragic sight. Furthermore, many areas within the city bore the scars of the fierce battles between demons and the human elite. Buildings lay in ruins. Taverns were shattered, and the streets were marred by deep fissures. Everywhere bore the remnants of conflict. "Father, mother, our shop has collapsed," a child lamented, gazing at the wreckage of their once thriving establishment. "It is all right," a woman replied, cradling her child while casting a glance at her bloodied husband, smiling as she said, "As long as our family is together, nothing else matters." The child remained somewhat bewildered. The husband gently embraced his wife and child, affirming, "Indeed, it is a blessing to be alive." In the past hour, he and his companions had vanquished 3 demons. He had survived, unscathed in limbs, and considered himself fortunate. With a hearty laugh, the elderly man, his garments stained with blood and bandaged, lifted a gourd of wine to his lips, chuckling as he observed the throngs of people emerging onto the streets of Dongning Prefecture. The once timid common folk, who had previously sought refuge in the underground tunnels, were now venturing out, infusing the town with newfound vitality. "Zhang Laobo, a true hero," exclaimed a neighbor, gazing at the venerable figure. Meng Chuan and his father regarded the scene with lighter hearts. While divine beings held significant importance, the valor of ordinary soldiers was equally vital. It is thanks to them that countless monsters were kept at bay, allowing those who sought shelter in the tunnels to escape the clutches of slaughter, Meng Dajiang lamented. Regardless of the might of gods and demons, how many truly existed? Yet, undeniably, the battles between these celestial beings and the demon lords determined the fate of the conflict. Should the deities falter, the efforts of mortal soldiers would be rendered futile. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. For the vibrant Dongning Prefecture before him, and for the countless thriving cities of humanity, he was compelled to ascend to the realm of gods and demons. Only by becoming one could he amass the strength necessary to safeguard all that he held dear. Arriving at the ancestral home, Meng Chuan and his father found the main entrance adorned with white lanterns, while many family members donned mourning attire within. Soon, relatives brought forth the funeral garments for Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang, and they prepared to pay their respects to the third elder. Many lives were lost in this calamity, including 4 elders. Discussions of those at the transcendence and cleansing stages are even more somber, Meng Dajiang remarked. The third elder, being the strongest among those who perished in battle, was to be honored first. The memorial hall had long been prepared. "You have arrived," a voice welcomed them. The clan leader, Meng Yanping, sat nearby, appearing even more aged. "Bow to the third elder," he suggested. Meng Dajiang was the first to bow, followed closely by Meng Chuan. After paying their respects, Meng Chuan rose to one side and beheld the third elder lying there, his body carefully prepared, appearing as if in a peaceful slumber, his expression remarkably serene, devoid of the usual sternness. Clan leader Meng Yanping turned to Meng Chuan and spoke in a somber tone. "The third elder's greatest hope in life was for you, Meng Chuan, to enter Yuan Chu Mountain and become a divine being. You must strive to honor his wishes." "Yes," Meng Chuan nodded, "I will." After spending some time at the third elder's side, they moved on to other memorial halls. The atmosphere within the Ming residence was somewhat oppressive, as many clan members had perished. The children, however, remained blissfully unaware, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Following the outbreak of the demon invasion, although there were 3,000 clan members in the ancestral home, over 2,000 who had yet to reach the marrow-washing realm had taken refuge in the underground tunnels, including the children. They had spent nearly half an hour in hiding before emerging, encountering no dangers. To them, today felt much like any other day. Yet, the numerous memorial halls adorned throughout the vast ancestral home, with nearly the entire clan dressed in mourning attire, rendered the children silent and obedient. The parents, with tearful eyes, urged their children to bow in respect. Each household with a fallen warrior had to pay their respects. The parents understood all too well that it was the valor of their strongest kin that had ensured their survival. Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang visited each household, ultimately making their way to pay respects to their grandaunt. The father and son duo entered the courtyard. Meng Xinggu sat alone in the small courtyard, preferring solitude over the presence of caretakers. Her complexion was pale, and her breath seemed faint, barely able to maintain a semblance of normalcy. "Aunt, your injury." Meng Chuan expressed his concern. Upon seeing him, Meng Xingu managed a faint smile. Chuan has come? This injury is nothing to fret about. I was never meant to linger long. I'm quite content to have fought alongside the Demon Kings, ensuring the safety of Dongning Prefecture. Meng Dajiang added, Aunt, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Focus on your recovery. Indeed, take good care of yourself, Meng Chuan echoed. Meng Xingu had been a deity for nearly 80 years, the cornerstone of the entire family. The Meng family had grown accustomed to her protection. While she was present, they felt a sense of security. In her absence, it was as if the sky had fallen. I am well aware of my own condition, Meng Xingu chuckled. But do not worry, I am not ready to depart just yet. I will hold on. Regardless of the circumstances, I will endure until this winter. For I wish to hear of your successful entry into Yuan Chushan before I can close my eyes in peace. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the courtyard. The door was subsequently pushed open. The clan leader, Meng Yinping, stood at the entrance. Third sister, someone from Yuyang Palace seeks Meng Chuan. People from Yuyang Palace are looking for Chuan? Meng Xingu furrowed her brow slightly. Reporting to the immortal lady, another individual outside spoke respectfully. The non-Yun Marquis from Wuzhou City has come to Dongning Prefecture at the behest of the Marquis and wishes to meet young Master Meng Chuan. Nanyun Marquis? Meng Xingu exclaimed in surprise. The status of the King of Anhai was undoubtedly high, with influence spanning several surrounding prefectures. The esteemed Lord Nanyun is indeed an exceptionally powerful deity. One of the foremost figures in the entirety of Wuzhou. It appears he has come in response to a distress signal from Dongning Prefecture. Meng Chuan, you must hurry over. Meng Xingu urged, and Dejiang, you should accompany him as well. Yes, both Meng Chuan and Meng Dejiang replied in unison. The father and son promptly followed the messenger towards Yuyang Palace. Chapter 3. 20. Departures from Yuyang Palace. I never anticipated that your Liu family could produce descendants who awaken the Phoenix divine body bloodline. Lord Nanyun, with a pale visage but a courteous smile, resembled an ordinary scholar. Remarkably, the Gongsun family has not seen anyone awaken the Phoenix divine body bloodline for 5 centuries. Including Liu Qiyue, the 2 individuals possessing the Phoenix bloodline today are not from the Gongsun family, truly illustrating the unpredictability of fate. Liu Yabai, seated nearby, cast a glance at his daughter Liu Qiyue, then remarked, My Liu family formed an alliance with the Gongsun family during my grandmother's generation. I am aware, Lord Nanyun nodded. The Gongsun family, in their pursuit of preserving the Phoenix bloodline, had historically prohibited intermarriage with outsiders. However, after centuries without any descendants awakening, coupled with the threat from the demon race, they have begun to forge connections with the outside world. This very union has gifted our human race with 2 beings of the Phoenix divine body. Can I truly become a deity? Liu Qiyue interjected. I only comprehended the Unity Realm last year. Achieving the Unity Realm at the tender age of 16 is commendable, Lord Nanyun acknowledged. You need not worry. Yuan Chushan is determined to cultivate you into a deity, and you shall undoubtedly succeed. Qiyue, having awakened the Phoenix bloodline, you are destined to become a deity. Liu Yabai also remarked. The Marquis of Nanyun continued. The news of your awakening of the Phoenix divine bloodline has already reached Yuanshu Mountain, and they have dispatched someone who is en route. They will arrive at Dongning Prefecture today. At that time, you must depart for Yuanshu Mountain. Depart today? Liu Qiyue felt overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. Indeed, the Marquis of Nanyun nodded. I cannot remain in Dongning Prefecture indefinitely, and Yuanshu Mountain cannot send formidable divine beings to protect you alone. Hence, entering Yuanshu Mountain immediately is the safest course of action. Liu Yabai added, Qiyue, upon awakening the Phoenix bloodline, you must diligently cultivate and strengthen yourself. Understood, Liu Qiyue replied earnestly. Having witnessed the invasion of the demon race, she had an intense yearning to grow stronger to confront those fiends. Meng Chuan and his father arrived at Yuyang Palace. Young Master Meng, please wait here for a moment. The Marquis is currently meeting with young Master Yin. An elder guided them. Thus, Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang could only wait aside, where they spotted Liu Yabai and Liu Qiyue seated in a nearby pavilion. A Chuan, Liu Qiyue exclaimed in delight. Since the invasion of the demon race, she had yet to truly meet Meng Chuan. Previously, after Meng Chuan had slain 2 demon race leaders at the Liangdao Institute and lured away the Poison Pool Demon King, he had fled in haste. Meanwhile, Liu Qiyue was quickly taken to Yuyang Palace, and they had not had the chance to share a few words. Qiyue, Meng Chuan joyfully rushed over. Are you well? You seemed severely injured when I saw you at the Liangdao Institute. It was merely the prolonged use of forbidden techniques. Liu Qiyue smiled and shook her head. With a month of rest, I shall recover. Meng Chuan nodded slightly. A Chuan I. Liu Qiyue spoke softly, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Today, I may have to leave Dongning Prefecture. Why the sudden departure? Meng Dajiang could not help but ask. Liu Qiyue had been with the Meng family in Jinghu since she was very young, and over the years, she had become like a child of their own, making Meng Dajiang feel quite reluctant to part with her. Liu Yebai then stated, she has awakened the bloodline of the Phoenix divine body. Yuan Chushan is set to take her away immediately, where she will cultivate in Yuan Chushan henceforth. Awaken the Phoenix bloodline and headed to Yuan Chushan? Meng Dajiang was somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of the Phoenix bloodline. There are many types of divine bodies, and those like the Thunder divine body are known for their power, but are incredibly challenging to cultivate. Among them, the Pinnacle Thunder divine body is notoriously rigorous. However, the Phoenix divine body is even more demanding. Outsiders cannot cultivate it at all, and only those who awaken the Phoenix bloodline can undertake its training. This rarity makes cultivators of the Phoenix divine body exceedingly uncommon. Even the Gongsun family, known as the Phoenix clan, has not had a descendant awaken their bloodline for 500 years. In the world today, there is but one Phoenix divine body practitioner, and Liu Qiyue is destined to become the second. Gaining entry to Yuan Chushan is a dream we all yearn for. Meng Dajiang quickly regained his composure. Smiling at Liu Qiyue, we should be happy for Qiyue. A Chuan. Liu Qiyue felt a pang of reluctance towards Meng Chuan. I will also enter Yuan Chushan this year during the 12th lunar month. Meng Chuan replied with a smile. We will be able to see each other then. Liu Qiyue nodded, yet her heart was still heavy with a multitude of farewells. While Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue were conversing within the hall, the South Cloud Marquis was engaged in conversation with Yanjin. This time, the sword mark bestowed upon you by King Anhai has saved the entire Dongning Prefecture. Duke Nanyun sighed, remarking that this is indeed fate. Had you not been in Dongning, the prefecture would likely have faced annihilation at the hands of the demon clan. Yanjin stood there, obediently listening. However, with the failure of this invasion, the demon clan will undoubtedly investigate the reasons behind it. Duke Nanyun continued, stating that King Anhai has remained stationed at the Anhai Pass, and the might of the heavenly calamity sword can only be wielded at a fraction of its power by King Anhai himself. Thus, the demons would easily deduce that this must merely be a mark left by King Anhai's sword. Sealing such a mark is arduous and demands a significant cost. King Anhai has only placed sword marks on a few of his children. Of his 7 offspring, 5 have ascended to become deities or demons. While the 2 youngest remain mortal, the 6th resides in seclusion at the Anhai Pass, leaving you as the only one who has come to Dongning. Duke Nanyun remarked. While your identity is kept secret, the demon clan possesses the means to uncover it. Should they discover you are the son of King Anhai, it would be entirely plausible for them to send assassins from the heavenly demon sect. Therefore, you must leave Dongning. Leave? Yanjin was taken aback. No. He shook his head, expressing his refusal to go to the Anhai Pass or the provincial city. Duke Nanyun frowned, exclaiming, why are you being so obstinate? Rest assured, my lord, I shall depart from Dongning. The demon clan will not find me so easily, Yanjin asserted. You. Duke Nanyun shook his head, recalling the letters that described this 7th son of the Anhai royal family as reclusive and extreme in disposition, which indeed proved to be true. Very well then. You are due to participate in the entrance examination for Yuanshu Mountain this year, are you not? Duke Nanyun inquired. Yes. Yanjin nodded. The regulations of Yuan Chushan are stringent. Only extraordinary talents are invited to enter. Others must undergo an entrance examination, regardless of whether they are the offspring of the king of Anhai or princes of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Those lacking sufficient strength are invariably eliminated. Liu Qiyue, possessing the Phoenix bloodline, is now the 2nd individual in the realm to possess such lineage, and thus, she is exempt from the examination and is immediately accepted by Yuan Chushan. As for Yanjin, he must still take the test. Therefore, you shall proceed directly to Yuan Chucheng, and, during the 12th month, you can participate in the examination at Yuan Chushan, said Lord Nanyun. Yanjin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He harbors no fondness for Anhai or the provincial city, as both places are populated with numerous members of the Anhai royal family. Today, individuals from Yuan Chushan will come to escort Liu Qiyue, and you may accompany them to Yuan Chucheng, Lord Nanyun added with a smile. Indeed, Yanjin affirmed with a nod. Shortly after, Meng Dajiang and his son Meng Chuan arrived to pay their respects to Lord Nanyun. Upon seeing Lord Nanyan, Meng Chuan was taken aback. His perception is usually infallible, yet within his senses, Lord Nanyan appeared to be entirely non-existent. Even while being in the same hall, and within a Tenjiang radius, he could not sense Lord Nanyan at all. He could only perceive him with his naked eyes. "Greetings, my lord." Both Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan bowed. "Please, take a seat," Lord Nanyan instructed, simultaneously gazing at Meng Chuan with curiosity. Once Meng Chuan settled, he inquired, "Meng Chuan, I have heard that you have consecutively slain 2 leaders of the demon race at the Liyang Academy?" "Indeed," Meng Chuan replied promptly. "Have you attained the realm of sword intent?" Lord Nanyan inquired. "The unity of body, mind, and technique constitutes the first realm of unity. The skills of swordsmanship and other martial arts give rise to a unique momentum, greatly enhancing their power and enabling one to harness the forces of nature. This momentum represents the second significant realm. Should one advance further, the sword's momentum becomes an inseparable entity, nurturing a personal sword intent. This sword intent is profoundly intricate and unfathomable, a pursuit that many deities and demons spend their lifetimes seeking. The sword intent is thus the third major realm of swordsmanship. I have not yet grasped the sword intent." Meng Chuan replied earnestly. "Oh," Lord Nanyan responded, somewhat disappointed. "I have heard that a young man named Meng Chuan from Dongning Prefecture has slain a leader of the demon race with a single strike and has subsequently vanquished 2 more. My immediate assumption was that Meng Chuan must have comprehended the sword intent and attained the third major realm of swordsmanship. To realize the sword intent at the tender age of 18 would indeed mark him as a prodigy capable of stirring the attention of Yuanshu Mountain, warranting immediate inclusion without the need for entrance examinations. Alas, it seems I have overestimated. How did you kill the leader of the demon race?" Lord Nanyan asked, puzzled. Meng Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. His grandaunt had strictly commanded that the secret of the space between the eyebrows must not be divulged until the mysteries of Yuanshu Mountain had been thoroughly understood. "Your Excellency," Meng Chuan respectfully explained, "when I arrived at the Liyang Academy, the demons had already breached Liyang Fortress and Qiyue was gravely injured. In my eagerness to rescue Qiyue, I acted without hesitation to confront those 2 demon leaders. In a moment of dire urgency, my body unleashed an extraordinary strength, far surpassing the ordinary. And with a single stroke, I vanquished a formidable leader of the demon clan. Shortly thereafter, I dispatched a second demon chieftain." "Concern for others?" Duke Nanyan understood, nodding slightly with a smile, remarking on how significant Liu Qiyue is to you, capable of igniting your latent potential. In the face of life and death, one can manifest several times their usual strength. For someone of great importance in life, one can summon forth a tremendous power. Such occurrences, though rare, have been recorded throughout history. Indeed, legends recount tales of divine beings unleashing tenfold strength in dire straits, vanquishing their foes, yet succumbing to their own physical collapse soon after. Those deities of exceptional stature can flawlessly tap into their body's potential without inflicting any harm. However, for those who experience such explosive power at critical moments, the toll on their bodies is immense. The greater the outburst, the more severe the damage. It is not uncommon for individuals to perish from the strain. Naturally, such instances of multiple strength bursts are exceedingly rare, necessitating a confluence of various catalysts. Many cultivators, even when facing death, find it nearly impossible to elevate their strength, no matter how fervently they desire survival. Like Meng Chuan, pursued by the toxic swamp demon king, even with an intense will to survive and a burning sense of indignation, he could only muster a 20% increase in speed, reaching his utmost limit. Historical figures who have achieved multiple bursts of strength may only do so once in their lifetimes. When confronted with another desperate situation, they may find themselves unable to replicate such feats. It is a matter of chance. Liu Qiyue and Meng Chuan grew up together. Meng Dajiang also chuckled, explaining that upon learning of the demon clan's invasion, this young man's first instinct was to rescue Liu Qiyue. "Indeed," Nong Yinho nodded. "Although you have not comprehended the blade intent, the fact that you have consecutively slain 2 prominent leaders of the demon race has not gone unnoticed. Many demons and humans alike have witnessed your feats, which cannot be concealed. The demon faction will undoubtedly learn of this and may dispatch celestial demons to assassinate you. The prospect of celestial demons attempting to take your life weighed heavily upon Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang. Celestial demons represent a specialized cultivation system created by the demon race for traders among the human populace, akin to demon kings or divine beings. You must be preparing for the entrance examination at Yuan Chushan, Nong Yinho remarked. I will be participating this year, Meng Chuan affirmed with a nod. Today, Yuan Chushan will send someone to fetch Liu Qiyue, Nong Yuho continued. You should accompany them and temporarily reside in Yuan Chucheng, where you need not fear any dangers. Yuan Chucheng? Meng Chuan exchanged glances with his father. The most prosperous and secure city in the entire Zhou Dynasty is not the royal capital, but rather Yuan Chucheng. Nestled at the foot of Yuan Chushan, many divine beings from Yuan Chushan have relocated their families to Yuan Chucheng. Indeed, some formidable divine beings reside within Yuan Chucheng, only ascending to Yuan Chushan for matters of great significance. Thus, Yuan Chucheng stands as the safest city in the Zhou Dynasty, flourishing for 8 centuries. Very well, I shall go to Yuan Chucheng, Meng Chuan agreed with a nod. May I accompany you? Meng Dajiang inquired. Certainly, Nong Yunho nodded, though no additional companions may join. It is common for family members to accompany participants. Each year, during the entrance examination at Yuan Chushan, talented individuals are permitted to bring one family member along. Certainly. After Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang took their leave, the Marquis of Nanyun shook his head slightly, expressing his disappointment. It was merely a temporary outburst. He had hoped that Wu State had produced an extraordinary talent who comprehended the blade intent at the tender age of 18, but it seems he had overestimated the situation. The genius of the Phoenix bloodline is of great significance, and a prodigy who grasps the blade intent at 18 is even more crucial, as such exceptional individuals are destined to become formidable deities or demons. Alas, they are exceedingly rare. In the underground hall of the Yun family, Yun Wanhai sat cross-legged, surrounded by a violet flame, his complexion visibly improved. The vitality of deities and demons is remarkably resilient. Despite having been gravely injured and on the brink of death, merely resting for 2 hours had greatly ameliorated his condition. Father, Yun Fu began, as several of Yun Wanhai's children stood respectfully by. I have summoned you all to share an important matter. During the recent confrontation against the invasion of the demon race, I sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the protection of Meng Xiangu, I would have perished. His children felt a tightening in their hearts. I have survived. Yun Wanhai continued. The Marquis of Nandon also assisted in expelling the demonic energy from my body, yet the damage has compromised my foundation. If I exercise caution, I may endure for another 10 to 20 years. However, I do not wish to merely survive until death. I, Yun Wanhai, shall take the next decade to recuperate in Dongning Prefecture, during which I will diligently nurture the younger members of our family. Furthermore, I shall exchange my accumulated merits for numerous treasures to bequeath to you. After 10 years, I will return to the battlefield. His children grew anxious. Father, your injuries are grave. Even if you do not return to the battlefield, the Yuan Chushan will not hold you accountable. Father, this time, your contributions in preserving Dongning Prefecture cannot be overlooked, can they? Yun Fuan and Yun Fuyu both remarked. Yun Wanhai furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance. I, Yun Wanhai, would rather perish on the battlefield than in vain. If I must die, I shall take a demon king down with me. His children dared not utter a word. Indeed, I have played a part in safeguarding Dongning Prefecture. I have stated that the merits I have accumulated over the decades will be exchanged for treasures to be left for the family and for you. I hope that within these 10 years, the Yun family will produce a talent. Yun Wanhai sighed. At this moment, I find myself somewhat envious of Meng Xiangu. Enough, enough. You may all take your leave now. Yes. The children complied and withdrew obediently. Yun Fuan sat in the hall with a sullen expression. The news he had just received struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Fuan, Yun Fuching entered. Elder brother. Yun Fuan rose to greet him. I have just received news, Yun Fuching said, that Yuan Chushan will send someone to Dongning Prefecture today to take away Liu Qiyue, Meng Chuan, and Yen Jin. Liu Qiyue will undoubtedly head straight to Yuan Chushan, while Meng Chuan and Yen Jin are likely to reside in Yuan Chucheng, awaiting this winter's entrance examination for Yuan Chushan. They are leaving today? Yun Fuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, thus this matter was not kept secret by Yuyang Palace. I believe several major demon clans are already aware. Yun Fuching nodded. As for Liu Qiyue and Yen Jin, they are both outsiders. Even if they become formidable demons in the future, it is unlikely they will establish roots in Dongning Prefecture. However, Meng Chuan is different. The Ming family has thousands of clansmen in Dongning Prefecture, and it is impossible for them to relocate entirely. With Meng Chuan's extraordinary talent, he is poised to slay the leader of the demon clan, and it is likely that he will pass the assessment and gain entry to Yuan Chu Mountain this year. The Ming family will wield significantly greater influence in Dongning Prefecture than they do currently. Yunfuan felt a twitch in his eyelids as he listened. Indeed, the dissolution of the engagement had soured the relationship between the two families. However, relationships can be mended. Yun Fucheng remarked at this time. His father fought alongside Meng Xiangu, thus forging a bond of camaraderie in battle. Moreover, Meng Xiangu saved our father, and we should pay a visit to express our gratitude, to thank Meng Xiangu for this life-saving grace. In life and death combat, our father also assisted Meng Xiangu. Yunfuan spoke softly. This provides a valid reason. A reason for our visit. Yun Fucheng frowned and exclaimed, and besides, our father has stated that Meng Xiangu saved his life. As sons, we must go visit to express our thanks. Additionally, we should prepare a gift for Meng Chuan, both as an apology and as a congratulation for his entry into Yuanchu Mountain. The relationship between the two families cannot revert to its original state. We must ensure they do not become adversaries. The gifts are already prepared. You should also ready yourself to accompany me to the ancestral home of the Ming family. Do I really have to go? Yun Fuan inquired. You were the one who broke off the engagement. Naturally, you must attend this time. Yun Fucheng replied nonchalantly. Oh. Yun Fuan could only nod obediently. Although he felt quite displeased, he understood when it was necessary to submit. The ancestral home of the Ming family. As they were to depart Dongning Prefecture today, Meng Chuan and his father, Meng Dajiang, came to bid farewell to many clan members. At this moment, representatives from the other 4 great demon families of Dongning Prefecture arrived to pay their respects, offering condolences to the fallen elders of the Ming family before proceeding to meet Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang. Chapter 22. Arrival at the Yuanchu city. Meng Chuan and his father encountered representatives from various divine and demonic families. Meng Chuan, you are indeed the pride of our Dongning Prefecture. We await your good news, Yun Fucheng said, gazing at Meng Chuan with a smile. Become a divine being and slay more demon kings. Certainly, Meng Chuan nodded. I once suffered an injury at Qinyang Pass that wounded my dantian, rendering my ascension to divinity seemingly impossible. Yet, witnessing the emergence of new divine beings from Dongning Prefecture brings me joy. Yun Fucheng smiled sincerely, his happiness genuine. Meng Chuan slightly nodded, holding great admiration for Yun Fucheng's achievements as the head of the Yun family. Meng Chuan, it is still early for you to become a divine being. You must first pass the entrance examination at Yuanchu Mountain, Meng Dajiang humbly remarked. Yun Fucheng shook his head, saying, with a single strike, you have slain a demon tribe's leader at just 18 years of age. How could such talent not gain entry to Yuanchu Mountain? Dajiang, I truly envy you for having such a remarkable son. I also admire your skills in raising your son, Meng Xiong, Yun Fuan finally interjected, his tone bordering on flattery. Knowing that you are busy, we shall not disturb you further. Please, do stay. With a smile, Yun Fucheng took his leave along with Yun Fuan. Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan watched as they departed. The 3 heroes of the Yun family are indeed extraordinary. Yun Fuan is merely a minor character, Meng Dajiang remarked. Your grandaunt has also stated that the ancestral Yun family has indeed contributed to the protection of Dongning Prefecture. It was the ancestral Yun who valiantly resisted the demon kings at the outset, preventing them from harming your grandaunt. Only after the ancestral Yun fell did the demon kings seize the opportunity to strike, leading to a swift turn of events. Based solely on this, there is no need to hold any grudges against the Yun family. This is also the sentiment of your great-aunt. Father, Meng Chuan chuckled, you underestimate me too much. From the very beginning, I have not cared about such matters. What truly concerns me is the opportunity to enter the Yuanchu Mountain and cultivate into a divine being. Meng Dajiang looked at his son with great satisfaction, silently thinking, Nian Yun, our child is indeed remarkable, truly exceptional. As night fell, the Yuyang Palace in Dongning Prefecture bustled with activity, gathering many who had come to bid farewell to Meng Chuan, Liu Qiyue, and Yin Ji. Meng Chuan, the director of Jinghu Dao Academy, Guyu, expressed his excitement. This trip to Yuanchu City is crucial. Let us prepare diligently. When the time comes this December, let us pass the Yuanchu Mountain assessment with flying colors and gain entry into the mountain. I will strive with all my might, Director, Meng Chuan replied. I, Guyu, will be able to boast for a lifetime if I can teach a divine being from Yuanchu Mountain. Guyu chuckled. Beside him, the director of Liang Dao Academy, Zhang Qinhe, laughed. Old Gu, how much of Meng Chuan's prowess can you claim to have imparted? Do you have the audacity to boast? Why not? I have personally taught him the leaf blade multiple times. Guyu retorted, with a glare. Dajiang urged me to teach Meng Chuan the swift blade precisely because I excel at it. While I may not match Meng Chuan now, what fills me with pride is that my disciple surpasses me. I find joy in my disciples exceeding my own capabilities. Well said. For it is the mark of a true teacher that their disciples excel. Zhong Qianhe nodded in agreement. Director, we must take our leave now. Liu Qiyue also bid farewell to Zhong Qianhe. Go, go. Dean Zhong gazed at his most esteemed disciple, a smile gracing his lips. Filled with pride at having nurtured a being of the phoenix divine body, Meng Chuan bid farewell to Dean Guyu and commenced his journey towards the divine beings. A few divine entities stood together. Among them was the Southern Cloud Marquis, accompanied by a long-browed elder from Yuan Shushan, as well as the master of Yuyang Palace. With Ming Xiangu by their side, it was almost time to depart. The long-browed elder nodded slightly. Ming Xiangu turned her gaze toward the approaching Meng Chuan and advised. Meng Chuan, upon your arrival in Yuan Chucheng, settle in with ease, paying no mind to other matters. Focus solely on your cultivation. Preparing for this year's entrance examination at Yuan Chushan in the 12th month. Rest assured, Great Aunt, Meng Chuan replied respectfully. I shall await your good news at our ancestral home in Dongning Prefecture. Ming Xiangu looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Let us be off. The long-browed elder called from a distance. A colossal black avian awaited them, its immense form measuring nearly 10 zhang, even with wings folded. Yan Jin, clad in white, was already seated on the creature's back, a bundle secured. Let us go, called Liu Yabai, as both Liu Qiyue and her father ascended onto the avian's back. Meng Dajiang and Meng Chuan followed suit, leaping onto the spacious back of the creature, where they found ample room to sit cross-legged comfortably. Finally, the long-browed elder joined them, also settling down in a meditative posture. We shall depart, he said, gently stroking the avian's feathers. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens and earth, the enormous black avian soared into the sky. As they ascended, Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue gazed longingly at the ground below, both reluctant to leave the place they had called home for so long. Under the shroud of night, Dongning Prefecture was adorned with countless lanterns, albeit merely white ones, swaying gently with the breeze, accompanied by the faint echoes of weeping. The brothels and establishments of the city had all shuttered their doors. Fortunately, victory had been secured. Meng Dajiang murmured softly, expressing his belief that Dongning Prefecture would soon regain its former vibrancy and liveliness. Had they faced defeat, the populace of Dongning Prefecture would likely have been subjected to a horrific massacre. Yan Jin gazed down below. The death of his mother, along with the myriad experiences he had endured over the years, had instilled within him a sense of resentment towards his father. However, the admiration the people of Anhai held for the Anhai king, coupled with the salvation of the entire Dongning Prefecture due to that singular sword, had engendered in him a shift in perspective towards his father. At the very least, he had safeguarded many lives. Yan Jin reflected silently, then turned his gaze towards the direction the great bird was heading, which was towards Yuan Chushan. Meng Chuan and Liu Qiyue watched with reluctance as Dongning Prefecture diminished in the distance until the great bird ascended above the clouds, rendering the city invisible. Above the clouds, the sky was illuminated with a myriad of stars, and the enormous creature unfurled its wings, spanning no less than 20 zhang, roaring forth in its flight. The group sat cross-legged, most of them curiously observing the scenery around them. Even Meng Dajiang and Liu Yabai had never ventured to such heights above the clouds. Before dawn, they would reach Yuan Chushan, the elder with long eyebrows remarked, then fell silent. Indeed, after approximately 3 hours, still enveloped in the depths of night, Meng Chuan and the others finally beheld Yuan Chushan. That is Yuan Chushan, the elder pointed ahead. Yuan Chushan, Meng Chuan, Yan Jin, and Liu Qiyue all looked on with excitement, their eyes drawn to the majestic mountain range that soared high above the clouds in the distance. Meng Chuan and his companions were seated upon a magnificent avian creature, soaring above the clouds, where the towering peaks appeared to reach unimaginable heights. The Yuanshu Mountain is renowned as the highest mountain range in the world. The elder with long eyebrows remarked that it was for this reason the sect was established here, making it the most ancient sect, with a rich history tracing back to the tribal era of humanity. We shall first proceed to Yuanshu City, he declared. Upon finishing his words, he gently tapped the feathers of the avian. Instantly, the black creature dove downwards, penetrating the thick layers of clouds, revealing a vast metropolis situated at the foot of Yuanshu Mountain. Viewed from above, it was evident that Yuanshu City comprised both an inner and an outer city, its history equally profound. The elder continued, as the dynasties of humanity rose and fell, the capital cities changed, yet Yuanshu City has remained constant. In the past, Yuanshu City spanned merely 50 miles, comparable to an ordinary provincial city. However, since the invasion of the demon race, its unparalleled safety has prompted numerous families to relocate here, thus leading to the expansion of the outer city. Consequently, the walls of Yuanchu City have grown to an astonishing 200 miles, and its population now surpasses that of the royal capital, making it the largest city in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Meng Chuan, Liu Qiyue, and Yin Jin gazed in awe at the grandeur of the city, far surpassing that of Dongning Prefecture. Meng Chuan, Yin Jin, I shall escort you both to the Wu Province Guild, the elder with long eyebrows stated. You will reside at the Wu Province Guild until the entrance examination at the year's end. Understood, replied Meng Chuan and Yin Jin in unison. The elder nodded slightly. As the magnificent black avian swooped down into the city, arriving directly before an expansive and opulent residence marked by the plaque of Wu Province Guild. Before the mansion, a group of individuals had been waiting for the better part of the night. As they saw the majestic birds descend, they respectfully bowed. In the third volume, Chapter 23, titled Towards the Morning Sun, Part 1, with a swift motion, Meng Chuan, Meng Dajiang, Liu Yabai, and Yin Jin leaped down. Ensure their accommodations are arranged. The elder with long eyebrows commanded nonchalantly from atop the bird. Understood, the attendants from the Wuzhou pavilion replied with reverence. The elder then turned his gaze towards Liu Yabai and said calmly, Your daughter, upon ascending the mountain, is prohibited from descending until she attains divinity, barring any extraordinary circumstances. You may correspond through letters, and should there be urgent matters, you can ascend to visit her. Indeed, I shall write to you, Liu Qiyue expressed, her reluctance toward parting evident. She then looked at Meng Chuan and added, Chuan, I will write to you as well. Meng Chuan nodded with a smile. This girl. Liu Yabai chuckled, shaking his head. With a gentle tap, the elder urged the colossal black bird to soar back into the sky, carrying him and Liu Qiyue towards the legendary Yuan Chushan. From a distance, Meng Chuan and the others gazed upon Yuan Chushan, a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Known as the sacred ground for the cultivation of gods and demons. One of the attendants at the Wuzhou pavilion smiled and inquired, Gentlemen, the pavilion is relatively spacious. Would you prefer individual accommodations or to share? Meng Dajiang replied, My son Meng Chuan and I shall share a room, while young Master Yin and brother Liu will each have their own. 3 separate quarters, then? Very well, the pavilion is ample. Please feel free to select. The elder smiled and remarked that by the year's end, a myriad of talented individuals from Wuzhou who would be participating in the entrance examination would arrive, resulting in a significant increase in the number of people present. The Wuzhou Guild is not a place where just anyone can stay. Only those who are participating in the entrance examination at Yuan Chushan, along with high-ranking officials sent from Wuzhou on official business, are qualified for accommodation. Ordinary individuals are strictly prohibited from entering. Meng Chuan and his companions simply chose 3 small courtyards adjacent to the guild. In one of the small courtyards, they decided to reside from this day forth. Meng Dajiang arranged some of his clothes and belongings, smiling as he surveyed the room, which was quite pleasant and impeccably clean. Father, I will select the room next door, Meng Chuan said. You should go and rest. Dawn is still some time away, Meng Dajiang replied with a smile. Although he maintained his plump appearance, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, as his vitality had been significantly depleted. He was currently relying on secret techniques to sustain his physique, necessitating ample nourishment and rest. Meng Chuan nodded and proceeded to his own room. The room was simply adorned, featuring a bed, a writing desk by the window, and a bookshelf filled with a few books. Lying in bed, Meng Chuan gazed at the moon through the window, his mind in disarray. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving a profound impact on him. As dawn broke, Meng Dajiang enthusiastically called out, Come, let us all have breakfast together. He summoned Liu Yabai and Yin Jin from the adjoining room. How lavish, Liu Yabai exclaimed upon seeing the breakfast spread laid out in the courtyard. I arranged for the guild staff to bring breakfast here, so we could all enjoy it together, Meng Dajiang explained, and there is more than enough to satisfy our appetites. Yin Jin nodded in agreement, seated beside Meng Chuan, and began to indulge in his meal. Meng Chuan savored the porridge while relishing the steamed buns, some filled with meat, others plain, alongside large pancakes. Meng Dajiang, with a hearty demeanor, called out, partaking in his porridge and pancakes at a leisurely pace. What are you two planning for today? Liu Yabai inquired cheerfully, suggesting they venture out to explore the wonders of Yuanchu City. Meng Chuan replied, upon rising. I perused the map of Yuanchu City on the bookshelf. It is vast, brimming with numerous attractions that one could not fully explore even in 3 to 5 months. I believe I shall focus on my cultivation within the guild. I too shall cultivate within the guild, Yin Jin concurred. Very well. You two focus on your training while we, the two old fellows, take a stroll, Liu Qiyue chuckled. Before long, Meng Chuan and Yin Jin had their fill. At that moment, Meng Dajing accelerated his eating, devouring the buns and steamed bread in swift bites, and the pancakes in just 2 bites. Finishing off the pot of warm porridge with great gusto. Yin Jin observed, his eyelids twitching, and could not help but glance at Meng Chuan. Noting that while Meng Chuan ate moderately, his father certainly had a remarkable appetite. I detest waste, Meng Dajiang said jovially as he rose. You two focus on your cultivation. We shall be off to explore. Liu Qiyue followed him out of the courtyard. The two strolled leisurely within the expansive and picturesque Wuzhou guild. Not quite satisfied, I presume? Liu Qiyue teased, casting a glance at Meng Dajiang. Indeed, Meng Dajiang nodded. By the way, regarding the awakening of the Phoenix bloodline in July, the Liu family will likely learn of this matter. Humph, for years I have evaded them, but now the situation has changed. My daughter has awakened her Phoenix bloodline and entered the Yuan Chushin. What is there for me to fear now? Liu Qiyue scoffed. Even if the Liu family were to learn of this, they would have no choice but to come and seek my favor. Bestowal of titles? Meng Dajiang nodded slightly. It is indeed a formidable challenge. It is indeed challenging. A title holder is among the most prominent figures in the entirety of Wuzhou. A powerful being with the Phoenix divine body becoming a title holder, their intimidation factor would be vastly superior. The Liu family would likely be more than willing to appoint Liu Qiyue as the head of the family. Setting aside these vexing matters, let us go out and procure some food. Liu Qiyue suggested. Within the Wuzhou Guild Hall, Meng Chuan was immersed in his own cultivation. However, without the assistance of guards and servants, he practiced the draw sword technique alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fluidity of the blade's light sliced through the vast expanse, yet it elicited no ripples in the air. Clearly, at his current level, the influence of the forces of nature rendered the air a negligible obstacle. Each stroke was executed with precision. In the past, Meng Chuan relied on guards to fire crossbow bolts while he engaged in slashing, both to ensure accuracy and to hasten his strikes. Now, he discovered that the absence of assistance did not significantly impede him. His Tinjiang domain could effortlessly lock onto a single speck of dust drifting through the air. With a subsequent slash, he honed his precision. Regrettably, although the dust particle was minuscule, its sluggish movement made the challenge somewhat trivial. As for the speed of his blade techniques, with his heightened perception, he could gauge the velocity of each strike with remarkable accuracy and discern the speed with clarity. Thus, the absence of guards resulted in only a slight decline in efficiency. He still practiced his accuracy and swift sword techniques. Once his training concluded, Meng Chuan rinsed his entire body with the well water from the courtyard, changed his clothes, and took a seat at his desk, ready to commence painting. The materials required for his artwork had been procured early that morning with the assistance of the guild members, for which he had, of course, paid in silver. As Meng Chuan gazed at the pristine canvas, his thoughts drifted to his hometown of Dongning Prefecture. With brush in hand, he hesitated, burdened by the weight of his emotions. Since the morning of the demon invasion yesterday, he had experienced an overwhelming array of sentiments. At the tender age of 6, he had faced a similar ordeal, albeit as a mere child fleeing for his life. Now, at 18, having actively participated in the battle for Dongning Prefecture, the impact was profoundly different. As he contemplated this, a surge of intense emotion brewed within him, reaching a tipping point, and he could no longer hold back. He set his brush to the canvas. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 24, Towards the Rising Sun, Part 2, Meng Chuan began to paint. In the very center of the canvas, he boldly inscribed the entrance to the world in dark ink, depicting a swarm of demons emerging from this portal and spreading in all directions. He gradually sketched the outlines, capturing only a vague silhouette. Then, he focused on one particular demon at the edge of the chaos, a colossal mantis demon, which he rendered with meticulous detail, as it was the one that had left the most indelible impression on him during his harrowing escape at the age of 6. As Meng Chuan painted, a translucent figure began to radiate a mystical light within the space of his brow. For many years, since the creation of the beings, this marks the 2nd occasion when the translucent figure in my mind has undergone a transformation. Meng Chuan was deeply engrossed in his painting, primarily depicting the mantis monster and a family of 3 being pursued by it. The father, carrying his child, was sprinting away, while the mother, wielding a sword, charged towards the mantis creature. Meng Chuan devoted an unwavering 2 hours to this single scene, which was merely a fragment of the grand composition. Upon setting down his brush, he became aware of the changes within the space of his brow. To his astonishment, the figure within that space seemed to emit a faint glow. Initially surprised, he soon noticed that the ethereal luminescence began to wane. The emergence of this brow space was indeed linked to his artistic endeavors. Meng Chuan recalled that at the age of 16, when he completed the beings, the pinnacle of his artistic journey, he had discovered the brow space and acquired the power of the soul. At that time, he had hesitated to fully associate it with his painting, fearing it might be mere coincidence. However, this time, the intensity of emotion he felt while painting was akin to that experienced during the creation of the beings. Confirming his suspicions, it was indeed connected to his art. He pondered for a long time, perplexed by the notion that painting could evoke such mysterious soul power. He resolved to investigate once he arrived at Yuanshu Mountain. For now, it seemed evident that the power of the soul greatly aided him. From that day forth, Meng Chuan infused his intense emotions entirely into his artwork. This piece consumed an extensive amount of time, requiring him to dedicate at least 1 hour daily, and sometimes 2 or 3. After more than 6 months of tireless effort, he finally completed the painting. This is a series of paintings divided into 3 distinct pieces. The first painting measures 16 feet in length. At the center of the scroll lies the entrance to the world, from which a multitude of malevolent creatures emerge, spreading in all directions. These fiends relentlessly pursue their victims. The scene depicts parents striving to shield their children, only to be pierced by the sharp tails of the monsters. There are corpses strewn across the ground, children weeping in despair, and elders valiantly confronting the beasts. Additionally, a father is seen sprinting with a child on his back, while a mother brandishes a sword to fend off the encroaching horrors. Meng Chuan meticulously illustrated a staggering 38 distinct scenes, each vividly portraying the countenance of both the monsters and the people, drawn from his own experiences or those he has witnessed firsthand. With each stroke of the brush, the flame within his heart burns ever more intensely. In the outer periphery, slightly distanced from the creatures, the disciples of the Taoist temple, street vendors, and ordinary passers-by are all engulfed in panic. Further out stands the Jade Sun Palace, where 3 formidable beings are poised for battle. Other locations mirror this state of readiness. Within the Taoist temple, the weaker disciples have all retreated into the underground passages, while the more robust ones gaze anxiously or resolutely towards the approaching monsters. These youths, guided by the teachings of their elders and supported by retired adults, prepare collectively for the impending confrontation. In the bustling locales of ordinary homes, taverns, and among the families of divine beings, without exception, the frail, the elderly, and the young are all queuing to enter the underground shelters. In contrast, those endowed with great strength, irrespective of gender or age, stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the menace. The sun depicted in the scroll has just begun to peek over the horizon, clearly indicating that the invasion of the demon clan occurs in the early morning. This is merely the first painting. The second painting measures 18 feet in length. The scene was rife with brutality and bloodshed. At the center of this harrowing tableau lay a field strewn with corpses, encompassing men, women, and children alike, including several youths clad in the robes of the Taoist Academy. Surrounding this core, fierce battles raged in every direction. A human warrior valiantly held his shield against the onslaught of a monstrous foe, while another archer loosed arrows from a distance. One human, despite having his abdomen pierced, clung tenaciously to the creature, while a comrade severed the monster's head with a swift stroke. Traps were set by other humans, successfully slaying their adversaries, yet more monsters charged in from the periphery. A father and son united in their struggle against the beasts, while disabled veterans fought valiantly as well. These scenes of devastation were vivid memories for Meng Chuan, all too common during the monstrous invasions of Dongning Prefecture. He merely sought to transcribe these memories onto canvas, the resolute expressions of those who perished alongside the monsters. The agony of comrades who continued to fight despite their suffering, what drove them to such desperation? Meng Chuan had once been perplexed by this question. But as he painted each living soul, clarity dawned upon him. They fought for hope, for the beloved family members they cherished, and for the light of dawn yet to rise. They were compelled to carve a path to survival for their loved ones. The Taoist Academy was also engaged in the struggle. The demon kin had breached the walls of Liyang Fortress, where veterans, soldiers, and even the youngest of boys fought with fervor. With their lives, they forged a barrier to protect the more vulnerable disciples hidden within the tunnels. The divine and demonic families too were embroiled in the fray, with elders at the forefront, courageously fending off the monsters while the younger generations fought fiercely as well. An elderly man, bald and resolute, surged to the forefront, his chest pierced by a pinnacle, yet, with unwavering determination, he wielded his blade and felled a monstrous foe. The Yuyang Palace was embroiled in the fray. One divine warrior had already succumbed, while a female celestial being struggled to endure. And only one male deity remained to confront the onslaught of 4 demon kings. Among them, only one divine warrior possessed sufficient strength to continue fighting, yet they persisted. Fueled by the flicker of hope, in this vivid tableau, the sun ascended slightly higher, illuminating the relentless battle that unfolded. Meng Chuan devoted 3 months to crafting this masterpiece. The third canvas stretching an impressive 16 feet in length. The tide of battle had turned. People from all directions began to advance against the demons, who, in a state of disarray, sought to flee. Each demon, once formidable, now experienced fear and desperation, falling one by one beneath the blades of their pursuers. They frantically rushed toward the world's entrance at the center, their origin and now their only means of escape. On the periphery, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, striking down upon a demon king, while the other demon lords fled in disarray. Within the Taoist temple, comrades tended to the grievously wounded, a mix of adults and youths among them. The fallen included both men and women, the young and the aged, each succumbing to the chaos of war. Grief enveloped many, their tears a testament to the profound loss. In various locales, humble dwellings, taverns, and the residences of divine families, efforts to heal the injured and recover the bodies of the deceased commenced. Despite their hard-won victory, the atmosphere of the painting conveyed no sense of jubilation. Rather, it resonated with an intensified spirit of battle, a fervor that permeated the very air. The hero has perished, yet the living shall persevere and continue to fight, unceasingly. To the east of the city, the sun rises ever higher. The entire tableau appears more vibrant, as if illuminated by the sun. After a prolonged silence upon completing his painting, Meng Chuan inscribed 4 characters on the final canvas, towards the sun. He refrained from signing his name on the first 2 paintings. In the 3rd volume, chapter 25, titled Arrival, end of this volume, after writing towards the morning sun, Meng Chuan meticulously gazed at the 3 paintings he had arranged. Over the course of more than 6 months spent creating these works, he felt as though he had undergone a spiritual refinement. From the moment he first put brush to canvas, at that time, he felt constricted, angered, and bewildered, having witnessed the tragic loss of many lives in Dongning Prefecture and the harrowing scenes of slaughter. Yet, upon completing the paintings, his heart found tranquility. However, deep within this calm, like an unshakable sea, lay an indomitable spirit of battle. Countless individuals of the human race, generations rising to confront the demon tribe. Do so for the sake of hope. For hope, for the lives of their loved ones and children, each is willing to fight. The ordinary are willing to strive, and the divine and demonic are equally eager to contend. I shall not act impulsively. I will diligently seek to strengthen myself, to become a divine being, a formidable entity. One day, the human race shall utterly triumph over the demon tribe, Meng Chuan silently vowed. The morning sun shall inevitably rise, and none can hinder its ascent. With a creak, Meng Chuan opened the door to the courtyard, where the setting sun cast a fiery glow across the western sky. He seated himself within the courtyard, turning his focus inward to the space between his brows. The figure within this space was no longer the translucent silhouette of the past. It had solidified significantly. I possess the power of the soul, which has surprisingly stemmed from my painting. Ordinary art has proven ineffective. It is only through the works the countenance of all beings and towards the rising sun that I have experienced this transformation. Meng Chuan mused that even after 2 years of daily painting following the completion of the countenance of all beings, he had immersed himself entirely in the art. Yet his soul remained unchanged. It is evident that elevating the soul demands a rigorous endeavor. The soul has become more substantial, yet I remain confined to a Tinjiang domain, with my perceptive range still limited to a mere mile. Meng Chuan felt perplexed. He decided to experiment with his sword technique, with a single thought. The power of the soul was mobilized, merging seamlessly with his physical essence, significantly enhancing his control over his entire being. In an instant, Meng Chuan dashed forward 3 zhang, and with a swift motion, he executed a strike. The blade, shimmering like water, sliced through the air without stirring a whisper of wind. The sheer force of the strike was enough to send a shiver through the observer's heart. The power of the soul remained unchanged, and his strength was no different than before. Meng Chuan continued to unleash his swordplay, illuminating the courtyard with arcs of liquid light. Each strike was delivered with utmost fervor, unleashing its pinnacle of might. The fifth move, the sixth move, the seventh move. Meng Chuan pressed on, his heart swelling with joy as he realized that the once diminutive figures of his soul now emanated a far denser energy than in the past. The 16th strike. As he executed the 16th blow with his technique, Meng Chuan felt the power of the soul nearly deplete, leaving him unable to complete another stroke. Standing in the courtyard, a smile graced his face. This recent metamorphosis of the soul had not altered the potency, yet the quantity had increased significantly. In the past, he could only perform 5 moves at full strength, but now he was capable of executing 16. In the adjacent courtyard, Yan Jin gripped his twin swords, his gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. He seemed to envision once more the imposing figure of that formidable man, along with the devastating strike known as the Heavenly Calamity Sword. Yan Jin's aspiration in his cultivation was to vanquish that adversary. Having witnessed the Heavenly Calamity Sword firsthand, he understood that even the sword seal he encountered bore only a fraction, merely 1/10 or 1/12 of the true might of the actual Heavenly Calamity Sword. This realization instilled in him a profound awareness of the man's formidable prowess. I shall ultimately triumph over you. Yan Jin swung his sword once more, directing his strike towards the austere and imposing figure before him. Days turned into weeks, and Meng Chuan and Yan Jin devoted themselves to their training. During this period, Liu Qiyue occasionally sent letters, each time addressing one to her father and one to Meng Chuan. Before they knew it, winter had arrived, and the 12th month had come upon them. On the 18th day of the 12th month, heavy snow began to fall. Only 3 days remaining until the entrance examination at Yuanshu Mountain. With each breath, Meng Chuan executed the drawing of his sword repeatedly. Each strike summoned the forces of nature, enveloping an expansive area of approximately 100 feet. Within this sphere, all objects became perceptible to him. My sword's momentum has reached its zenith. Meng Chuan understood that momentum could indeed summon the power of the heavens. At its pinnacle, it could even allow one to sense everything under the influence of this celestial force. This phenomenon was what he termed the formation of a domain. However, this domain was not without its flaws. It relied on the manipulation of heavenly energies to perceive all things. If his opponent could also wield influence over these forces, then such perception would certainly become clouded and imprecise. Yet, to reach such a level required an extraordinary mastery of one's physical and true essence potential. Presently, Meng Chuan's strength had increased by approximately 50% compared to the beginning of the year, with the momentum of his sword at its peak. The next step would be to refine his sword intent. But how is one to cultivate such an intent? Meng Chuan pondered deeply. The essence of the sword represents the third and most significant realm of swordsmanship. The difficulty of transcending this level surpasses even that of becoming a deity or a demon. The thresholds for achieving such a transformation include comprehending the momentum, condensing the essence, and overcoming the trials of life and death. Consequently, newly ascended deities and demons predominantly embody the concept of momentum. As my great-aunt once shared, she reached the status of a deity or demon at the age of 35, yet only attained the realm of essence after turning 50. This was the pinnacle of her lifelong achievements. Reflecting on this, Meng Chuan recognized that his great-aunt was indeed an early bloomer. Family records indicate that many newly ascended deities and demons languished in their journey until their 80s or even beyond 100 to grasp the concept of essence. Each individual capable of becoming a deity or demon is extraordinary. Yet the path to understanding essence remains formidable. Many have remained stuck at the peak of momentum for years. Patience is key. In 3 days, the entrance examination for Yuan Chushan awaits. Once he enters Yuan Chushan and receives its teachings, along with delving into the text within, he should discover more effective methods to cultivate the essence of the sword. Meng Chuan contemplated further. To learn from the top is to gain but a fraction. To learn from within is to settle for less. If one wishes to learn, one must enter Yuan Chushan to do so. The natural explorations of an individual, devoid of guidance, will invariably be prolonged. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside. Chuaner, young Master Yin, the people from Wuzhou have arrived, called out Meng Dajiang. The people from Wuzhou have come? Meng Chuan sheathed his sword and stepped out of the room, followed closely by Yan Jin. Both Meng Chuan and Yan Jin gazed into the distance, where they beheld a colossal crimson bird descending from the sky, upon which a multitude of individuals sat cross-legged, likely landing at the main entrance of the assembly hall. Let us hurry over to greet them, urged Meng Dajiang. Beckoning to Liu Yabai, Meng Chuan and Yan Jin promptly followed suit. As the 4 individuals entered the grand hall of the Wu State Guild, a large crowd had already gathered, led by the gracious Lord Nanyun. The moment Meng Chuan and his companions stepped inside, they attracted considerable attention. That is Meng Chuan, some whispered amongst themselves, the one who has slain 2 demon clan leaders. Meng Chuan, Yin Jin, Liu Qiyue, and Meng Dajiang all respectfully bowed, addressing him as my lord. Meng Chuan also observed that there were 10 young individuals in the hall, each accompanied by older mentors, all of whom were participating in the Yin Shushan assessment, a gathering of the most gifted talents from within Wu State. Indeed, Lord Nanyun said with a smile. There are a total of 12 participants from Wu State in this Yin Shushan entrance examination. He continued with a grin. These 2 hail from Dongning Prefecture. One named Meng Chuan and the other Yin Jin, both of whom arrived in Yuan Chucheng quite early. I trust you will become acquainted. He added, in 3 days. On the 21st of the 12th month, the entrance examination will commence. I shall escort you there early that morning, so do ensure you find me. Yes. They all replied respectfully. Lord Nanyun's standing far exceeded theirs, and his presence was a protective measure for these young talents. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for them to meet the esteemed Lord Nanyun. Young Master Meng, I am Wang Buyu from the Wang family in the State City. A dashing young gentleman promptly approached, smiling. I have heard of your remarkable feats in swiftly defeating demon clan leaders. Upon hearing this news, I have long wished to meet you, and today I am finally granted that opportunity. Young Master Wang, Meng Chuan replied courteously. The elders have temporarily departed to arrange accommodations. The youth have become increasingly acquainted with each other. Alas, we from Wuzhou have sent 12 representatives, while the entire Great Zhou Dynasty comprises 23 states. Furthermore, the capital, Yuanshu City, boasts a plethora of prodigies, yet Yuanshu Mountain only admits 20 individuals, rendering it impossible for each state to even secure a single spot. Among the young individuals, some express their sentiments through whispered communications, including Meng Chuan and a group of exceptionally gifted talents. The entrance examination in 3 days looms ominously ahead. The assessment at Yuanshu Mountain evaluates numerous aspects, and we are not without hope. A companion beside him chuckled and communicated softly. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Yuanshu Mountain Chapter 1. The day of examination on the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, at dawn. Meng Chuan sat upon his bed, gently caressing the blade, which felt cold and sharp to the touch. After 12 years of diligent training, this day had finally arrived. Meng Chuan murmured softly, having long awaited the entrance examination at Yuanshu Mountain. In this moment, he thought of many individuals, his father, mother, grandaunt, clan leader, and the 3rd elder. Among numerous esteemed elders within his clan, so many held hopes for his admission to Yuanshu Mountain. In the adjacent room, Meng Dajiang gazed at the painting hanging on the wall, which depicted his beloved wife. This day had finally come. As he regarded the portrait, he reflected. I have done all that I could. I imparted the art of swordsmanship to my son. I practiced alongside him, and I sought out suitable mentors for him at the academy. All the merits I have accumulated over the years were exchanged for the ice heart fruit that I bestowed upon him. I have given everything I could. I, Meng Dajiang, may be unremarkable, yet I have nurtured such a son. He is my greatest pride after all these years. Nianyun, our son shall undoubtedly enter the Yuanshu Mountain. At this moment, Meng Dajiang felt a similar tension. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Young Master Meng, young Master Yin, the Lord has summoned everyone. Preparations for departure are underway. Departure? Meng Dajiang quickly wiped the corners of his eyes and exited his quarters, calling out, Chuaner, Chuaner, we are about to depart. With a creak, Meng Chuan emerged from his room, a sword hanging at his waist, and smiled at his father. Let us be on our way. Together with Meng Chuan, Meng Dajiang, and Yin Jin, they convened in the grand hall of the Wuzhou Guild. Although heavy snow had fallen the previous day, the paths within the guild had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only a dusting of snow atop trees and rooftops. Young Master Meng, young Master Yin, greeted the familiar voices of the 12 young men in the hall. Only Yin Jin stood alone, while the others were accompanied by family elders. With everyone gathered, we shall set forth now. After Lord Nanyun surveyed the hall, he strode directly outside, prompting everyone to follow suit. In the spacious courtyard of the guild, a magnificent crimson avian awaited them, and one by one, they leaped onto its back. Meng Chuan, Yin Jin, and Meng Dajiang also took their places in a corner atop the avian. Let us proceed, Lord Nanyun declared. The fiery avian took to the skies, soaring above Yuanshu City. From their lofty vantage, they beheld the streets and splendid architecture of Yuanshu City, a sight indeed filled with wonder. Meanwhile, at the Meng family ancestral hall in Dongning Prefecture, Meng Xinggu knelt on the prayer mat, her hands clasped in silent anticipation. May our ancestors bestow their blessings upon us. Ensuring that Meng Chuan, the descendant of the Ming family, succeeds in the entrance examination of the Yuan Chushan. Meng Xiangu's complexion had turned a pallid gray, almost resembling the pallor of death itself. The invasion of the demon clan earlier this year had inflicted severe harm upon her body, leading to its gradual decline. Were it not for her unwavering determination, she would scarcely have survived to this day. Meng Chuan embodies the hope of the Ming family. If she were to pass away, he would become the pillar of their future. Thus, she awaits the news of Meng Chuan's entrance into Yuan Chushan before she can finally close her eyes in peace. On a peak of Yuan Chushan, Liu Qiyue gazed distractedly at her books, her thoughts drifting beyond the window towards the vast sea of clouds. A sense of anxiety gripped her. Today was the day Meng Chuan would undertake the entrance examination of Yuan Chushan. Surely, he would succeed. The day of the Yuan Chushan entrance examination fell on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, and that day had arrived. Would he truly enter Yuan Chushan? Yin Qingping practiced her swordplay in the morning, yet her mind wandered. She shook her head, chiding herself for such thoughts, and resumed her training. Meng Chuan and his companions perched upon the back of a crimson avian creature, soaring high above Yuan Chucheng at an altitude of approximately 100 zhang. The pace was leisurely, allowing them to take in the breathtaking scenery of the city. Moments later, the avian descended gently after traveling several dozen miles, landing in front of an expansive palace, where the words Liyang Palace were inscribed above the grand entrance. "Let us proceed," South Cloud Marquis instructed. Having escorted Meng Chuan and his party, he softly commanded the steed, and the fiery avian soared into the sky, heading towards Yuan Chushan. "Follow me, everyone." A steward from the Wu State Guild, wearing a smile, remarked, "The Lord has his own affairs. You need only follow my lead." He continued with a chuckle. The Liyang Palace is a subsidiary estate of the Yuanshu Mountain, where the annual entrance examinations for Yuanshu Mountain are conducted. Naturally, our 12 prodigies from Wu State have already been registered by the guild. You may all proceed inside and wait. I estimate that in about half an hour, the divine beings from Yuanshu Mountain will arrive, and the examination will formally commence. "Thank you, Steward Wang." Some elders from the families immediately approached to engage in conversation. Meng Chuan and his companions followed suit, entering the Liyang Palace. Upon passing through the palace gates, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard, which had already gathered a considerable number of young men and women, most accompanied by elders or attendants. Suddenly, several gazes turned towards them. Among the crowd, one could spot a figure clad in deep azure robes, a sword hanging at his waist, Meng Chuan. It was said that he could slay the leaders of the demon race with a single stroke, having dispatched 2 such leaders consecutively, showcasing formidable prowess. A lady in purple remarked after a glance, "Out of the 20 spots available at Yuanshu Mountain, he is likely to claim one." Moreover, the young man in white beside him appears to be even more formidable than the average condensed Dan master, and he is the 7th son of the Anhai Wang family. "The 7th son of the Anhai Wang family? Surely you jest," exclaimed a tall man beside her in astonishment. "How could the news regarding the princess be mistaken?" replied another youth in golden robes with a smile. This was initially a secret, but after the sword mark of the Anhai Wang saved the entire Dongning Prefecture, my royal family discovered that the mysterious 7th son of the Anhai Wang had assumed the alias Yin Jin upon arriving in Dongning. The woman in the purple attire remarked, "There is no need for undue concern. The entrance examination for Yuan Chushan does not take into account one's identity. Rather, it evaluates the strength of one's abilities and potential. This time, numerous formidable geniuses pose a threat, including Meng Chuan from Wuzhou and Ningyibu from Jiazhou. There are nearly 10 individuals of considerable renown, and there may even be some with hidden strengths, not to mention those capable of breakthroughs. Even I cannot guarantee securing a spot. The princess's archery skills are unparalleled among the younger generation in the capital. She is certain to gain entry into Yuan Chushan," the young man in the golden robe extolled. Naturally, the group from Wuzhou, led by Meng Chuan, gathered together in anticipation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the palace gates. A barefoot youth clad in red entered, followed closely by a throng of companions, among whom 5 exuded a terrifying aura, unmistakably divine beings. "Don't follow me any longer. What is there to see?" the red-robed youth declared impatiently. "Ha, Tonger, today marks your participation in the Yuan Chushan examination. We are all quite concerned and eager to witness it. Your great-uncle wishes to see you enter Yuan Chushan." The elders of the family chuckled behind him. The red-robed youth sighed in resignation. Among his entourage were his parents, grandparents, and several esteemed family members. He was none other than Yin Qidong, the foremost genius of Yuan Chuqing, the sole son of the Marquis of Shihai. Endowed with extraordinary talent at the tender age of 13, having just grasped the concept of momentum, due to his youth, even if he were to rank beyond the 20th position, Yuan Chuqian might well grant him a separate quota. Let us hope he remains outside the top 20. At merely 13 years of age, what right does he have to compete for a spot with us? The Yin family, boasting both a king and a marquis, has produced nearly 20 divine demons over the past 2 decades, and now yet another prodigy emerges, which is indeed a testament to their flourishing lineage. The ancient families of divine demons gaze in awe, for even the illustrious clans within the capital and Yuanchu city must look up to the Yin family. Meng Chuan and Meng Dajiang merely listened intently, for their knowledge was scant. Many families remained largely uninformed. As the Meng family was but an ordinary divine demon clan in Dongning Prefecture, their ancestor, Meng Xinggu, had yet to gain entry into Yuanchu Mountain, rendering their ignorance quite understandable. As time passed, the crowd in the square grew increasingly dense, particularly the locals of Yuanchu City, many of whom were accompanied by several elders. Finally, the grand gates of the Liyang Palace began to close. With the appointed hour upon them, no further entries were permitted. The hearts of the more than 300 young individuals, including Meng Chuan, tightened in anticipation. In the 4th volume, Yuanchu Mountain, Chapter 2, the capital of Chuyong, the divine demons have arrived. A voice cried out in astonishment. Meng Chuan, Meng Dajiang, and Yin Jin all looked up to witness 3 streaks of light soaring through the sky. They could vaguely discern the figures approaching. At the forefront stood a man in plain garments, followed by a woman in green and a disheveled man. What? Meng Chuan and Yin Jin felt a sharp pain in their eyes, their hearts raced, and their entire beings trembled as they dared not meet the gaze of these extraordinary beings. All mortals averted their eyes, and Meng Dajiang instinctively lowered his head. Physical flight? These 3 possessed the ability to soar through the skies with their corporeal forms. Such a feat could only be achieved by those of the Marquis rank in divine demons. Each year, during the entrance examination at Yuanchu Mountain, a king-ranked divine demon presided over the proceedings, supported by 2 Marquis-ranked divine demons. The figure at the forefront is none other than the King of Dongha. Amidst the bustling crowd, whispers and exchanges of thoughts flowed as individuals lowered their heads, revealing that most present possessed the ability to communicate through their essence. Suddenly, 3 divine beings from Yuanchu Mountain descended from the heavens, landing at another location within the Liyang Palace. Esteemed guests, the King of Dongha and the 3 divine beings have arrived, announced a man with a goat beard, his voice ringing out clearly. All participants of the Yuanchu Mountain entrance examination, please line up in the order I announce your names. First, Wuchang from Long'an Prefecture. Second, Zhangping from Jiang Prefecture. Third, the names were called one by one, as a throng of young individuals stepped forward in sequence. 87th, Meng Chuan from Wuzhou. Upon hearing this, Meng Dajiang urged Meng Chuan, "It's your turn, hurry up." Understood. Meng Chuan promptly dashed to the end of the lengthy queue. 88th, Qi Qiu from Yuanchu City. Another young participant took his place behind Meng Chuan. A total of 312 individuals were participating in the entrance examination for Yuanchu Mountain. "Follow me," the man with the goat beard called out, leading the way as the talented assembly of over 300 obediently trailed behind him. Regardless of their noble lineage as princes, princesses, or the offspring of formidable divine beings, all adhered to the established order. The mere sight of the king of divine beings and the 2 marquises had already imparted a palpable sense of their extraordinary might, leaving the onlookers acutely aware of the vast chasm between their abilities. Just a distant glance was enough to unsettle their very essence, intensifying their yearning to ascend to the ranks of divine beings. As they departed the square, they traversed through a grand palace gate. Upon arriving at a modest courtyard, one could discern a gathering of divine beings in the distance. The celestial figures escorting the prodigies from the 23 states of the Great Zhou Dynasty, including the likes of the Southern Cloud Marquis, were engaged in lively conversation. Presiding over the entrance examination was the King of the Eastern River, seated prominently, flanked by 2 other noble divine beings. Dressed in simple garb, the King of the Eastern River exuded an air of humility, yet possessed an undeniable aura of dignity. "Marquis of the Western Sea, your son has grasped the essence of force at the tender age of 13. His talent is indeed remarkable. I can grant him an additional slot, allowing him direct entry into the Yuan Shushan. Why must he go through the motions here?" The King of the Eastern River inquired with a smile. The Marquis of the Western Sea, seated slightly behind him, chuckled in response, "My esteemed brother, My boy has always been resolute. Just 2 months ago, he comprehended the essence and insisted on participating in the Yuan Chushan entrance examination, claiming he wished to measure himself against the talents of the realm. Yet, he fails to realize that he is a novice. While many of the candidates here are significantly older, possessing deeper realms of understanding and greater experience, is he not courting hardship by coming here? Nonetheless, he is eager to witness it all. Perhaps it is for the best. The king of the Eastern River smiled, casting his gaze over the 300 prodigies approaching from afar, when suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Humph. The king of the Eastern River let out a cold snort, reverberating like thunder throughout the courtyard, startling Meng Chuan and the other 300. The divine beings around them were taken aback as well. In accordance with the regulations of Yuan Chushan, the age limit for participation in the entrance examination is set at 20 years. Among the 312 of you, there is one who has surpassed this age. Step forward now, and you may receive a lighter punishment. Should I uncover your true nature, you shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Having surpassed the age of 20, the team led by Meng Chuan began to exhibit signs of agitation. Suddenly, 2 young men stepped forth from the group, exchanging a momentary glance of surprise. One of them bowed respectfully towards the assembly of deities and demons, proclaiming, "I am Yuan Feng from Changzhou, an orphan raised by the Yu family. My true age remains unknown to me." The other young man followed suit, stating with reverence, "I am Tian Gu from Wuzhou. My hometown was ravaged by the demon clan during my childhood, leading to my wandering in foreign lands. At that time, I was but a child and unaware of my precise age. The Tian family took me in and designated me as 5 years old. Thus, Tian Gu from Wuzhou is now 21 years of age." The king of the Eastern River interjected, having overstepped the boundaries and contravened the regulations of Yuan Chu Mountain. "You have voluntarily confessed. Therefore, you shall serve in the military for a decade." "Yes," the young man responded, bowing respectfully. Typically, the duration of military service is 5 years. However, some individuals choose to extend their service, such as Ming Dejiang, who served for 10 years, and Gu Yu, the head of Jinghu Dao Yuan, who remained at Qinyang Pass for 12 years before developing his swordsmanship. Thus, a 10-year term of service is indeed a minor penalty, especially considering the individual's voluntary step forward and their past as a wandering child. Meng Chuan marveled inwardly, recognizing that the king of the Eastern River could discern the ages of all 300 individuals at a glance. The one named Tian Gu from